God Level Farm Chapter 631 to Chapter 675. Don't worry, Ling Xianxia said with a smile, I've already told them to prepare in advance. Let's go. I'll show you around. After that, Ling Xianxia took Xiao Ruofei's arm and walked into the courtyard. There was a central room between the two courtyards, where the bar counter of the private restaurant was. When Ling Xianxia came here, he asked loudly, Old Lu, is the flying snow pavilion ready? A middle-aged man in a shirt, trousers, and a red tie quickly said, Manager Ling, everything is ready. Do you want to go now? Ling Xianxia nodded and said, Yes, let's go and have a look. The guests should be here soon. Okay. Old Lu said at once. Then he waved his hand and shouted, Xiaoli, take Manager Ling to the flying snow pavilion. Then Old Lu showed an embarrassed smile and said, Manager Ling, I have guests here to entertain. You see, Ling Xianxia waved his hand generously and said, It doesn't matter. Go ahead. Thank you for your hard work. Not at all. Old Lu said quickly. A waitress in a cheongsam came over with a smile on her face and said, Manager Ling, this way please. Xiao Ruofei and Ling Xianxia followed the waitress inside. After passing through 3 courtyards, the waitress opened a moon gate and made an inviting gesture to Xiao Ruofei and Ling Xianxia. There was a quaint wooden board above the moon gate, with 3 calligraphy words, Flying Snow Pavilion written on it. Xiao Ruofei walked in to take a look and her eyes lit up. He didn't expect that the innermost part of this private restaurant was a completely different world. It was a small courtyard decorated with fake mountains, fish ponds, and all kinds of beautiful flowers and green grass. There was a winding path paved with stones, and on both sides of the path were some stone tables and stone benches scattered randomly. The environment was very quiet and secluded. After walking through the path, they saw a wooden house, which was completely built according to the architectural style of the Ming and Qing dynasties. It looked antique. After entering the house, Xiao Ruofei found that the whole house was actually a big room. There was a round dining table in the middle, a tea-making area on the left, separated by a screen, and a lounge and reception room on the right. The whole house was built in Chinese style, with screens, calligraphy, lanterns, Chinese furniture. It gave people a feeling of antique. As soon as Xiao Ruofei walked in, he felt a chill. The waitress had already turned on the air conditioner in advance. Ling Xianxia smiled and said, Ling, is the environment okay? The whole courtyard is actually a private room. Xiao Ruofei praised, Not bad. Qing Shui, in the future, who would dare to say that Ling Ji's restaurant is a popular restaurant and is not classy? You can use the flying snow pavilion to slap them in the face. Ling Xianxia chuckled and said, The flying snow pavilion is not open to the public. It's a private room reserved for us. We will only use it if there are very important guests. It seems that I'm riding on Secretary Song's coattails today. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Nonsense. Ling Xianxia said coquettishly, The flying snow pavilion was originally going to be used for dinner with you tonight, but you said that Secretary Song was coming, so my dad gave up the private room. Oh. I'm so flattered. Xiao Ruofei said exaggeratedly, which made Ling Xianxia laugh. Then, Xiao Ruofei was stunned again. He muttered something, and then, as if he had discovered a new continent, he said to Ling Xianxia, Honey, I suddenly realized that the name of this private room is mysterious. Flying Snow Pavilion. Flying Snow Pavilion. Xiao Ruofei's Fei, and Ling Xianxia's Shui? I say, my wife, you're too talented. Taking a character from each of our names, we can actually form such a poetic name. Ling Xianxia blushed and said, Don't be so far-fetched, okay? It's just a coincidence. Is it really just a coincidence? Xiao Ruofei smiled and looked deeply into Ling Xianxia's eyes. Ling Xianxia felt uncomfortable under Xiao Ruofei's gaze. She couldn't help but say coquettishly, Aya. Why are you so annoying? In fact, the name of the flying snow pavilion was given by Ling Xianxia. It contained both their names, and Ling Xianxia had spent a lot of effort on the decoration and layout of the courtyard. This private room was not prepared to be open to the public. It was basically reserved for Xiao Ruofei to enjoy. However, after being exposed by Xiao Ruofei, Ling Xianxia couldn't help but feel embarrassed. So, she began to use a woman's sharpest weapon, acting coquettishly. Xiao Ruofei also knew that reasoning with women wouldn't work. He laughed and stopped teasing Ling Qingxue. However, when he thought of the name of the private room, Xiao Ruofei's eyes still had a trace of a smile. This made Ling Qingxue roll her eyes at Xiao Ruofei again. Ruofei, we've seen the private room. I'll take you to my dad's room. Ling Qingxue said. Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, the environment here is so good. Why don't we ask Uncle Ling to come over? We can make tea and chat together. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but roll her eyes at Xiao Ruofei and said, this is reserved for you to receive Secretary Song. Why would my dad come over? If he messes up, we'll have to clean it up again. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, what's the matter? Anyway, you and Uncle Ling will be here in a while. Why don't you just come over and wait? What do you mean? Ling Qingxue was a little confused. What do you mean? Xiao Ruofei said, let's eat together later. Eat together? Us? Ling Qingxue exclaimed in surprise. Then, she hesitated and said, isn't that inappropriate? He's the deputy secretary of the provincial party committee. If you treat him to a meal, He's treating me to a meal. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but say, didn't I tell you before? Ling Qingxue was annoyed and amused at the same time. She said, okay. He's treating you to a meal. You're the best, okay? Ruofei, stop fooling around. When Secretary Song comes later, you have to be serious. Who's fooling around with you? Secretary Song is really treating me to a meal. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. And you and Uncle Ling have to come too. You're not kidding? Ling Qingxue became serious. Hey, Qingxue, what do you mean? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, so you didn't believe me all this time. You're really something. I specifically asked Secretary Song to arrange dinner here so that I could introduce you to him. Otherwise, why would I spend so much effort? Is it really okay? Have you told Secretary Song? Ling Qingxue was a little uncertain. It's okay. We'll talk about it when he comes, Xiao Ruofei said casually. Qingxue, can you have a little more confidence in me? Go and call Uncle Ling over. Ling Qingxue looked at Xiao Ruofei, then nodded and said, okay, I'll call my dad. Ling Xiaotian was drinking tea in the room ahead. When he received Ling Qingxue's call and heard that Xiao Ruofei wanted him to attend the dinner party with Secretary Song, he immediately rushed over. Xiao Ruofei repeated what he said to Ling Qingxue and vaguely revealed that he was close to Song Qiming. It wasn't difficult to introduce him to Song Qiming. Ling Xiaotian and Ling Qingxue were a little relieved, and then they couldn't help but feel excited. In the front yard. After Ling Qingxue and Xiao Ruofei were led to the flying snow pavilion in the backyard by the waitress, a man sitting on a bench next to the bar immediately stood up with an unhappy look. This man was wearing a set of Armani casual clothes, and even his leather shoes were Armani. His hair was glossy, and behind a pair of rimless glasses, there was a pair of small eyes. When this pair of eyes was slightly narrowed, it always looked a kind of treacherous and shady feeling. He walked up to Manager Liu, who Ling Qingxue had just greeted, and said unhappily, Manager Liu, what do you mean? Are you looking down on me, Tian Mingy? Manager Liu hurriedly said, Principal Tian, how dare I? How can you say that? Tian Mingy was the vice principal of the Central Primary School in Zhongluo District. This identity was not a big deal. If there were children going to school, they would have to be respectful to him. However, Manager Liu's children were in high school, and he was the manager of Ling's private home cuisine. He would not have any business dealings with a vice principal of a primary school. Logically speaking, he did not need to be so polite to him, and even a little afraid of him. The main reason why Manager Liu was so respectful was that Tian Mingy's father was the deputy director of the Health Bureau of Sanshan City. The Health Bureau had something to do with the catering industry. The hotel's hygiene license, regular hygiene inspection, employee's health certificate, and so on were all under the jurisdiction of the Health Bureau. Manager Liu naturally did not dare to offend a rich second generation like Tian Mingy. Tian Mingy sneered and said, didn't you say that the private room had been booked? Why did those two people get a private room as soon as they came? Flying snow pavilion? Aren't all the private rooms here numbered? This one sounds a little different. Manager Lu could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. He quickly explained, Principal Tian, you misunderstood. This private room was booked by our President Ling, and Flying Snow Pavilion is not open to the public. Tian Mingy sneered and said, you are open for business, but there is a private room that is not open to the public. This is new. At this time, a middle-aged man beside Tian Mingy could not help but say, Manager Lu, you are discriminating. Are you afraid that our Principal Tian can't afford it? Or are you looking down on Principal Tian? Manager Lu quickly said, Director Wu, how dare I look down on the leaders? This private room is indeed our President Ling's. Director Wu was the director of the Health Supervision Office under the Health Bureau of Xianxia City. He had a lot of authority over the catering industry. If they offended him, he would come for a surprise inspection every 2 or 3 days. The business could not be done, so Manager Lu was very nervous. Director Wu sneered and said, Principal Tian asked for a private room, but you dilly-dallied and refused. That President Ling came and gave the private room to him. I think you don't take Principal Tian seriously. I say, old Lu. You don't want to run the restaurant anymore, do you? Director Wu's words were very arrogant. Manager Lu could not help but feel a little angry, but he did not dare to show it. It was inevitable that people in the catering industry would be bullied at ordinary times. Manager Lu had been in this industry for many years. He used to be a senior manager of a central store of Ling Xiaoyan's catering. This time, Ling Xiaotian opened the high-end market and opened the first private kitchen of Ling Xiaoyan's, so he was transferred to be the manager. This was also a high degree of trust in him. If he offended the son of the deputy director of the Health Bureau and the director of the Health Supervision Office on the first day of business, it would be difficult to do business in the future. So Manager Lu was very anxious in his heart. He could only smile carefully and keep explaining. Tian Mingy did not listen to him at all. He frowned slightly and said, Wait. You just said President Ling. So, the 2 people just now are your insiders? Manager Lu said carefully, President Ling is the vice president of our group, and also the daughter of our chairman. Bang! Tian Mingy slapped the table of the bar heavily, which startled the staff in charge of the bill. Tian Mingy said angrily, Manager Lu, is this how you do business? Ah? There are no private rooms when the guests come, but your insiders enjoy the private rooms. It's ridiculous. Superintendent Wu also chimed in, Manager Lu, there's clearly a problem with your service attitude. Manager Lu said quickly, leaders, it's not that I look down on you. I don't dare to. But that private room was booked by President Ling this morning, and bullshit. Tian Mingy slapped the table again, if the private rooms were booked by the guests, I have nothing to say. But now your insiders have occupied them. Humph. I don't care. You immediately vacate the Flying Snow Pavilion for us to use. Otherwise, you can't run this small shop. Tian Mingy was going to invite Lu Lixing, the executive deputy director of the Municipal Education Bureau, because the headmaster of their central primary school was about to retire. Tian Mingy had been ready to be promoted, but he did not expect that 2 days ago, he heard that the District Education Bureau seemed to want to transfer a headmaster from the organization. Tian Mingy was anxious at once. Lu Lixing and his father, Tian Feilong, were classmates when they were studying at the party school of the Municipal Party Committee. They had a good relationship. So Tian Mingy called Lu Lixing and invited him to have dinner together tonight. The location was set at Ling's private kitchen, which had just opened at noon. After all, private kitchen was popular now, and the environment was generally quiet, and the quality of the dishes was relatively high. It was convenient to invite Lu Lixing to dinner here. As for Director Wu, he was invited by Tian Mingy to accompany him. Director Wu was a good drinker and was very tactful. Most importantly, 2 months ago, Director Wu helped Tian Mingy's brother-in-law to apply for a sanitation permit. So, with his help, Tian Mingy was more confident. What he did not expect was that private rooms in private restaurants were not many. He did not book in advance, so when he arrived, he found that all the private rooms were booked. He was talking to Manager Lu and asked him to arrange a private room for him. In the end, he saw Ling Qingxue and Xia Ruofei come in from outside and go directly to the private room of the Flying Snow Pavilion. Just now, Tian Mingyi found out that Ling Xianxia was not a guest, but one of their internal staff. Tian Mingyi became even angrier and was unable to vent his anger. Headmaster Tian, I really can't make the decision. Manager Liu said with a bitter face. Manager Liu nodded helplessly and said, Principal Tian, Director Wu, please wait a moment. I'll ask Manager Ling for instructions. He really had no other choice. They were not going to reason with him, and he couldn't afford to offend them. Since the leaders of the company were all here today, and the outbreak of the incident was more or less related to Ling Qingshua's appointment of the Flying Snow Pavilion, Manager Liu thought of Ling Qingshu first. He carefully asked Tian Mingyi and Director Wu to sit aside and wait for a moment, and then walked quickly to the Flying Snow Pavilion in the backyard. As soon as he walked into the yard, Manager Liu heard Ling Xiaotian's hearty laughter. It turned out that the chairman was also here. Manager Liu was slightly relieved. Since Ling Xiaotian was here, it was better. After asking for instructions, no matter how to deal with it, and no matter what the final result would be, he would not be responsible for it. Thinking of this, Manager Liu quickly walked to the door, raised his hand, and knocked on the door, and then walked in. Xiao Lu? Ling Xiaotian was stunned for a moment, and then said with a smile, Aren't you busy in the front? What are you doing here? Go, you don't need to take care of me here. Manager Liu smiled bitterly, bowed slightly, and said, Chairman, Manager Ling, I have something to report to you too. Then, Manager Liu reported Tian Mingyi's matter in detail, and then said, Principal Tian just heard that Manager Ling came to the Flying Snow Pavilion, and now he wants a private room in the Flying Snow Pavilion. If we don't arrange it for him, he won't let our store continue to operate. Chairman, Manager Ling, you see, Ling Xiaotian sneered and said, he said he will make my store shut down, so I can't do it? Ling Xiaotian was a billionaire with assets of more than 1 billion yuan, and he had been operating in the Three Mountains for so many years, so he had a solid foundation. Manager Liu said quickly, Yes. But it's easy to escape from the King of Hell, but difficult to deal with the little devils. Especially the Health Supervision Department, they have a lot of control over us. If they make trouble for us every now and then, it's really annoying. Chairman, we don't have to offend such a villain. Ling Xiaotian furrowed her brows and said, Flying Snow Pavilion will never be given away. Xiao Lu, is there any way to adjust the other rooms? Uncle Ling. Xiao Ruofei suddenly said, Why are you being so polite to these self-righteous idiots who are making trouble for no reason? Tell them to go away and stay there. Manager Liu saw that Ling Xiaotian was about to be persuaded by him, but the young man next to him suddenly came out and said such immature words. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. However, he also saw that Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingshui had just walked in arm. Even Ling Xiaotian had personally come to accompany them to make tea, so he didn't dare to be too rude. He could only smile bitterly and say, Sir, Tian Mingyi's father is the deputy director of the Health Bureau, Xiao Lu. Ling Xiaotian didn't wait for Manager Liu to finish before she interrupted him and said, Just do as Xiaoxia says. Tell them that there are no more rooms. We have rules when doing business, so they have to follow our rules when they come in. Otherwise, they won't be welcome here. Ah? Manager Liu couldn't help but open his mouth in shock. He couldn't even believe that Ling Xiaotian, who had been in the business world for so many years, would say such angry words. Doing business was all about harmony. As the saying went, too much is easy to break. Ling Xiaotian was able to do such a big business, so she must have her own way of dealing with people. At least, she wouldn't be so aggressive like today. Otherwise, many people would have been offended by her. Manager Liu clearly saw that Ling Xiaotian was about to give in. In fact, as long as they could arrange a room, even if it wasn't Flying Snow Pavilion, Manager Liu would at most throw away his old face and say some nice words. This matter could still be settled satisfactorily. If they did as Ling Xiaotian said, they would really offend the other party. Where did this young man come from? He actually changed the chairman's mind with just one sentence. Manager Liu couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Ling Xiaotian frowned and said, Xiao Liu, what are you thinking about? Didn't you hear what I said? Manager Liu seemed to wake up from a dream and quickly said, I heard it. But, Chairman, in this case. Ling Xianxia interrupted Manager Liu with a smile and said, "Old Liu, just do as my dad said. We are in the right, so don't be afraid." If it were someone else who said this, Manager Liu would definitely scold them for being childish without hesitation. But the people who said this were the chairman and the deputy general manager of the company. Even if he had a lot of courage, he wouldn't dare to say anything disrespectful. Although he didn't take it seriously, he still nodded helplessly and said, "Okay, I got it. Manager Ling. I'll go out first." As Manager Liu walked out, he muttered in his heart, "Alas. The chairman doesn't seem like an impulsive person. I don't know what's wrong with her today. Well, anyway, it's the instructions of the two bosses, so I'll firmly follow them. As for the consequences, I don't care." After thinking it through, Manager Liu's footsteps became lighter. Soon he came to the bar in the central room of the front yard. Tian Mingyi sat on the sofa casually, glancing at Manager Liu and waiting for him to come up and report. Manager Liu came over with a courteous smile and went straight to him. He even bowed slightly with a very respectful attitude. Tian Mingyi couldn't help but secretly feel proud. I can't be too polite to these businessmen. So what if they have some stinky money? Everything has its vanquisher. Just when Tian Mingyi was intoxicated with himself, Manager Liu braced himself and said, "President Tian, Director Wu, I'm really sorry, we really don't have a private room here." The smile on Tian Mingyi's face suddenly froze. Director Wu was also furious. He pointed at Manager Liu's nose and said loudly, "Old Liu, say it again." Manager Liu's heart couldn't help but tremble, but even Ling Xiaotian had made it clear, so he could only endure to the end. Manager Liu's smile became more humble, and he said, "Director Wu, we really tried our best to coordinate, but we really don't have a private room. How about this? The two of you can come and visit another time, and I'll make the decision to waive the bill for you." Manager Liu still didn't want to offend these two brats. After all, he was the manager of this private kitchen, and he would be responsible for the operation of the restaurant in the future. If trouble came to him every day, even if Ling Xiaotian didn't blame him, he would feel uncomfortable. Tian Mingyi said darkly, "Old Liu, do you think we're beggars? Do I lack the money for this meal or what?" If it was a normal meal, it wouldn't be a big deal to change to another restaurant, but Tian Mingyi was inviting his boss's boss tonight, the leader of the city's education bureau. He had already informed them of the location, so changing the venue at the last minute was like slapping his own face. Manager Liu quickly said, "I wouldn't dare. Principal Tian, I just wanted to express our sincerity." "Sincerity?" Tian Mingyi sneered, "This is your sincerity? Good. Very good. Old Liu, your Ling's restaurant is a big business, so you don't put me, a little vice principal, in your eyes." "Principal Tian, what are you talking about? How would we dare to look down on you?" Manager Liu quickly said. Tian Mingyi had already been really angry. Even if Manager Liu lowered his attitude, how could he be appeased? Tian Mingyi didn't pay attention to Manager Liu at all, and said directly to Director Wu, "Brother Wu, this private kitchen has a lot of problems. Your health supervision department has to perform your supervision duties properly. I think you can organize people to come over and check it properly." Director Wu glanced at Manager Liu, and said with a sinister smile, "Principal Tian, I think the health supervision department alone isn't lively enough. The departments of safety, environmental protection, and urban management can't be left behind. Let's just have a joint law enforcement today." Director Wu's health supervision department often participated in some joint law enforcement actions, so he was familiar with some of the relevant departments, especially some of the people who participated in the inspection. Many of them called each other brothers. Today, he wanted to do his best to perform well in front of his leader's son, so he spared no effort. After Tian Mingyi heard this, he laughed and said, "This can be done. Brother Wu, what are you waiting for? Let's deploy it now." Manager Liu couldn't help but feel depressed when he heard this. He quickly begged, "Two leaders, let's talk nicely, let's talk nicely." Director Wu slowly took out his phone, and glanced at Manager Liu and said, "Old Liu, let me give you a piece of advice. Face is given by people. If you don't give us face, don't blame us for not giving you face. I'll ask you one last time. Can the matter of the private room be solved?" Manager Liu secretly sighed, gritted his teeth, and said, "I'm sorry, Director Wu's face suddenly became gloomy. Since Manager Liu didn't know what to do, then don't blame him for being ruthless. He stared deeply at Manager Liu without saying a word, and then began to make a call. Manager Liu felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He could only watch Director Wu call for people. He could imagine the scene of chaos in the restaurant after the people from the Safety Bureau, Health Bureau, Environmental Protection Bureau, and Urban Management Bureau came. Encountering such a thing on the first day of business was a bad omen, not to mention offending these people. How difficult would it be to do business in the future? Director Wu was gathering people on the other side, so Manager Liu didn't dare to be negligent. As for Tian Mingyi and Director Wu, who were determined to mess with Ling Xiaotian's private kitchen, Manager Liu didn't have any hope of dissuading them. He could only carefully run to the side and secretly call Ling Xiaotian. Although Ling Xiaotian was in the backyard, he didn't dare to leave for a moment. Ling Xiaotian quietly listened to Manager Liu's report, and then said lightly, "Let them be. Let's see who has the last laugh." After that, Ling Xiaotian hung up the phone. Manager Liu was also stunned. He didn't know why Ling Xiaotian was so confident. But since the boss had spoken, Manager Liu didn't worry so much. He put away his phone and returned to the bar. Director Wu had already finished his call. When Manager Liu came over, Tian Mingyi and Director Wu both looked at him coldly. But to their disappointment, Manager Liu didn't show any signs of fear. He didn't even come over to beg. He just calmly and methodically arranged the work. Tian Mingyi saw that Manager Liu was treating him like an invisible person, so he couldn't help but snort coldly. In his heart, he said, "You're just stubborn. You won't give up until you reach the Yellow River. Later, you won't even be able to cry." Flying Snow Pavilion. Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, "Uncle Ling, did those two idiots do something?" Ling Xiaotian curled her lips and said, "Isn't it? Director Tian of the Health Bureau is also a big shot, but I didn't expect his son to be so useless. He's not a small official. He's calling someone to do a joint law enforcement inspection for our restaurant." Ling Xiaotian knew that Xia Ruofei had invited the municipal committee secretary Song Qiming tonight, so she wasn't worried about those two small fries' little tricks at all. Xia Ruofei's expression turned cold. He snorted and said, "Actually, many leaders and cadres are good officials. They're just some small officials. Like you said, they're not a big official, but they're quite arrogant. It's these monsters that have messed up the social atmosphere." Ling Qingxue also said angrily, "What kind of people are they? If they don't book a private room in advance, we have to reserve one for them all year round? Today it's Director Tian, and tomorrow it's Director Liu or Director Zhang. Then, are we still going to open the restaurant?" Xia Ruofei gently held Ling Qingxue's soft hand and said with a smile, "Qingxue, it's not worth getting angry with these small fries. Today is the first day of Uncle Ling's restaurant opening, and they dare to do this. It seems that we have to teach them a lesson, or else they'll really be lawless." Ling Xiaotian couldn't help but feel happy after hearing this. When Director Liu was reporting, Xia Ruofei had spoken, and Ling Xiaotian didn't hesitate to order Director Liu according to Xia Ruofei's words. On the one hand, it was because she was confident, and on the other hand, it wasn't that she didn't have other ideas. Tonight, Song Qiming was coming, and they were the ones who invited Xia Ruofei. So, no matter who came to make trouble, no matter how big the trouble was, the unlucky one in the end definitely wouldn't be Ling's restaurant. And if Song Qiming personally came out to deal with these lawless small fries, it would be hard for Ling's restaurant not to become famous. There were no secrets in the government, and the matter of Tian Mingyi and the others couldn't be hidden. When that time came, who would dare to come to Ling's restaurant to make trouble? What was the difference between that and seeking death? "Ruofei, with your words, Uncle Ling's heart is at ease," Ling Xiaotian said with a laugh. Ling Qingxue hesitated and said, "Dad, Ruofei, why don't we go to the front yard to take a look? Later, when that joint inspection team comes, old Lu might not be able to handle it. After all, today is the first day of our restaurant opening." "No need," Xia Ruofei and Ling Xiaotian said at the same time. Xia Ruofei smiled and looked at Ling Xiaotian, then said, "Looks like Uncle Ling and I have the same idea. Let them perform to their heart's content. This time, let's let them put on a good show." Secretary Song is new here, so he doesn't know much about the local affairs. I'm also giving him a good opportunity to understand the governance of the Three Mountains. He will definitely be very grateful to me." After saying that, Xia Ruofei chuckled. In Ling Qingshua's eyes, this smile looked very mischievous, and she couldn't help but laugh as well. Just as Xia Ruofei, Ling Xiaotian, and Ling Qingxue were chatting happily, the people that Director Wu had gathered arrived quickly. Ling's restaurant's location wasn't very remote. Guanmiao Street used to be the center of the Three Mountains, but in recent years, the city had changed, and it wasn't as bustling as it used to be. However, it wasn't very far from the administrative center. Furthermore, the people that Director Wu had gathered were mainly people from the relevant departments in Zhonglu district, so they arrived very quickly. When a group of people wearing various uniforms of urban management, security, and environmental protection walked in from the main entrance, Tian Mingyi and Director Wu couldn't help but smile proudly. Then, Director Wu's face darkened, and he suddenly became the leader of the inspection team. Manager Liu could only sigh secretly and say, "Dear leaders, today is the first day of the restaurant's opening. I hope everyone can be kind, so what if it's the first day of the restaurant's opening?" Tian Mingyi said sarcastically. "Can we not accept inspection and management on the first day of the restaurant's opening? Won't there be any violations on the first day of the restaurant's opening?" Manager Liu's face froze, and he felt very angry in his heart. However, since the boss had spoken, he had no way out. He could only deal with it as it came. With a cold smile on his face, Director Wu said, "Manager Liu, the brothers are already here. You're not going to resist the law enforcement, are you?" "I wouldn't dare," Manager Liu quickly said with a smile. "Then arrange a few people to cooperate with the inspection," Director Wu said lazily. "I'll check the hygiene first." It was already past 6 o'clock, and the customers who had booked private rooms were arriving one after another. Some of the customers had already gone to the private rooms and came out to check the situation when they heard the noise. However, some of them saw the law enforcement officers in all kinds of uniforms as soon as they entered the door. Everyone couldn't help but hesitate. Although it was the first day of the restaurant's opening, they had done a lot of publicity and promotion. In addition, with the Lingji Restaurant Group's golden signboard and the restaurant's high-end decoration, the business was still very good. Tian Mingyi didn't manage to book a private room when he came at the last minute. Now that these customers saw a large number of law enforcement officers at the door, it was obvious that they were looking for trouble. They all wondered if the restaurant had offended someone. Tian Mingyi saw that there were many customers watching, and he felt even more proud. He said loudly, "Everyone, go back first. This restaurant won't be open today." Manager Liu couldn't help but get angry when he heard that. "You're just a deputy principal of a primary school. What right do you have to make decisions for the restaurant? The manager hasn't even said anything. What right do you have to clear the restaurant?" Manager Liu's face darkened slightly. He said, "Principal Tian, this isn't appropriate, right? Several leaders are here to inspect. We just have to cooperate. These customers have booked private rooms in advance. How can you just kick them out?" Tian Mingyi sneered and said, "Manager Liu, I'm helping you to inform the customers in advance. Do you think you can still open for business tonight?" "You." Manager Liu clenched his fists in anger. Seeing this, Superintendent Wu immediately took a step forward and said righteously, "Manager Liu, we received a report from the public that your restaurant has a serious problem in terms of hygiene, so we carried out a spot check. So now, I am officially informing you that before the results of our inspection are out, your restaurant must stop all business activities." "What?" Manager Liu was so angry that his lips were trembling. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen someone this shameless. Just now, it was obvious that Tian Mingyi was angry because he couldn't get a private room, so he asked Superintendent Wu to gather a group of people to do the so-called spot check. It was obvious that he was using his position to get even with Tian Mingyi. Now, Superintendent Wu was actually lying through his teeth, saying that there was a public complaint. "You came here for a meal after being reported by the public?" Moreover, he was flustered and exasperated because he couldn't get a private room. "Manager Liu, do you not understand what I'm saying?" Superintendent Wu's voice turned cold. "I'm telling you to stop all business activities immediately." Manager Lu felt that he was on the verge of exploding. He couldn't wait to punch these two shameless people down. At this time, the restaurant's lobby manager, a girl in her 20s, gently pulled on Manager Lu's clothes and gave him a look. Manager Lu slowly calmed down and realized that he definitely couldn't do anything. Otherwise, even if he was in the right, he would become unreasonable. The chairman was sitting on the fishing platform calmly, so he must have something to rely on. He couldn't ruin the chairman's big plan. Thinking of this, the anger in Manager Lu's eyes gradually dissipated and was replaced by a look of humiliation. He looked deeply at Tianming and Superintendent Wu, then said to the customers, "I'm sorry everyone, there's an emergency situation in the restaurant today, so we can't receive everyone. In order to express our apology, we will give every customer in the private room a 500 yuan unlimited consumption voucher. Everyone can come and spend at any time during the validity period." Manager Lu had been in this industry for so many years, so he still had some quick thinking. When he saw the posture of Superintendent Wu and the others, he knew that going head-to-head was not the way to go. Since they had decided to go all out, then he could only minimize the negative impact. This kind of unlimited consumption voucher was prepared before the opening. Of course, it was originally intended to be given to some of the officials in charge of the streets and districts. This was not the kind of coupon used as a promotional tool. In other words, the 500 yuan given to the customer could be used as money directly, and there were no additional conditions. If the customer happened to spend 500 yuan, then it would be free of charge. Manager Lu's attitude was very sincere, and the store's supervisor, lobby manager, and the others also began to explain to the customers. Most of the customers were still reasonable. After receiving the compensation given to them by the store, they left one after another. Although a small number of people were a little unhappy, it was obvious that the store was in trouble. They said that they couldn't do business today, so in the end, they took the coupons and left with unhappy faces. Seeing the customers leave one after another, and the waiters in charge of reservations calling the customers who had not yet arrived to explain and promised the coupons as compensation, Manager Lu and the other employees in the store were very angry. To be involved in such a situation on the first day of business, no one would feel good in their heart. Tianming, on the other hand, crossed his legs and looked at the scene in front of him proudly. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he said calmly, "Old Lu, I've said it before. A wise man submits to circumstances. Have you been living like a dog all these years? If you don't even understand this, how can you be a store manager? You should go home as soon as possible." Manager Lu suppressed the anger in his heart and looked coldly at Tianming. Both sides had already shed all pretense of cordiality, and the other party had revealed their true intentions. Manager Lu was no longer as servile as before. If it weren't for the fact that there was no other way, who wouldn't want to straighten their backs and be a person? The corner of Superintendent Wu's mouth twitched as he said, "Brothers, investigate properly. Principal Tian said that if everyone works hard today, he'll treat us to supper later." Okay. The people from the Safety Bureau, the Environmental Protection Bureau, and the other departments all laughed and replied loudly. At this time, a taxi stopped at the entrance of Lingji Private Kitchen. Song Wei got out of the car and looked at the environment of the private kitchen with a hint of interest in her eyes. Song Wei had gone shopping with her best friend, Shui, so she didn't come with Song Qiming. She took a taxi directly from Wanbao Plaza. She strolled inside and was a little surprised. This was a restaurant that Xiao Ruofei had personally recommended. Why did the service feel so ordinary? Because when she walked in, she realized that there wasn't even anyone to welcome the guests. This private kitchen wasn't like an ordinary hotel. This kind of antique building structure was more complicated. It was a little strange that there was no one to guide the guests who came in for the first time. However, Song Wei didn't care. After bypassing the projector wall, she walked straight in. Superintendent Wu and the others were in the first central room and were about to spread out to investigate. When they saw someone coming in from outside, they all looked over. When Tianming saw that it was a classic beauty with a graceful figure, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Song Qiming had just taken office in Sanchon City, so naturally, no one knew Song Wei. In fact, at Tianming's level, he could barely be considered a second-generation official. Even if Song Wei became more famous in the circle of Sanchon City in the future, he wouldn't be qualified to meet her. Of course, Tian Mingyi didn't forget about business just because a beauty came. So, after he glanced at Song Wei greedily, he said casually, "Beauty, are you here to eat? This restaurant is closed today. You can go back now." Song Wei glanced at Tian Mingyi indifferently. She didn't pay attention to him at all and directly walked in front of him. Tian Mingyi smelled a fragrant wind and felt a little embarrassed. It turned out that this beauty didn't take him seriously at all. Manager Liu also thought that Song Wei was a customer who had booked a private room before, so he quickly stepped forward and bowed slightly. "Madam, I'm really sorry. There's an emergency tonight and we can't open for business. We'll compensate every customer who booked a private room." Song Wei frowned slightly and asked, "Can't open for business? Why?" "Well." Manager Liu hesitated. Song Wei looked at the so-called law enforcement officers in all kinds of uniforms and suddenly understood. She said indifferently, "This is the private room that Mr. Xia booked at Flying Snow Pavilion. He hasn't arrived yet?" Song Wei knew that Xiao Ruofei couldn't have come and left. If Xiao Ruofei had left because the restaurant was closed, he would have called Song Qiming to explain the situation before he left. Now that her father hadn't told her to change the location, it meant that either Xiao Ruofei hadn't arrived yet, or he was already in the private room. Manager Liu was stunned when he heard the words Flying Snow Pavilion. Then he quickly said, "So you're a customer of Flying Snow Pavilion? Please come in, please. Mr. Xia is already here. I'll get someone to bring you over right away." Song Wei gently nodded and smiled, "Thank you for your trouble." Manager Liu quickly waved his hand and called a waiter over, asking him to lead Song Wei to Flying Snow Pavilion in the backyard. Tian Mingyi also heard the conversation between the two. When he saw that Song Wei was still walking in, he couldn't help but stand up and say, "Old Liu, what do you mean by this? Didn't you hear what Director Wu said just now? How can you let a customer in? This is blatant defiance of law enforcement." Tian Mingyi knew that Flying Snow Pavilion was decided by the young man and woman just now. The woman was the vice president of Ling's restaurant, so when he learned that Song Wei was a customer of Flying Snow Pavilion, his displeasure was even more obvious. Director Huang also said with a gloomy face, "Manager Liu, your restaurant's attitude towards the inspection is very problematic. It seems that it's necessary to rectify it." Song Wei hadn't gone far. Hearing this, he turned around and asked with a slight frown, "Who are you?" Tian Mingyi said with a cheeky smile, "Can't you see who we are? Do you see our uniforms? We're from the Joint Inspection Team, and we're doing a surprise inspection of this restaurant." Song Wei looked at Tian Mingyi and the others meaningfully, then nodded and turned to continue walking in. Tian Mingyi's face turned cold as he shouted, "Stop! Didn't you hear what I said? This restaurant is closed today." Song Wei stopped again and looked back at Tian Mingyi coldly. When Tian Mingyi was glanced at by that cold gaze, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Song Wei grew up in a high-ranking cadre family, so she naturally had a dignified aura around her. It was just that she usually had a quiet temperament, so she wouldn't show it off. But just now, she had a trace of anger in her heart, so that dignified aura was unknowingly released. Tian Mingyi was a little unhappy with his timidity at that moment. Wasn't she just a good-looking girl? Could it be that he had something to be afraid of? Thinking of this, Tian Mingyi also glanced at Song Wei, not to be outdone. Song Wei said coldly, "If you didn't tell me, I would have thought that you were from the Public Security Bureau. Even the manager of the restaurant didn't stop me. What right do you have to restrict my personal freedom?" After that, Song Wei turned and walked inside. Tian Mingyi shouted angrily, "You, Principal Tian, Director Wu, you misunderstood." Manager Liu quickly explained, "This lady is our chairman's guest. She's not here to spend money, she's not here to eat." Tian Mingyi looked at Manager Liu and asked with a faint smile, "Do you think I'm a fool?" Director Wu frowned. He didn't want to complicate things. Anyway, he could find a reason to find fault. He could find a few reasons to fine tens of thousands of yuan and close the restaurant for 10 to 20 days. Then, this restaurant would be half closed. So, he winked at Tian Mingyi and said, "Okay, Manager Liu, let's not talk nonsense. Let's start the inspection." While Xiao Ruofei, Ling Xiaotian, and Ling Qingxue were making tea and chatting in the Flying Snow Pavilion, Song Wei was led to the private room by the waiter. As soon as Xiao Ruofei saw Song Wei, he immediately stood up with a smile and greeted, "Song Wei, you're here. Come in and sit down. Why didn't you come with Secretary Song?" Song Wei cast a grateful look at Xiao Ruofei, then said with a smile, "I was shopping outside in the afternoon, so I came directly." When Xiao Ruofei stood up, Ling Xiaotian and Ling Xianxia also stood up. When the father and daughter heard the conversation between Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei, they guessed that this lady should be Secretary Song's family. Xiao Ruofei also quickly said with a smile, "Let me introduce you. Song Wei, this is Mr. Ling Xiaotian, the chairman of Ling Ji Restaurant. Ling Ji Restaurant is a high-end restaurant under Ling Ji Restaurant. This beauty is Uncle Ling's daughter, the deputy general manager of Ling Ji Restaurant Group, Ling Xianxia." At this point, Xiao Ruofei smiled and added, "At the same time, she's my girlfriend." Then Xiao Ruofei introduced, "Uncle Ling, Xianxia, this is Song Wei. She's Song Qiming's beloved daughter." After hearing this, Song Wei was slightly stunned, and there was a hint of jealousy in her heart for no reason. However, even she didn't notice it. Soon, she adjusted her mood and greeted the two with a gentle smile on her face. When Ling Xiaotian and Ling Xianxia heard that Song Wei was Secretary Song's daughter, their attitude was naturally very warm. Only then did Song Wei know why Xiao Ruofei arranged for tonight's dinner at Ling Ji Restaurant. It turned out that he was related to Ling Ji Restaurant Group. When Ling Xiaotian heard this, she first subconsciously glanced at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei had a relaxed smile on his face as he nodded at Ling Xiaotian and said, "Uncle Ling, Song Wei is not an outsider. Just say what you want to say." Ling Xiaotian nodded and explained the cause and effect of the incident in detail. She didn't deliberately hide anything, nor did she exaggerate anything. She just described it objectively. Song Wei's face became more and more ugly after he heard it. Just now, he thought it was a normal spot check, but these law enforcement officers were a little rough at work. Now that he heard Ling Xiaotian's explanation, Song Wei realized that this so-called joint check was just a temporary group of bad friends formed by Tian Mingyi and Director Wu of the Health Supervision Office. This restaurant was opened by Xiao Ruofei's girlfriend's family. Xiao Ruofei definitely had the idea of helping this restaurant accumulate connections by arranging a meal at Ling Ji Private Kitchen tonight. And now, this group of people had already caused this restaurant to close down right under Xiao Ruofei's nose. And the reason for the whole thing was completely on Ling Ji Private Kitchen's side. Director Wu, Tian Mingyi, and the others were already so arrogant that it made people's hair stand on end. Song Wei said to Ling Xiaotian, "Chairman Ling, I really didn't expect that the law enforcement officers at the grassroots level would be so lawless. Don't worry, we will definitely give you justice for this matter." Ling Xiaotian said gratefully, "Thank you, Miss Song." Song Wei said seriously, "Speaking of which, my dad should be the one thanking you. If he didn't come here for dinner today, how could he have the chance to see the real situation?" At Song Qiming's level, every time he went to a unit below, everything he saw and heard was whitewashed. Even if he didn't say anything, it was difficult to hide from countless pairs of eyes. It wasn't easy to see the real situation. Song Wei nodded slightly at Ling Xiaotian, then took out his phone and called Song Qiming. At this time, Song Qiming and his wife were already on their way. The Audi drove smoothly on the road. Song Qiming took out his phone and looked at the caller ID. After he picked up the call, he asked with a smile, "Wei, where are you now?" "I'm telling you, don't be late." Song Wei said coquettishly, "I'm already here." "Dad, where are you now?" "We should be here soon." Song said, "What? Is my precious daughter tired of waiting? Is Xiaoxia here?" Song Wei said jokingly, "He's here, but, if you don't come, we won't be able to eat this meal." "What's the matter?" Song Qiming frowned slightly and asked. Song Wei thought for a while and said, "Let's wait for you to come. Seeing is believing. I'll wait for you at the door later." "You little girl, don't keep me in suspense." Song Qiming laughed and scolded. Song Wei said with a smile, "Okay, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Hurry up." After that, Song Wei hung up the phone and said to Ling Xiaotian, "Chairman Ling, my father will be here soon. I'll go to the door to greet him. Don't worry. I'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer." How could Ling Xiaotian be worried? Secretary Song was here in person, and his beloved daughter had already expressed her opinion. What was there to worry about? So he quickly said, then let's go out and greet him together. Song Wei said with a smile, no need, no need. I'll just wait outside. Although Song Wei said so, the person who came was the secretary of the Sanshan City Committee, the third most important person in the entire Southeast Province. How could Ling Xiaotian just sit in a private room and wait? No matter what the relationship between Xiao Ruofei and him was, he still had to be polite. Therefore, after a few more rejections, everyone still walked out together. Soon, the group arrived at the first central room. Ling Xiaotian did not see the people from the inspection team. He called a waiter to ask about the situation. Only then did he know that after the group of people found a lot of bones and eggs and found a lot of problems, they all went to the restaurant's kitchen. It seemed that they were ready to die. The kitchen was a very important place in a restaurant. At the same time, it was also a place where problems could easily occur. Tian Mingyi and Director Wu called everyone to the kitchen together. They were definitely going to find all kinds of problems. Song Wei snorted and said, Chairman Ling, let them do it. I'd like to see how lawless they can be. Ling Xiaotian smiled and said, well, we can't delay welcoming Secretary Song because of this kind of people. Let's go out first. Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue walked at the back. They couldn't help but secretly give Ling Xiaotian a thumbs up. Everyone arrived at the door of the private restaurant. After waiting for a while, they saw a black Audi steadily driving over. The car drove directly to the door of the private restaurant and stopped. Secretary Chao Guangji got out of the car first. He quickly walked to the back seat and opened the door. Driver Zhang also opened the door on the other side almost at the same time. Song Qiming and Feng Liyun got out of the car separately. They had already seen Xia Ruofei and the others standing at the door when they were in the car, so they immediately walked over as soon as they got out of the car. Song Qiming said with a smile, Xiao Xia, I'm treating today. As the host, I'm actually later than the guests. It's really not right. After Ling Qingxue heard this, she couldn't help but turn her head and look deeply at Xiao Ruofei. So it was really Secretary Song who treated this guy to a meal. I always thought he was bragging. Xiao Ruofei also smiled and said, Secretary Song, it's my fault. I wanted to see my girlfriend, so I came early. Girlfriend? Song Qiming raised his eyebrows slightly. He immediately looked at Ling Qingxue, who was holding Xiao Ruofei's arm. At this time, Song Wei said with a smile, Dad, Mom, you still don't know. This restaurant is owned by Ruofei's girlfriend. Then, Song Wei naturally introduced Ling Xiaotian and Ling Qingxue to Song Qiming. Ling Xiaotian and Ling Qingxue didn't dare to be negligent. They quickly came forward to greet Song Qiming. Because of Xiao Ruofei, Song Qiming's attitude was also very good. He took the initiative to shake hands with Ling Xiaotian and Ling Qingxue and exchanged a few pleasantries. At this time, Song Wei said, Dad, don't just focus on chatting. There's still something important. Song Qiming was slightly stunned and asked, what is it? You kept me in suspense over the phone just now. Can you tell me now? Song Wei said with a smile, let's go in first. Let's talk as we walk. Later, don't go to the private room first. I'll take you to the kitchen. What's there to see in the kitchen? Song Qiming asked, puzzled. Song Wei gestured to Xiao Ruofei and said, Ruofei, why don't you say it? Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, let Uncle Ling do it. He knows the situation better. Song Qiming also realized that something seemed to have happened. He couldn't help but frown and ask, what happened? Ling Xiaotian knew that it was time for her to speak up, so she cleared her throat and said, Secretary Song, the situation is like this. When Ling Xiaotian reported to Song Qiming, everyone didn't stop walking. They walked directly to the kitchen of the restaurant. In the kitchen, Manager Liu's face was ashen, and his heart had sunk to the bottom. He was already holding a stack of tickets in his hands. There were tickets from the Security Bureau, the Environmental Protection Bureau, the Urban Management Bureau, and of course, most of them were from the Sanitary Supervision Bureau. These people were obviously looking for trouble. They were just short of digging 3 feet into the ground. Their inspection standards were so strict that it made one's hair stand on end. The restaurant was newly renovated, and today was the first day of business, but they found a bunch of problems. There was dust above the door frame of the private room, the lid of the fire extinguisher box couldn't be opened and closed smoothly, the parking space was 5 millimeters narrower than the standard, and there were water stains on the wash basin in the bathroom. These so-called problems, which would make people laugh, were listed more than a dozen. Every time they found a problem, they would issue a ticket according to the limit. The total fine in Manager Liu's hands was tens of thousands of yuan. These people weren't looking for problems at all. It was even stricter than the standards of the Army's internal affairs inspection. For example, when Superintendent Wu touched the door frame with a brand new pair of white gloves, a grayish-black mark appeared on the white gloves. This was immediately listed as a problem. If this was the standard, not only would all the restaurants on the street be fined until they closed down, even the barracks in the army wouldn't be able to pass. Now, these people were all looking for problems in the kitchen. Tianmingyi followed behind them proudly and looked at Manager Liu mockingly from time to time. "There's oil stain on the stove," Director Wu exclaimed, making a fuss over nothing. Manager Liu's heart sank, and he quickly walked over. When he saw it, he almost fainted from anger. There was a small drop of oil stain on the clean stove that was almost invisible to the naked eye. It was probably accidentally dripped on it when the chefs were preparing the dishes. Also, it was obvious that it had been wiped, but it wasn't completely wiped clean. In fact, today was the first day of Lingji Private Kitchen's opening. The entire kitchen was bright and clean, and it could be said that it was much cleaner than the kitchens of most restaurants. But no matter how clean it was, it couldn't stand the fact that people were nitpicking. Manager Liu suppressed his anger and said, "Director Wu, this little mark, it shouldn't be. Are you going to inspect it or am I going to inspect it?" Director Wu reprimanded without holding back. "Do I need you to teach me the standards of inspection? I wouldn't dare," Manager Liu said, swallowing his anger. Director Wu glanced at Manager Liu and said, "The kitchen's hygiene standards are not up to standard. The fine is 5,000 yuan, and the restaurant will be closed for half a month. After half a month, we can only resume business after the re-inspection. Otherwise, the re-inspection will be done indefinitely." Manager Liu was shocked and couldn't help but exclaim, "What? Closed for half a month? You have a problem with that?" Director Wu glanced at Manager Liu and asked coldly. "Director Wu, if you want to fine us, we'll accept it, but to close for half a month is too cruel." Manager Liu gritted his teeth and said, "You all know what happened today. Why do you have to be so ruthless?" "LV Fengwen. What do you mean?" Director Wu shouted, "Are you saying that I'm abusing my position to avenge a private grudge?" Manager Liu thought to himself, even an idiot can see that. Why are you pretending? Both sides had already shed all pretense of cordiality, and Manager Liu wasn't going to tolerate it anymore. He snorted and said, "Isn't it? Touch your conscience and ask yourself, is there really a problem with our restaurant? Look at these tickets in my hands." Director Wu stared at Manager Liu and said, "Whether there's a problem or not, it's not up to you to decide. It's up to us to decide. I think there's a problem with your attitude. Brothers, check again. With such a big kitchen, are you afraid that you won't be able to find 8 or 10 problems?" Superintendent Wu's gang of scoundrels giggled in response, and began to split up to look for problems. "The dishcloth is too dirty, the bacteria is over the limit. The sewage outlet doesn't meet the standards. The refrigerator's hygiene is too bad. The ingredients are going bad. This is a big problem." After a while, this group of people found 6 or 7 problems out of thin air. Someone even grabbed a handful of spices and sprinkled it on the stove, then poured some cooking oil on it. Then, he took out his phone to take photos for evidence and listed it as one of the evidence of the hygiene not meeting the standards. Manager Liu was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He pointed at Director Wu and the rest and said, You've gone too far." Director Wu slowly walked in front of Manager Liu. He stared at Manager Liu with his cold eyes and said lightly, "We're bullying you, so what? Who asked you to be so unruly?" Tianmingyi laughed proudly and said, "Old Liu, didn't your boss teach you? You can't just offend anyone." Manager Liu panted and pointed at Director Wu and the rest and said, "You're using public office to avenge private grudges." I'm going to report this to your superiors. Director Wu exaggeratedly took a step back and said, I'm so scared. Please don't report me. Oh right, my supervisor is Principal Tian's father. Our director Tian is the most impartial person, please don't report this. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble. The group of people suddenly burst into laughter. Tian Mingyi laughed so hard that he almost cried. He pointed at Director Wu and said, Brother Wu, you're too funny. It's a waste that you're not an actor. Director Wu laughed and said, LV Fengwen, I think you haven't woken up yet, right? Report? Go ahead and do it now. Do you want me to tell you our department's complaint number? Manager Liu clenched his teeth and felt a wave of sadness in his heart. This group of people wore all kinds of uniforms, but none of them did anything. They were the dregs of society. Yet, these people could come to his door in the name of joint law enforcement to make things difficult for him. The king of hell was easy to meet, but the little devils were hard to deal with. This was the most realistic portrayal. At this time, Director Wu's face suddenly darkened and he said, in view of the many problems that were exposed during the inspection of Ling's private kitchen, the problems in the kitchen were especially prominent. Food safety is no small matter. Our joint inspection team has decided that Ling's private kitchen will be closed for 2 months. After that, Director Wu directly took a blank notice of closing for rectification from a staff member of the Health Supervision Department and filled it in. Then, he slapped it in Manager Liu's arms provocatively and said, if you have any objections to our decision, you can apply for a review through our superior department in charge. Of course, it's also your freedom to report whoever you want. When Manager Liu heard that the closure for half a month had been reduced to 2 months, he couldn't help but be shocked. He picked up the notice of closing for rectification with a blank expression and looked at the group of law enforcement officers, his heart full of sadness. At this time, Tian Mingyi walked up to Manager Liu proudly and said, Old Liu, you can't just offend anyone. Next time, remember to open your eyes wider, that is, if you can still run this shabby restaurant. After that, Tian Mingyi laughed and called out, brothers, let's go. Tonight, Diju nightclub, no one is allowed to miss out. Okay. Thank you, Principal Tian. Principal Tian is so forthright. This middle-aged man was none other than Song Qiming, the Deputy Secretary of the Southeastern Province Committee and the Secretary of the Sanshan City Committee. On the way from the door to the kitchen, Ling Xiaotian had already concisely reported the ins and outs of the matter to Song Qiming. The more Song Qiming listened, the angrier he became. Putting aside the relationship between Ling Xiaotian and Xiao Ruofei, the actions of Tian Mingyi, Superintendent Wu, and the others could be said to be audacious and unscrupulous. They completely regarded themselves as local tyrants, relying on their work to supervise these F&B companies to do whatever they wanted. One could see the whole picture from a single spot. If all the basic civil servants were of such quality and character, then how chaotic would the 3 mountains under his rule be? Of course, perhaps this was only a rare case, but for Song Qiming, it was intolerable. He was not obsessed with political cleanliness. People who were too rigid and did not know how to be flexible would not be able to reach such a high leadership position. However, this did not mean that he was unprincipled. On the contrary, he could accept some exchanges and games of political interests, but he could not tolerate the abuse of power by the basic civil servants who directly faced the masses. Not to mention that the restaurant was backed by Xiao Ruofei. This was a person that even Master Song highly praised, and who had saved his daughter's life. Putting aside his political influence, just Xiao Ruofei's superb medical skills alone were enough for Song Qiming to value him greatly. It was no exaggeration to say that being on good terms with Xiao Ruofei was equivalent to giving himself an extra life. Therefore, Song Qiming had already made up his mind to severely punish them, both for public and private reasons. A new broom sweeps clean, and this first fire will burn the construction of the cadre team in style. Song Qiming murderously said in his heart. After arriving at the kitchen door, Song Qiming was not in a hurry to go in. He stood quietly at the door. He had seen the ugliness of Tian Mingyi and the others. The anger in Song Qiming's heart burned even more fiercely. These people's arrogance and shamelessness were beyond his imagination. Manager Liu also walked behind the group of people with his head hung low. The first person he saw was not Song Qiming, but Ling Xiaotian beside Song Qiming. Manager Lu hurriedly called out, "Chairman, you're here." Manager Lu was also smiling bitterly in his heart. I don't know if the chairman took the wrong medicine today. He could have used a soft approach to solve the problem, but he just had to go against the other party. Now, even the suspension notice has been issued. What's the use of you coming over? After Tian Mingyi heard this, he assumed that Song Qiming, who was standing in the middle, was the chairman that Manager Lu was talking about. He walked over casually and said, "You're the owner of this shop? There's a big problem with your shop. Just now, Director Wu has issued a suspension notice. It's too late for you to plead now. You'd better rectify it properly." Song Qiming asked coldly, "Who are you?" Tian Mingyi curled his lips in disdain and said, "You're quite a busybody. Who I am has nothing to do with you. You'd better think about how to rectify it properly. Don't close down after opening for half a day. How dare you?" Song Qiming angrily rebuked, "What is the purpose of our party? To serve the people. Is this how you serve? You're simply lawless. Yo, yo, yo. Where did this big bad wolf come from?" Director Wu said contemptuously, "You're quite good at speaking official language. People who don't know you would think that you're the municipal party secretary." "Shut up." Chao Guangji was shocked by Director Wu's words. He quickly squeezed past Ling Xiaotian to the front and said angrily, "This is the municipal party secretary, Song Qiming. What kind of unit are you from? You're simply a B*****. He's the municipal party secretary?" Tian Mingyi sneered, "Then I'm the provincial party secretary." The group of people that Director Wu brought along all burst into laughter. Only Director Wu felt that something was wrong. He had an ominous premonition in his heart. He looked at Song Qiming. He saw that Song Qiming's face was as calm as still water. His eyes emitted a cold light as he stared coldly at the group of demons and monsters. Director Wu's heart trembled slightly. He couldn't help but rub his eyes and secretly look at Song Qiming. He had a tall and burly figure, a dignified square face, a pair of bright and spirited eyes, and his hair was neat and tidy. The more Director Wu looked at him, the more he felt that something was wrong. Although Song Qiming hadn't been in office for long, he appeared on the local news almost every day. Ordinary people might not care too much, and many people might not even know that the municipal party secretary had changed, but the civil servants would more or less pay attention to it. This was a big deal in the officialdom. Although Director Wu was a small official, he was very good at currying favor, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get close to Tian Mingyi. Therefore, he watched the Sansha news almost every day. Just now, he preconceived that Song Qiming was Ling Xiaotian. Plus, there was still a difference between what he saw on TV and what he saw in person, so he didn't recognize him. Furthermore, he would never have dreamed that the secretary of the municipal committee would suddenly come to a private restaurant like this. How could he be so humble? After Chao Guangji angrily scolded Tian Mingyi, Director Wu finally felt that something was wrong. He secretly looked at Song Qiming a few times. His heart began to tremble, and his legs became weak. This person really seems to be Secretary Song. At this moment, Director Wu was so dispirited that he almost fainted. At this time, Tian Mingyi was still proudly saying, "There are really all kinds of people in this day and age. There's actually someone who pretends to be the municipal party secretary." "Shut up." Superintendent Wu was so scared that he quivered and hurriedly shouted to stop him. Tian Mingyi was also shocked by Director Wu. He looked at Director Wu strangely and said, "Brother Wu, what's wrong with you?" Director Wu didn't have time to explain to Tian Mingyi. He almost crawled in front of Song Qiming and stuttered, "Song. Kiki. Secretary Song. Kiki." His teeth couldn't help but chatter, and he couldn't speak clearly. His back was suddenly soaked with cold sweat. As soon as Chief Wu said this, the kitchen suddenly quieted down. Even if a needle dropped, it could be heard clearly. Everyone's mouth was wide open, and they looked at Director Wu and Song Qiming in disbelief. Panic quietly spread in this deathly silence. Is this person really the municipal party secretary? Tian Mingyi couldn't believe it, but he had to believe it. Unless Director Wu suddenly lost his mind, how could he be so scared? Tian Mingyi felt as if he had been doused with a bucket of ice water. He felt cold from head to toe. His legs couldn't help but tremble, and he even felt the urge to pee, just now, he had spoken rudely to Secretary Song and said a lot of sarcastic words. It felt good to ridicule him, but now, even his intestines were turning green with regret. When he thought about what he had said to the head of the provincial party committee, the head of Sanshan, Tianming almost fainted. Maybe it would be easier to just faint, but now, every second was torture for him. Song Qiming still didn't say a word. He glanced at the group of people coldly. No one dared to look at Song Qiming's majestic eyes. They all lowered their heads guiltily. Director Wu gathered his courage and said, Secretary Song, we are a joint inspection team made up of health, environmental protection, safety supervision, industry and commerce, taxation, urban management, and other departments. We are doing a spot check on this restaurant. Just now, we didn't recognize you, so, Song Qiming looked at Director Wu indifferently and asked, spot check? Then did you find any problems? Director Wu hesitated for a moment, and a trace of embarrassment flashed in his eyes. Now, even a fool could see that Song Qiming was on the side of the restaurant. Moreover, the problems they found were not valid. If the other party had no power or influence, these so-called problems could still be used against them, no matter how ridiculous they were. But now, if they still brought it out, then they really treated Secretary Song as a fool. Seeing this, Lin Xiaotian winked at Manager Liu without batting an eyelid. Manager Liu, who had been suppressing his anger for a long time, immediately came forward and said in a loud voice, Secretary Song, they found 17 major and minor problems, and issued a fine for each of them. They also gave us a notice of suspension of business for 2 months. After that, Manager Liu handed the large stack of fines and notices to Song Qiming with both hands. Song Qiming took it, and Director Wu hurriedly said, Secretary Song, these problems. Song Qiming raised his head and looked at Director Wu coldly. Director Wu's weak explanation was immediately swallowed back. Song Qiming then began to flip through the fines in his hands. Oil stains on the stove, dirty rag, stale ingredients. Song Qiming read as he read, there are so many problems. Song Qiming's lips curled into a mocking smile. Tianming and the others were silent. Director Wu had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, Secretary Song, our law enforcement standards may be slightly stricter because the city has recently been building a civilized city, and the higher-ups have instructed us to vigorously reorganize the food and beverage industry, so you can nitpick on the bones in an egg? Song Qiming suddenly raised his head and stared into Director Wu's eyes. He asked in a cold tone, you can create problems when there are no problems? Can you explain what's going on with the seasoning and cooking oil on the stove over there? Director Wu's whole body trembled. He stuttered and couldn't say a word. It was the scene where his group of friends had knocked over the condiment box in front of Manager Liu, and then poured some vegetable oil on it to artificially concoct the concoction. When Song Qiming arrived at the kitchen door, he just happened to see this ugly scene. What you hear may be false, but seeing is believing. Just now, he had heard so much from Ling Xiaotian, but the anger in his heart was not as great as when he saw this scene with his own eyes. We. Director Wu was completely at a loss. Song Qiming coldly snorted, looked at Tianming, and asked faintly, which unit are you from? Tianming was the most arrogant just now. Even after Chao Guangji came out and revealed Song Qiming's identity, this person still mocked and ridiculed, so Song Qiming remembered him first. Tianming was scared out of his wits. Under Song Qiming's majestic gaze, he trembled and said, Reporting. Secretary Song, I'm the vice principal of Zhonglo Central Elementary School. Song Qiming's expression was cold. Then can you explain why a vice principal of an elementary school like you is here? Could it be that the scope of joint law enforcement has expanded to the point that even elementary schools have to send people to participate? Secretary Song, Tianming's face was sad. He didn't know how to explain. In fact, he couldn't explain it. They were not in the right at all. Song Qiming looked at Tianming with disgust. He no longer had the interest to talk to this kind of small fry. He directly said to Chao Guangji, Little Chao, call the leaders of those units and ask them to come to me to pick up the people. Yes. Chao Guangji immediately said. Tianming, Director Wu, and the others almost collapsed on the ground. They knew that their political life was completely over. And for someone like Tian Mingyi, it was very likely that his father would be implicated. For an ordinary restaurant owner, Tian Feilong, the deputy director of the health bureau, was absolutely a great god. He was someone that they couldn't offend. But for Song Qiming, the municipal committee secretary, dealing with Tian Feilong was just a matter of a few words. Song Qiming said to Ling Xiaotian with a pleasant expression, "Director Ling, please find a room and send a few security guards to watch over these people." Ling Xiaotian immediately said, "Okay. Anyway, all the guests tonight have been driven away by them. There are plenty of empty rooms." Song Qiming showed a trace of apology and said, "Director Ling, I will definitely give you justice for what happened today." "Thank you, Secretary Song," Ling Xiaotian said sincerely. Song Qiming smiled and nodded. Then he said to Chao Guangxi, "When they come, ask them to pick up the people from their units and wait in the private room." "Okay, Secretary Song," Chao Guangxi quickly said. At this time, Xiao Ruofei, who had been watching from the side, said with a smile, "Secretary Song, let's go to the private room and sit." Ling Xiaotian also quickly said, "Yes, yes, yes, Ruofei, Qingxue, please treat Secretary Song and his family well. I will personally cook a few dishes for Secretary Song to express my gratitude." Song Qiming said with a smile, "Director Ling, it's rare to see someone as rich as you personally cook. Looks like I'm in for a treat today." Ling Xiaotian quickly said, "It's our honor to have Secretary Song visit our restaurant. It's nothing for me to cook a few dishes. Secretary Song, please." Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue led the way in front. Soon, everyone arrived at the Flying Snow Pavilion. Song Qiming also praised the elegant and quiet environment of the Flying Snow Pavilion. After everyone sat down in the private room, Ling Qingxue immediately sat beside the coffee table and personally made tea for everyone. Xiao Ruofei also knew what Song Qiming and his family were thinking. He didn't want them to eat with worries, so he said with a smile, "Uncle Song, Auntie Fong, since there's still some time, let me check on Song Wei first. I'll decide on the next treatment plan so that you can eat in peace." In front of outsiders, Xiao Ruofei still called Song Qiming Secretary Song, but now that everyone in the private room was on the same side, Xiao Ruofei followed Song Qiming's request and called him Uncle Song. Xiao Ruofei had just briefly told Ling Qingxue about the situation, including Song Wei's illness, so she wasn't too surprised. She still focused on making tea. The tea leaves she used were the top-grade Dahongpo tea that Xiao Ruofei had given to Ling Xiaotian. Song Qiming and Feng Liyun were overjoyed. "Then we'll have to trouble you, Ruofei." Xiao Ruofei smiled at Song Wei and said, "Come on. Let me feel your pulse first." Song Wei smiled sweetly and walked to the chair next to Xiao Ruofei to sit down. He stretched out his white arm and put it on the armrest of the chair. After Xiao Ruofei absorbed the knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine from the Jade Talisman, his medical skills were on a completely different level from when he treated Song Wei. He steadily stretched out his finger and put it on Song Wei's pulse. He had the demeanor of a master. Xiao Ruofei's eyes were slightly closed, and the expression on her face was as calm as ever. When Song Qiming and his wife saw Xiao Ruofei's expression, they were already half relieved. When they heard Xiao Ruofei's words, they let out a long sigh of relief. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "The situation is very good. The toxins in Song Wei's body have been reduced a lot. It seems that the first course of treatment was right." Feng Liyan quickly said, "Ruofei, your diagnosis is just right for 301's blood test results. Then, the next treatment." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Auntie Feng, I prepared the medicine for the next course of treatment. You can take it back later and take it according to the first course of treatment." Song Qiming laughed happily and said, "It seems that Ruofei already has a card up his sleeve. Otherwise, why would he prepare the medicine in advance?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Confidence is one thing, but you still have to check it yourself to be sure. Doctors have to be responsible for their patients. Moreover, Song Wei is the apple of your eye." Song Wei's pretty face blushed slightly and said, "Ruofei, thank you so much this time." Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. "You're welcome, we're all family." Ling Qingxue, who was making tea, couldn't help but sneak a glance at Xiao Ruofei. She thought to herself, this guy smiles when he sees a beautiful woman, and his service attitude is so good. Could it be that he's interested in Secretary Song's daughter? However, Ling Qingxue quickly felt that she was overthinking things. What was Secretary Song's status? Moreover, his family already knew that Xiao Ruofei and she were in a relationship. Under such circumstances, how could Xiao Ruofei have any ideas about Song Wei? Although Ling Qingxue was thinking nonsense, her hands were not messed up at all. Soon, a strong tea fragrance wafted in the room. Secretary Song, Mrs. Song, please have some tea. Ling Qingxue smiled and placed the teacups in front of them. Thank you. Song Qiming and Fang Liyun knew that Ling Qingxue was Xiao Ruofei's girlfriend, so they were very kind to her. Song Wei didn't wait for Ling Qingxue to get up. He took the initiative to take a cup of tea and said with a smile, I can take it myself. Thank you, Qingxue. Song Qiming gently smelled the fragrance of the tea, then took a sip, revealing a trace of intoxication. After a while, he praised, good tea. Miss Ling, I didn't expect to be able to taste such good de Hong Pao here. Ling Qingxue pursed her lips and said with a smile, Secretary Song, this tea was given to my father by Ruofei. Song Qiming laughed and said, so it's Ruofei's filial piety to my father-in-law. Then, he would definitely take the best tea leaves. Huh? Ruofei, why do I feel that the taste of this tea is a bit familiar? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Secretary Song, did you drink it at Master Song's place? I also gave some of these tea leaves to the old chief. Song Qiming immediately said, now that you mention it, I remember. I asked the old chief for some of these tea leaves, but he refused to give it to me. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, if Secretary Song likes it, I'll send some over later. Then I'll thank you in advance. Song Qiming was overjoyed. Fang Liyun looked at her husband with some disdain and said, Old Song, Ruofei helped treat Wei Wei's illness, and we haven't thanked him yet. Why did you ask him for tea leaves? Song Qiming said with an innocent expression, I didn't ask Ruofei for it. He gave it to me of his own accord. Fang Liyun rolled her eyes at Song Qiming and said, since you said so, how could he not give it to you? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh and said, Auntie Fang, it's nothing. These tea leaves are homegrown, and they're not worth much. Ling Qingxue looked at them from the side, and her beautiful eyes were shining. She could see that Xiao Ruofei and Song Qiming were very familiar with each other, and Song Qiming didn't have the arrogance of a provincial minister in front of Xiao Ruofei at all. They were completely equal. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but feel a burst of pride. While everyone was talking happily, Ling Xiaotian put on a white chef suit and was busy in the kitchen. Tian Mingyi and the others still wanted to beg Ling Xiaotian for mercy, but they were unceremoniously driven out of the kitchen by Ling Xiaotian's security guards. Now, the most important thing was to make the next few dishes. He had long been disgusted with this group of unscrupulous people who used public resources for private purposes. How could he be nice to them? Ling Xiaotian was busy in the kitchen, and the restaurant's chef, who was also his disciple, was helping him. Soon, several dishes with the characteristics of Sanshan were cooked. They looked, smelled, and tasted good. Lychee meat, stir-fried crispy chicken, clams and chicken soup, tofu oysters, roasted pork trotters, the traditional Sanshan dishes tended to be sweet. Ling Xiaotian thought that Song Qiming's family lived in the southwest region all year round, so they might have a spicy taste. He personally led the chef of Ling's private kitchen to make several traditional Sichuan dishes, such as pickled fish with pickled cabbage and duck blood curd. When Ling Xiaotian and the waiter pushed the dining cart to Flying Snow Pavilion, they heard laughter inside, and Ling Qingshue's voice could be heard. They must be talking happily. Ling Xiaotian was very happy in his heart. He knocked on the door and led the waiter into the private room. He smiled and said, Secretary Song, sorry to keep you waiting. Song Qiming stood up and said with a gentle smile, President Ling, thank you for your hard work. Come and sit down. Putting aside the relationship between Xiao Ruofei and Ling Xiaotian, a billionaire cooking for him was also a big deal. When Xiao Ruofei saw the waiter serving the dishes, he remembered that he had prepared Buddha jumps over the wall. He smiled and said, Uncle Ling, please greet Secretary Song and the others first. I also prepared a gift for you for the opening of the restaurant. Go and get it in the car. Ling Xiaotian was stunned for a moment. He smiled and said, You child, we're all family. Why did you prepare a gift? Besides, it's not too late to get the gift after dinner. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, my gift can only be given before dinner. Everyone, please wait for a moment. After that, Xiao Ruofei stood up and left the private room quickly. Ling Xiaotian looked at Song Qiming and shook his head with a smile. He said, this child, he's keeping us in suspense, young people. They're energetic. Song Qiming smiled and said, our Weiwei is too quiet. She's a girl, but she loves to study ancient tombs and historical unsolved cases. Song Wei pouted coquettishly and said, Dad, aren't we talking about Ruofei? Why are you talking about me again? Song Qiming laughed and said, why can't I talk about you? Speaking of which, you're 1 or 2 years younger than Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei walked quickly through the courtyard and came to the parking lot outside. He took out the incubator from the trunk and carried it back to the flying snow pavilion. Ruofei, what is it? You're so mysterious. Ling Qingxue asked with a smile. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and put the incubator on the table. He opened the buckle and said with a smile, the answer will be revealed soon. After that, Xiao Ruofei opened the lid of the incubator and put on a pair of insulating gloves that he had prepared in advance. He then took out the small wine jar that contained the Buddha jumps-over-the-wall soup. Xiao Ruofei kept them in suspense for so long that Song Qiming's family and Ling Xiaotian's father and daughter's attention had long been attracted. When they saw Xiao Ruofei take out a small Shaoxing wine jar, they felt very strange. Could it be that he spent so much effort just to take out a jar of wine? Only Ling Xiaotian could faintly see it. If it was just a jar of wine, why would he put it in the incubator so carefully? She also noticed that Xiao Ruofei wore insulating gloves when he took out the wine jar. Hence, Ling Xiaotian immediately asked hesitantly, Ruofei, this is the Buddha jumps-over-the-wall soup. The reason why he was hesitant was because he felt that it was a little unexpected that his son-in-law would give a jar of Buddha jumps-over-the-wall soup. He was a chef with great culinary skills, and Lingji Private Kitchen was a specialty restaurant in the Three Mountains. Of course, Buddha jumps-over-the-wall soup was on the menu. Not only did Ling Xiaotian know how to cook this dish, but even his disciples all knew how to cook it. Under such circumstances, Xiao Ruofei took out a jar of Buddha jumps-over-the-wall soup as a congratulatory gift. No matter how she thought about it, it felt a little strange. Hence, although Ling Xiaotian guessed a little, she didn't dare to be sure. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, it's the Buddha jumps-over-the-wall soup, but it's a little different from the Buddha jumps-over-the-wall soup that you usually eat. Since Secretary Song is here today, I'll treat everyone to a taste of my cooking. Song Qiming said with great interest, this is the most famous dish in the Three Mountains. Ruofei cooked it himself? Then we'll have to try it properly. Ling Xiaotian felt like laughing. I've been cooking Buddha jumps-over-the-wall soup for dozens of years, and this fellow actually used a jar of his own Buddha jumps-over-the-wall soup as a congratulatory gift? This was really a bit of a maverick. However, although he thought that way, he didn't want to embarrass Xiao Ruofei in front of Song Qiming's family. Hence, he laughed and said, I didn't expect Ruofei to know how to cook. Our Qingxue is going to have a lot of good food in the future. Ling Qingxue's face was a little hot, but she felt sweet in her heart. She rolled her eyes at Xiao Ruofei and said, how can his culinary skills be compared to yours? I think. Ling Qingxue stopped halfway, because at that moment, a unique fragrance started to spread in the room. Xiao Ruofei had already opened the jar that was sealed with lotus leaves. When cooking Buddha jumps-over-the-wall soup, sealing it was also a very important process. Obviously, Xiao Ruofei had done this almost perfectly. When Xiao Ruofei took out the small Shaoxing wine jar, it looked very ordinary, and there wasn't even a trace of the smell inside. However, after Xiao Ruofei opened the sealed lotus leaves, the fragrance attracted everyone's attention. Even Ling Xiaotian was no exception. He even took a few deep breaths without caring about his image, and his face revealed a surprised expression. Song Qiming laughed and said, not bad, Ruofei. Just smelling this aroma is enough to make my fingers itch. Xiao Ruofei immediately said, Secretary Song, Auntie Fong, please have a taste. After saying that, Xiao Ruofei called for the waiter to bring a few bowls over, and he personally served the dishes to everyone. In this Buddha jumps-over-the-wall soup, there were dozens of main ingredients and supplementary ingredients. There were also some dishes that were carefully prepared. For example, the abalone, sea cucumber, fish pond, and fish gelatin, which were more precious ingredients, naturally had to be included in every bowl. In addition, the special pigeon eggs and pig trotters were also evenly distributed. Very quickly, Xiao Ruofei filled a few big bowls, and the waiter immediately came over to bring these bowls to Song Qiming and the others. After being stirred just now, the extremely tempting aroma became even more intense. Dozens of precious ingredients influenced each other, and there was a mixture of you and me. After being absorbed and enhanced by the secret Chinese medicine recipe, the aroma was very special, as if it could attract the gluttonous worms in people's hearts. Song Qiming picked up the chopsticks and said with a smile, "Ruofei, then we won't stand on ceremony." Xiao Ruofei extended his hand and gestured for them to eat. Then, he picked up a pair of chopsticks himself. This was his first time cooking Buddha jumps over the wall soup, and he didn't even open the seal after he finished cooking it. Therefore, he was very much looking forward to seeing what it would taste like. The two youngest people, Xianxia and Song Wei, were the fastest. Even beautiful women couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food. They quickly picked up the chopsticks and spoons and chose the tiger skin and pigeon eggs at the same time. As they blew on it, they put it into their mouths and carefully bit into the skin. After testing the temperature, they took big bites. On the other side, Song Qiming, his wife, and Ling Xiaotian also chose their favorite dishes and started tasting them. After Song Qiming tasted a piece of abalone, he immediately praised, "The taste is really very good. Ruofei, after I came to Sanshan, I've eaten Buddha jumps over the wall soup twice, but it wasn't as good as the one you made today." Song Qiming was a leader of the provincial party committee. Although he hadn't been in office for long, he had attended some foreign affairs activities or receptions to receive foreign guests. The Buddha jumps over the wall soup for such occasions was naturally the most authentic. It was directly customized from Jiuquan Garden, which was said to be the birthplace of Buddha jumps over the wall soup. However, just as Song Qiming said, even the authentic Buddha jumps over the wall soup in Jiuquan Garden wasn't as good as the one he made today. After Fang Liyun tasted 2 pieces of native duck meat, she also said a lot of praises. However, Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, and Ling Xiaotian didn't say anything. The two beauties were mainly busy. After eating the shark fin, they immediately ate the sea cucumber. They didn't have time to talk at all. As for Ling Xiaotian, she was more shocked. He was the most knowledgeable person today. After tasting the fish gelatin and the Buddha jumps over the wall soup, he immediately felt that Xiao Ruofei's special gift was different from the rest. Ling Xiaotian immediately tasted the other ingredients carefully. Then, she closed her eyes slightly and revealed an intoxicated expression. After a while, Ling Xiaotian said, "Ruofei, I really admire you. I've been cooking Buddha jumps over the wall soup for decades, and I feel like I've only truly tasted the authentic Buddha jumps over the wall soup today." Xiao Ruofei said embarrassedly, "Uncle Ling, actually, this is my first time cooking." Ling Xiaotian's eyes widened. He looked up to the sky and sighed, "You. That's too much of a blow." Suddenly, there was laughter in the private room. Song Qiming and the others also smiled and nodded. They all felt that Xiao Ruofei's Buddha jumps over the wall soup was very delicious, but they couldn't tell what was so good about it. Among the people present, Ling Xiaotian was the one who had the most right to speak. Ling Xiaotian looked at Xiao Ruofei with a complicated expression. She cleared her throat and said, "Because Buddha jumps over the wall soup involves a lot of ingredients, some people who don't understand this dish think that it's just a pot of messy stew. Actually, this is a big mistake. Buddha jumps over the wall soup has to be meticulous from the start. Some people say that this is already a kind of culinary art." As Ling Xiaotian spoke, she used her chopsticks to pick up a few ingredients in her bowl. She said, "Obviously, Ruofei's Buddha jumps over the wall soup strives for perfection when it comes to the selection of ingredients. Especially the abalones, which are very high-quality reticulated abalones. The meat is soft and tough, and the taste is excellent. The other ingredients are also the best." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but nod secretly. It seemed like this future father-in-law of his was really a knowledgeable person. The abalones grew in the sea of the Ringtu space since they were young. In terms of quality, they were undoubtedly the best among all the ingredients. Ling Xiaotian was still talking. The preparation of the ingredients is the most important thing in the cooking process of Buddha jumps over the wall soup. Even the order of placing the ingredients and stewing them is very particular. Just the processing of the shark's fin alone is very complicated. First, you have to water it, remove the sand, cover the fatty meat, put it in the steamer, and steam it over a large fire. When you take it out, you have to remove the fatty meat. Then, you have to add the abalones, fish maw, fish lips, and other ingredients. After they are swollen, you have to simmer them with the chicken soup that you have prepared beforehand. Of course, this is the processing process that I know of. Maybe Ruafe has a unique secret, which is why this Buddha jumps over the wall soup is so different. Song Qiming and the others couldn't help but nod. An expert was indeed an expert. What she said was very clear and logical. Ling Xiaotian looked at Xia Ruafe, but he smiled without saying anything, as if he didn't want to reveal the secret behind it. Ling Xiaotian smiled and continued, let's look at this Buddha jumps over the wall soup. First of all, the soup is thick and brown in color. Furthermore, there is a rich gelatinous substance in the soup. After drinking the soup, everyone can even feel that their lips are stuck to the soup. This means that the gelatinous substance in the ingredients has been fully integrated into the soup. There are so many seafood and mountain delicacies, yet the combined taste is not invasive at all. The taste is wonderful, just like the 9 twists and turns of Mount Wui. From time to time, there are twists and turns. The more Ling Xiaotian spoke, the more passionate she became. Shark's fin, abalone, hoof tendon, mushroom, pigeon egg. Mellow but not greasy, soft and tender, mellow and smooth, with a mouthful of mellow flavor. Well said. Song Qiming smiled and said, after Mr. Ling's explanation, we found out that this small jar of Buddha jumps over the wall soup has so much to pay attention to. Ruafe, you're amazing. Without waiting for Xiao Ruafe to say a few humble words, Song Wei also smiled and said, I also have some feelings. This gentle, uncompetitive, and long-lasting Buddha jumps over the wall soup is like the happiness of knowing one's destiny. It's as if time has turned it into a flavor that can be passed down for hundreds of years. Xiao Ruafe laughed and said, you guys. You're praising me too much. Especially Song Wei, you're indeed a top student of Yenjing University. Your comments can be used as advertising slogans. Song Wei smiled sweetly and said, feel free to use it. We won't charge you any copyright fees. Everyone laughed again. Xiao Ruafe called out, come, come, come. Let's eat, let's eat. Buddha jumps over the wall soup should be eaten while it's hot. Tonight's banquet had Xiao Ruafei's Buddha jumps over the wall soup as the main dish, and Ling Xiaotian personally cooked the specialties of Sanshan. Ling Xiaotian used a large amount of Taoyuan vegetables to cook the dishes, and the wine they drank was naturally the special Zui Ba Xian that Xiao Ruafei had added the solution of the spirit heartflower's petals. He also specially prepared 2 bottles of Semelan, which had been aged in the Ring 2 space, for the 3 ladies. Therefore, the standard of tonight's banquet was quite high. Even Song Qiming's family, who had seen a lot of things, ate with relish and was full of praises. The atmosphere of the banquet was quite good. Song Qiming didn't put on any airs as the city committee secretary. He laughed and chatted with Ling Xiaotian, and even asked about the company's operations. The secretary's concern naturally made Ling Xiaotian very happy. He knew that from today onwards, as long as his company operated legally in Sanshan City, he wouldn't have to worry about those bad guys. Everyone ate and chatted. The banquet lasted for 3 hours. Everyone seemed to have forgotten that there was a large group of people sitting on pins and needles in a private room outside. The Health Department, the Industry and Commerce Department, the Tax Bureau, the Security Bureau, the Urban Management Bureau. All the leaders of the units that had participated in the joint inspection today rushed to Lingji Private Kitchen within half an hour. Not only did the Health Department's director come, but the Deputy Director, Tian Feilong, also rushed over with his fat body. Because he had to deal with this matter, Chao Guangji didn't attend Xiao Ruafei's banquet. He only asked Manager Lu to prepare a working meal for him. As for Tian Mingyi and the others, Manager Lu naturally didn't care about their lives and let them starve. In fact, none of these people had the appetite to eat. They all looked as if their parents had died. When those directors arrived at Lingji Private Kitchen, Chao Guangji was immersed in a large bowl of seafood noodles. Manager Lu originally wanted to arrange a sumptuous meal, but Chao Guangji politely declined. As the secretary of a leader, there were some occasions where he wasn't qualified to be present. He always ate a bowl of noodles to solve the problem of eating. Moreover, the secretary personally gave him a task today. Manager Lu had no choice but to comply with Chao Guangji's wishes since he was so insistent. However, this bowl of seafood noodles was personally prepared by the chef. Moreover, there weren't many noodles in it. Most of it was excellent seafood, and the bowl was filled with ingredients like big 9-section prawns and abalones. Director Chao. The health department's director's son called out with a heart full of anxiety. Chao Guangji raised his head and looked at the group of leaders of the various departments indifferently. He said calmly, "All the leaders are here? Please go to the private room next door to claim your people. The secretary has given instructions. Everyone can just wait in the private room." How could these directors be in the mood to claim their people? Although they were confused at the beginning, this was a personal call from the secretary of the secretary. Moreover, this matter involved Secretary Song, so on the way here, they had already called to understand the situation. These directors were all scared out of their wits. In their hearts, they were cursing the people who participated in the joint inspection. Now, they wanted to get some information from Chao Guangji. At least, they wanted to know what the secretary's attitude was. Therefore, Director Sun of the Health Department hesitated for a moment and carefully said, "Director Chao, it's all because of our lax management. That's why our subordinates caused such a mess. They even offended Secretary Song. You shouldn't be saying this to me." Chao Guangji finished the bowl of noodles, put down the bowl, and stood up. He said, "Director Sun, let's wait for the secretary to finish eating and see what instructions he has." Although these directors were all divisional-level cadres, Chao Guangji was more like a leader. Moreover, no one felt that it was inappropriate. How could the staff around the leader be judged by their ranks? Moreover, today, they had to ask for Chao Guangji's help. Tian Mingyi's father, Tian Feilong, the deputy director of the health department, quickly said, "Director Chao, it's all my fault. I didn't discipline my child well enough. That's why such a big thing happened. Please help us. Otherwise, the secretary will blame us." When Chao Guangji faced Director Sun and the others, he at least maintained a polite attitude. However, when facing Tian Feilong, he didn't give him a good look. Tian Feilong's son even scolded Secretary Song today. Moreover, he was the initiator of today's incident. Chao Guangji's face was slightly cold. He asked, "Deputy Director Tian, how do you want me to help you in this situation? What I can tell you is that the secretary is very angry. You'd better be mentally prepared." "Well, that's all I have to say. Everyone, go and claim your people first." In the officialdom, when addressing a person's position, the word deputy would be removed. This was the most basic common sense. However, Chao Guangji directly addressed Tian Feilong as Deputy Director Tian. This showed that he already quite hated this person. When Director Sun and the others heard this, their hearts were beating like drums. Each of them had a long face. However, they also knew that they couldn't count on Chao Guangji. They could only go to the private room next door to understand the specific situation. Therefore, this group of directors walked into the private room next door in an extremely angry mood. When they saw this group of people who seemed to have lost their souls, these directors suddenly became angry. Especially Tian Feilong, he rushed up and directly slapped Tian Mingyi. A clear handprint suddenly appeared on Tian Mingyi's cheek. It was obvious that he didn't hold back at all. "Dad." Tian Mingyi was also stunned. "Don't call me Dad." Tian Feilong was so angry that his whole body trembled. "You bastard, do you have to kill me to be happy?" As he spoke, Tian Feilong couldn't help but want to beat this bastard. When Director Sun saw this, he frowned and said in a low voice, "Tian, what are you doing? The most important thing now is to clarify the matter and quickly find a way to remedy it." What Director Sun meant was that if you want to teach your son a lesson, go home and teach him a lesson. Today, everyone was so miserable because of your son. Who would be in the mood to see you act like a parent here? Tian Feilong's raised hand stopped in midair. He felt a little bitter in his heart. He could see that Director Sun was very dissatisfied with him. Tian Filong glared at Tian Mingi and said, "Tell me what happened today honestly. If you dare to hide anything, I will beat you to death when we get home." Tian Mingi didn't dare to hide anything. Everything he did was caught red-handed by Secretary Song. So, he spilled the beans like a bamboo tube. Then, he said with a long face, "Dad, I really didn't know that the background of this shop was so big. I didn't know that he was Secretary Song." After Tian Filong heard this, he almost fell to the ground. The situation was 100 times worse than the worst that he had imagined. His precious son actually pointed at Secretary Song's nose and scolded him. Moreover, these guys were caught red-handed by Secretary Song. Under such circumstances, even if he had a glib tongue, he couldn't refute at all. Moreover, with Song Qiming's level, if he made up his mind to deal with someone, would he need to listen to other people's explanations? Tian Filong knew his own situation too well. He couldn't afford to be investigated at all. He felt that the sky was about to fall. After Director's son and the other directors heard this, they looked at Tian Filong and his son with dissatisfaction. What should we do?" Tian Filong murmured as he held his head in his hands. Director's son looked at Tian Filong with some disgust and said coldly, "What else can we do?" Wait. After understanding the situation, Director's son wasn't as worried as before. He would definitely be implicated in this matter. After all, the director was in charge of the overall work, so he had to at least take the leadership responsibility. However, with Tian Filong standing up for him, his situation wasn't as bad as imagined. As for Tian Filong, Director's son had already sentenced his political life to death in his heart. The atmosphere in the private room was unusually dull. No one spoke. They just waited like they were sitting on pins and needles. Under such circumstances, time seemed to pass extremely slowly. Everyone felt incomparably tormented. Most of these directors hadn't had time to eat dinner yet. Many of them were called over by Chao Guangji from social gatherings. They waited until 9 o'clock. All of them were hungry, but no one dared to complain. As for Manager Liu, he already hated these people. Naturally, he wouldn't be kind enough to prepare dinner for them. Now, he also knew that Secretary Song was personally supporting his shop, so he was quite confident. At around 9:30, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open. Director Sun and the others looked up at the same time. They saw Chao Guangji standing at the door and making a gesture of invitation. Then, Song Qiming's tall figure walked in from outside. After Song Qiming came in, Ling Xiaotian and her father, as well as Xiao Ruofei, also walked in. As for Fang Liyun and Song Wei, they didn't follow. When Song Qiming dealt with official business, they never participated or interfered. It had been a habit for many years. Director Sun and the others hurriedly stood up. Secretary Song. "Hello, Secretary." Everyone greeted Song Qiming with a guilty conscience. Song Qiming's sharp eyes swept across the people in the room, then he calmly asked, "Is everyone here?" Chao Guangji immediately said, "Secretary, a total of 7 directors and directors are all here." Song Qiming nodded and said, "Since everyone is here, let's have a meeting today." After that, Song Qiming took out a stack of tickets and the notice of suspension of business from his pocket and said, "Comrades, this new restaurant that has been open for less than a day, whether it's the kitchen or the private room, is almost spotless. But our so-called joint inspection team found 10 or 20 problems and even issued a notice of suspension of business. Is this normal?" Song Qiming looked at everyone with dignity and continued, "Whichever unit issued the tickets, the head of that unit will come and collect them. Take a good look at the ridiculous reasons and basis for the punishment written on these tickets. If you are interested, you can go and check the kitchen and private room that were issued the tickets by our public officials. Then ask yourselves, is this how you serve the people?" After that, Song Qiming slammed the stack of tickets on the table. How would the bureau chiefs dare to check again? They didn't even dare to look at the tickets. Instead, they kept reflecting on themselves. Their attitudes were very fearful, as if they had made a huge mistake. In fact, these bureau chiefs were well aware of what was going on with these tickets. Just now, Tian Mingi didn't dare to hide anything and told them everything. As for Tian Mingi, Superintendent Wu, and the others, they were like frosted eggplants. They all lowered their heads and didn't dare to breathe. Manager Liu, who was standing outside the door, saw this group of people who were previously arrogant become like this. There was an indescribable sense of joy in his heart. Song Qiming said faintly, "Investigate this matter thoroughly. Report to me directly tomorrow." "Yes, Secretary Song." The bureau chiefs all responded. They secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At least until now, Secretary Song had no intention of holding them accountable. As for the life and death of Superintendent Wu and the others, these bureau chiefs didn't care at all. They had long hated this group of people in their hearts. Moreover, this group of people's political lives were long gone. Who would care about them? Secretary Song was going to deal with the results tomorrow. The results had to be very strict. Otherwise, if the secretary wasn't satisfied, these bureau chiefs would have to bear the consequences. Not to mention that there were a few contract workers in this group. Even if they were official civil servants, it wouldn't be a big deal to fire them. It was this group of people's fault for being blind. They were used to being arrogant and domineering. This time, they had kicked an iron plate. No, it was a hot iron plate. Therefore, the next day, the various units quickly issued their opinions on how to deal with the people involved. It was unprecedentedly strict. All contract workers were fired, and the civil servants were given various punishments according to the severity of the situation. They were transferred out of the city and so on. Tian Mingyi and Superintendent Wu were directly fired from their positions. After dealing with this group of people, the bureau chiefs secretly sighed in relief. However, what happened later proved that these bureau chiefs were happy too early. The next day, Song Qiming communicated with the mayor, deputy secretary, and several other key members of the standing committee. Then, a major reorganization to strengthen the style of work was carried out in full swing in the city. The reorganization this time was mainly aimed at the bureaucratic style of difficult to enter, ugly face, and difficult to do in some departments, as well as the abuse of power by a few units and a few public officials. This rectification of work styles from top to bottom was the first thing Song Qiming did after he took office. This fire burned a lot of people. Many units and departments were used to doing things, but now it became a problem of work styles. The municipal party committee sent out many supervision teams to investigate openly and secretly. Almost every day, they would announce a batch of negative examples that violated the municipal party committee's spirit of rectification. Many of the service units in Xianxia City were refreshed. The reaction of the people was also quite excited. The simplification of work procedures, the strengthening of service awareness, and so on were all things that the people could feel. Therefore, there were more and more praises for Song Qiming on the local forums. At the same time, under the instructions of Song Qiming, the Xianxia Commission for Discipline Inspection and the Procuratorate Anti-Corruption Bureau cooperated with each other and carried out a series of secret investigations. About a week after the rectification was carried out, the website of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection announced that many divisional cadres were under investigation for violating the rules and regulations. Among them was the Deputy Director of the Ministry of Health, Tian Feilong, and 2 other directors. They also participated in the joint inspection that day. Director Son of the Ministry of Health was lucky. He was not found to have violated the rules and regulations. However, his management of the unit was seriously inadequate. The construction of the unit was a mess, and there were also corrupt people like Tian Feilong. As the director, he could not escape the blame. Soon, Bureau Chief Sun was removed from his position and transferred to the City Science Association as a deputy director. This had already announced the end of his political life in advance. Being a director was the highest rank he could reach in his life. The only thing he could do was to wait for his retirement in the Yamen. Everyone in the officialdom was talking about the first fire after the new secretary took office, but very few people knew that the fuse of this fire was actually because of such a small matter that must have been insignificant in the past. People who vaguely knew about this incident, such as Chao Guangxi, and the directors who were lucky enough not to be found, naturally did not dare to say anything. Of course, this was all in the future. Back to the night of the incident. After Song Qiming said this sentence lightly, he turned and left the room. After Song Qiming left, those directors also hurriedly left Lingji private kitchen with their subordinates in a sorry state. In their hearts, they were secretly in awe of this newly opened restaurant. They also decided that when they returned, they would remind their subordinates to not come over and provoke this restaurant again and cause trouble for themselves. Flying Snow Pavilion. Ling Xiaotian said to Song Qiming gratefully, "Secretary Song, thank you so much for today." Song Qiming smiled and said, "President Ling, this incident was completely an abuse of power by our public servants. Strictly speaking, as the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, I also have to reflect on it." "Secretary Song, you're exaggerating." Ling Xiaotian quickly said, "We're in this line of work, so we've seen a lot of things like this. However, there are not many people who are as unscrupulous as today," Song Qiming said seriously. "In the future, this kind of thing will become less and less. I've decided to carry out a major rectification of the industry within Sanshan City, especially some of the window units. I also hope that President Ling will supervise our work more." Of course," Ling Xiaotian said. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening. Song Qiming and his family got up and prepared to go home. At this time, Xiao Ruofei took out the pills that he had already prepared and said with a smile, "Secretary Song, this is a course of medicine. I estimate that after taking this course of medicine, the toxins in your body should be cleared. After the final course of treatment, you'll be safe." Song Qiming quickly gestured for Feng Liyun to take the packaged pills. He held Xiao Ruofei's hand tightly with both hands and said with gratitude, "Ruofei, Wei Wei really has to thank you this time. I can't thank you enough. I won't say anything else." After that, Song Qiming patted Xiao Ruofei's shoulder. Everything was understood without words. Xiao Ruofei and the others sent Song Qiming and his family to the door, then returned to Flying Snow Pavilion. "Ruofei, you called us back. Is there anything else?" Ling Xiaotian asked. Xiao Ruofei chuckled as he took out the secret recipe of Buddha jumps over the wall that he had personally copied from his bag. He handed it to Ling Xiaotian and smiled without saying anything. Ling Xiaotian was confused. She took it and looked at it. Suddenly, she was shocked. She looked up at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Ruofei, this." Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, "Uncle Ling, the first Ling's private kitchen is opening. I can't just make a dish as a gift. This is the real congratulatory gift." Ling Xiaotian held the secret recipe as if she had found a treasure. She said excitedly, "Ruofei, this gift is too precious." "Uncle, thank you so much." Ling Xiaotian had long regarded Xiao Ruofei as her son-in-law, so she didn't reject him politely. Ling Qingshua's beautiful eyes also revealed a trace of splendor. She glanced at Xiao Ruofei flirtatiously. Xiao Ruofei also winked at Ling Qingxue, as if to ask her, "Wife, my performance is passable, right?" Ling Qingxue saw Xiao Ruofei's funny expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Ling Xiaotian's attention was focused on the secret recipe, so she didn't notice the lovey-dovey looks between the two of them. He said excitedly, "So it's just a slight adjustment in the process and a few Chinese herbs. It can actually improve the taste by a lot. And I can't taste the Chinese herbs at all. This is really amazing." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Uncle Ling, this Buddha jumps over the wall soup should be the main signature dish of Ling's private kitchen." "That's for sure." Ling Xiaotian said, "I believe that with this dish, our Ling's private kitchen's signature dish will become famous very soon. In the future, we'll have a foothold in the high-end food and beverage industry." "Ruofei, you're really providing timely help." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "I got this recipe by chance, so it won't be of any use to me. I think Uncle Ling might be able to use it, so it's really useful." Ling Xiaotian said happily. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and reminded, "Uncle Ling, you have to consider the confidentiality of the recipe in advance." Ling Xiaotian said calmly, "I know that. I definitely can't go to the kitchen to do the specific things, and I don't have the time. My disciples are still reliable, especially the head chef of Ling's private kitchen. He's my eldest disciple and has been with me for more than 20 years. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Since we're going to launch this dish in Ling's private kitchen, the head chef here will definitely have to learn it. As long as you trust him, there won't be a problem." "Ruofei, this is what I think," Ling Xiaotian said. Ling Xiaotian said, "My eldest disciple definitely won't have a problem. He's been learning from me since he was young, and he's been working for me since I opened a small restaurant. After we set up the company, I gave him some shares, so I've decided to pass on this recipe to him first. Ling Xiaotian paused, then continued, as for when Ling's private kitchen opens branches in the future, I think we can choose as much trustworthy chefs as possible to learn the pre-processing of ingredients and other techniques. The most important part, the Chinese medicine, will be provided by this flagship store. This way, the possibility of the secret being leaked will be minimized. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, I think that's a good idea. Uncle Ling, over the next few days, you can try the cooking method of this secret recipe with your eldest disciple. The main thing is to try mixing the herbs in the Chinese medicine package, then grinding them into powder and mixing them together to see if it affects the final taste. If it doesn't affect it at all, then it won't be easy for the secret to be leaked. If it was just a Chinese medicine package, someone could roughly deduce the recipe after opening it and analyzing it. But if all the herbs were ground into powder and mixed together, it would be very difficult to completely decipher it even with the use of instruments. After all, the composition of Chinese medicine was very complicated, and it wasn't purely medicinal. That's a good idea. Ling Xiaotian slapped his thigh and said with a smile, Ruofei, you're really smart. I'll ask Ming to start preparing the ingredients tonight. Our main task for the next 2 days is to try cooking the Buddha jumps over the wall. Qingjiang Villa District. In Ling Xiaotian's huge Linjiang Villa, in Ling Qingshua's boudoir. Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue couldn't wait to hug each other tightly the moment they entered the door. Ling Qingshua's pretty face flushed red, but before she could say anything, Xiao Ruofei's hot lips had already pressed against hers. It was unknown if it was to give the two of them some space alone, but Ling Xiaotian didn't come back to the villa that night. According to him, he had to prepare the ingredients with his eldest disciple overnight to prepare the Buddha jumps over the wall tomorrow. There were a few resting rooms in Ling Ji's private kitchen, and Ling Xiaotian said that he would stay there for the night. Xiao Ruofei naturally couldn't ask for more. He had been in Australia for more than 20 days, and he was almost bored out of his wits. Now that his future father-in-law had taken the initiative to create an opportunity for him, how could he let it go? Therefore, Xiao Ruofei directly brought Ling Qingxue back to Linjiang Villa. The villa's central air conditioner maintained the room's temperature at a comfortable 26 degrees Celsius, but the two of them felt their body temperature rising continuously. There weren't many summer clothes, and with the two of them eagerly helping each other, these burdens quickly flew to every corner of the boudoir. Xiao Ruofei hugged Ling Qingshue's delicate body from behind. His broad palm held Ling Qingshue's pear-shaped chest, and with a little force, he felt as if the smooth jade skin was about to overflow from the gaps between his fingers. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but let out a faint moan like a gentle Persian cat. This moan ignited the flames in Xiao Ruofei's heart. He gently pressed Ling Qingshue's delicate body down. Ling Qingxue was no longer the little girl who didn't know anything. She immediately understood Xiao Ruofei's small movements. Ling Qingxue looked back at Xiao Ruofei a little coquettishly, but still obediently lowered her body and supported her hands on the dressing table. In the past, she would never easily submit to such an embarrassing posture, but this time, the two of them hadn't seen each other for so many days. Ling Qingxue felt that her lust had long been stimulated to the extreme by Xiao Ruofei, and she couldn't care less about her shyness. Ling Qingshue's delicate and supple body reflected a layer of attractive halo under the warm light. Her perky and round buttocks formed a beautiful and moving arc with her body. She gently twisted her waist, as if sending a silent invitation. How could Xiao Ruofei hold back? He immediately straightened his body and launched an official attack. Ling Qingshue's moan suddenly increased by a few degrees, and her beautiful and slender swan-like neck suddenly lifted up. It was unknown how long this sweet and fierce battle lasted. The delicate moans and heavy panting seemed to run through the entire process. When it finally stopped, Ling Qingshue's throat was already a little hoarse, and her body was already dripping with fragrant sweat. The two of them were still in the position of the man on top and the woman on the bottom. Xiao Ruofei's hands were propped up on the bed as he looked at his beloved woman. Ling Qingxue buried her hot and flushed face in the soft pillow, and her soft and delicate body was still trembling slightly. Her pair of snow-white slender legs were still tightly wrapped around Xiao Ruofei's waist. Although she was exhausted, she still wanted to taste it and was unwilling to let Xiao Ruofei leave. Xiao Ruofei smiled. mischievously and said, "Wife, do you have the strength to fight again?" Ling Qingxue was stunned for a moment, and then a look of horror appeared on her face. This was because she felt that before Xiao Ruofei's body had time to withdraw, a certain part of her body had begun to stir again. Ling Qingxue loved and hated that familiar feeling of fullness. Her beautiful face turned pale as she said, "Bad guy. Didn't you just do that?" As she spoke, she twisted her body and used all her strength to push Xiao Ruofei off her body. Then, she giggled and wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, begging for mercy. "Ruofei, I really can't take it anymore. Please let me go." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Wife, you were full of fighting spirit just now. How can you be scared now?" Ling Qingxue tightly wrapped the quilt and said with a pout, "You bad guy, you're about to make me fall apart. You still want to do bad things? No way." She felt that Xiao Ruofei's ability in this area was getting stronger and stronger. She couldn't handle it alone. What Ling Qingxue didn't know was that Xiao Ruofei's body had been tempered countless times, and he had recently embarked on the path of cultivation. What's more, he had broken through to the 4th level of Lianqi realm in one fell swoop. Even though he didn't practice the double cultivation method, the leap in the level of life and the improvement was definitely comprehensive. If it weren't for the fact that Ling Qingxue's delicate body couldn't stand it, Xiao Ruofei's performance in bed could even be several times more ferocious than now. Xiao Ruofei scratched Ling Qingxue's nose and pretended to be depressed as he said, "Wife, I haven't loved you properly for so long." "This is really," Ling Qingxue asked coquettishly, "didn't you just, but I still want it." Xiao Ruofei moved closer to Ling Qingxue like a child and said, "But since your body can't stand it, forget it. It's getting late. Let's go to bed early." After that, Xiao Ruofei opened the quilt and got in. Ling Qingxue turned her head to look at Xiao Ruofei pitifully and asked, "Ruofei, do you feel uncomfortable like this?" "I'm sorry." Xiao Ruofei lovingly tidied up Ling Qingxue's messy hair and said with a smile, "Silly girl, don't let your imagination run wild. Every second I'm with you is a happy one. How could I be sad?" After that, Xiao Ruofei put his arm around Ling Qingxue's smooth shoulder and said, "It's getting late. Let's go to bed." After that, Xiao Ruofei closed his eyes slightly. Ling Qingxue gazed lovingly at Xiao Ruofei's side profile. There was a hint of hesitation in her eyes, as if she was struggling with her thoughts. After a while, she gently bit her lower lip with her pearly white teeth, and a wisp of red flew up to her pretty face. Then, her body shrank into the quilt. Xiao Ruofei was still awake. He realized that Ling Qingxue had slipped out of his arms. He immediately turned his head to look, but then he felt a certain part of his body being wrapped by a warm cherry mouth. It was as if he was soaking in a hot spring. He couldn't help but moan in pleasure. Then, Xiao Ruofei came back to his senses and hurriedly cried, "Qingxue, don't do that." Xiao Ruofei knew Ling Qingxue very well. She was very traditional when it came to the matters between men and women. In the past, as long as it was a slightly strange position, she wouldn't be willing to try it. She was quite shy, let alone being out of line like today. Ling Qingxue reached out her hand and gently patted Xiao Ruofei's leg. She said in a muffled voice, "Don't move." Xiao Ruofei wanted to refuse, but under Ling Qingxue's somewhat jerky movements, the waves of pleasure that assaulted him quickly made him sink into it. The sound of heavy breathing could be heard again. After a long time, Xiao Ruofei let out a low growl. Then, Ling Qingxue suddenly crawled out of the quilt, covered her mouth, and ran into the bathroom. After a while, Ling Qingxue came out of the bathroom with a red face. She rolled her eyes at Xiao Ruofei coquettishly and said, "Bad guy, my mouth is almost swollen." Xiao Ruofei jumped up from the bed and tightly hugged Ling Qingxue's delicate body. He said emotionally, "Wife, this is really hard on you. I don't even know what to say." Ling Qingxue raised her hand and stroked Xiao Ruofei's cheek behind him. She murmured, "Ruofei, you don't have to say anything. I'm all yours, and you're all mine, right?" Xiao Ruofei nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes. Wife, I really love you to death." Ling Qingxue pried Xiao Ruofei's hands away. She turned around and hooked her arms around Xiao Ruofei's neck. She asked mischievously, "Can we sleep peacefully now?" "Sleep, sleep," Xiao Ruofei shouted. That night, the two hugged each other tightly and fell asleep. Xiao Ruofei's heart was filled with love, but he didn't have any desire. He just wanted to hug Ling Qingxue like this and quietly feel the warmth between the two of them. The next day, the two of them didn't get up until late in the morning. This was the first time Xiao Ruofei didn't get up to cultivate early in the morning. It wasn't that he was tired from last night's crazy activities, but he was worried that he would wake up Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue, who was tossed around like a pile of mud last night, was full of energy after a night's sleep. Moreover, with Xiao Ruofei's nourishment, her complexion seemed to have improved a lot. After the two of them went downstairs to eat breakfast together, Xiao Ruofei drove Ling Qingxue to the company and then drove back to Taoyuan Farm. Xiao Ruofei had left Huaxia for more than 20 days, and there were a lot of things that he had to do. The Dendrobium ironhide could almost be harvested once, and a batch of Zue Ba Xian wine was about to be delivered. At the same time, a new batch of wine would be received. Jianghua had mentioned the shad breeding workshop many times, and Xiao Ruofei also needed to find time to prepare a batch of shad fry. Otherwise, this dedicated subordinate of his would rebel. There was also the reservoir of the farm and the water circulation pool of the shad breeding workshop. It was time to add some spirit heart flower petal solution. These were all things that Xiao Ruofei had to do personally, and he couldn't let others do it. As for the pharmaceutical factory, although Shui Jinshan had been keeping an eye on it, Xiao Ruofei had always been more concerned about this project. Moreover, as the boss, it was necessary for him to take time to understand the situation. This could also show that he valued it. In addition, Xiao Ruofei still had a few things to do. For example, the gold-rimmed Shinnan wood that he had promised Mr. Tang He. Xiao Ruofei had already finished preparing it in the space, and it was about time to contact him. This was a large sum of income, and he could also maintain a good relationship with a giant financial group like the Xingbang Corporation. Xiao Ruofei naturally attached great importance to it. There was also the reticulated abalones that were experimentally bred in the Ring 2 Space's Archean realm. After more than 20 days in the outside world, they had basically reached the standard of a one-headed abalone. Xiao Ruofei decided to make them into dried abalones and sell them in the next few days. Although they were only experimental products, Xia Qing had spent a lot of energy on them. Just exchanging water between the two spaces was a very troublesome matter, not to mention that he had to take care of them. Therefore, he naturally couldn't waste them. Xiao Ruofei sorted out the work that he needed to do in the near future and felt a headache coming on. After he retired from the army, his temperament became somewhat mischievous. He wished that he could leave everything to his subordinates and be a hands-off shopkeeper. However, the Ring 2 space involved his top secrets. There were always many things that he needed to do personally. In the next few days, Xiao Ruofei first instructed Xia Qing to make all the abalones experimentally bred in the Archean realm into dried abalones. Very quickly, Xia Qing followed Xiao Ruofei's instructions and made all 30 of the experimentally bred abalones into dried abalones. These dried abalones were generally larger than an adult's palm. After precise weighing, apart from 5 slightly smaller abalones that were around 590 grams, which were a little short of the standard of 604.79 grams of 1 kilogram, the remaining 25 abalones all exceeded the standard of a one-headed abalone. Most of the one-headed abalones were relatively average in weight, around 610 grams to 620 grams. There were 20 abalones in this weight range. The remaining 5 abalones all weighed more than 630 grams. The heaviest one even weighed about 650 grams. It was definitely a super one-headed abalone. After Xiao Ruofei received Xia Qing's telepathic message, he immediately entered the space to personally check on the batch of abalones. He was rather excited. Such supreme-grade abalones could only be found by chance. Xiao Ruofei also knew that he definitely couldn't use ordinary sales channels. The best method was naturally to auction them. Not only could he maximize his own profits, but it could also easily create a sensational effect and further enhance the influence of the Taoyuan brand. As for the choice of the auction location, Xiao Ruofei had already decided in his heart, and that was Hong Kong. Hong Kong itself was a distribution center for high-quality abalones. Moreover, the people of Hong Kong had a very long history of eating abalones. Compared to the mainland, supreme-grade abalones had a much higher status in the hearts of the people of Hong Kong. There was a saying that had been circulating in Hong Kong for a long time: 1,000 gold pieces can't buy a two-headed abalone. This showed how much they loved supreme-grade abalones. As for one-headed abalones, they were basically extinct on the market. Even if you had money, you couldn't buy them. Many people of Hong Kong even treated supreme-grade abalones as family heirlooms. Xiao Ruofei believed that if he took out more than 21-headed abalones at once, it would definitely create a sensational effect in Hong Kong. Of course, there was a more important reason for choosing Hong Kong. That was, Ma Xiong's Hengfeng Group was based in Hong Kong. Ma Xiong also had a great influence in Hong Kong's upper class. With his help, Xiao Ruofei believed that this auction would definitely go smoothly. The phone was quickly connected, and Ma Xiong's hearty and enthusiastic voice came from the receiver. Xiaoxing, hello. Mr. Ma, I can feel that your voice is full of energy. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, it seems that your health has been good recently. Ma Xiong laughed and said, that's all thanks to Xiaoxing. If it weren't for your miraculous hands, I would have been living in a small box by now. When Ma Xiong suddenly had a serious cerebral hemorrhage, his son Ma Jiming and daughter-in-law Tian Huixin happened to be with Xiao Ruofei. It was Xiao Ruofei who accompanied the two of them to Hong Kong overnight and used the Spirit Heart Flower Petal solution to pull him back from the gates of hell. Ma Xiong's life was saved by Xiao Ruofei, and the relationship between Xiao Ruofei and the Tian Huilan family was very good, so Ma Xiong was both grateful and close to Xiao Ruofei. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Mr. Ma will definitely live a long life. Haha. Since Divine Dr. Xia said so, then I can rest assured. Ma Xiong said happily. Then he asked, Xiaoxing, is there anything I can do for you today? Xiao Ruofei quickly said, Mr. Ma, you are too polite, but I dare not accept your service. But I do have something to ask Mr. Ma for help, because you are highly respected in Hong Kong, and only you can help me with this matter. Xiao Ruofei said it so politely that Ma Xiong was quite happy. He immediately asked, oh? Xiaoxing, tell me about it. As long as I can do it, I will do my best to help. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, I hope to hold an auction in Hong Kong, but the auction item is slightly special. Haha. Xiaoxing, I still have some faith in Hong Kong. No matter how special the auction item is, as long as it is valuable, I will definitely help you. Ma Xiong said without hesitation, and then asked curiously, Xiaoxing, what is the special auction item you mentioned? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, it is a dried abalone, the best dried abalone. To be precise, it is the best one-headed abalone. Ma Xiong on the other end of the phone was silent. It wasn't that Xiao Ruofei's request made him feel embarrassed, but that he was so shocked by the news that he forgot that he was talking to Xiao Ruofei for a moment. One-headed abalone. This was something that only existed in legends. Even if Ma Xiong was a billionaire, he still couldn't buy such high-quality abalones even if he had the money. Ma Xiong had lived for several decades. When he was younger, he had already entered the upper class of Hong Kong. However, even with his social status, he had only seen one-headed abalone 2 or 3 times in the past few decades. Furthermore, he had only seen 1 or 2 abalones each time. He had only truly tasted one abalone once. Xiao Ruofei actually wanted to auction an abalone? Mr. Ma. Mr. Ma. Xiao Ruofei's voice brought Ma Xiong back to reality. He quickly said, I'm sorry, Xiaoxing. Your news shocked me so much that I lost my composure. It's okay, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then. About the auction. Xiaoxing, are you kidding me? Although he knew that it was rude, Ma Xiong still couldn't help but ask, are you sure you want to auction a one-headed abalone? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile and say, of course. How could I joke with you like that? Then the type of abalone. Reticulated abalone. Xiao Ruofei said without hesitation. All the one-headed abalones I have are made from the best reticulated abalone. Many high-end 3-headed abalones and 2-headed abalones were made from reticulated abalone. Ma Xiong was even more excited after hearing that. He immediately sensed the hidden message in Xiao Ruofei's words. Xiaxing, do you mean that you have more than one-headed abalone? Ma Xiong asked excitedly. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Mr. Ma, to be honest, I have a total of 30 such dried abalones, but 25 of them reach the standard of one-headed abalone. The remaining 5 are about 10 to 20 grams short. They're very close. Ma Xiong was once again in great shock. Since when were one-headed abalones so cheap that they could be sold in batches? 25 real one-headed abalones. The remaining 5 are only 10 to 20 grams short of the standard of one-headed abalone. Ma Xiong felt that his brain was not enough. Fortunately, after Xiao Ruofei treated him last time, the spirit heart flower petal solution had cleared all the hidden dangers in his brain. It even had a great warming effect. Otherwise, with his emotions so agitated, he would be in danger of having his blood vessels ruptured again. But this time, Ma Xiong was not absent-minded. He quickly asked excitedly, Xiaxing, can I send someone over to take a look at the abalones? Don't misunderstand. It's not that I don't trust you, but if you want to hold an auction, you still need to confirm it. And for some of the publicity in the early stages, you need to collect some photos and videos of the auction items. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, no problem. You can send someone over at any time. Just come directly to the farm. Ma Xiong said, that's good. I'll give the order right away. I'll also get someone to prepare for the auction in Hong Kong. Ma Xiong had absolute trust in Xiao Ruofei. Last year, he had witnessed Xiao Ruofei take out a lot of high-quality truffles. So, he had a certain immunity to Xiao Ruofei's miracles. Mr. Ma, thank you so much. Xiao Ruofei said, I'm not familiar with Hong Kong. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't have been able to set up this auction. Ma Xiong quickly said, Xiaxing, you don't have to be so polite. Speaking of which, you are also helping our Hengfeng group. With so many high-quality one-headed abalones being auctioned at the same time, it will definitely cause a sensation. If we hold this auction, we can also gain a lot of reputation. Haha. So, it's a win-win situation. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Yes, it's a win-win situation. Ma Xiong also laughed heartily. The two of them discussed some details, then hung up the phone. Xiao Ruofei didn't plan to hold the auction right away. After all, the preparation and promotion of the auction also needed time. He could take advantage of this time to deal with some of the more urgent work at hand. Then, he would have time to go to Hong Kong. After Xiao Ruofei made up his mind, he got up and left the villa downstairs. He went to the chairman's office in the comprehensive building. Dendrobium candidum and swordfish seedlings would be ready in 2 days. In addition, the Paradise Farm far away in Australia would soon start large-scale planting. The administrative office needed to contact Australia in advance to calculate the demand for seeds. Xiao Ruofei had to prepare in advance. These tasks had to be arranged, so Xiao Ruofei simply came to the office to deal with them. Xiao Ruofei's hand had already grabbed the phone. When he heard the knock on the door, he put it down and said loudly, come in. Brother Xia. Xiao Ruofei heard a familiar voice and immediately raised his head. The person who came in was Yi Linyun, who had been learning tea-making skills from Li Jifu in Wui Mountain for the past few months. Xiao Ruofei immediately revealed a smile. He stood up and took a few steps forward. He extended his fist and lightly punched Yi Linyun's chest. Then, he said, you're finally back. Yi Linyun laughed and said, Brother Xia, I'm officially back to report. When Xiao Ruofei came back from Australia, he heard the news of Yi Linyun's return from Leihu. However, he stayed in the office for a while the next day. After listening to Feng Jing's report, he left. Then, he was busy preparing for the Buddha jumps over the wall for the whole day. Therefore, including this time, Yi Linyun had actually come 3 times. Finally, he found Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei sized him up and said with a smile, you're tanned. Hee hee. I often go to the tea mountain with my master. Yi Linyun laughed and said. Xiao Ruofei took out the special agent cigarettes that Master Song gave him. He threw one to Yi Linyun and took out one for himself. Yi Linyun skillfully took out a lighter first and lit the cigarette for Xiao Ruofei. Then, he lit his own cigarette. Xiao Ruofei took a puff and exhaled a light smoke. Then, he pointed at the sofa with the cigarette and said, sit down and talk. After the two of them sat down, Xia Ruofei asked, how much have you learned from Mr. Li's tea-making skills? Yi Lingyan straightened his chest and said, Brother Xia, I don't know how much I have learned. However, my master said that I can finish my apprenticeship. Although I'm still a little lacking, I need to constantly accumulate experience. I can't do it overnight. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, looks like you've learned well. Then Xia Ruofei looked at Yi Linyun meaningfully and asked, Linyun, since you can learn from Mr. Li, I believe that the tea factories in Wui Mountain will fight for you to be their chief tea maker. Old Mr. Li Jifu was like a living monument in the tea industry of Wui Mountain. He was the absolute authority in the field of making de hong pao with the ancient method, but he had already publicly announced that he would no longer make an appearance. In that case, Yi Linyun, the last disciple that old Master Li had publicly accepted, and he had already completed his apprenticeship, would definitely be fought over by those tea factories. Yi Linyun smiled embarrassedly and said, there are a few families that have this intention. The salary is very high, right? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Yes. Yi Linyun nodded and said, the highest salary is 500,000 yuan. Amazing. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but whistle. Then he asked with a smile, then why did you come back? Why don't you just stay there and develop your career? Otherwise, you'll have to come back and continue to be the head of security. Yi Linyun said without hesitation, Brother Xia, I was originally sent by the company to learn. Now that I've completed my studies, of course I have to come back. Besides, no matter how high the salary from those tea factories is, how can it be better than working for Brother Xia? Moreover, there are so many comrades here. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, you kid, should I praise you or say that you're stupid? Yi Linyun smiled and said, anyway, I'll stay in the company, unless Brother Xia chases me away. Xia Ruofei patted Yi Linyun on the shoulder and said, good brother. Then rest assured and work hard in the Taoyuan company. I, Xia Ruofei, will definitely treat my brothers well. Of course. Yi Linyun said with a smile. Oh right, you went out to learn for a few months, so I have to test you. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. After that, he reached out and took out a small tea canister from the small ice bar next to him and said, you make the tea. What do you think of my tea leaves? Yes. Yi Linyun said straightforwardly. Then he opened the tea canister, picked up a wooden spoon from the coffee table, and skillfully scooped a spoonful of tea leaves into the Yixing clay teapot. He looked at the ordinary bucket of water connected to the tea tray, and his eyes showed a hint of hesitation. Xia Ruofei knew what Yi Linyun was hesitating about, so he said with a smile, there's no problem with the water. It's spring water. The water in the bucket in Xia Ruofei's office couldn't be seen on the surface, but in fact, the original pure water had been poured away by him and replaced with the spiritual pond water in the Ring-2 space. The water used to make tea would definitely improve the quality of the tea. Yi Linyun heard this and didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately pressed the button, and the spiritual pond water in the bucket was drawn up and flowed into the kettle to heat up. Yi Linyun had been by Li Jifu's side. Not only had he learned how to make tea, but his tea brewing skills were also naturally not too bad. After the water boiled, Yi Linyun's movements were as smooth as moving clouds and flowing water. Soon, the office was filled with a rich tea fragrance. Before tasting it, Yi Linyun couldn't help but sniff and show a hint of surprise. Yi Linyun quickly divided 2 small cups of tea and took a small cup in front of Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei smiled and motioned for him to taste the tea first. Yi Linyun picked up the teacup with his fingers and first leaned close to sniff the tea fragrance. After blowing on it, he poured all the tea into his mouth. The tea stayed in his mouth for a while before Yi Linyun swallowed it all. Then he said in surprise, Brother Xia, the quality of your de hong pao is very high. It's comparable to the tea that Master personally made last time, but the taste seems to be a little different. Where did you get such good tea leaves? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, it's mainly because the tea green is good. Then, Xia Ruofei looked at Yi Linyun and asked, the company's security department can't do without you. I've always kept the position of the security supervisor for you, but, if you're willing, you can get a set of tea-making tools on the farm. I can get some of this tea green. Are you interested in trying out your skills? Yi Lingyan heard this and said without hesitation, what else is there to say? Of course I'm interested. This kind of tea green is something that can only be found by chance. Brother Xia, can you really get tea green of the same quality? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, why would I lie to you? Since you're so enthusiastic, don't blame me for squeezing you dry. There are still empty rooms in the iron maple bucket workshop. I'll ask them to make 2 rooms for you. You can start buying the tools today. I'll talk to the finance department and you can directly get the funds from the account. When you're ready, let me know and I'll prepare the tea green for you. Yes. Yi Lingyan stood up excitedly and saluted Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, okay, look at how happy you are. Don't say that I didn't warn you. When the time comes, don't complain about being tired. Don't worry, Brother Xia. I'm not afraid of being tired. I'm just afraid that I won't have anything to do. Yi Lingyan laughed and said. That's good. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, right, you can find a few smart comrades to help you. Then, consciously guide them. If the quality of the tea leaves is good, I'll consider adding the tea business. Yi Lingyan was even happier when he heard this. He couldn't wait and said, okay. Brother Xia, I'll go prepare first. Go. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said with a smile. Soon, Feng Jing gathered Jiang Hua, the person in charge of the herring breeding workshop, Shui Jinshan, the person in charge of the pharmaceutical factory, and Qin Xiaojun, the person in charge of making the iron maple bucket. The relevant supervisors of the company's administrative team also attended this meeting. Currently, the company did not have an overseas department for the time being, but there were people in charge of liaising with Paradise Farm Australia. These people naturally had to attend the meeting. Xia Ruofei did not beat around the bush. After sitting down, he went straight to the point and arranged the work. For these people in charge, Xia Ruofei basically brought good news. Therefore, the atmosphere of the meeting was very enthusiastic. Everyone was very excited, especially Jiang Hua. He had been looking forward to new larvae for a long time. When he heard that Xia Ruofei would be transporting larvae soon, he immediately said that the breeding workshop was ready to receive Xia Ruofei's larvae at any time. After the meeting, Xia Ruofei left the farm. In the morning, the Dingfeng winery, which produced the Drunken 8 Immortals, had called and asked him very carefully when they could go to the warehouse to get the wine. Xia Ruofei thought that there was no time like the present. He might as well finish the winery today and bring back the Dendrobium ironhide. Therefore, he used his divine sense to inform Xia Qing in the space to prepare the Dendrobium ironhide according to a month's supply. Although the Dendrobium ironhide had been transplanted in the Mountain Sea realm in large quantities, the Dendrobium ironhide in the Archean realm had not been eradicated before the Mountain Sea realm could produce a stable amount of Dendrobium ironhide every month. Therefore, with the 30 times faster time flow, Xia Qing still had plenty of time to prepare the Dendrobium ironhide. Xia Ruofei arrived at the warehouse he rented in the city half an hour earlier than the agreed time. Then, with a thought, he took out the Drunken 8 Immortals wine that he was going to hand over to the winery from the space. The January, March, and May wines were neatly sorted and stacked in the warehouse. As for the 1-year Drunken 8 Immortals, the first batch of wine had yet to arrive, so it was currently not sold on the market. However, the new wine sent by the Dingfeng winery every month would be marked with different colors and shapes of wine jars. Among them, there was a 1-year Zue Ba Xian. Therefore, after the first batch of 1-year Zue Ba Xian left the factory, there would be an endless supply every month. Of course, the amount of Zue Ba Xian that could be sold for 1 year was also very small. Only 500 caddies of wine were produced every month. According to the standard packaging of a bottle of 500 milliliters, there were only 500 bottles a month. In the Dingfeng winery that produced 1 to 2,000 tons of wine a year, such a small amount of wine was very little. However, the rarer something was, the more expensive it was. This year's Drunken 8 Immortals was selling it to show off. Back then, Xia Ruofei and Ling Xiaotian had discussed the price of 8,888 yuan per bottle. Calculating that it was almost time, Xia Ruofei took out the Dendrobium ironhide fresh strips that Xia Qing had prepared from the space and placed them in another corner of the warehouse. The winery's fleet arrived on time according to the agreed time. The workers were already very familiar with the operation process. Soon, they methodically unloaded the new wine and loaded the improved drunken 8 immortals into the trucks. According to the usual practice, Xiao Ruofei still asked the winery to send 2 more trucks. After the 2 trucks were loaded with dendrobium ironhide fresh strips, Xiao Ruofei drove in front and led the way. The 3 vehicles returned to the farm together. Qin Xiaojun, who had already received the news, had already brought people to wait for them. After unloading the trucks, they immediately threw themselves into work with full enthusiasm. The next day, Xiao Ruofei went out again. This time, he brought a new batch of swordfish fry to Jianghua. The swordfish in the space were now basically in a free-range state. Usually, the swordfish would live in the sea of the space. They were originally sea fish, and during the breeding season, the swordfish would flow up from the estuary along the space stream, mating and laying eggs in a suitable place. After the swordfish fry were born, they would return to the sea of the space when they grew up to a certain extent. Of course, Xiao Ruofei's mental power and control of the space were now different from the past. He could still easily identify the size and state of the swordfish, and use the invisible power of the space to wrap the appropriate swordfish fry. Without hurting them or disturbing them, he moved them into the oxygenated tank. Jianghua also happily threw himself into the new work. The staff in charge of overseas business and the administrative team was also in contact with the Australian side. Once the specific demand for seeds was obtained, they would immediately report to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei has also informed the seed companies he was familiar with in advance. The demand this time was a bit large. He also specially gave a deposit of 100,000 yuan to let them mobilize some seeds in advance. Then, Xiao Ruofei immediately went to the pharmaceutical factory to inspect it. He saw that the pharmaceutical factory was operating in an orderly manner. Every day, boxes of heart-nourishing soup were produced and shipped to various hospitals participating in clinical trials. During the clinical trial stage, these drugs were provided free of charge. It could be said that the pharmaceutical factory was burning money every day, but Xiao Ruofei was still very happy. Not to mention that this was a good thing to accumulate virtue and do good deeds, even purely in terms of profit. After it was officially put into production in the future, the heart-nourishing soup, which was listed as a guiding drug for autism, would certainly be able to create enviable benefits. Xiao Ruofei focused on the main control computer that was completely isolated from the external network. His most trusted veterans rotated regularly and were on duty 24 hours a day in the computer room, including the access points of the production line and the main control computer. They were also on duty 24 hours a day. After the inspection, Xiao Ruofei's heart was also in his stomach. These veterans were all loyal to their duties, and the possibility of a leak in this link was very low. After working for 2 or 3 days, Xiao Ruofei could finally take a break. Xiao Ruofei hasn't been so fulfilled for a long time. In fact, he still prefers to be a hands-off boss. It was rare for him to be competent for a few days, and he felt uncomfortable. So after dealing with some of the phased work, Xiao Ruofei began to slack off and rarely appeared in the office building. On this day, Xiao Ruofei received a strange phone call from Hong Kong. He thought it was an employee of Hengfeng Group sent by Ma Xiong to confirm the quality of the abalone, so he immediately picked up the phone. However, to Xiao Ruofei's surprise, after the call was connected, Tang He's hearty voice came from the phone. "Xiaoxia, are you busy?" Xiao Ruofei said in surprise, "It's Mr. Tang. What's wrong? Are you back in China?" Hong Kong had returned to Huaxia in 1997, so although Tang He was in Hong Kong, he was naturally considered to have returned to China. Tang He said with a smile, "I came to Hong Kong to discuss a business deal. Today's work is over, so I'm calling to ask you about the Phoebe wood." Then Tang He immediately explained, "Xiaoxia, I'm not rushing you. I know that this matter can't be rushed. If you have it, that's the best, but if you don't, it doesn't matter. You can help me look for it slowly." Tang He didn't expect Xiao Ruofei to have found a suitable gold-rimmed Shinnon wood. He was overjoyed and said, "Ruofei, I found the right person to look for you. Ordinary people can't do this. Even if they can find wood that is barely qualified, they won't be as efficient as you." Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Tang, you flatter me. Then, are you going to send someone to inspect the goods? Or do you want to come personally?" Tang He pondered for a moment and said, "How about this? I might need a day or two to finish my work here. Because I have an important contract that needs to be approved and signed personally, I definitely won't be able to come in these 2 days. How about 3 days later? I'll contact you when I'm done here." Xiao Ruofei said straightforwardly, "Okay. Just call me in advance. I'll get my friend to prepare the wood in advance. Let's go to the warehouse from last time." "No problem." Tang He said happily. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei returned to the small farm villa and entered the Ring 2 space to check on the gold-rimmed Shinnon wood he had prepared. When he was in Australia, Xiao Ruofei had already cut down the 2 gold-rimmed Shinnon trees that he had carefully selected and cut off the branches and leaves, leaving only the trunk. These 2 gold-rimmed Shinnon trees were directly in contact with the soil in the space, so they wouldn't remain in the same state as when they were cut down because of the preservation effect of the space. When Xiao Ruofei saw these 2 gold-rimmed Shinnon trees in the space, they had already spent 2 to 3 years in the space. Of course, this was the time in the Archean realm. In the outside world, it was only about a month. These 2 gold-rimmed Shinnon trees had been fully oxidized, forming a perfect old wood. Xiao Ruofei measured them with a tape measure. The diameter of these 2 pieces of wood was about 1 meters, and the diameter of the core material was 1 meter. The core material ratio was about 91%, which was quite high. At that time, Liang Weimin and Liang Weihua were both looking for wood for Old Man Tang. The competition between the two was very fierce. In the end, Liang Weimin won the competition because Xiao Ruofei provided the best quality Phoebe Jinnan wood. Xiao Ruofei still remembered that the Phoebe Jinnan wood that Liang Weihua found was also about 1 meter in diameter, but the diameter of the core material was only 95 centimeters, which was 5 centimeters less than his 2 pieces of wood. Xiao Ruofei was also completely relieved. He knew that even if Tang He personally came to inspect these 2 pieces of material, they would definitely be able to move this billionaire. There were still 3 days left, which meant that the 2 materials could remain in the Archean realm for another 3 months or so. Perhaps the ratio of the core materials could be increased even further. After Xiao Ruofei checked the Phoebe Jinnan wood, he patrolled the space. Xia Qing had always been busy. Now, Xiao Ruofei had already begun to set up a herb garden, a dendrobium ironhide plantation, a tea garden, and so on in the vast land of the Mountain Sea realm. Every day, Xia Qing would travel between the 2 spaces, cutting the dendrobium ironhide and tea trees, taking care of the herb garden, and so on. Fortunately, Xia Qing was just a sole puppet and would not complain about being tired. She also did not need to sleep or rest. She worked almost all the time. Otherwise, with such a large workload, if it were a human, they would definitely not be able to endure it. Xiao Ruofei gave Xia Qing a few words of encouragement before leaving the Ring 2 space. In the next 2 days, Xiao Ruofei led a leisurely life. When he strolled around the farm, he took the time to avoid the employees and added some spirit heart flower petal solution to the water tower at the top of the mountain and the circulating pool in the herring breeding space. Now, the usage of spirit heart flower petals was quite high. Fortunately, the production rate was much higher than before. It wasn't a problem to maintain a balance. Furthermore, Xiao Ruofei still had dozens of flower petals stored. If there was really an emergency that required a large number of them, Xiao Ruofei didn't need to worry. There was no need to panic as long as he had food in hand. The next day, Xiao Ruofei still didn't receive a call from Hengfeng Corporation. Instead, Song Rui gave him a call. This guy didn't say what it was. He just said that he needed Xiao Ruofei's help and asked him to come out for lunch. Xiao Ruofei and Song Rui had a very close relationship. As long as it was Xiao Ruofei's request, Song Rui would help him without hesitation. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't reject Song Rui's request. Therefore, he told Huzi's mother that he wouldn't be home for lunch. Then, he drove the Night 15 off-road vehicle and left the farm. He went straight to the city. Song Rui booked the Shangri-La Hotel next to Jiefeng Square in Zhonglo district. After Xiao Ruofei parked the car in the hotel's underground parking lot, he went to the Winter Plum Hall room on the 3rd floor of the hotel. Song Rui was already there. As soon as he saw Xiao Ruofei, Song Rui immediately stood up and said, "Ruofei, come in and have a seat." Xiao Ruofei looked at Song Rui and found that this guy seemed a little dispirited. He hadn't shaved for at least 2 or 3 days and his hair was very messy. Song Rui always paid attention to his image. This was very abnormal. After Xiao Ruofei sat down, he asked, "What's wrong with you? You look like a frosted eggplant." Song Rui smiled bitterly and said, "It's a long story. Let's eat first." "Let's talk while we eat." Xiao Ruofei said, "Don't. Let's talk about the matter first. You don't look like you're in the mood to eat. Besides, if you don't tell me clearly, I won't feel at ease eating." Song Rui was stunned and said, "Okay. Let's talk about the matter first." After that, Song Rui ordered the waiters in the room to leave first and told them not to serve the dishes for the time being. Without permission, they were not to enter the room. Xiao Ruofei watched as the waiter left the room and closed the door. Then, he looked at Song Rui with a faint smile and said, "You didn't get into any big trouble, did you?" Song Rui smiled awkwardly and didn't answer Xiao Ruofei's question. Instead, he asked nervously, "Ruofei, I know your medical skills are very good. I don't know if you can cure that kind of illness?" "What kind of illness?" Xiao Ruofei was confused by Song Rui's words. Song Rui looked even more embarrassed. He looked at Xiao Ruofei with dissatisfaction and said, "Are you pretending to be confused?" Xiao Ruofei's expression suddenly became a little interesting. He couldn't help but glance at Song Rui's crotch and asked, "Don't tell me it's that kind of illness." Song Rui nodded awkwardly and said, "Do you have any ideas?" Although the two of them seemed to be talking in riddles, the meaning was clearly expressed. Xiao Ruofei said with a look of disdain, "Song Rui, you're a young master of a rich family. Can you not be so desperate? Don't you think it's embarrassing if this matter gets out?" Song Rui said gloomily, "Don't talk about embarrassing things. I'm worried about my life now, okay? Why is your life in danger?" Xiao Ruofei was also very surprised. Then he asked with a strange face, "Could it be aid? Stop, stop." Song Rui shouted, "Now when you mention this word, I'm sweating." Xiao Ruofei suddenly stood up and said, "No way, right? It's actually that serious? Just how rotten is your private life?" Song Rui quickly said, "Brother, this time I'm really innocent. Don't get too excited. I'll tell you slowly." "Go ahead. I'm listening." Xiao Ruofei glanced at Song Rui with a strange expression and said. So Song Rui gloomily told Xiao Ruofei the whole story. It turned out that some time ago, Song Rui had returned to the capital because of the company's matters here. As the young master of a top wealthy family, although Song Rui was gradually on the right path now, it was not easy for him to return to his base camp. These rich playboys were welcoming Song Rui back, so naturally, there was no lack of wine and women. The bad thing was the wine and women. Song Rui and his friends hadn't seen each other for a long time. Moreover, that day was a welcoming banquet for Song Rui, so this guy drank too much without any suspense. And it was the kind of drunken stupor. When Song Rui woke up the next morning, he found a soft and delicate body in his arms. He took a closer look and saw that it was a 4th or 5th tier celebrity who was invited by his friends to have dinner with him last night. Song Rui was used to this kind of thing. Although he rarely went out to indulge in debauchery these days, he wouldn't reject the occasional playtime. Anyway, the other party wasn't a chaste woman. It was all consensual. Song Rui even took advantage of the morning when he was the most energetic to do morning exercises with the celebrity. Of course, at that time, Song Rui also casually mentioned to a friend in the entertainment industry that he got this little star a supporting role in a good drama. He thought that this matter was over. But what Song Rui didn't expect was that a few days ago, he suddenly received a call from a friend saying that the celebrity was found to be infected with AIDS. Many people in the industry who had a short-lived relationship with the celebrity were frightened and went to the hospital to be screened. Although the celebrity did a good job of keeping it a secret and didn't expose anything in the entertainment news, this kind of thing couldn't be hidden from the people in Song Rui's circle. Therefore, the authenticity of this matter was beyond doubt. When Song Rui heard the news, he was stunned. He happened to have a low fever these 2 days. He didn't dare to tell his family about this kind of thing. He didn't even dare to do a checkup in the southeast province. Otherwise, the image of a prodigal son that he created with great difficulty would be ruined. Moreover, if his strict father found out about this shameful thing, he didn't dare to imagine what kind of situation he would face. Anyway, directly depriving him of his current position in the company and ordering him to go home and be grounded was probably the lightest punishment. Of course, the most important thing wasn't these punishments, but the problem of his life being in danger. Although Song Rui didn't dare to rush to the screening, he crazily looked for information on the internet for a day and a night. The more he looked at the information, the more scared he was. He felt that many of the symptoms matched. Song Rui was still so young. He didn't think that he would face the problem of life and death at this age, so he was about to collapse. At this most torturous moment, he suddenly thought of Xiao Ruofei, who had successfully cured his grandfather's terminal cancer. Suddenly, as if he had grasped at a life-saving straw, he quickly called Xiao Ruofei. Even the world's top experts were helpless against the terminal cancer, which had spread throughout the body, could be cured. There should be a way to cure AIDS, right? After Xiao Ruofei heard this, he looked at Song Rui strangely and asked, "When you did it with that little star, didn't you wear a condom? Your safety awareness is too poor, right?" Song Rui said dejectedly, "I definitely wore one that morning. The problem is that I drank until I blacked out the night before. I don't remember anything at all." "Can't you verify it with her?" Xiao Ruofei asked while holding back his laughter. "How do I verify it? This kind of person's private life is very messy. It's impossible for her to remember it so clearly." Song Rui said dejectedly, "Besides, I have so many symptoms on my body." Speaking of this, Song Rui counted with his fingers and said, "You see, I've been having a fever recently, I've been sweating, and my appetite has become very bad. The lymph nodes on my lower jaw are swollen. Also, I've lost 3 pounds this week." Xiao Ruofei quickly waved his hand and said, Okay. Don't calculate it. Let me take a look at you first. Give me your hand. You want to take my pulse, right?" Song Rui immediately said, "Male left, female right. After that, Song Rui immediately stretched out his left hand. Xiao Ruofei glanced at Song Rui and said, "Do you think it's fortune-telling? Male left, female right." Chinese medicine needs both hands to take the pulse, because they are in charge of different meridians and organs. Since you've stretched out your left hand, then let's take your left hand first." After that, Xiao Ruofei put his finger on Song Rui's pulse, closed his eyes slightly, and concentrated on checking Song Rui's pulse. Song Rui's heart naturally raced. He stared at Xiao Ruofei nervously, hoping to read some information from Xiao Ruofei's expression. However, Xiao Ruofei was like an old Chinese medicine doctor. His face was as calm as an ancient well. After a while, Xiao Ruofei said faintly, "Change your hand." Song Rui immediately retracted his left hand and put his right hand on the table. Xiao Ruofei looked at Song Rui faintly and continued to check the pulse of his right hand. During this period of time, Xiao Ruofei had been studying the medical information in the Jade Talisman whenever he was free. He had made great progress, especially in the long-lost Chinese medicine books, which benefited Xiao Ruofei a lot. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei's current level of Chinese medicine was not the same as before. In the past, he pretended to be good in order to hide the spirit heart flower's petal solution. Even if he consciously self-studied Chinese medicine, he could only be considered a dabbler since he learned the information on the internet or in bookstores without the guidance of a famous teacher. However, it was completely different now. There were so many precious Chinese medicine books with many medical insights. It was as if there was a famous teacher guiding him. At the same time, the knowledge was directly transmitted to his mind, so it was very convenient and thorough for him to understand. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei's medical skills were probably much better than those white-haired national healers. The only thing he lacked was clinical experience. After a long time, Xiao Ruofei removed his finger and slowly opened his eyes. Song Rui did not notice the flash of a smile in Xiao Ruofei's eyes. When Xiao Ruofei finished taking Song Rui's pulse, he immediately asked, "Ruofei, how is it?" Song Rui almost fainted when he heard this. His face suddenly turned pale, and he asked in a trembling voice, "Ruofei, I'm really infected." "That? How serious is it?" Xiao Ruofei said seriously, your condition is called hypochondriasis in medicine. It's a type of somatoform disorder. It mainly means that the patient is worried or believes that he or she has one or more serious somatic diseases, accompanied by anxiety or depression. Looking at your condition, it can also be classified as AI phobia, which is... Wait. Song Ruwei shouted, you're saying that I don't have AIDS? Xiao Ruofei was laughing in his heart, but his expression was still serious. He shrugged and said, when did I say that you have AIDS? F***ck. Then why did you say it was so serious? Why did you look so sad? Song Ruwei said angrily. Bro, scaring people can scare people to death, okay? Xiao Ruofei said in his heart, I just want to scare you. Let's see if you still dare to go out and have fun in the future, Xiao Ruofei said seriously. Song Ruwei, don't underestimate hypochondriasis. It's a neurological disease. And it will bring a lot of adverse reactions to the body. Research has shown that people with serious cancer phobia have a higher chance of getting cancer than the average person. Don't explain it to me. Song Ruwei said, bro, this situation is different. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't be so paranoid all the time. Xiao Ruofei looked at Song Ruwei with a faint smile and said, all diseases have a cause. This thing that you're talking about is the cause. Okay. Song Ruwei raised his hands and begged for mercy. Then, he said without confidence, Ruofei, it's not that I don't believe you, but I really have symptoms. It's not my illusion. I've been having a fever recently. My throat hurts too. Xiao Ruofei said indifferently, you're suffering from wind heat fever. Go get yourself some Huaxiang dripping pills or Xianxia detoxification pills and take them for a few days. It's that simple? Song Ruwei was dumbfounded. Don't tell me you want to be very serious? Xiao Ruofei asked, somewhat amused. No, it's just that I can't believe it. Song Ruwei laughed. But my appetite has been bad recently. You've been letting your imagination run wild all day long to the point that you're about to go crazy. It'd be strange if you still have the appetite to eat. Then I've lost a lot of weight. This should be objective data. I weigh myself every day. Song Ruwei said. Xiao Ruofei glanced at Song Ruwei and said, nonsense. If I were like you, I wouldn't eat or drink all day long, and I'd be as paranoid as a bird startled by the twang of a bough. My weight would also drop. You mean I'm just scaring myself? Song Ruwei murmured. Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, it's up to you to believe it or not. I believe. Song Ruwei quickly showed a flattering smile and said, you, the great Dr. Xia, have already diagnosed me. How can I not believe it? Sometimes, people are like this. When they suspect that they have some kind of illness, they will naturally be paranoid. Especially now that the internet is so advanced, many people habitually search online. In the end, they will find that the various symptoms listed on the internet all seem to match themselves. Little did they know that if things like seeing a doctor could rely on the internet, what would be the use of doctors? If diseases could be diagnosed through a search engine, would there be a need for medical universities to set up a 5-year clinical major? Everyone could be given a computer with internet access to see a doctor. Why waste 5 years? With Xiao Ruofei's personal diagnosis, Song Ruwei's worries were all gone. Just a moment ago, he looked sickly, but now he was full of energy. He laughed and said, that Ruofei, the Huaxiang dripping pill you mentioned just now takes too long to take effect. Since you've already diagnosed me, then you should take responsibility until the end. Prescribe me some medicine that takes effect quickly. It's uncomfortable for me to have a fever every day. Xiao Ruofei shook his head helplessly and said, you little brat. I gave you an inch and you wanted a mile. Hee, we're brothers for a lifetime. You can't be so cruel, right? Song Ruwei said shamelessly. Fine. I knew there would be no good banquet. Xiao Ruofei said as she opened her handbag. She reached her hand into it and took out a small porcelain bottle. There were still more than 10 pills left from the pills he made for Song Wei last time. Xiao Ruofei had just used his telepathic thoughts to inform Xia Qing in the space to put 3 pills in the small porcelain bottle. Because of the difference in the flow of time of the outside world, Xiaoqing in the space had already prepared the pills even though it was only a few seconds. Xiao Ruofei reaching into his handbag was just a cover to make Song Rui think that he was taking something out of his bag. In fact, he directly took it out of the space with his telepathic thoughts. Take it after meals, 1 pill at a time. Xiao Ruofei said, it should be fine in a day. The pills contained the petals of the spirit heart flower. Even Song Wei's strange toxins could be removed after 10 to 20 days of continuous consumption. Song Rui only had a common cold, so 3 pills would definitely be enough to cure him. In fact, it was a waste to use these pills to treat a cold. However, Xiao Ruofei also knew that if Song Rui's cold wasn't treated properly, he would always be suspicious. For the health of his good brother, Xiao Ruofei didn't feel too distressed even though he knew that it was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. What's more, these pills were originally prepared for Song Wei. It would be a waste not to use them, so it was better to give them to Song Rui. Song Rui took the porcelain bottle as if it was a treasure and carefully put it in his arms. He said happily, you're really good. Good brother. Xiao Ruofei rolled his eyes and said, if you don't serve the dishes, your good brother will starve to death. Song Rui patted his head and said embarrassedly, it's my fault, my fault. I'll get them to serve the dishes right away. After that, Song Rui shouted, waiter. The waiter at the door immediately pushed the door open and asked, sir, is there anything I can help you with? Song Rui swept away his decadence and said in high spirits, tell the kitchen to serve the dishes. Hurry up. Yes, sir. Song Rui then looked at Xiao Ruofei and asked, by the way, Ruofei, do you want to order a few more dishes? Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, no, it's just the 2 of us. Let's make it simple. By the way, you haven't recovered from your cold, so let's not drink at noon. You have to listen to the doctor's advice. Song Rui laughed and said to the waiter, take away the wine. And hurry up with the dishes. Okay. Tahrir Square. Song Wei and her best friend, Zhuyi, walked out of a Western restaurant and stood by the roadside waiting for a taxi. Song Wei's car was still in the southwest, and Song Qiming was very strict with herself. Song Wei would never use a private car just because her father was a provincial high-ranking official. Therefore, she had accompanied Zhuyi around Sanshan City for the past 2 days. She mainly took a taxi when she went out, and sometimes even took the bus or the subway. It sounded a little unbelievable that the daughter of a provincial party secretary and a provincial party committee member would take the bus or the subway when she went out. However, it was normal for Song Qiming's family. Only when it concerned Song Wei's safety would Song Qiming use her power, but only within the rules. Including the last time when she sent Song Wei's blood sample to Beijing for examination, with Song Qiming's influence, it only delayed the flight for a few minutes, and it didn't affect the departure time. All the expenses for the medical staff of the Provincial People's Hospital to Beijing were paid by Song Qiming. After a few days of playing in Sanshan City, Zhuyi was ready to go home, so Song Wei accompanied Zhuyi to have lunch at noon to see her off. The 2 of them had been roommates for 4 years in college, and they were the only 2 girls in the whole grade majoring in archaeology, so their relationship was naturally quite close. The 2 of them stood at the taxi stop under the shade of a tree. Song Wei said reluctantly, are you really not going to stay for a few more days? Zhuyi said with a smile, little girl, do you like me and don't want me to leave? Song Wei rolled her eyes at Zhuyi coquettishly and said, go to hell. You're not serious. Zhuyi laughed and said mischievously, I suddenly thought of a very interesting question. Do you think the boys in the archaeology department will be heartbroken if we become lesbians? There were only 2 girls in the entire grade majoring in archaeology, and the rest were all boys. If the only 2 girls were to hold hands, it meant that the boys in the archaeology department were failures. Song Wei couldn't help but burst into laughter. What kind of nonsense are you thinking about all day long in that little head of yours? It's just a discussion. Whether or not it has been put into practice. Zhuyi said indifferently, let me make a statement first. I'm a pure girl. I'm not interested in girls. When Song Wei heard the words pure girl, she almost burst out laughing. She held her stomach and laughed as she pointed at Zhuyi and said breathlessly, you mischievous girl. Zhuyi blinked her big eyes and said, seriously, I haven't solved my personal problems yet. If you have any good boys, you must remember to introduce them to me. Song Wei curled her lips and said, that's because you have high expectations. You, the great beauty Xue, are the goddess in the hearts of the boys. As long as you beckon with your finger, there will probably be a strong platoon of suitors. You make it sound like you're not a goddess. Xue muttered, who asked the archaeology department to have more men than women. They don't have a choice, okay? Song Wei pursed her lips and said with a smile, that seems to make sense. The boys in our department are so miserable. The noon sun was very hot, and the road on this side of Liberation Square seemed to be melting. The two of them stood under the shade of a tree and talked for a while, but there was not a single empty taxi passing by. However, the two of them were not in a hurry. Xueyi's flight was in the evening, so they were not in a hurry. They just needed to take a taxi to the hotel to pick up their luggage. Moreover, the two girls always had endless things to talk about. Plus, they were about to leave, so the two of them hoped to talk for a while longer. However, while Song Wei and Xueyi were chatting, they did not notice that on a motorcycle not far away, two young men wearing helmets were constantly looking in their direction. The motorcycle slowly drove toward the two of them on the side of the road, but the two of them were not aware of the approaching danger. When the motorcycle passed in front of the two of them, the person behind suddenly reached out and grabbed Song Wei's bag. Then, the person in front of them tacitly twisted the accelerator, and the motorcycle suddenly sped up and rushed out. Song Wei didn't expect that there would be bikers trying to steal her bag in broad daylight. She was also quite shocked. She wasn't prepared at all in the blink of an eye. When the motorcycle sped up, she was pulled by the bag and staggered. Although Song Wei subconsciously grabbed her bag, she was caught off guard. Coupled with the momentum of the motorcycle, there was no way she could beat the biker. She felt the weight in her hand disappear, and her bag was snatched away. At this time, Song Wei did not react, but Xueyi's reaction was faster. She shouted, robbery. Then, he quickly chased after the motorcycle. Song Wei came back to her senses and shouted, forget it. However, Xueyi had already run a few meters away. She seemed to have not heard Song Wei's words and desperately chased after the motorcycle. Song Wei originally did not intend to chase after them. Although she did not expect the security of Sanshan City to be more chaotic than she had imagined, she was still the daughter of the municipal party secretary. Since these two guys had snatched her bag, there was no way they could run away. Song Qiming said a word, and this kind of petty thief had nowhere to hide. But now, Xueyi had already chased after them. Her opponents were two strong men. Song Wei was worried that Xueyi would be taken advantage of, so she did not even have time to make a phone call. She hurriedly chased after Xueyi. At the entrance of the Shangri-La Hotel, Xiao Ruofei and Song Rui, who had just finished eating and drinking, had just stepped out of the hotel when they heard someone not far away shouting, robbery. Xiao Ruofei turned his head to look. A motorcycle was speeding along the road south of Liberation Square toward them. The person sitting in the back of the motorcycle kept turning her head to look back from time to time. The person was holding a handbag that was obviously for women. Behind the motorcycle, a girl in a t-shirt and jeans was running wildly. F***CK. What's going on? Song Rui could not help but shout. The motorcycle was coming very quickly. It was about to reach where Xiao Ruofei and Song Rui were. The motorcycle was driving in the opposite lane, and there was a guardrail in the middle. For Xiao Ruofei, it was not difficult to block it directly. It was just the width of the road. He could fly over it with a light tap. However, it would be a little shocking. Xiao Ruofei looked around and did not find anything useful, so he shouted, Song Rui, take off your shoes. Ah? Song Rui was stunned and did not react for a moment. Xiao Ruofei directly grabbed Song Rui's right leg. With a light shake, Song Rui's shoe immediately fell off his foot. Xiao Ruofei did not wait for the shoe to fall to the ground. He did a tossing action similar to a ball. He tossed Song Rui's shoe about half a meter high. Then, he turned sideways and gave a side kick. His right foot landed solidly on Song Rui's shoe. Volley shot, the shoe flew out in a parabola. It swept past the guardrail in the middle of the road and fell rapidly. Bang! Although the roar of the motorcycle's engine was loud, the dull sound was still very obvious. Even Xiao Ruofei and Song Rui, who were on the opposite side of the road, could hear it clearly. The rider was wearing a helmet. Normally, even if something hit the helmet, it wouldn't cause too much damage. However, after being hit by the flying shoes from outer space, the rider felt as if his helmet was hit by a hammer. Although the outer shell of the helmet was hard and there was a soft lining inside, the strong shock wave still made him dizzy. It was as if there were countless golden stars flashing in front of his eyes. The rider's vision went black, and his hands dropped the handlebars and he fainted. The motorcycle that lost control instantly tilted. The wheels were still spinning at high speed, but the body of the motorcycle had already fallen to the ground. Due to inertia, the motorcycle still rushed forward, and for a moment, sparks flew everywhere. The person in the back screamed and danced, but in a hurry, his foot got stuck on the motorcycle, and his body was involuntarily dragged forward by the motorcycle. In the summer, no one would wear too much. The robber in the back was actually wearing a pair of shorts and a t-shirt. As he was dragged on the ground, his arms, thighs, and other parts of his body were suddenly torn open. He couldn't help but let out a tragic cry. The motorcycle slid for 7 or 8 meters before the robber finally got out. He lay on the ground groaning, and the one who was hit in the helmet directly fainted. The motorcycle slid forward for a few more meters before coming to a stop. All of this happened in a flash. Song Rui didn't even have time to react when Xiao Ruofei snatched his shoe, and it was already over. Song Rui was still dumbfounded, standing there barefoot. "What are you doing?" Xiao Ruofei said calmly, "Let's go and see what's going on." After that, Xiao Ruofei took the lead and ran out. There weren't many cars on the road at noon, so Xiao Ruofei easily crossed the street. With one hand on the barrier, he crossed the barrier in a very natural and unrestrained movement, and ran towards the place where the two bikers fell. At this time, Song Rui came back to his senses. He hurriedly followed. However, Song Rui's running posture was a little strange. One foot was wearing a shoe, and the other was barefoot. The height of the 2 feet was unbalanced, and it looked strange. Zhuyi ran over, panting. Xiao Ruofei picked up the handbag from the ground and handed it to Zhuyi. He smiled and said, "You lost this, right? Be careful next time." Thank you," Zhuyi said breathlessly. Just as she reached for her handbag, Song Rui clumsily climbed over the fence. When Song Rui saw this scene, he cried out loudly, "Ruofei, wait a moment." After saying that, Song Rui ran to the front of the two people and said, "Ruofei, how can you be sure that she's the owner of the item? At least let her tell us what's in the bag, right?" Hearing this, Zhuyi raised her eyebrows and said angrily, "Hey, uncle, what do you mean by that? Do you think I can pretend to be the owner?" Uncle? Song Rui was stunned. "Am I that old? Hey, I'm only in my 20s. You're calling me uncle? In your 20s? Zhuyi looked at Song Rui from head to toe, curled her lips, and said, "Uncle, you're growing too fast." Xiao Ruofei looked at Song Rui, amused. This guy had been so scared by AIDS that he didn't have the mood to take care of his personal hygiene. He hadn't shaved for a few days, and his hair was unkempt. His eyes were red, and there were dark circles under his eyes. He did look a little old, like an internet addict. Song Rui touched his stubble and messy hair. Perhaps he felt that it was too late to save his image, so he decided to skip the topic. He said angrily, "Sister, even if you're the owner, it's normal for us to verify it, right? Besides, we're just doing a good deed. Why are you so fierce?" Zhuyi immediately said, "Please don't use the word we. I saw it very clearly just now. It was this young man who did a good deed. Uncle, you're already struggling to climb over the fence. Doing a good deed is a difficult job that shouldn't be suitable for you, right?" Song Rui was choked by the eloquent Zhuyi's words and almost fainted. He held it in for a long time before he said angrily, "Do you know what weapon this guy used to knock down the biker gang? It's my shoes. Without my shoes, how could he do a good deed?" Zhuyi subconsciously looked down and saw that Song Rui was wearing a shoe on one foot and was barefoot on the other. She couldn't help but laugh. Zhuyi laughed so hard that the peaks on her chest trembled slightly. Song Rui looked up and saw the somewhat erotic scene. His heart couldn't help but sway. Shui had been running all the way here and had sweated a lot. Her navy blue Dickies t-shirt was also wet. Only the part covered by her bra was still dry. The part that was wet with sweat was darker in color. The two round parts and the two shoulder straps were lighter in color. It looked very obvious. So Song Rui's eyes subconsciously fell on it. Shui was keenly aware of Song Rui's gaze. She immediately covered her chest and glared at Song Rui. "Hey! Uncle, where are you looking?" Song Rui was very embarrassed. This guy was famous in the circle of rich men in Beijing. He didn't expect to show his fear in front of a strange woman in Xianxia City. Song Rui said awkwardly, I'll go find my shoes." After that, Song Rui hurriedly ran toward the shoes that he had dropped not far away. Shui looked at Song Rui's back and made a face at him. With Song Rui as an example, Xia Ruofei naturally wouldn't look around. He looked straight at Shui and smiled. "Actually, my friend's words are quite reasonable. After all, we don't know each other. Out of a responsible attitude, I do need to verify your identity." Shui said generously, "Your words are much more pleasant to hear." Unlike that uncle just now, his tone was full of suspicion. It was as if I was pretending to be the owner and trying to cheat him. Song Rui was squatting not far away to put on his shoes. After hearing Shui's words, his body couldn't help but tremble. Didn't I not take care of myself for the past 2 days? Ruofei, that kid, is just a little fairer and taller than me. Obviously, we both want to express the same meaning. Why is there such a big difference in their attitudes? Girls nowadays judge people by their appearance too much. Song Rui's heart was full of blood and tears as he complained. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Thank you for your understanding." Shui said, "But I really don't know what's in this bag, because this bag belongs to my friend. But she should be here soon." Speaking of this, Shui just happened to see Song Wei dragging his tired legs over. She immediately jumped up and waved her hand. "Wei Wei. I'm here." In comparison, Shui's physical fitness seemed to be much better than Song Wei's. She looked like a cute girl, but she had the heart of a tough woman. Her physical fitness was not inferior to men. This girl was quite interesting. Xia Ruofei also noticed Song Wei. He couldn't help but look surprised. It was a small world. He didn't expect to meet Song Wei in such a big provincial city like Sanchon. It seemed that this cute tough woman was Song Wei's friend. Xia Ruofei stood aside with a smile and waited for Song Wei. At this time, Song Rui had already put on his shoes and walked over. He also saw Song Wei at a glance. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and say, "Secretary Qiming's girl? What's going on?" Song Wei quickly came to the three of them. She was also sweating, and her pretty face was flushed because of the intense exercise. Before Song Wei could catch his breath, Shui couldn't wait to say, "Wei Wei, it's all thanks to this young man this time. You didn't see it just now." He threw a shoe directly from the opposite side of the road. It was like shooting a willow leaf from 100 paces away. He directly knocked down that damn robber. Otherwise, these two little bastards would have escaped. "Wei Wei. Wei Wei. Are you listening to me?" Shui said a lot, only to find that Song Wei didn't pay attention to her at all. Instead, she stared straight at the young man who could shoot a willow leaf from 100 paces away with a look of surprise on her face. This woman. Even if she sees a handsome guy, she doesn't have to be like this, does she? Shui couldn't help muttering in her heart. Xia Ruofei smiled and winked at Song Wei. "Song Wei, I didn't expect to see you again," Song Wei cried. Out in surprise and joy, "Ruofei, why are you here? Did you help us subdue the biker gang just now?" Only then did Shui understand the situation. She asked, "Wei Wei, you know each other?" Before Song Wei could answer, Song Rui also came out from behind Xia Ruofei. He waved at Song Wei with a smile and said, "Song Wei, long time no see." Song Wei looked even more surprised. Her cherry lips opened slightly, and she was stunned for a moment before she greeted him awkwardly. "Uncle." "Song Rui, you are here too." Although Song Wei wasn't used to calling a young man who was only a few years older than her uncle, she couldn't do anything about it. Speaking of which, she and Song Rui were relatives who were not even 5 generations older than her. Song Rui and Song Qiming's great-grandfathers were biological brothers. Although Song Qiming habitually called Master Song Chief, Song Wei still had to call Song Rui uncle, even if she didn't want to. When she was young, she went to the family Song house as a guest. Song Wei was very reluctant to call a kid who was about her age uncle. Because of this, she had been criticized and reprimanded by Song Qiming. Song Rui chuckled and said, "Just now, it was me and Ruofei who had a tacit understanding to subdue the 2 street racers in one fell swoop." "Well, thank you so much," Song Wei said awkwardly. At this time, Zhuyi jumped out and pointed at Song Rui. "Huh. Uncle, so you are Wei Wei's uncle. Just now, you were pretending to be young and in your 20s. Now you are exposed." Song Wei also blushed. He quickly pulled Zhuyi's sleeve and said, Uncle Song Rui is just a senior. He's only in his 20s. He doesn't need to pretend to be young." "Is he really in his 20s? Zhuyi's voice couldn't help but become louder. She pointed at the unshaven Song Rui and said, "It seems that he's really growing up in a hurry, right?" Song Rui couldn't help but roll his eyes. His heart was filled with grief and indignation. Song Wei looked at Song Rui, who looked like a decadent otaku. He wanted to laugh, but he didn't dare. His pretty face was red from holding it in. When Xiao Ruofei saw this, he laughed and said, Okay. Don't make fun of Song Rui. We were able to catch the thief just now because he contributed the shoes." Song Rui's face was black. He looked at Xiao Ruofei bitterly and thought, "Are you speaking up for me? Why do I feel like I've been hurt even more?" Xiao Ruofei ignored Song Rui and handed the bag in his hand to Song Wei. He smiled and said, "This is your bag. Be careful next time. Check if you lost anything first." "Thank you, Ruofei," Song Wei said softly. She took the bag and checked it. Her phone and ID were all there. She thanked Xiao Ruofei again. The 2 unlucky thieves were still on the ground. One was motionless, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The other was groaning like a bloody gourd. It looked very scary. Xiao Ruofei knew how much strength he had used. The fainted biker was protected by a helmet, so he knew that his life wouldn't be in danger. Xiao Ruofei took out his phone and called the police. Soon, the police car from the nearby police station arrived at the scene. Before the police arrived, Song Wei called his father, Song Qiming, and told him what had happened. Song Qiming was also shocked when he heard that. He quickly asked Song Wei if he was injured. When Song Qiming learned that his daughter was fine, and that Xiao Ruofei happened to pass by and helped to subdue the street racer gang, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. It seemed like his family owed Xiao Ruofei more and more favors. Song Qiming was very dissatisfied with the security situation in Xianxia City. Even the daughter of the municipal party secretary had been robbed by the biker gang. How chaotic was the security here, therefore, he immediately called Chen Bo, the deputy mayor and director of the Public Security Bureau of Xianxia City. On the one hand, he asked him to inform the police station in Liberation Square. On the other hand, he severely criticized the security situation in Xianxia City. He also asked the Public Security Bureau to immediately take action and increase the patrol of the stations, subways, urban complexes, and other places where people gathered. He wanted to severely crack down on all kinds of illegal crimes. It could be imagined that since the municipal party secretary had spoken, Xianxia City was bound to set off a strong crackdown on illegal activities. Those snakes, insects, rats, and ants living in the dark had their lives become more and more difficult because of these 2 ignorant thieves. The police at the local police station had already received instructions from their superiors, so they were very polite to Xiao Ruofei, Song Wei, and the others. They didn't ask them to return to the station. They directly made a simple statement at the scene, and then let them leave. Then, the police investigated the scene, preserved evidence, and called an ambulance to send the 2 unlucky people to the hospital. Of course, these things had nothing to do with Xiao Ruofei. After finding out that Song Wei and Zhuyi didn't have a car, Xiao Ruofei offered to give them a ride. When Xiao Ruofei drove the Night 15 out of the hotel parking lot across the street, Shui couldn't help but whistle and shout excitedly, Night 15. Then, she pulled Song Wei's hand and jumped up and down. Wei, it's the Night 15. And it's a limited edition. It's so cool. Song Wei said to Xiao Ruofei in the car awkwardly, Ruofei, I'm sorry. Yi likes cars very much, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, it's okay. Then, Xiao Ruofei waved at Yi and said with a smile, get in the car. Yi was still in a state of excitement. She murmured, I can't believe I'm in the Night 15. Song Ruwei couldn't help but roll his eyes again with a look of disdain. In fact, Song Ruwei drove his car here, but for some reason, he didn't leave alone. Instead, he stretched his hand towards the Night XV's passenger door. Shui opened the door first and said with a smile, Uncle, can I sit in the passenger seat? Looking at Shui's starry eyes, Song Ruwei shrugged helplessly and gestured for Shui to get in. Shui said happily, thank you, Uncle. Song Ruwei said helplessly, Sister, can you not call me Uncle? Before he could finish his sentence, Shui had already grabbed the handrail in the car, climbed up in 2 steps, and sat in the car. After she closed the door, she poked her head out of the window and asked innocently, Uncle, what did you just say? Pfft, Song Wei couldn't help but laugh again. Song Ruwei said helplessly, nothing, oh. Shui immediately retracted her head. Then, like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, she scanned the interior of the car from top to bottom, left to right. Song Wei and Song Ruwei also got in the car. Xiao Ruofei looked at Shui and said, can you put on your seatbelt first? Shui stuck out her tongue embarrassedly and pulled the seatbelt in a hurry. Then, she said to Xiao Ruofei, okay. Let's drive. Along the way, Shui looked at Xiao Ruofei's car as if she was looking at a piece of art. Xiao Ruofei saw Shui touching the interior of the car as if it was her lover. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Fortunately, the hotel Shui was staying in wasn't far from Liberation Square. They arrived in a short while. Under Song Wei's urging, Shui reluctantly got out of the car. Ruofei, Song Ruwei. Uncle, thank you for today. Song Wei said politely. Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. It's nothing. You don't have to be so polite. We'll go first. Drive slowly. Song Wei smiled. Wait. Shui shouted. Brother Ruofei, you helped us a lot today. I'll treat you to a meal. Oh yeah, Uncle, you should come too. No matter what, you did contribute a shoe. Song Ruwei almost went berserk when he heard this. This was too much. Ruofei became Brother Ruofei, and he was just an uncle. Also, can you not touch the pot that doesn't boil? If you talk about the shoe again, I'll get mad at you. Shui didn't notice Song Ruwei's murderous look. She was still looking at Xiao Ruofei with anticipation. To be exact, she was looking at the Night 15. Song Wei couldn't help but remind her in a low voice, your plane, Shui said indifferently, the plane is in the evening. Let's have dinner early. There's still time. Brother Ruofei, do you have time? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, I don't have anything to do today, but you don't have to be so polite. Of course, of course. I know how to repay kindness. Shui said quickly. Then it's settled. Song Wei looked at her best friend helplessly and shook his head with a bitter smile. At this time, Shui smiled embarrassedly and said, since we're having dinner together, why don't we go out in the afternoon? I have to catch the plane, so I have to eat early. Xiao Ruofei was stunned and asked, go out to play? Where to play? Anywhere. We can go for a drive. Shui blurted out. Then, she said awkwardly, that. Don't get me wrong, it's not because of the car. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, I know. Okay. I'll listen to your arrangements. Shui said happily, yeah. That's great. Why don't you wait for me for a while? I'll check out of the room and get my luggage. I'll be back soon. Then, we can go directly to the airport after dinner. Okay. Xiao Ruofei said, slow down. There's no rush. Shui nodded heavily and walked quickly into the hotel. Song Wei also quickly greeted Xiao Ruofei and Song Ruwei, then quickly followed. Xiao Ruofei and Song Ruwei got out of the car. Xiao Ruofei took out the special cigarettes that Master Song had given him and flicked one to Song Rui. Then, he put one in his mouth. The two lit their cigarettes and took a puff. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Song Rui, this girl is quite interesting. Song Rui pursed his lips and said, why can't I see it? She's like a love-struck fool. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, this shows that she's real. She's much better than those women who play along with you and try to please you. Song Rui took a puff of his cigarette and said, that's true. Then, Xiao Ruofei teased, oh yeah, didn't you drive today? Why did you get in my car? Song Rui was stunned for a moment, then immediately said, there's a problem with my car's shock absorber. I asked the repair shop to adjust it. Why? You don't want me to take your car? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, no problem. It's my honor to take your car. Song Rui pursed his lips and said, don't give me that. Then, Song Rui asked shyly, Ruofei, do you have a razor in your car? Xiao Ruofei asked with a half-smile, what's wrong? I don't think it's good to have a stubble. Song Rui said, I didn't have the mood to take care of it a few days ago, but it's fine now. Of course, I have to pay attention to my image. Xiao Ruofei looked in the direction of the hotel's entrance, then said with a smile, I do have one. Wait here. After that, Xiao Ruofei went around to the back of the car, opened the trunk, leaned over to block Song Rui's view, and took out an electric razor from the space. He thought for a moment, then took out a clean shirt and casual pants. Xiao Ruofei tucked the shirt and pants under his arm, then handed the razor to Song Rui and asked, I think you're dressed too casually. Do you want to change? I happen to have a spare set of clothes and pants, and we're about the same size. You should be able to wear them. Why would I change? Song Rui's eyes were evasive as he asked. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, didn't Shui call you uncle? Don't you want to take care of her and keep her in check? That makes sense. Song Rui immediately said, thanks, bro. Let me shave first. After that, Song Rui immediately climbed into the car, put down the visor in front of the passenger seat, and shaved his beard in front of the small makeup mirror. Then, he tidied up his messy hair. Xiao Ruofei smiled and handed the shirt and pants over, and Song Rui changed in the car. Not long after he got out of the car, Shui and Song Wei each came out of the hotel with a suitcase. Sorry to keep you waiting, Shui said as she pushed the suitcase to the back of the car. It's okay. Give me the suitcase, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he took the suitcases from Shui and Song Wei, opened the trunk, and put them in. Thanks, Shui said with a smile. Then, Shui asked curiously, huh? Where's uncle? Did he get angry and leave? Song Rui took a few deep breaths to suppress his urge to go berserk. He glared at Shui, who was right in front of him, and waved his hand forcefully. Ah. Who is it? Shui jumped back in shock and looked at Song Rui angrily. Shui's face showed a trace of doubt. She rubbed her eyes and looked Song Rui up and down. Song Rui felt goosebumps all over his body. At this time, Shui asked uncertainly, are you uncle? Song Rui almost burst into tears. He roared in his heart, oh my god, you finally recognized me. Was this brother's presence really that insignificant? I'm actually invisible in front of you. Although Song Rui's heart was full of emotions, he still looked very calm on the surface. He just nodded gently and suppressed his bitterness. Is there really nothing wrong with your eyesight? Shui said in surprise, are you really uncle? You. How did you change so much? Song Rui almost fainted. He shouted, you're the one who's pooped. Xiao Ruofei couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Song Wei, who was originally holding it in, couldn't hold it in any longer after Xiao Ruofei's teasing. She burst out laughing. However, Song Wei quickly restrained his smile and said to Song Rui with a trace of apology, Uncle Song Rui, has always been a little face-blind when it comes to recognizing people. Haha, please forgive her. Shui looked Song Rui up and down and then said seriously, so it's really uncle. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, okay, stop fooling around. Get in the car. Oh. Shui nodded and looked at Song Rui curiously. She didn't seem to understand why he had changed in such a short time. By the way, Song Wei, aren't you a little carsick? You can sit in the front. Xiao Ruofei said. Song Wei was stunned. He thought to himself, when did I ever get carsick? However, her mind was very nimble. Hearing this, she just nodded and said, okay. Shui wanted to sit in the front passenger seat, but after hearing Xiao Ruofei's words, she went straight to the back seat. After everyone got in the car, Xiao Ruofei started the engine and asked with a smile, Song Wei, Shui, where do you want to go? Song shrugged and said, let's listen to Yi. Didn't she say that she would arrange it? Shui sat in the back seat. As she fastened her seatbelt, she tilted her head and thought for a while before saying, I remember that the airport is by the sea, right? How about we go to the beach? I'll treat you to seafood tonight. Okay. Xiao Ruofei nodded and stepped on the accelerator, slowly driving the car. Xiao Ruofei was very familiar with the road from the city to the beach, because Taoyuan Farm was located by the beach. He had gone back and forth countless times in the past year. The car sped along the second ring road. Shui was like a curious baby, touching and looking around. Song Rui, who was always talkative, seemed to be a little reserved. He sat upright beside Shui. Shui leaned forward and asked, oh yeah, Ruofei, what do you do? There aren't many people in the country. Who can drive a Knight 15? You must be a big boss, right? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, then you're wrong. I'm just running a small business to support my family. A small business can drive a luxury car worth tens of millions? Shui didn't believe him. You're not deliberately being modest because you're afraid that I'll pester you, right? Don't worry. I just like cars. I'm not a gold digger. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This girl was too daring. She really didn't know what to say. Song Wei was annoyed and amused. He turned around and glared at Shui. Woman, can't you be a little more reserved? Be a little more ladylike, okay? Shui said indifferently, I don't want to hit on Ruofei. Why would I need to be ladylike? After Song Rui heard this, he couldn't help but reach out and touch his forehead. He felt that this woman was really hopeless. She dared to say anything. However, he didn't know why, but after hearing these words, he felt a faint sense of relief in his heart. Song Wei said angrily, you want to hit on? Bah, you can't even chase after him. Ruofei has a girlfriend. And she's beautiful and rich. Your girlfriend is rich? Shui's eyes suddenly burned with the fire of gossip. She couldn't help but look at Xiao Ruofei and ask, could it be that Ruofei is living off a woman? Hey! Xiao Ruofei suddenly shouted in protest. Song Wei said nervously almost at the same time, don't talk nonsense. Ruofei's own business is very big, and he's very capable. Even my father praises him. When Shui heard this, she immediately looked at Song Wei meaningfully and said, even your father looks at Ruofei differently? Wei, could it be that there's something going on between you two? The speed at which her attention was diverted was comparable to the speed of light. This girl's brain circuit was definitely not the same as a normal person's. Xiao Ruofei was speechless. Song Wei's face was also red. He couldn't help but say coquettishly, what nonsense are you talking about? Didn't I say that Ruofei already has a girlfriend? Shui pointed at Song Wei as if she had discovered a new continent and said loudly, Wei, you're shy. How could you say that there's nothing going on? You, don't talk about girlfriends. Even if you get married, you can get divorced. Shui immediately swallowed Song Wei's words. Then she turned to Song Rui and said, Uncle, what I said makes sense, right? Song Rui looked at Shui helplessly, not knowing what to say. Shui asked innocently, Uncle, why didn't you say anything the whole way? You've already said everything. What else can I say? Song Rui said helplessly. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly and say to Shui, please don't pretend that I'm not here, okay? My girlfriend also knows Song Wei. We even had dinner together 2 days ago. Dinner together? Shui was shocked. Wei, that day you abandoned me and said that you had an important date with brother Ruofei and his girlfriend? Song Wei nodded helplessly. Just as he was about to explain that his family was treating Xia Ruofei to dinner, Zhuyi said first, "Brother Ruofei, you're so capable. You can actually make the family flower and the wildflower coexist peacefully." I'm in awe. Song Wei's face suddenly turned red. He said loudly, "Hey! Who are you calling a wildflower? Are you the family flower?" Zhuyi laughed evilly. Song Wei realized that no matter how he tried to explain, it would only make things worse. This was because Zhuyi didn't listen to any explanation at all. Everything was made up by her own imagination. Xia Ruofei was also speechless. He didn't have the energy to complain, so he simply shut his mouth and focused on driving. Zhuyi saw that the two people in front of her were ignoring her and felt a little bored. After a while, she turned to Song Ruwei and asked, "Uncle, you're so familiar with both of them, and you're Weiwei's uncle. Can you bear to see Weiwei jump into the fire pit?" Song Ruwei turned his face and said seriously, "Zhuyi, didn't Song Wei just say that? He and Ruofei don't have that kind of relationship. Didn't you hear clearly?" Zhuyi was stunned for a moment and said, "I heard it. But Weiwei, I just thought that there was something wrong with your ears. I was going to introduce you to an otolaryngology doctor." Song Ruwei said. "Now it seems that it's not a problem with your ears. You should go and have a look here." Song Ruwei stretched out his index finger and tapped his head as he spoke. Zhuyi was stunned for a moment, then she reacted and said angrily, "Stinky uncle, you actually said that there's something wrong with my brain? You're the one who has something wrong with your brain. Your whole family has something wrong with their brains. No. Your whole community has something wrong with their brains. Okay. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. I said something wrong, okay?" Song Ruwei quickly dodged to the side, afraid that Zhuyi's finger would poke him in the eye. As Xia Ruofei drove, he looked at the two people in the back through the rearview mirror. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Song Wei glanced at Xia Ruofei and revealed a thoughtful expression. In fact, Zhuyi just spoke without thinking, but her personality wasn't annoying. She was cheerful, pure, and full of youthfulness, so Xia Ruofei and Song Wei weren't really angry. They just felt a little awkward after Zhuyi's jesting. Especially Song Wei, there was a ripple in his heart. He occasionally glanced at Xia Ruofei, and his gaze became a little unnatural. However, with Zhuyi around, the atmosphere wouldn't become too awkward no matter what. When she saw that the two people in the front seat ignored her, she began to talk to Song Ruwei. Her curious nature was unmistakable. All kinds of questions like, "What's your real age?" and "Do you have a girlfriend?" Song Ruwei was a little overwhelmed. Zhuyi asked again, "Uncle, you're Weiwei's uncle. Is your family also in politics?" Song Ruwei nodded very seriously and said, "Yes, I have some elders who work in the party committee and government departments." "Are you really the son of an official?" Zhuyi was very curious. "Then tell me, what kind of officials are in your family?" Song Ruwei counted with his fingers and said, "The biggest one should be the national level, right? There are 4 or 5 provincial level officials, and I have to count the bureau level." Pfft. Zhuyi couldn't help but laugh and say, "Uncle, I thought you were very honest. It turns out that you're a man of few words. You don't even bat an eyelid when you joke." "I'm serious, I'm not joking," Song Ruwei said. Okay, you're not joking," Zhuyi said with a helpless expression. "You're the top playboy in China, and your family is a political elite. Why don't you say that your grandfather is Master Song?" Song Ruwei asked in surprise, "How did you know?" "My grandfather is really..." Okay. Enough joking." Zhuyi laughed and said, "Master Song. If your grandfather is Master Song, then my grandfather is Chairman Luo. This year's #1 official was surnamed Luo." Seeing that Zhuyi obviously didn't believe him at all, Song Ruwei couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "It wasn't easy for me to tell the truth, so can you not hurt me like this?" In the past, when Song Ruwei went to all kinds of top clubs in Beijing, his group of friends brought celebrities and socialites to socialize, and all kinds of women were naturally very interested in this young Master Song that even those playboys respected. They would often beat around the bush, but Song Ruwei wouldn't easily reveal his family background. Their circle was like this. If you were qualified to enter this circle, you would naturally know the other person's identity. Otherwise, they wouldn't even bother to show off in front of you. Today, when Zhuyi took the initiative to talk about this topic, Song Rui didn't beat around the bush and spoke honestly. He didn't expect that Zhuyi didn't believe him at all. Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. The two didn't expose him. Anyway, it was quite interesting to see Song Rui's deflated expression. The car came down from the second ring road and drove out of the city for a short distance, then went through the ramp and onto the ring road. The car drove all the way to Chongqing County. Xiao Ruofei was more familiar with this area. He thought about it and felt that it wasn't a wise choice to go to the beach in the hottest afternoon of the summer. After pondering for a while, Xiao Ruofei simply drove directly to a water park by the beach in Chongqing County. Song Wei and the other two agreed with Xiao Ruofei's arrangement, especially the playful Zhuyi. Without saying anything, she pulled Song Wei and rushed in. Xiao Ruofei took the initiative to buy the tickets, and then everyone bought a swimsuit at the service counter. In fact, Xiao Ruofei always had swimming trunks in his space. After all, there was the sea that Xiao Ruofei enjoyed alone in the space, and he would occasionally go for a swim. However, it didn't seem right to have swimming trunks in the car all year round, so Xiao Ruofei still bought a new pair with Song Wei and the others. After changing in the men's and women's changing rooms, everyone gathered in the water park. There were many activities in the water park, such as time travel, skateboarding, surfing, loudmouth, and so on. Zhuyi, who still had a childlike innocence, felt like she was in heaven. She couldn't wait to try all kinds of activities. Xiao Ruofei, Song Wei, and Song Rui were also pulled along by her to run around the various activities. Zhuyi's laughter could be heard everywhere. Finally, Zhuyi became interested in the water park special activity, the obstacle course. This kind of obstacle course was very popular in recent years. Every summer, several satellite TV stations would do this kind of program, and the obstacles were similar. The water park tickets they bought included the obstacle course, but when they arrived here, they still needed to exchange tickets. Each ticket could be used twice. Xiao Ruofei was the first to wave his hand and say, "Forget it. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. Do you look down on women?" Zhuyi immediately said, "Or, are you afraid of losing to us women?" Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Me? Lose to you? But Zhuyi, provoking me won't work. I really don't want to play this game. You guys go ahead." This kind of challenge was nothing more than a test of the body's flexibility and balance. Of course, there was also a certain requirement of physical strength. This was no different from child's play for Xiao Ruofei. Not to mention that he had taken a lot of body tempering soup after getting the dimension, and that he had embarked on the path of cultivation later on. With his skills in the army, it was as easy as eating and drinking for him to complete this kind of challenge quickly. Xiao Ruofei was not interested in things that were not challenging at all. Boring. Zhuyi pouted and then looked at Song Wei. Song Wei quickly said, "I don't want to play either. I don't know how to swim. If I fall into the water, I'll definitely choke." "Hey! You're too disloyal," Zhuyi said angrily. "Wei, there are lifeguards in the water. What are you afraid of? Besides, are you that unconfident? Do you think you'll definitely fall into the water?" Song Wei smiled and said, "Don't try to persuade me. I won't try this kind of thing if I'm not confident. If you think it's boring to play alone, you'd better persuade Uncle Song Rui more." Hearing this, Zhuyi looked at Song Rui and said, "Uncle, don't tell me you don't want to play either?" Song Rui said without thinking, "Play. Of course, I'll play. I'm not like some people who chicken out at the last minute." "Huh. Uncle, I've known you for so long, and this is the first time I've heard your words," Zhuyi said happily, glancing at Xiao Ruofei. Song Rui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Have you known me for a long time?" Zhuyi had only said it casually, but even if she realized her slip of the tongue, she would not admit defeat. She said stubbornly, "We've known each other for half a day, at least, more than 100,000 seconds. How long has it been?" Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei burst out laughing. Song Rui rubbed his forehead and said, "Yes. It's been long enough. Aya, don't worry about these details. Shui said. Let's go and change our tickets. With that, Shui walked over to Xia Ruofei and Song Wei and extended her hand. What? Song Wei asked, puzzled. Tickets. If you don't want to play, then don't waste it. Shui said matter-of-factly, I changed my ticket to play with Uncle. We can each play 4 times. Here you go. Xia Ruofei quickly handed the tickets to Shui. Shui took their tickets and said, Uncle, what are you waiting for? Let's go. With that, she grabbed Song Rui's hand and ran toward the entrance of the entrance. Caught off guard, Song Rui stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Then, Shui pulled him along and they ran to the ticket exchange counter. Xia Ruofei and Song Wei found an empty chair and sat down. They each ordered a glass of juice. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Song Wei, your classmate is quite interesting. Song Wei's pretty face blushed slightly as she said, Yi is a person who speaks without thinking. Don't mind her. Why would I mind? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, she didn't even mind Song Rui being attacked like that. Do you think I'm that narrow-minded? When Xia Ruofei mentioned Song Rui, Song Wei couldn't help but look at the 2 people who were changing their tickets at the entrance, revealing a meaningful smile. Xia Ruofei and Song Wei sat leisurely on the chair and watched Shui and Song Rui play the race. Song Rui didn't exercise much, and his body coordination wasn't very good. He stumbled through the first level, then slipped and fell into the water at the next level. Shui, on the other hand, was not inferior to a man. There were several times when it looked like she was about to fall into the water, but she made it through safely and rushed all the way to the finish line. Shui proudly received a small gift and returned to the starting point from the finish line. At this time, Song Rui swam awkwardly to the shore and climbed up from the escalator. Shui happened to pass by the pool, so she naturally made fun of him. The second and third times were similar. Although Shui didn't maintain her good luck and fell into the water halfway, she made it through more levels than Song Rui every time. Seeing this, Song Wei pursed her lips and smiled. That lassie is going to be smug now. Maybe Song Rui deliberately let her win. Xia Ruofei said with a slight smile. I don't think so. Song Wei said, every time he falls into the water, his posture is so awkward. If he's pretending, then he's trying too hard, let's keep watching. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. His eyes were naturally sharper than Song Wei's. The first time Song Rui fell into the water, he was indeed unprepared and slipped. It was the second and third time. Although it was also very realistic, Xia Ruofei could see at a glance that he didn't lose his balance. Moreover, both times he fell into the water when Shui happened to be looking over, so he already knew what was going on. Song Rui, this guy, also learned to use tricks. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little amused. Sure enough, the 2 of them had one last chance to break through the level, and this time they stood at the starting point together. It was Shui who took the initiative to break through the level with Song Rui. Song Wei also quickly noticed this scene and couldn't help but turn to look at Xia Ruofei in surprise. The first level was an obstacle similar to the plum blossom pile. Shui had already done it 3 times, so she was familiar with it and rushed over quickly. Then she didn't continue to move forward, but stood in place and waited for Song Rui. Although the 2 of them were far away and couldn't hear clearly, they could still see that she was encouraging Song Rui. Soon Song Rui also successfully passed the plum blossom pile. Just as Song Rui jumped onto the middle platform, Shui took the initiative to reach out and pull him up. Song Wei couldn't help but say, Uncle Song Rui is so cunning. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, you saw through it? Song Wei glanced at Xia Ruofei coquettishly and asked, you saw through it a long time ago, didn't you? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, just now at the entrance of the hotel, after you went in, this guy asked me for a razor. I felt that something was wrong. Song Wei's face showed a trace of worry and said, Yi grew up in an ordinary family. I'm afraid that she and Uncle Song Rui, Xia Ruofei interrupted Song Wei and said, they haven't even started dating yet. Why are you worrying so much? Yi is my best friend. Song Wei said, I don't want her to get hurt. Don't be fooled by her carefree appearance. She's very simple when it comes to relationships. I can see that. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so defenseless against Song Rui. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Song Wei said coquettishly, you're still talking about it. You're also helping the evildoer. I'm just helping the beauty of others, okay? Xiao Ruofei said, Song Ruwei is different from before. Besides, Zhuyi is your best friend. This guy knows what's important and won't deliberately play with her feelings. Song Wei nodded and said, I hope so. I don't want Yi to get hurt, I understand. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, don't worry. I'll also find a chance to talk to Song Ruwei. Thank you. Song Wei said sincerely. Xiao Ruofei turned to look at Song Wei and said, Niece, why are you being so polite to me? Song Wei suddenly felt shy and embarrassed. She said coquettishly, who's your niece? Xiao Ruofei said matter-of-factly, Song Ruwei is my best friend. You're his niece, so aren't you my niece? That's what Secretary Song said the other day. If you keep talking. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Song Wei said angrily. Xiao Ruofei laughed, and the two of them looked at the racetrack again. While the two of them were talking, Zhuyi and Song Ruwei had worked together to reach the last stage. At this time, the two of them were climbing up. This time, Song Ruwei also used his strength and agilely climbed up the last high platform. Then, he bent down and reached down, pulling Zhuyi up the high platform together. The two of them worked together to succeed. Zhuyi was so happy that she jumped and hugged Song Ruwei excitedly. When Song Wei saw this, he couldn't help but shake his head and say, this silly girl, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Song Wei, I suddenly thought of something. If Zhuyi and Song Ruwei really do get together, then won't you have to call her aunt? Song Wei suddenly froze. Xiao Ruofei laughed, stood up, and walked over to Zhuyi and Song Ruwei. Song Wei came back to his senses. He stomped his feet coquettishly and quickly followed. Zhuyi's flight was at 6:30 in the evening, so after the racetrack, the four of them left the water park and were ready to find a place to eat. Xiao Ruofei was more familiar with the area, so he drove them directly to a seafood stall not far from the airport. Along the way, Zhuyi was talking excitedly, especially about their fourth successful racetrack. She kept pulling Song Ruwei to get his testimony. After the two of them had the experience of working together, Song Ruwei was not as restrained as before. He smiled and sang along with Zhuyi. Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei sat in the front row and looked at each other. Song Wei secretly shook his head and said, this silly girl is really slow. Soon, they arrived at the seafood stall. Xiao Ruofei skillfully ordered a bunch of seafood. The most famous local clam was naturally indispensable. There were also scallops, oysters, 9-section shrimp, and so on. Xiao Ruofei had to drive, and Song Wei was still recovering, so neither of them could drink. However, Zhuyi said that seafood must be accompanied by beer. She looked down on the two of them, who did not drink, and then called the waiter to order a bunch of draft beer. She was ready to drink with Song Ruwei. Song Ruwei naturally did not refuse. He smiled and poured beer for Zhuyi. Soon, the seafood was served. Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei asked for juice, while Zhuyi and Song Ruwei drank beer. They were all young people, so they naturally chatted freely. The food stall had a wide view. There was a beach in front of them, and further ahead, there was an endless sea. The environment was quite good, so the atmosphere of the meal was also very good. Zhuyi was a very sociable person. After the meal, she had already become familiar with Xiao Ruofei and Song Ruwei. They naturally exchanged WeChat IDs. Xiao Ruofei clearly saw a flash of joy in Song Ruwei's eyes. He could not help but feel a little funny. When had young Master Song ever been so careful when chasing a girl? However, this also showed that Song Ruwei really cared about Zhuyi, who had fallen in love at first sight. He was not just playing around like before. Xiao Ruofei felt a little gratified. Of course, he was also very clear that even if Song Ruwei and Zhuyi really got together, the two of them still had a long way to go. The biggest obstacle was undoubtedly the pressure from the family. Family Song was such a rich and powerful family, and Song Ruwei was the eldest son and eldest grandson. It was definitely not allowed for him to marry a girl from a poor family. Family Song had previously arranged for him to marry Tian Huilan's daughter, Lu Yu. Only such a politically well-matched marriage was considered the most suitable by the elders of Family Song. Xiao Ruofei could foresee that Song Rui would face a lot of resistance and difficulties. Whether or not he could overcome these difficulties depended on Song Rui's determination. Xiao Ruofei did not know. A little after 5 o'clock, the four of them were already full. Shui Yi rushed to pay the bill, and then the group went out and got in the car. Xiao Ruofei drove in the direction of the airport. On the way, Shui Yi's phone rang with a WeChat notification. After she unlocked her phone and checked it, her face became a little pale. She, who had been chattering nonstop for a long time, became a little silent. Song Wei asked with concern, what's wrong? Nothing. Shui Yi said with a pout. Song Rui's brows furrowed slightly as he asked, have you encountered any difficulties? Maybe we can help you if you tell us. Shui Yi looked at Song Rui and said, Uncle, if your grandfather is really Master Song, then he can definitely help me, but now, forget it. Song Wei could not help but turn to look at Shui Yi with some amusement. He thought that this girl was really. If she knew that Uncle Song Rui's grandfather was really Master Song in the future, what kind of expression would she have? What's the matter? Who sent you a WeChat message? Song Wei asked. If there's anything you're unhappy about, just tell us. Do you still think we're friends? Shui Yi said sadly, Jin Na sent it, Jin Na? Song Wei was stunned for a moment, then asked, the one from the Faculty of Arts? When did you add her on WeChat? That day at the interview. Shui Yi pouted and said, she insisted on adding me. Then what did she send? Song Wei asked. What else could it be? Shui Yi sighed and said, she was just showing off to me. Sigh. Let's not talk about this unhappy thing. When we return to Beijing, we'll continue to look for a job. It's no big deal. Uncle, even if I tell you, you won't be able to help. That's Beijing. Shui Yi said unhappily. Song Wei's heart skipped a beat. He smiled and said, Uncle Song Rui might be able to help you. Just tell me about it. If you don't, I'll tell you. No. Shui Yi said quickly. Then, she smiled bitterly and said, actually, it's about work. It turned out that Shui Yi's grades weren't as good as Song Wei's, so she didn't have the chance to get a recommendation for a master's degree. Moreover, she wanted to start working earlier, so she didn't even take the master's degree. Instead, she started looking for a job this semester. Many students who studied in Beijing hoped to stay and work in Beijing, and Shui Yi was no exception. It wasn't easy for undergraduate archaeology students to find a job. Even graduates from top universities like Yanjing University didn't have many choices. However, Shui Yi found a suitable job, and she liked it very much. It was the preservation of cultural relics at the Yanjing Museum. This job was in line with her major, and Shui Yi was also interested in the preservation of cultural relics. Although she was applying for the job at the Yanjing Museum, she signed up without hesitation. A batch of resumes were filtered out, but because Shui Yi's major was suitable, she successfully passed the written exam. After a period of serious preparation, Shui Yi successfully passed the written exam. Her grades were quite good, and she ranked second among all the applicants. Thus, she was able to enter the interview. This time, the Yanjing Museum was hiring a total of 3 people, and more than 10 people were interviewed. Shui Yi thought that her major was suitable, and her results in the written exam were very good, so she had a high chance of getting the job. While waiting for the interview, the girl named Jin Na, who had just sent Shui Yi a text message, took the initiative to talk to Shui Yi. She asked about her school, major, and written exam results. She even added Shui Yi on WeChat. Shui Yi had always been a carefree person, so she didn't take any precautions. She told Jin Na about her situation. After the interview, all that was left was to wait for the announcement. Shui Yi was bored staying in Beijing alone. When she heard that Song Wei had moved to Sanshan, she decided to travel to Sanshan alone. Initially, she had thought that it would take some time for the results to come out. She had even planned to go home and spend some time with her parents. She hadn't expected Jin Na to be the one who had sent Shui Yi a text message, telling her in a boastful tone that she had been recruited. Shui Yi immediately logged into the official website of the Yanjing Museum to check. She found that the employment notice was indeed out, and she had failed. Among the 3 people who were accepted, except for the first one who got first place in the written test, the other 2 had very low written test scores, and one of them was Jean Na. Jean Na was just a student majoring in Chinese at an ordinary university in Beijing. She had nothing to do with the preservation of cultural relics. Normally, people like her would have been eliminated in the first round of screening. However, she had been able to successfully pass the written test and interview. She had even managed to get in last place. Shui couldn't believe that there wasn't something fishy going on. Shui didn't want to talk about it, but once she opened her mouth, she couldn't stop herself. She kept telling him everything that had happened. Then, she said angrily, "These days, it's really expensive to be a staff member. Even the Yanjing Museum, which is a low-paid office, has so many people trying to get in. These people probably don't even know what cultural relics are. They just want to be a staff member. We, who really study this and love this industry, are being rejected. It's really..." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Actually, it might not be the Yanjing Museum's problem. This is a public institution with a strong academic atmosphere. If the higher-ups want to talk to them, they can't stop them even if they want to." Song Wei nodded in agreement and said, "I think they just want to recruit one person, but they have to report 3 criteria before they can recruit a useful person." Shui sighed and said, "Only after leaving the campus did I realize how cruel reality is." Song Rui said with a smile, "Is this even a problem?" "Shui, don't worry, I'll take care of it." Shui was stunned. She turned to look at Song Rui and asked, "Uncle, you're not joking with me, are you?" Song Rui pursed his lips and said, "You're so anxious. Would I dare to make such a joke?" Xiao Ruofei looked at Song Rui through the rearview mirror and said with a smile, Don't worry. Since Song Rui has agreed to help, there won't be a problem." Song Wei immediately nodded and said, "Yeah. Uncle Song Rui will definitely do it." Shui asked with some doubt, "You have so much confidence in Uncle? Why do I feel like this is a bit strange?" When Song Rui heard this, he was so angry that he immediately took out his phone and said, "Shui, you see. If this isn't done before the plane takes off, then I, Song Rui, am bragging." After that, Song Rui thought for a while, then found a number on his phone and dialed it. He said directly, "Xianxia, you're familiar with the Beijing Cultural Bureau. Help me with something. A friend of mine applied for the position of cultural relic conservation in the Beijing Museum. She was ranked second in the written exam, but she wasn't on the list. This is too much of a bully." Xiangxi's name was Su Chang. His father was a leader in the Ministry of Culture. The Ministry of Culture wasn't a particularly powerful department among the major ministries and commissions. Naturally, Su Chang's status in Song Rui's circle wasn't very high. However, it was the most convenient for him to do this. The Beijing Museum was a subordinate unit of the Beijing Cultural Bureau. The museum's curator was usually a deputy director of the Beijing Cultural Bureau. Su Chang's father was a leader in the Ministry of Culture. In this line of work, Su Chang still had a lot of connections. Usually, Su Chang could barely mingle in Song Rui's circle. This time, young Master Song actually called him personally and asked him to do something. Moreover, this was a piece of cake for him, so Su Chang agreed without hesitation. "Brother Rui, leave it to me." Su Chang said, "I want to see who has the guts to take Brother Rui's friend's spot." Song Rui said calmly, "We'll talk about this later. I want to see the results first. My friend's name is Zhuyi. She was ranked second in this written exam. Xiangxia, can you do it in half an hour?" "No problem. If I can't even do this, then I won't have the face to hang out with Brother Rui," Su Chang said without hesitation. Then, he smirked and said, "Brother Rui, judging from her name, she must be a girl. Isn't this girl very pretty?" Song Rui said calmly, "Are you itching for a beating? Don't ask around if you don't have anything to do." Yes. "Brother Rui, then I'll go do it first," Su Chang said quickly. "Call me if you have any results," Song Rui said, then hung up. He turned to look at Zhuyi and said, "I've already told my friend. Don't worry. There will be results soon." Zhuyi had known Song Rui for a long time. Song Rui had always been a good-tempered gentleman. This was the first time she had seen Song Rui so domineering. She couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Then, Shui asked in disbelief, "Uncle. This is it?" Song Rui shrugged and said, "It's not a big deal." Shui felt that all of this seemed a bit unreal, but she felt that Song Rui didn't seem to be lying. So, she couldn't help but look very conflicted. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Shui, why are you still worrying about gains and losses? Even if Song Rui didn't help, you didn't lose anything, right?" "That makes sense," Shui said with a smile. Anyway, the situation can't get any worse. Song Rui knew that Shui wouldn't be completely relieved just because of his words, but he didn't want to explain too much. Anyway, when the results came out, Shui would know that he wasn't bragging. So, Song Rui just smiled and didn't continue the topic. The seafood stall wasn't far from the airport. Soon, Xiao Ruofei drove to the airport parking lot. Xiao Ruofei and Song Rui each pushed a large suitcase, and the four of them walked into the airport departure hall. There was still more than an hour before the plane took off. After checking in the luggage at the counter and changing the boarding pass, Shui didn't rush to go through the security check. Instead, she went to the lounge chair in the hall with Xiao Ruofei and sat down. At this time, only 10 minutes had passed since Song Rui made the call. Shui chatted with Xiao Ruofei and the other two. Her mood was still affected by the recruitment incident, and she wasn't as lively as before. Xiao Ruofei saw a vending machine not far away, so he asked with a smile, "I'm a little thirsty. I'm going to buy a bottle of water. What do you want to drink?" At this moment, Shui's cell phone suddenly rang. Song Wei looked at Song Rui and said with a smile, "Pick up the phone." Shui took out her cell phone and looked at the caller ID. It was a Beijing landline number. "Who is this?" Shui muttered as she picked up the phone. "Hello." A very polite voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, are you Shui from Yenjing University?" "I am Shui." "Who is this?" "Hello, Shui. I am Officer Hu from the Human Resources Department of the Yenjing Museum." The voice on the other end of the phone became more enthusiastic. "I am representing the Yenjing Museum to inform you that you have been officially accepted by our museum." "Congratulations." Shui was stunned. She looked at Song Rui subconsciously and then stuttered, "Accepted? This? Could it be that you're mistaken? I didn't see my name on the admission list published on your official website." Officer Hu's voice became a little awkward. He said, "Shui, that list was only published publicly. It wasn't the final admission result. Based on some feedback and the overall consideration of the leaders, the final admission list included you." Officer Hu felt that it was strange. Less than an hour after the list was published on the official website, the museum's curator came in person and asked him to immediately inform Shui that she had been accepted. In addition, Officer Hu heard that the curator had gone to the office next door and urgently asked his colleagues in charge of maintaining the official website to immediately remove the announcement and replace it with a new one. In fact, not only Officer Hu, but even the museum's curator himself didn't understand the situation. Just a few minutes ago, the director of the city's cultural bureau had called in person and severely criticized the museum's recruitment. He said that some colleagues who were professional and had high comprehensive qualities had been inexplicably excluded from the list. This was a serious dereliction of duty by the museum's leaders in charge of recruitment. Immediately after that, the director of the Cultural Bureau had instructed that Shui, who had gotten second place in the written test, must be admitted. The museum's curator was also a member of the Cultural Bureau's party group and the deputy director, so he couldn't help but ask around. Only then did he know that the deputy director of the Cultural Bureau had called in person to ask about Shui. Beijing was a municipality directly under the central government. The director of the Cultural Bureau was at the level of a department head, and the museum's curator was also at the level of a deputy department head. Speaking of which, the deputy director was at the same level as the curator. However, things in the officialdom couldn't be judged simply by administrative ranks. For example, the deputy secretary of a prefecture-level city's municipal party committee and the deputy mayor, who was ranked at the bottom, were both at the level of a deputy department head. However, one was the third in command of the city, while the other wasn't even in the standing committee. They didn't have the same speaking power. The deputy director was a department leader of a superior department. In terms of business, he had the power to directly supervise and guide the city's cultural bureau. Not to mention that the deputy director had personally made the call. Even if it had been a department head or a deputy department head, the director would have paid considerable attention to it. After learning about this situation, the museum's curator was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't have time to inquire about other issues. He directly asked the director to remove Jean Na, who had ranked last in the written test, from the list. In fact, among the 3 indicators, except for the one who had ranked first in the written test, who had been admitted based on her own ability, the other 2 had gotten in through the back door. Moreover, Jean Na and the other person who had hired her were at the same level. Under the same circumstances, the museum naturally had no other choice but to remove Jean Na. Who asked her to have the worst results. All of this was settled in less than 10 minutes. Jean Na didn't even know that the establishment she had worked so hard to secure had already fallen into the hands of Shui, who deserved it. After hearing this, Shui felt like she was in a dream. She repeatedly confirmed with Officer Hu several times. Officer Hu knew that his future colleague had a powerful background, so he could only patiently answer almost all of Shui's questions. In the end, after Shui hung up the phone, she immediately logged into the Yanjing Museum's official website to take a look. She found that the list had indeed been changed, and her name was on it. It was rare for Song Rui to blush. He was held so tightly by Shui that he didn't know what to do. He opened his arms but didn't dare put them on Shui's body. He kept saying, "Calm down, calm down." Xia Ruofei and Song Wei were watching the show with a smile on their faces. Song Wei felt that her best friend was about to fall for Shui, but she was also hesitant about whether she should warn Shui in private. After all, Song Rui didn't use any dirty tricks. He was seriously pursuing her, and she didn't have any reason to stop him. What's more, Song Rui was his elder. Of course, Song Wei also knew that even if Shui and Song Rui were together, the road ahead would be very bumpy and difficult. Therefore, Song Wei was also very conflicted. Of course, she didn't want to think so much for the time being. Seeing Shui so happy, Song Wei was also happy for her from the bottom of her heart. Moreover, the 2 of them would stay in Beijing in the future. Song Wei would continue to study as a postgraduate student, and Shui would go to work at the Yanjing Museum. This was also something to be happy about. Shui also realized that her behavior was a little inappropriate. She quickly let go of Song Rui with a blushing face. However, she soon asked curiously, "Uncle, what does your friend do? Isn't this a little too awesome?" Song Rui smiled faintly and said, "He has some connections in the cultural system." "Shui, it seems that you should go through the security check. It's almost time to board." Shui waved her hand and said, "What's the point of boarding? I'm going directly to Beijing." Officer Hu just said on the phone that I'll report to work tomorrow. Thus, Xia Ruofei and the other 2 didn't know whether to laugh or cry as they accompanied Shui to the check-in counter to return her boarding pass and return the ticket back to open. Then, they went through the procedures to change their ticket and chose the nearest flight to Beijing. As the flight that Shui had booked was about to take off, she would definitely lose some money if she changed her ticket at this time. However, Shui was still immersed in the great joy of regaining what she had lost. Why would she care about such a small loss? Her luck was not bad. There was a flight that took off in an hour and there were still empty seats. She successfully signed in for this flight. After changing her boarding pass for the new flight, Shui went through the security check and waited in the departure lounge. Xia Ruofei and the other 2 stood behind the yellow line and watched as Shui passed through the security check. She waved at them and walked towards the departure lounge. Song Rui was still staring at Shui's back. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Young Master Song, you still don't want to leave? Do you want to book a ticket and chase after them?" Song Rui averted his eyes and pretended to be disdainful. "I don't know what you're talking about." Xia Ruofei and Song Wei both laughed and said nothing. Song Rui felt more and more embarrassed and said loudly, "Hey, what's with your expressions?" "Nothing, haha." Xia Ruofei said, "Let's go. I'll take you back to the city." Just as the 3 of them walked out of the departure lounge, Xia Ruofei's phone in his pocket vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was Mr. Tang He calling. Xiao Ruofei gestured to Song Wei and Song Rui and answered the phone at the same time. Mr. Tang, hello. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Tang He laughed heartily and said, Ruofei, are you busy? I've already arrived at Sanshan. Xiao Ruofei froze for a moment and felt very surprised. He asked, You. Didn't you say that you would come tomorrow? Did I remember the time wrongly? Tang He laughed and said, I've finished my business in Hong Kong in advance. What's wrong? I came here without saying anything, so you were a little caught off guard. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, That's not it. I just felt a little surprised. By the way, Mr. Tang, which hotel are you staying at? I'm here to visit you. Tang He said with a smile, I just got off the plane. Really? What a coincidence. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but open his eyes wide. I'm also at the airport. Oh? It seems that we are really fated. Tang He couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Tang, where are you now? Xiao Ruofei asked. I came here by private jet, I see. I'll be right there. Xiao Ruofei said. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei said to Song Wei and Song Rui with a trace of apology, a business partner is here. I'm sorry. Song Wei immediately said, It's okay. We'll take a taxi back to the city. Xiao Ruofei quickly said, That's not necessary. He just got off the plane. I'll go and meet him. We'll talk about the details when we get back to the city. You can take my car. You'll have to wait for me later. We're really fine. It's the same if we take a taxi back. Song Wei thought that Xiao Ruofei felt that it was not good to leave him alone, so he said that. Song Rui curled his lips and said, Song Wei, don't be polite with this guy. Let's go. Get in the car. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Did you see that? Young Master Song is getting more and more domineering. Song Wei, you should learn from him, Song Wei said coquettishly, I won't learn from him. The three of them chatted and laughed as they got in the car in the parking lot. Xiao Ruofei drove the Night 15 to the entrance of a building next to the terminal building. The private planes all used this passageway to get in and out. Sure enough, not long after Xiao Ruofei's car stopped, he saw a group of people escorting Tang He out. Tang He was wearing a white silk tang suit. His silver hair made him look hale and hearty. When he walked, he looked like a tiger. He did not look like an old man at all. Xiao Ruofei greeted Song Wei and Song Wei, then immediately opened the car door and got out to greet him. Tang He also saw Xiao Ruofei from afar. With a warm smile on his face, he strode toward him. Mr. Tang, you look good. Xiao Ruofei greeted him with a smile. Haha. Ruofei, we meet again. Tang He shook hands with Xiao Ruofei and then asked, Is the gold-rimmed Phoebe Jinan wood ready? Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, The wood is ready. But I thought you would arrive tomorrow, so I don't know how the warehouse is doing. How about this? You stay in the hotel first, and I'll confirm the wood. I'll call you when it's ready. Tang He nodded and said, Okay. Thank you for your hard work. In fact, the 2 pieces of wood were still lying in the ring 2 space. Xiao Ruofei was worried that Tang He would ask to see the wood directly, so he said that. Fortunately, Tang He did not suspect anything and agreed to Xiao Ruofei's proposal. By the way, Mr. Tang, it must be dark when we get back to the city. Are you sure you want to see the wood tonight? Xiao Ruofei asked. After all, the light at night was not very good, so under normal circumstances, such precious wood would definitely not be examined at night. Tang He thought for a moment and said, Tomorrow is fine. The main thing is that I can't wait, haha. Xiao Ruofei quickly said, Tomorrow morning then. You've worked hard on the journey. Go back to the hotel and have a good rest. Also, I need to arrange the warehouse. Okay. I'll listen to you. Tang He said with a smile. He then said, Take my car back. We'll have a good chat on the way. Xiao Ruofei showed a trace of embarrassment and said, Mr. Tang, I have 2 friends who came to see me off. They are both in my car. How about I go back and arrange for them to visit you at the hotel? Tang He laughed heartily and said, Okay. Then, Ruofei, you go ahead and do your work. We'll talk later tonight. So, Xiao Ruofei and Tang He stood by the roadside and talked for a while. Then, after sending him to the car, Xiao Ruofei returned to his own car. Xiao Ruofei restarted the car. Song Rui, who was sitting in the back seat, poked his head out and asked curiously, "Why does that old man look a little familiar?" Xiao Ruofei glanced at Song Rui and said, "He's one of the world's top 500 billionaires. Don't call him an old man." World's top 500? Song Rui couldn't help but cry out in surprise. In Huaxia, the world's top 500 companies could be counted with one's fingers. The bosses of these companies were all billionaires. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "You know the Xingbang Group in the United States, right? The old man you're talking about is the founder and chairman of the Xingbang Group, Mr. Tang He." Damn. Song Rui couldn't help but swear. The Xingbang Group is ranked very high among the top 500 companies. You actually have business dealings with Tang He? Song Wei added with a smile, "And it seems that your relationship is very good." Classmate Ruofei, you're amazing. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "It's just a coincidence that I have some dealings with Mr. Tang." Along the way, Song Rui kept asking questions. Xiao Ruofei had to talk about his relationship with the Xingbang Group. Of course, he didn't mention anything about the gold-rimmed Phoebe wood. He just said that his farm in Australia was developed in cooperation with Tang He. Even so, Song Rui and Song Wei were very surprised and envious. Song Rui was now working in his family's business. He was very clear about the terrifying financial resources of the Xingbang Group. Since Xiao Ruofei started the Taoyuan company, Song Rui had almost known Xiao Ruofei. It could be said that he had watched the Taoyuan company grow step by step. Now, the Taoyuan company could actually cooperate with the Xingbang Group directly. Song Rui couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Xiao Ruofei first sent Song Wei home, then asked with a smile, "Young Master Song, are you going home or going to the hotel to pick up your car?" "Let's go to the hotel," Song Rui said without hesitation. Then, he felt Xiao Ruofei's meaningful gaze. He immediately remembered that he had said at noon that his car had been repaired. However, except for being a little shy in front of Shui, Song Rui was still quite thick-skinned. He was a little embarrassed for a second or two, then immediately said as if nothing had happened, "Let's go." "Don't you want to leave my niece? She has already gone in." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh and scold, "You're just making bogus accusations." Song Rui couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Ruofei took out his phone and looked at the message that Tang He had sent on the way that he hadn't had time to read, while he restarted the car. Seeing the hotel information in Tang He's message, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, then he couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that Tang He was staying at the Shangri-La Hotel. What happened today was really a coincidence. But this was also good. It saved him the trouble of going back and forth. Xiao Ruofei drove to the Shangri-La Hotel and parked the car. Song Rui greeted him and went to pick up his car. Xiao Ruofei shouted behind him, "Hey! Don't forget to return my clothes." "Got it," Song Rui said without looking back. "Remember to dry clean it before returning it to me." Xiao Ruofei shouted again. Song Rui still didn't look back. He just waved his hand directly. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake his head. This unreliable guy. He also jumped out of the car, locked the car, and walked into the hotel. Tang He stayed in the presidential suite on the top floor. The elevator of the presidential suite was set up separately. Without authorization, one couldn't enter. Xiao Ruofei called Tang He. After a short while, a capable middle-aged man came down and picked him up. When Xiao Ruofei came to the presidential suite, Tang He had already changed into loose home clothes and hotel shoes. He was holding a glass of red wine and standing in front of the window overlooking the night view of the three mountains. After seeing Xiao Ruofei come in, Tang He immediately greeted with a smile, "Ruofei, come, have a drink with me." Then Tang He personally poured a glass of red wine for Xiao Ruofei. "Thank you, Mr. Tang," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, then took the wine glass. The two came to the spacious living room. After sitting down on the sofa, Tang He said with a smile, "This time, you worked hard on the gold-rimmed Phoebe wood." "Ruofei, thank you." "You're welcome," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. I also made money. Tang He laughed and said, now, goodwood is priceless. You may not be able to buy it even if you have money. By the way, you went to Australia some time ago? How was the farm? It was very good. Xiao Ruofei said. Brother Liang took care of the farm well. He should have reported it to you, right? The trial planting of Taoyuan vegetables in Australia has been successful. The next step is to start large-scale planting. The prospects are very good. Good. I am also very optimistic about it. Tang He said with a smile. Originally, I bought the farm just to have a place to raise horses and have a vacation. Now, it seems that the field of agricultural products is also very promising. It's just that the scale of this farm is still a bit small. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. The scale of the Wonderland farm was still small? It was equivalent to hundreds of Taoyuan farms. But on second thought, in the eyes of a world-class tycoon like Tang He, such a farm was indeed just a small matter. Some time ago, Liang Qichao did report the recent situation of Wonderland Farm to Tang He. In addition to the great success of the Taoyuan vegetable experiment, Tang He was more interested in another thing that Liang Qichao reported to him. That was, Xiao Ruofei was very close to Tang Etian, the founder of the Australian retail giant Maya Group. With the support of the Maya Group, Wonderland Farm basically did not need to consider the problem of sales in Australia. Tang He did a simple calculation. The 6,000-hectare Wonderland Farm was a relatively high-quality farm resource in Australia due to its rich water source. After deducting the facilities of the horse ranch, the artificial lake, and the farm infrastructure land, etc., the area that could be applied for growing Taoyuan vegetables was at least 4,500 hectares. Just take tomatoes as an example. If such a large area was all used in greenhouses and staggered the planting time to ensure a stable supply every month, it could reach at least 20,000 tons of capacity. At present, the price of Taoyuan vegetables in China was about $150 per kilogram. If it was sold in Australia, the price would definitely be higher. According to the exchange rate, it would be at least $30 per kilogram. In other words, if the production capacity was set to full capacity, Wonderland Farm's monthly output of 30,000 tons would have a turnover of 600 million Australian dollars, which was equivalent to $475 million US. Of course, production costs, labor costs, maintenance and operation costs, transportation costs, taxes, and so on were relatively high in Australia. The actual net profit may reach the level of 100 to 200 million US. Even Tang He, who was sitting on tens of billions of US dollars, could not underestimate this level of profit. After all, the farm was only purchased for tens of millions of US dollars. Just because of the Taoyuan vegetables, it had become such a high-quality asset, which really made Tang He look askance. Of course, the key to reaching the above level of profit was that the Taoyuan vegetables could be sold at an average price of 30 Australian dollars per kilogram. After all, the normal price of vegetables in Australia was about 5 Australian dollars per kilogram. 30 Australian dollars was definitely a high price. But Tang He had personally tasted the Taoyuan vegetables. He was very clear that the Taoyuan company's vegetables and fruits, which were excellent in appearance and taste, had great potential. He personally judged that it should be no problem to sell them at a price far higher than ordinary vegetables. Even in the eyes of Tang He, who had a net worth of tens of billions, such a farm was considered a very high-quality asset. Therefore, he was somewhat moved and hoped to continue to expand his cooperation with Xiao Ruofei. It would be best if they could adopt a similar model in the United States and continue to develop high-end agricultural side industries. After Xiao Ruofei heard this, he fell into deep thought. After a long while, he said apologetically, "Mr. Tang, I'm really sorry. Our company doesn't have any plans to expand our overseas business in the near future. Moreover, the company is expanding too quickly. Our next step is still to be steady and steady." Xiao Ruofei had naturally done the same for Tang He. He was very clear about the astonishing profits of the overseas farms. But correspondingly, the investment was also quite astonishing. In order to ensure a stable supply of vegetables throughout the year and every month, even in Australia where winter was very warm, it was necessary to use greenhouses. More than 4,000 hectares of plantation area, just the investment in the greenhouses. alone was an astronomical figure. Of course, Wonderland Farm also invested in batches of construction and planting. The profits from the early stage could be used to invest again. In other words, the astonishing profits on paper might not be able to turn into real money in the short term. The dividends in the early stage should be very small because most of the profits would be invested in the construction of infrastructure. The construction costs and labor costs in Australia were much higher than in China. Therefore, although the investment had not been clearly calculated, it must be very large. If he wanted to continue to develop the farm, he was bound to invest more money. Although Tang He said that he could pay for it, Xiao Ruofei did not want to owe him a favor. After all, this was not a very urgent matter for him. There was no need to take such big steps. Of course, the most important point was that whether it was Taoyuan Farm or Wonderland Farm, the core competitiveness was the Taoyuan vegetables and technical strength. Therefore, from the bottom of his heart, Xiao Ruofei did not want to continue to use the cooperation model. Wonderland Farm was just a special case. After the initial accumulation, Wonderland Farm would continue to generate profits. At that time, Xiao Ruofei, who had mastered the core technology, could do it alone. Why should he share a piece of the pie with others? Of course, Xiao Ruofei naturally could not say this reason. Otherwise, it would hurt their friendship. Tang He was also a little disappointed. He said, "That's a pity." In fact, Tang He also knew that when Xiao Ruofei's company was still relatively small, it was very lucky to be able to cooperate with Xiao Ruofei to develop Wonderland Farm at a certain price. He knew that with a resource like Taoyuan vegetables in hand, as long as the Taoyuan company's confidentiality work was not a problem, the future prospects were limitless. If it were him, he would not be willing to cooperate with others. Therefore, Tang He only proposed the cooperation with the idea of trying. Xiao Ruofei's rejection was also expected. Moreover, Tang He's Xingbang Group was a giant consortium, and its main business was not agricultural products. Although it was a pity that they could not cooperate, Tang He was not angry because of this. In the eyes of these super-rich people, money was endless, and no one could monopolize all the industries. Therefore, Tang He quickly adjusted his mentality and said with a smile, "Ruofei, I heard that you later bought a winery in Australia, and it's not small, is it?" Tang He knew that Xiao Ruofei had bought West Winery at that time, and he had also lent money to Xiao Ruofei to use and advised him to set up an offshore company. Later, Xiao Ruofei Robinson's Golden Oak Winery was desperate and finally begged Xiao Ruofei to buy it. Liang Qichao mentioned it when he reported to Tang He. "It's a little bigger than West Winery, but it's certainly not in your eyes," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Tang He said with a smile, "Our Xingbang Group also has some red wine sales, and the channels are good. If there's a chance, we can cooperate." Xiao Ruofei nodded happily and said, "That's great. Mr. Tang, the wineries under my name may be transformed. West Winery mainly produces Semillon white wine, and Golden Oak Winery should also focus on Semillon until there's no better choice." "Good. The Semillon in the Hunter Valley region is world-renowned." Tang He said with a smile, "I heard from Qichao that you're going to improve the grape varieties. I'm looking forward to your wine." After seeing the Taoyuan vegetables, Tang He was very confident in the ability of Xiao Ruofei's company to improve crops. He also believed that Xiao Ruofei would not do something without thinking. He knew that Xiao Ruofei must be very confident in replanting the grapes that had been planted in the winery for many years. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "When the first batch of wine is produced next year, I will invite you to taste it." "Ha ha ha. Good, good, good," Tang He said happily. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and began to get to the point. "Mr. Tang, I've arranged the warehouse. What time is convenient for you tomorrow? Let's meet directly at the warehouse." Tang He nodded and said, 9 o'clock in the morning. I'll finish breakfast here and then go there." "Ruofei, I really can't wait for it to start. I really want to go there tonight to see the wood you've found for me." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Don't worry. The wood won't fly away in the warehouse. You can see it more clearly during the day tomorrow, right?" "Ha ha ha. Okay, I'll listen to you," Tang He said with a hearty smile. Xiao Ruofei chatted with Tang He for a while in the presidential suite, then got up and said goodbye, returning to Taoyuan Farm. The next morning, Xiao Ruofei finished the breakfast that Huzi's mother had carefully prepared for him in the small villa. Then, he said goodbye and drove away from the farm. At around 8:30, Xiao Ruofei arrived at the warehouse he had rented in the city. With a thought, he took out 2 pieces of Phoebe Jiannan wood that he had prepared long ago from his spatial ring. To Xiao Ruofei, this warehouse was equivalent to a transit station. He could store the drunken 8 immortals' wine and other large items that were inconvenient to take out directly from his spatial ring. He could hide them from others by transferring them here. That day, after Xiao Ruofei brought the truck back to the farm, he returned to the warehouse in the afternoon. He stored the new wines sent by the winery into his spatial ring and arranged them in an orderly manner. Therefore, the warehouse was currently empty. There was no problem in storing 2 pieces of Phoebe Jiannan wood. 3 days in the outside world was about 3 months in the primordial realm. Xiao Ruofei took out a tape measure and measured it. In the past 3 months, the diameter of the core had increased by 2 centimeters, reaching 1.02 meters. The entire piece of wood was in perfect condition. He raised his hand to look at his watch. There was still about half an hour before the appointed time. With a thought, Xiao Ruofei took out a tea set, picnic chairs, and power strips from his spatial ring. He pulled the electricity from the wall socket and connected it to an electric kettle. Then, he took out a drinking bucket from his spatial ring. It was filled with the spatial spirit pond water. After stuffing the water pipe into the bucket, Xiao Ruofei pressed a switch, and the spirit pond water was automatically drawn into the kettle to heat up. He also took out a small box of top-grade De Hong Pao tea from his spatial ring unhurriedly. After the water was boiled, Xiao Ruofei first used the boiling water to rinse the tea set. Then, he used a wooden spoon to scoop an appropriate amount of tea leaves into the Yixing clay teapot. He began to brew tea in the simple warehouse. Xiao Ruofei was already very familiar with the process of brewing tea. In a short while, the alluring tea fragrance began to fill the warehouse. Xiao Ruofei sipped his tea as he waited. After a few brews, Xiao Ruofei poured out the tea leaves from the teapot and washed them with hot water. Then, he poured in new tea leaves. At that moment, the sound of a car came from outside the warehouse. The door to the warehouse wasn't closed. Xiao Ruofei calmly poured the hot water into the Yixing clay teapot before looking up. He saw an extended Bentley slide to the entrance of the warehouse. A middle-aged man in a suit alighted and opened the door. Tang He and a middle-aged man in his 50s, who was also dressed in a Tang suit, alighted together. Xiao Ruofei poured away the first batch of tea before standing up to welcome them. "Mr. Tang, you're very punctual," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Tang He also said with a smile, "Punctuality is one of the most important qualities of a businessman." "Ruofei, the wood is ready." "Eh? This tea fragrance is very special." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "I was making tea alone just now." "Mr. Tang, do you also know about tea? How about drinking tea together?" Tang He said happily, "Okay. This should be the fragrance of De Hong Pao. Please come in." Xiao Ruofei made an inviting gesture. After entering the warehouse, Tang He's eyes first fell on the 2 thick pieces of wood. His eyes lit up and he asked, "This is the Phoebe Jiannan wood that you helped me find, right? It looks like it's not much worse than the one last time. It took a lot of effort to find these 2 pieces of wood. I hope you'll be satisfied." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Tang He nodded slightly, then turned to look at the middle-aged man beside him and said faintly, "Ah Zhong, go take a look at the wood." "Yes. Master Tang." The middle-aged man in the Tang suit, Ah Zhong, said respectfully. Then he put on white gloves, took out a flashlight, a magnifying glass, and other tools, and went straight to the 2 pieces of wood. Tang He said to Xiao Ruofei with a smile, come, Ruofei, let me try your De Hong Pao first. When I smelled the fragrance just now, I felt that your tea was not ordinary." "Mr. Tang, please sit." Xiao Ruofei smiled and made an inviting gesture. Just now, Xiao Ruofei considered that Tang He would also need to sit when he came in, so he took out 3 picnic chairs at once. The 2 sat around the picnic table, and Xiao Ruofei poured the boiled water into the Yixing clay teapot. The tea had already been washed, so Xiao Ruofei waited for a few seconds, then poured the tea from the Yixing clay teapot into the strainer, and then into the small teacup. When Tang He entered the door, he only smelled the residual tea fragrance from Xiao Ruofei's tea. Now that Xiao Ruofei used the new tea leaves to make the first tea, the fragrance was much stronger. Tang He couldn't help but take a deep breath when he smelled the tea fragrance. "Thank you," Tang He said, and then couldn't wait to pick up the teacup with his thumb and middle finger. He gently blew a few breaths and smelled the tea fragrance. Suddenly, a look of enjoyment appeared on his face, and he closed his eyes slightly. When the temperature of the tea dropped a little, Tang He opened his eyes and drank it with a hint of anticipation. After the tea stayed in his mouth for a while, Tang He swallowed it. A look of reminiscence appeared on his face, his expression also extremely rich. Only after a while did he exclaim in admiration, "Ruofei, this is probably the best quality De Hong Pao tea I've ever tasted. I once had the fortune to taste the tea leaves from those mother trees, but regardless of whether it is the tea fragrance, color, sweetness, or other aspects, your tea leaves seem to be a level higher. Mr. Tang, you flatter me. This is a native tea made by myself. How can it compare to the mother trees De Hong Pao?" Xiao Ruofei said modestly. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Mr. Tang, the production of this tea is not high, and I have no intention of selling it, I see." Tang He said with some regret, and then looked at the tea in the purple clay teapot reluctantly. Xiao Ruofei then changed the topic and said, "This tea is for myself and my friends to drink, so I will only give it to you as a gift, not for sale. It's rare that you like it so much. I still have some stock here. You can take it back and drink it." After that, Xiao Ruofei took out a box from his bag that he had already prepared. Inside it was about half a kilogram of top-grade De Hong Pao tea. Now that the De Hong Pao tea tree in the space had expanded the planting area, and Xia Qing's craftsmanship was very good, Xiao Ruofei now had a lot more tea leaves in stock than before. There were several kilograms in the space at any time. Of course, although these tea leaves were produced from the third generation of the mother tree De Hong Pao tea, because of the unique environment in the space, the quality of the tea leaves produced was actually not worse than the mother tree's De Hong Pao tea leaves. In fact, it was even slightly better. It could be said that if it were to be sold, in the eyes of those who really understood tea, every gram of Xiao Ruofei's tea leaves was incomparably precious. He had given away about 250 grams in one go, which was definitely a big deal. Tang He was also surprised and happy. He happily took the box of tea leaves and immediately opened it. Then, he carefully opened the sealed bag and took a deep breath. The dry tea leaves had a refreshing fragrance, which made Tang He reminisce about it. Then, Tang He said with some embarrassment, "Ruofei, this gift of yours is too expensive. This grade of tea is not sold on the market, but if it is really sold, I'm afraid it can be sold for millions. Or, I'd better buy it from you." Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand and said, "It's not worth that much. Besides, I'm not going to sell this tea for the time being. If you're willing to pay, then I won't give it to you." Although the mother tree's De Hong Pao tea leaves had once been sold at a sky-high price of 198,000 yuan for 20 grams, which was equivalent to more than 4 million yuan per caddy, this was an auction. Moreover, there were many gimmicks. Just the rich history and stories of the mother tree, De Hong Pao, and the auction of the last harvest were enough to raise the price to unimaginable heights. And if Xiao Ruofei really sold the tea leaves in bulk, even if the quality of the tea leaves was better than the mother tree De Hong Pao, the price would not be that high. Of course, Xiao Ruofei had no intention of profiting from the tea leaves. Furthermore, although the tea leaves were comparable to the mother tree, De Hong Pao, they weren't that precious to Xiao Ruofei. One had to know that there were tea trees in the Archean realm that had been cut by the mother tree, De Hong Pao. The outside world could harvest tea leaves every 10 days or so. If Xiao Ruofei wanted the tea leaves, it would be relatively easy for him to obtain them. Tang He said, all right. Then I won't stand on ceremony with you." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Old Mr. Tang, you've helped me a lot. Take this as a token of my appreciation. The production of this tea leaf isn't high, so don't think I'm stingy. When the new tea leaves come out next year, I'll leave more for you." Xiao Ruofei would definitely say this to Tang He. The harder it was to obtain the tea leaves, the more precious they were. Otherwise, if he gave them something, they might not necessarily accept his kindness. Wouldn't that be a thankless task? Alright. Then I'll thank you in advance. Tang He was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Xiao Ruofei and Tang He chatted as they brewed tea. After a while, the middle-aged man in the Tang suit, Ah Zhong, walked to Tang He's side with an excited expression. He bowed slightly and said, Master Tang, I've found it. Tang He raised his eyebrows and asked, Oh? The material is good, right? Ah Zhong suppressed his excitement and said, It's good. Master Tang, how about, we talk in private? After that, Ah Zhong quickly glanced at Xiao Ruofei. Tang He was well aware of Ah Zhong's thoughts. He said lightly, Let's talk here. Ruofei is not an outsider. The value of this material is what it should be. There's nothing to hide. Ah Zhong indeed wanted to avoid Xiao Ruofei and talk to Tang He about the two gold-threaded Namu materials. His purpose was naturally to prevent Xiao Ruofei from asking for an exorbitant price after hearing it, because these two materials were really too good. But for Tang He, the money to buy the Jinnan wood was nothing. He valued his friendship with Xiao Ruofei more. In his opinion, it was not easy for Xiao Ruofei to find the wood for him. No matter how much the wood was worth, Xiao Ruofei deserved it. Not to mention that Xiao Ruofei had just given him a box of top-grade Dahongpo tea leaves. This was not a small favor. Ah Zhong blushed and said quickly, Yes, Master Tang. Then he took a deep breath, no longer suppressing his excitement, and said, Lord Tang, these two materials are top-grade golden-rimmed Phoebe. Nowadays, it's very difficult to find such a large golden-rimmed Phoebe. This time, two of them appeared at once. What's more, the ratio of the core material of these two pieces of wood is very high. The overall diameter of the wood is about 1 meters, and 2 meters is the core material. This is almost the limit of perfection. After hearing this, Tang He couldn't help but be slightly moved. He put down the teacup and stood up, saying, Let's go and take a look. Thus, Xiao Ruofei accompanied Tang He and walked to the two pieces of cloth. These two pieces of Jinnan wood were personally cut by Xiao Ruofei, so he was very familiar with their situation. Every time he entered the space, he would see them, so he was not surprised. But Tang He was different. When he walked to the side of the Jinnan wood, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he immediately bent down to examine it carefully, and his expression became more and more excited. After a long while, Tang He straightened up and asked, Ruofei, I want these two pieces of wood. Do you want to open a few windows and see the lines inside? Xiao Ruofei smiled and shook his head, saying, No, you can just give me a price. Tang He's eyes flashed with a strange light. He looked at Xiao Ruofei and asked, Are you sure? If it's the same as last time, the price will be much higher. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, How can there be so many top-grade lines? Mr. Tang, just give me a normal price. If there are precious top-grade lines after you take them back, it's your good luck. Ah Zhong couldn't help but take a deep look at Xiao Ruofei. Based on his experience, if the core material of these two pieces of wood was taken out, the price should be higher. He couldn't understand Xiao Ruofei's approach. Tang He couldn't help but laugh and say, That's great. Ruofei, then I won't dawdle. These two pieces of Jinnan wood will be sold together for $15 million. What do you think? Ah Zhong was shocked and couldn't help but cry out, Master Tang. This price is too high. Ah Zhong. Tang He's face darkened and said, I know what to do. Don't say any more. Ah Zhong couldn't help but tremble in his heart. He quickly lowered his hands and said, Yes, Master Tang, he really couldn't understand. Xiao Ruofei could have sold it at a higher price, but she took the initiative to sell it directly and didn't need to take out the core material. Tang He could have bought the two gold-rimmed Phoebe Nanmu at a much lower price, but she still offered such a high price. 15 million USD was equivalent to $7.5 million USD for each piece of material. If it was an ordinary gold-rimmed Jinnan of the same size, it was absolutely impossible to sell for this price. Even if Xiao Ruofei's two pieces of wood were of high quality, they still needed to find very precious patterns when they were cut open, such as cloud patterns, tiger patterns, and so on, to be able to reach this price. Otherwise, Tang He would have definitely lost money by spending so much money on them. In fact, Zhong didn't know that Tang He was far more confident in these two pieces of wood than he was, because Tang He had seen with his own eyes that the Jinan wood, which was also bought from Xiao Ruofei, had the best wavy lines. At that time, Tang He had spent $10 million on that piece of wood, but after the wavy lines, the actual value of that piece of wood had reached at least $15 million. This time, these two pieces of wood gave Tang He a very familiar feeling. He faintly felt that they seemed to be of the same origin as the Jinan wood from last time. He even had a sixth sense that the lines of these two pieces of wood would not be different. Moreover, Tang He had actually taken advantage of the Jinan wood he had bought last time. This time, Xiao Ruofei had given him such good tea, so he also wanted to make up for it in his heart. This piece of wood was slightly smaller than last time. Last time, it was 10 million, but this time, it was 7.5 million per piece. This price, in Tang He's opinion, was appropriate. Xiao Ruofei wasn't pretentious. He almost didn't think much about it and said with a smile, "Deal." In fact, Xiao Ruofei knew that these Jinan woods grew in the Ring-2 space and were nourished by rich spiritual energy day and night. The probability of the best wavy lines appearing was definitely very high. In other words, these two pieces of wood sold for $15 million should be worth it. Haha. It's refreshing to do business with Ruofei. Tang He said happily. Xiao Ruofei said, "Old Mr. Tang, this time, directly use the name of my offshore company in the Cayman Islands to do the transaction. I also need to invest in the 2 wineries in Australia. It's too troublesome to transfer the domestic funds out." Tang He laughed and said, "Even if you didn't say it, I would have reminded you. The accounts of offshore companies are more flexible, and foreign financial policies are more relaxed. I suggest that all of your overseas business go through offshore companies in the future." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Okay. By the way, old Mr. Tang, you can directly deduct the funds borrowed last time. Just use today's exchange rate between US dollars and Australian dollars." "Okay." Tang He said readily. Then, Tang He's legal assistant quickly drafted the contract and attached photos of the two pieces of wood from various angles. Xiao Ruofei and Tang He signed the transfer contract respectively. The overseas transfer was also very fast. Tang He directly made a phone call and the funds were quickly transferred. Xiao Ruofei checked the account of the offshore company in the Cayman Islands through the phone. After deducting the 3 million Australian dollars borrowed last time, which was equivalent to 2.37 million US dollars, the remaining 12.63 million US dollars had been transferred. "I've received the money, old Mr. Tang," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Tang He reached out his hand to Xiao Ruofei and said with a smile, "Happy cooperation." "Happy cooperation. Next time, if I need golden silk cedar or other precious wood, I'll look for you again." Tang He said with a smile, "Ruofei, you can't refuse." Xiao Ruofei also laughed and said, "I can only say that I'll do my best. I can't guarantee this kind of thing." Tang He laughed and reached out to pat Xiao Ruofei on the shoulder. The transaction here was all completed. Tang He and Xiao Ruofei walked out of the warehouse together. Tang He's people temporarily took over the place. They would complete the customs clearance procedures in the shortest time possible and transfer trucks to transport the wood away. Finally, they would send it to the United States by sea. Xiao Ruofei's warehouse was empty. Except for 2 pieces of wood, there was only a set of tea set and picnic tables and chairs that Xiao Ruofei had taken out in the morning. In front of Tang He and others, Xiao Ruofei couldn't put these things into the space. He directly gave the key to Tang He's people and asked them to lock the warehouse after the wood was transported, and then send the key to Taoyuan Farm. When Xiao Ruofei and Tang He walked to the door, the two stood at the door and chatted for a while. At this time, Xiao Ruofei's mobile phone vibrated. He made an apologetic expression to Tang He, then took out his mobile phone and glanced at it. The caller ID showed a local landline number in Sanshan. Xiao Ruofei pressed the answer button and said, "Hello, who is this?" "Excuse me, are you Mr. Xiao Ruofei?" The person on the other end of the phone spoke Mandarin with a strong Cantonese accent. Xiao Ruofei immediately said, "I'm Xiao Ruofei. Are you from Hengfeng Group?" A few days ago, Ma Xiong had said that he would send someone to see the one-headed abalone that Xiao Ruofei had mentioned. He also wanted to buy some information in preparation for the auction. Therefore, when Xiao Ruofei heard the Cantonese voice, he immediately guessed the other party's origin. Yes, yes. Hello, Boss Xia. The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly became enthusiastic. I was sent by Chairman Ma to contact you about the auction. My name is Guosong. Oh, hello, Mr. Gua. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then he asked, have you arrived at Sanshan? Yes, I just checked in at the hotel. Guosong said. When is it convenient for you, Mr. Xia? I hope to take a look at the abalones you have. Ma Xiong had personally ordered him to come to the mainland to identify a batch of one-headed abalone. Guosong didn't believe it at all. Since when could one-headed abalone be measured by a batch? However, this was a task given by the chairman himself. He had also specifically instructed Mr. Xia, who was a distinguished friend of Hengfeng Group, to have a good attitude. Therefore, Guosong didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately packed his luggage and rushed to Sanshan. The headquarters of Hengfeng Group was in Hong Kong. In the early years, seafood trade was also one of the main businesses. Hengfeng Seafood Trading Company was still one of the giants in the high-end seafood industry in Hong Kong. They had a flagship store on the famous Defu Road West. Guosong was the manager of the Hengfeng Seafood flagship store on Defu Road West. He had nearly 20 years of experience in the seafood industry and was definitely an expert in the identification of high-end seafood. That was why Ma Xiong sent him to Sanshan. Of course, an employee of Hengfeng Auction House in charge of publicity accompanied Guosong. Before leaving, Ma Xiong had already reminded Guosong, so his attitude was very polite. Mr. Xia, you go ahead. Call me whenever you have time. I'll be waiting in the hotel. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, okay, Mr. Gua. Let's talk when we meet. After Xiao Ruofei hung up the phone, Tang He asked with a smile, Ruofei, do you have something to do? Go ahead and do your work. Don't worry about me. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, it's nothing urgent. Our company just launched a batch of dried abalones and wanted to entrust Hengfeng Auction House in Hong Kong to help us auction them. Their staff came over to do some preliminary work. Mr. Tang, I'll take you back to the hotel first. There's still time there. Tang He showed a hint of surprise and asked, dried abalones for auction? Isn't Hengfeng Auction House mainly auctioned antiques and paintings? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, I have a personal relationship with Chairman Ma of Hengfeng Group. This is purely a friend's help. Ma Xiong? Tang He was even more surprised. I didn't expect you to have a relationship with Chairman Ma. I attended a salon with him in Hong Kong this time. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, it's a long story. It's a coincidence that I know Chairman Ma. Tang He smiled and said, even if you have a personal relationship with Chairman Ma, the dried abalones that can be auctioned at Hengfeng Auction House should be of very high quality, right? Tang He could guess that Xiao Ruofei wanted to sell this batch of dried abalones through the auction in hopes of expanding the brand influence of the Taoyuan company. However, if the products were not up to standard, it would often be counterproductive. Moreover, the Taoyuan company had always been on the quality line, which could be seen from the Taoyuan series of vegetables. Tang He was also very interested in this. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, indeed, most of my dried abalones can reach the standard of one-headed abalone. Why? Mr. Tang's interest in abalones? It was as if Tang He did not hear Xiao Ruofei's words. His entire person became sluggish. After a while, he asked, one-headed abalones? Or a batch of one-headed abalones ones? Ruofei, is there something wrong with my ears? Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mr. Tang, your body is so strong. How could there be something wrong with your ears? You didn't hear wrong. It's indeed one-headed abalones. Tang He immediately said, let's go. I'll go to the farm with you and see your one-headed abalones. There was a saying that two-headed abalones were hard to buy. Two-headed abalones were already so precious, let alone one-headed abalones. Tang He and Ma Xiong were the same. Although they were worth hundreds of millions, one-headed abalones were treasures that couldn't be enjoyed even with money. Tang He happened to be a glutton, so when he heard that, he couldn't help but be tempted. Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then immediately said, "Okay. You're welcome to visit the farm. Let's go now." Tang he said. Many people would return to nature when they got older, becoming more and more like children. At this moment, Tang he was like a child who couldn't wait to get a toy. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little amused. He said, "Okay, I'll call the people at Hengfeng Group. Let's go back to the farm now." Xiao Ruofei drove the Night 15 off-road vehicle in front to lead the way, while Tang he followed in the Bentley. There was also a black Mercedes-Benz sedan with Tang he's personal bodyguard in it. The three cars went in a single file and sped in the direction of Taoyuan Farm. On the way, Xiao Ruofei called Guosong and told him to set off for the farm immediately. He also gave him the detailed address of the farm. Taoyuan Farm was now becoming more and more famous in Southeast Province, especially in Sanxian City. All kinds of regularly updated map software and navigation software had already marked the exact location of Taoyuan Farm. Guosong and the others were in the car of Hengfeng Group's Sanxian office, so they could easily find Taoyuan Farm using the car's navigation system. After calling Guosong, Xiao Ruofei pondered while driving. He considered that these precious one-headed abalones would definitely be carefully preserved in cold storage. Otherwise, it would be illogical. After those abalones were sealed and packaged, they had been stored in the Ring 2 space. It wouldn't be difficult to take them out of the refrigerator without anyone noticing. However, these abalones would be at room temperature, so it would be easy to arouse suspicion. Fortunately, the Night 15 off-road vehicle had a very large refrigerator on it. Xiao Ruofei didn't stop the car. He directly opened the door of the refrigerator in the back with his mental power, then turned the power of the refrigerator to the maximum. This way, the temperature could be lowered in the shortest time possible. With the current strength of Xiao Ruofei's mental power, it wouldn't be a problem for him to lift objects of average weight over a short distance. Therefore, it wasn't difficult to perform this operation at all. Then, Xiao Ruofei's mind moved. He took out the 30 sealed dried abalones from the space, then wrapped them with his mental power and put them one by one into the refrigerator. Fortunately, the refrigerator was big enough. After putting the dried abalones in, it was just enough to fill it up. Xiao Ruofei used his mental power to close the door of the refrigerator. During the whole process, he was multitasking. However, as a cultivator at the fourth layer of Qi disciple stage and whose mental power had reached the spirit throbbing stage, this level of multitasking was child's play. It wasn't difficult at all. After putting the dried abalones in the refrigerator, Xiao Ruofei focused on driving. Soon, the three cars returned to the Peach Blossom Farm. At the door, Xiao Ruofei informed the veteran on duty that when Guosong arrived, he was to lead Guosong directly to the small mansion. After entering the farm, Xiao Ruofei put the dried abalones in the refrigerator in the back into the Ring 2 space. After the refrigerator was turned on the quick freeze mode, the temperature of the abalones had completely dropped. There was even a layer of white ice crystals on the surface of the sealed bag. He put the dried abalones in the cave in the Mountain Sea realm. If he put them in the primordial realm, due to the 30 times faster flow of time, they would return to normal temperature before he could take them out in the villa. As long as it was something related to the secrets of the Ring 2 space, Xiao Ruofei was very careful. In his opinion, no matter how careful he was, it would never be too much. The three cars stopped in the courtyard of the small villa. When Little Black, Lightning, and the others saw so many strangers, they immediately became vigilant and let out low whimpers. Xiao Ruofei hurriedly scolded them and told them that they were on the same side. Only then did Little Black and the others return to their lazy appearance. Tang he chuckled and said, "Ruofei, your dogs are very good." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "They're raised to guard the house. They're not expensive breeds." Tang he said, "I can see that they're all Chinese rural dogs. However, their ferocity is not inferior to that of some ferocious large dogs. They're also very humane. I didn't expect you to be so proficient in raising dogs, Ruofei." Xiao Ruofei said a few words of modesty. At this moment, Huzi's mother opened the door of the villa and walked out after hearing the sound of the cars. When she saw a large group of people in the courtyard, she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then, she asked, "Ruofei, guests are here?" Xiao Ruofei hurriedly introduced Tang He and Huzi's mother to each other. When Tang He found out that the person in front of her was Xiao Ruofei's godmother, her attitude was very polite. After everyone exchanged a few words, Huzi's mother invited Tang He to sit in the house. When she saw Tang He's assistant and bodyguard standing in the courtyard, she couldn't help but say, "Ruofei, let the guests in." Tang He said with a smile, "They can wait outside." "It'll be too much of a bother if so many people go in," Huzi's mother said. "There's no reason for guests to stand outside the door. Come in and have a cup of tea." Tang He declined a few words, but couldn't resist Huzi's mother's enthusiasm. She could only signal her two assistants to go in with her, while the bodyguard stayed in the courtyard to guard their posts. When Huzi's mother heard that the big men were in charge of security, she couldn't help but secretly feel speechless. However, she didn't insist on letting them in. When they came to the living room and sat down, Huzi's mother immediately took care of making tea for everyone. She also took out peanuts, melon seeds, and fruits to serve them. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Mr. Tang, please take a seat. I'll go get the things." There was a huge double-door refrigerator in the villa's kitchen, but Xiao Ruofei couldn't take out the abalones from it. This was because Huzi's mother was in charge of cooking during the summer vacation. Naturally, she was also in charge of the refrigerator. She knew much more about what was in the refrigerator than Xiao Ruofei. If Xiao Ruofei took out 30 dried abalones from the refrigerator, Huzi's mother would be the first to notice that something was wrong. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei's big bedroom upstairs also had a small refrigerator. It was used to store things like drinks in the summer, so it also had a freezer. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei directly went upstairs to his bedroom and locked the door. He took out the dried abalones from the ring-2 space and found 2 big paper bags to put them in. After waiting for a minute or two, he took the paper bags and went downstairs. When he heard Xiao Ruofei's footsteps coming downstairs, Tang He's expectant gaze was already on him. Xiao Ruofei smiled and put the paper bags on the coffee table in front of Tang He. He said, "Mr. Tang, this is the dried abalones that our company is going to auction." Tang He immediately stood up and couldn't wait to pick up the sealed dried abalones from the paper bags. After being frozen along the way, the dried abalones were very cold to the touch. However, Tang He didn't feel it at all. He stood there in a daze, and his eyes revealed an incomparable shock. The dried abalones in Tang He's hand had already exceeded the standard of a one-headed abalone. It was even bigger than his palm. It was heavy in his hand, like a piece of lead. Such a big abalone in his hand was still very visually impactful. Even Huzi's mother and Tang He's 2 assistants couldn't help but open their eyes wide. Huzi's mother couldn't help but say, "Ruofei, this abalone is too big." Huzi's mother had lived in a small fishing village by the sea for most of her life. In the past, Huzi's father often went out to sea to fish. Huzi's mother was often exposed to all kinds of seafood, but even for her, this was the first time she had seen such a huge abalone. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Godmother, this abalone is a special product that our company is preparing to launch. It's mainly targeted at the high-end seafood market." Huzi's mother didn't quite understand Xiao Ruofei's words, but at least she knew that this high-quality dried abalone was produced by Xiao Ruofei's company. Therefore, she couldn't help but feel happy from the bottom of her heart. At this time, Tang He came back to his senses and looked at the 2 bulging paper bags again. He couldn't help but ask, "Ruofei, all the dried abalones in here have reached this standard?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "I have a total of 30 dried abalones here. Among them, about 25 are above the standard of a one-headed abalone. The other 5 are unfortunately short of a few grams to a dozen grams, so they can only be considered super-large 2-headed abalones." Tang He put down the dried abalone in his hand and immediately looked through the 2 paper bags. He found that Xiao Ruofei wasn't lying. These abalones were all more than the size of a palm and were very heavy in his hand. Tang He felt that his understanding of one-headed abalones had been turned upside down. Since when could such rare one-headed abalones appear in batches? After a long while, Tang He said with a wry smile, "Ruofei, you are really a person who is good at creating miracles. If you can't succeed in the field of agricultural products, I can't think of anyone else who can." "Mr. Tang, you flatter me." Xiao Ruofei smiled slightly and said modestly. At this time, the intercom in the hall rang. "Brother Xia, Mr. Guo from Hengfeng Group is here." Xiao Ruofei walked over and glanced at the image displayed on the LCD screen. It was the veteran on duty at the door, standing outside the villa with two men in suits. They should be Guosong and his colleagues. Xiao Ruofei and Tang He set off from the warehouse in the city, which was about the same as Guosong's journey from the hotel to Taoyuan Farm, so they arrived almost at the same time. Xiao Ruofei immediately opened the villa door and said loudly, "It's Mr. Gua. Please come in." The two of them immediately walked into the courtyard. With Xiao Ruofei personally welcoming them, Tang He's bodyguards naturally didn't stop them. One of the men, who was about 45 or 46 years old, said enthusiastically from afar, "You must be Mr. Xia. I am Guosong from Hengfeng Group Seafood Trading Company. This is my colleague, Luo Jiahao from Hengfeng Auction House. Welcome, welcome. Please come in," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. After shaking hands with Guosong and Luo Jiahao, he stepped aside and invited them into the villa. The employee of the auction house was still okay, but Guosong was a veteran in the industry. He had dealt with all kinds of seafood in the first half of his life. After joining Hengfeng Group, he had come into contact with many high-end seafood products. So, just a glimpse of it was enough to make him flabbergasted. "Mr. Gua. Mr. Gua." Xiao Ruofei called out from the side, and Guosong came back to his senses. At this time, he had already forgotten Ma Xiong's instructions and didn't care about etiquette. He rushed over in a few big strides and grabbed the dried abalone in his hand like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. The employee of the auction house who accompanied Guosong was at a loss. Xiao Ruofei patted him on the shoulder and motioned for him to sit down first. Then, he smiled and looked at Guosong, whose eyes were shining. Guosong was naturally more professional than Tang He when it came to identifying dried seafood. He looked at it over and over for a long time, and his expression became more and more excited. Guosong raised his head and asked in a trembling voice, "Mr. Xia, may I open the sealed package and take a look?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and made a pleased gesture. The abalone didn't need to be sealed in Ring 2 space at all. Xiao Ruofei just added it according to the normal way of preserving dried abalones. Also, if it were to be auctioned in a few days, such packaging would definitely have to be changed. Even if it was a simple sealed bag, it would definitely have to be designed. Only in this way could it match the quality of the precious one-headed abalone, and it would definitely have to be printed with the Taoyuan Company's logo. After Guosong got Xiao Ruofei's permission, he immediately opened the suitcase, took out a pair of delicate scissors, and carefully opened the sealed package. Then, he took out a pair of white gloves from the suitcase and put them on. Only then did he carefully pick up the one-headed abalone. Guosong's suitcase was like a treasure chest, with all kinds of tools. Guosong was seen carefully sniffing the abalone, and repeatedly observing the shape, meat, and the layer of frost on the surface of the abalone. He also took out a strong flashlight from his suitcase and used it to observe the meat quality and permeability of the abalone. Guosong even had a small delicate scale in his suitcase. After repeatedly examining it for a long time, he took out the scale that had been trained to be extremely precise and weighed the dried abalone. When the final weight was calculated to be 623 grams, Guosong's hands trembled uncontrollably. His excitement was written all over his face. What a top-grade one-headed abalone! Guosong muttered to himself, perfect body shape, firm and full, fresh and shiny. It's just too perfect. Another Hengfeng auction house employee named Luo Jiahao couldn't help but remind him in a low voice, "Manager Gua." Manager Gua. Guosong came back to his senses and quickly smiled apologetically at Xiao Ruofei. "I'm sorry, Mr. Xia. I was too excited when I saw such a beautiful and perfect abalone. I lost my composure for a moment." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "It's okay. Mr. Gua, Chairman Ma asked you to come over and appraise our company's batch of abalones. Are you satisfied with them? Are there any problems with our dried abalones participating in the auction?" "Satisfied. Of course, I'm satisfied," Guosong said without hesitation. "By the way, Mr. Xia, Mr. Ma said that your company intends to auction 20 to 30 abalones this time. May I ask if the quality is about the same?" At first, Guosong didn't think much of it. However, the big boss had personally appointed him and told him to be respectful and courteous to Xiao Ruofei, so he maintained the proper courtesy. In fact, he still didn't believe that such a rare one-headed abalone would appear in batches. After seeing this dried abalone, Guosong's heart wavered. At the same time, he faintly felt a trace of expectation. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "This batch of abalones are all here. Mr. Gua, you can take a look for yourself." Only then did Guosong realize that the two inconspicuous paper bags also contained dried abalones. He quickly went forward to open the paper bags. When he saw the heavy abalones in the paper bags, his breathing couldn't help but quicken. Guosong's reaction was very similar to Tang He's. He first quickly looked through the abalones. After confirming that all the abalones were very big and heavy, at least half a kilogram, Guosong began to repeatedly pick up an abalone, then put it down to pick up another one. He looked at the abalones lovingly for 5 to 6 minutes, as if these abalones were beautiful women. In fact, Guosong had been in this industry for half his life. His love for such precious dried seafood was probably no less than that of a beautiful woman. Xiao Ruofei was also very patient. He just sat aside and waited with a smile. After a while, Guosong reluctantly put the abalones into the paper bags. He raised his head and said, "Mr. Xia, this batch of abalones from your company can be auctioned. Thank you for choosing Hengfeng Auction House. I believe that this auction will definitely become a grand event for Hong Kong's upper class." Guosong still felt that it was a pity. He wasn't very clear about the relationship between Ma Xiong and Xiao Ruofei, so in his opinion, the best plan would have been to find a way to get Xiao Ruofei to agree to let Hengfeng Seafood Trading Company sell this batch of abalones. If they were auctioned, Xiao Ruofei and the Taoyuan Company would naturally gain both fame and fortune. Hengfeng Auction House, which was hosting this grand event, would also gain a lot of attention. On the other hand, Hengfeng Seafood Trading Company would miss a good opportunity to become famous. Among these 30 abalones, even the smallest one was more than enough to be used as the treasure of their flagship seafood store on Defu Road West. "Haha, then I'll count on your auspicious words," Xiao Ruofei said with a laugh. At this time, Luo Jiahao, an employee of the auction house who came with Guosong, finally had a chance to speak. He stood up and said to Xiao Ruofei, "Mr. Xia, I would like to take some photos and videos to use as pre-promotion." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Everything is here. You can use it as you wish. However, I hope that you can hurry up a little. These abalones are best preserved in cold storage." Luo Jiahao quickly said, "Understood, understood. Mr. Xia, then I'll start working right away." The living room of Xiao Ruofei's villa was very bright and spacious, so Luo Jiahao directly started shooting in the living room. Luo Jiahao was very professional. He took photos of the whole abalones, close-up shots, and all the abalones stacked together from various angles. He also shot a video at the end. Then, Luo Jiahao immediately put away his equipment and said, "Mr. Xia, you can put away the abalones now. Thank you for your support." Xiao Ruofei smiled gently and said, "I should be the one thanking you. You came all the way from Hong Kong for my company's auction." Guosong still looked at the abalones as if he were looking at a lover. Then, he and Luo Jiahao said goodbye. Xiao Ruofei politely sent the two of them to the courtyard of the villa. After watching them get into the car and leave, he returned to the villa. As soon as he entered the door, Tang He asked, "Ruofei, can I discuss something with you?" Xiao Ruofei looked at the dried abalones on the coffee table and asked with a smile, "Mr. Tang, are you also interested in abalones?" Tang He smiled embarrassedly and said, "When people get old, it's inevitable that they'll be greedy. I've lived in the United States all my life, but I'm still not very interested in Western food. Chinese food is more comfortable, so I also want to try the taste of the best quality abalone." At Tang He's level, no matter what he wanted to eat, there was basically nothing that he couldn't eat. Of course, for the sake of his health, there were some things that he definitely couldn't eat. In addition, the best quality ingredients like abalone were very difficult to buy even if you had the money. Tang He immediately said, "Ruofei, the main thing is that I have to fly back to the United States today. There are too many things to do at the company. Otherwise, I would have directly participated in the Hong Kong auction. But don't worry, I definitely won't let you suffer a loss in terms of price. I can buy from you at the final price of the auction by 20%. Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand and said, "Mr. Tang, Do you think I'm the kind of person who haggles over every penny? We're old friends. Since you want to try the taste of our company's abalone, you can just buy it at the normal price. This time, Xiao Ruofei didn't say that he would give the abalone to Tang He, because this batch of abalone was originally going to be auctioned. The nature of the abalone was completely different from the nature of the tea. And if Tang He hadn't said anything, he definitely wouldn't have sold it directly on the eve of the auction. Even if Xiao Ruofei had offered to give it to him as a gift, Tang He definitely wouldn't have agreed. This is too much of a loss for you. Tang He said hesitantly. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, it's rare to be muddled. Losing out is a blessing. After he finished speaking, he took out all the abalone in the paper bag. First, he took out the 5 abalones that were slightly different in color from the packaging. He said with a smile, these 5 abalones are only about 10 grams short of the standard of one-headed abalone. Then, Xiao Ruofei pointed to the remaining abalones and said, Old Mr. Tang, apart from the 3 largest abalones that I want as the finale of the auction, you can choose any of the rest. Then, Xiao Ruofei joked, but you'd better be merciful. Don't be too harsh on them. If there aren't many abalones left at the auction, then I'll be embarrassed. Tang He laughed. He didn't stand on ceremony with Xiao Ruofei anymore. He casually picked up 2 dried abalones that weighed about 610 grams and said with a smile, then I'll take these too. No problem. Xiao Ruofei said as he packed the rest of the abalones, including the one that had been unsealed. He temporarily went to the kitchen and took a few layers of plastic wrap to wrap it up. Then, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, please take a seat first. I'll go and put these abalones away. Okay. Tang He said with a smile. Then, Tang He handed the 2 abalones to his assistant and ordered them to put the abalones in the refrigerator of the Bentley. Xiao Ruofei carried the abalones upstairs. Naturally, he wouldn't put the abalones in the refrigerator. He directly put the abalones back into the Ring 2 space. Then, he waited in his room for a while before he got up and went downstairs. Tang He was sitting in the living room and chatting with Huzi's mother. After seeing Xiao Ruofei come down, Tang He greeted him with a smile, Ruofei, come. Let's talk about the price of the 2 abalones. Huzi's mother saw this and greeted Tang He. Then, she got up and went back to her room with a smile. She didn't want to neglect the guest, so she stayed. Tang He wanted to talk business with Xiao Ruofei, so she immediately left. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, what's there to talk about? You can decide how much you want. Tang He said with a smile, I guessed that you would say that. How about this, Ruofei, 2 top-quality one-headed abalones, a total of 6 million huaxia dollars. Xiao Ruofei was shocked and said involuntarily, that's too much. Tang He waved his hand and interrupted Xiao Ruofei. He said, Ruofei, this price is not outrageous. I checked that 8 years ago, there was an auction in Hong Kong where a one-headed abalone was auctioned. The quality and weight of the abalone were not as good as the 2 abalones just now, but it was still sold for 2 million Hong Kong dollars. Tang He took a sip of tea and continued, at that time, Hong Kong dollars had not yet depreciated. The exchange rate was almost 1-to-1 with huaxia dollars. You know, that was the price 8 years ago. These 2 abalones are more precious than the ones auctioned that year. Taking into account inflation and other factors, I think the price of 3 million huaxia dollars for 1 abalone is reasonable. Xiao Ruofei said, but, Ruofei, after a while, Hong Kong's auction will confirm my judgment. Tang He said with a smile, why don't we make a bet? A bet? Let's bet on the price of the abalone sold at the auction. Tang He said with a smile, if the price of the dried abalones of the same weight is 3 million huaxia dollars or higher, I win. Otherwise, you win. How about that? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile and ask, what do you want to bet on, Mr. Tang? Tang He thought for a moment and said, if you win, I am willing to take back the premium part of today's transaction. But if I win, I hope that Xingbang Group will have the opportunity to sell your company's dried abalone products in the United States. Tang He had a keen sense of business. He knew very well that Xiao Ruofei's auction of abalones meant that the Taoyuan company's product library would be enriched again. Otherwise, if they didn't sell abalones in the future, it would be useless to spend so much effort to make a name for themselves in Hong Kong, Now that Tang He had seen what it meant to say that Taoyuan products must be the best, he was very interested in the Taoyuan company's dried abalone products. One-headed abalone and two-headed abalone were the best quality products that couldn't be sold all year round, but three-headed abalones and smaller abalones could be produced in large quantities. As long as the quality of today's batch of abalones could be achieved, even if they were smaller, they could still be used in the high-end consumer market. Xiao Ruofei didn't need to worry about the abalones in the Ringtu space at all. In such a good natural sea environment and rich aura, they would definitely continue to reproduce and grow in the future. At that time, the Xingbang Group would be authorized to sell the abalones in the United States. Anyway, as long as it wasn't an investment, Xiao Ruofei was still very welcome to normal cooperation. What's more, the Xingbang Group had a great influence in the United States, and its sales channels were very complete. If the Taoyuan company wanted to expand the United States market, the Xingbang Group was a very suitable partner. Tang He was overjoyed and said, "Deal. Ruofei, I will pay attention to this auction. My private jet has already applied for a flight route, and I'm going to return directly to the United States. I'll take my leave first." Xiao Ruofei thought to himself, could it be that this old man can't wait to try the taste of the one-headed abalone? Is that why he's in such a hurry to leave? It was no wonder that Xiao Ruofei was so suspicious. After all, when Guosong and the others came over, Mr. Tang didn't seem to be in a hurry to leave at all. Instead, he was watching the fun from the side. Now that he had obtained 2 top-quality one-headed abalones and even applied for a flight route, it was really unreasonable for him to be in such a hurry to go back. However, Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to expose him. He just smiled and said, "In that case, I won't keep you. Mr. Tang, let me see you out." Xiao Ruofei and Tang He walked side by side to the door of the villa. The personal assistant, who had already placed the abalones, came forward and handed over a written cash check with both hands. Tang He took the check and glanced at the amount. He took out a gold pen from his pocket and signed his name. Then, he handed it to Xiao Ruofei with a smile. The transaction of the 2 one-headed abalones involved 6 million Huaxia dollars. Although it was not a small amount, there was no need to go through the offshore company account. Tang He directly wrote a cash check in Huaxia dollars. After all, this amount of money was equivalent to more than 1 million US dollars, and the offshore company had more than 12 million US dollars from the Phoebe Jinan transaction, so they had ample funds. In addition, the income of Paradise Farm and Winery would be settled with the offshore company. Once everything was on the right track, it would be at least 10 million US dollars per month. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei directly settled this small amount of money in Huaxia dollars. He didn't even want to deposit the money into the company's public account. He just wanted to keep it in his personal account for daily use. Xiao Ruofei took the check and pocketed it without even looking at it. Then, he sent Tang He to the car and the two waved goodbye. Xiao Ruofei watched the car leave the courtyard of the villa before turning back to the house. As soon as he entered the living room, Xiao Ruofei heard his phone, which he had just put on the coffee table, vibrate. He quickly walked over and picked up the phone. When he looked at the caller ID, it turned out to be Ma Xiong from Hong Kong. Xiao Ruofei guessed the purpose of Ma Xiong's call. He smiled and answered the phone. "Hello, Mr. Ma. Xiao Sheng. I saw the photos and videos of your company's dried abalones." Ma Xiong's voice was very excited. This really gave me a fright. On the way back to the hotel, Guosong had asked Luo Jiahao to send a copy of the materials collected today directly to Ma Xiong. Guosong realized that the boss would definitely be interested in these. Sure enough, Ma Xiong quickly called Guosong and asked him about the dried abalones in detail. Naturally, Guosong was full of praise. He even felt that any words of praise were pale and powerless in the face of those top-grade one-headed abalones. Only when he personally saw those heavy and huge one-headed abalones placed together could he feel the strong visual impact. After Ma Xiong understood the situation, he immediately called Xiao Ruofei. There was almost no delay at all. Xiao Ruofei joked, "Mr. Ma, I seem to have told you about the dried abalones before. Could it be that you didn't trust me before?" Ma Xiong said somewhat embarrassedly, "Of course I completely trust Xia Sheng, but when I saw the photos and videos of the abalones with my own eyes, I was still shocked. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Ma Xiong then asked, Xia Sheng, I have a presumptuous request. Xiao Ruofei said directly, Mr. Ma, I will reserve 2 one-headed abalones for you, but I am going to reserve the 3 heaviest abalones for the auction as the finale. Please understand, Ma Xiong called in a hurry at this time. Xiao Ruofei was well aware of his intentions. Just now, Tang He had asked him to sell 2 abalones, so Ma Xiong couldn't be biased. He just had to follow Tang He standards. Of course, this was the end of the backdoor behavior. Otherwise, if Ma Xiong reserved 2 or 3 abalones and Ma Xiong reserved 1 or 2 abalones, there would be a total of 25 one-headed abalones. There would be no need to auction them at all. Ma Xiong was overjoyed. Okay. Xia Sheng, thank you so much. Ma Xiong didn't expect Xiao Ruofei to reserve the 3 heaviest abalones for him. The rarer something was, the more expensive it was. The best abalones were naturally reserved for the auction. Ma Xiong called mainly because he was concerned that the auction of this batch of abalones was organized by the auction house under Hengfeng. When it came to the auction, it wasn't convenient for him, the big boss of Hengfeng, to bid. Otherwise, people would accuse him of deliberately raising the price. Even if he succeeded in bidding for 1 or 2 abalones, the media would definitely question whether Hengfeng Group bought and sold abalones for the sake of creating a sky-high transaction record. Therefore, the best way was to directly reserve 1 or 2 abalones from Xiao Ruofei before the auction started. After Ma Xiong saw the pictures and videos of the abalones, he couldn't resist the temptation. As a native of Hong Kong and a super-rich person, Ma Xiong had no resistance to the temptation of this kind of high-quality one-headed abalone. Before he called, he was still thinking about how to phrase it. After all, Xiao Ruofei's abalones were going to be auctioned. He didn't expect that before he even opened his mouth, Xiao Ruofei would take the initiative to reserve 2 abalones for him. He really knew how to conduct himself, therefore, Ma Xiong was naturally overjoyed. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Mr. Ma, you are too polite. This is what I should do. You have helped me so much. Mutual benefit, mutual benefit. Ma Xiong said with a hearty smile. Haha, yes, mutual benefit and win-win. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Mr. Ma, then when I come to Hong Kong in a while, you can choose the dried abalones, right? Okay. In fact, Ma Xiong couldn't wait to fly to Sanshan to choose the abalones. However, Xiao Ruofei would bring the auctioned abalones to Hong Kong in a week or 2 at most. Moreover, he was a billionaire. If he was too impatient, it would damage his image. Therefore, he endured the itch in his heart and agreed to Xiao Ruofei's proposal. After hanging up the phone with Ma Xiong, Xiao Ruofei took the initiative to tell Huzi's mother about the situation just now. When she heard that those large abalones were sold for 3 million Huaxia dollars each, she couldn't help but be stunned. Huzi's mother could imagine how precious these abalones were, but this sky-high price still subverted her understanding of price. Of course, after coming back to her senses, Huzi's mother was more happy for Xiao Ruofei. Now, she really treated Xiao Ruofei as her own son. Xiao Ruofei's business was flourishing, and she was sincerely happy. Xiao Ruofei chatted with his godmother for a while. Seeing that it was still early and that his godmother was about to start preparing lunch, he simply picked up his handbag and walked to the office building not far away. These abalones were going to be auctioned, so the packaging had to be redesigned. Although Ma Xiong's publicity team at the auction house was very professional, Xiao Ruofei still wanted to train the designers in his company. Xiao Ruofei didn't look for Feng Jing. Instead, he went directly to the big office of the marketing department. Currently, the marketing department was responsible for advertising, sales, e-commerce, and other businesses. There was a special art team that was responsible for product packaging, publicity posters, online stores, and all other graphic design-related work. As soon as Xiao Ruofei entered, he saw that everyone in the big office was working seriously. There were also employees who were holding folders and hurrying about. Taoyuan Company was a new agricultural and sideline product company. The average age of the employees was very young, and the company's benefits were very good. Therefore, everyone was very motivated, and the atmosphere inside the company was very motivated. When many employees saw Xiao Ruofei, their first reaction was to be stunned for a moment. Then, they immediately greeted him respectfully. In the company, especially in the big office of the lower departments, these employees were very surprised to see this big boss who was usually elusive. Boss Xia. Hello, Boss Xia. Xiao Ruofei also smiled and nodded at them. He went straight to the office area where the art team was. Xiao Chang, the marketing director, quickly walked out of his small cubicle and quickly walked to Xiao Ruofei. Boss Xia. Xiao Chang greeted him from afar. The big boss almost never came down. This time, he suddenly came to inspect, which made Xiao Chang a little nervous. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Director Xiao, it's okay. Do your work. I have a small design here that I want my colleagues in the art team to help me do. Xiao Chang immediately breathed a sigh of relief and quickly shouted, Little Zhong, come here. Zhong Lingling, the leader of the art team, was a girl of 23 or 24 years old. She was working in front of the computer. When she heard this, she quickly stood up and walked over. Zhong Lingling was wearing a simple t-shirt and jeans. Her hair was tied into a ponytail, and she looked very childish. However, she already had a lot of experience in graphic design. After graduating from technical secondary school, she had been working in this field for 4 or 5 years. She was also Lin Xiao's instructor. In fact, many people who worked in graphic design did not have high academic qualifications. Many of them were from technical secondary schools or technical schools. However, if they had strong professional skills, their salary was still very good. Zhong Lingling was the leader of the art team in the Taoyuan company. With bonuses and benefits, she could earn at least 7,000 to 8,000 yuan a month. This was a height that most technical secondary school graduates could not reach. Zhong Lingling came in front of the two of them and greeted them, Hello, Boss Xia. Hello, Director Xiao. Xiao Chang said, Little Zhong, Boss Xia has a design job for your art team. You must transfer the most capable people and bring out your unique skills. Do you understand? Okay. Zhong Lingling quickly replied. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, It's not that exaggerated. It's a small job. It's very easy. Director Xiao, go ahead and do your work. I'll just take a look around and talk to Lingling about work. Xiao Chang definitely wanted to accompany Xiao Ruofei, but since the boss had spoken, he could only nod and say, Okay, Boss Xia. If you need anything, please call me at any time. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. After Xiao Chang returned to his small cubicle office, Xiao Ruofei smiled and said to Zhong Lingling, Lingling, show me your office area. Okay, Boss Xia. Zhong Lingling said with a smile. She had a very good relationship with Lin Xiao, and she never hid her abilities. Every time, she taught Lin Xiao very patiently. In addition, she was young and had a good mentality, so she was not as nervous in front of Xiao Ruofei as she was in front of Xiao Chang. There were about 7 or 8 people in the art team, occupying a few boxes in the northeast corner of the office area. Zhong Lingling walked over with Xiao Ruofei. As they walked, she introduced their work to Xiao Ruofei. Recently, the art team's main work was still the overall design and beautification of the Tmall flagship store. 4 art designers were dividing the work. The Tmall flagship store was an upgrade of Xiao Ruofei's Taoyuan meat shop. According to Feng Jing's idea, the Taoyuan company's Tmall flagship store would sell all the products of the Taoyuan company in the future. In the short term, it would mainly be the iron maple bucket and the succulent seedlings. Xiao Ruofei immediately saw Lin Xiao working seriously in front of the computer. Xiao Ruofei gestured for Zhong Lingling to keep quiet. Then, he stood behind Lin Xiao and watched quietly. Lin Xiao's computer was open with the PS software. She seemed to be making a promotional poster. She stared at the computer screen and moved the mouse quickly. Her left hand pressed the combination shortcut keys from time to time. It seemed that she was quite familiar with the use of this software. The little girl was very focused when she was working. She did not notice that someone was standing behind her. From time to time, she would stop and hold her chin with her hand as she looked at the computer screen in deep thought. Then, she would operate the computer to fine-tune the color scheme or a certain design element. Xiao Ruofei watched for 6 to 7 minutes. Zhong Lingling and a few art designers nearby could not help but purse their lips and laugh. Lin Xiao did not notice at all. It was not until she finished adjusting the font of the poster that she let out a long sigh of relief. She stretched lazily and moved her sore neck. Lin Xiao reached out and touched Xiao Ruofei, who was standing behind her. She was also shocked. She quickly turned her chair around and said, I'm sorry. Brother Ruofei. Why are you here? When Lin Xiao saw Xiao Ruofei, her tone immediately became very surprised. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, I've been standing behind you for a long time. You're too focused, aren't you? Lin Xiao's pretty face blushed slightly. She said coquettishly, why are you like this? You didn't even say anything when you came. You just stood behind me quietly. Don't you know that you can scare people to death? Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, I'm not a devil entering a village. What do you mean by quietly? So many people greeted me just now. Even Director Xiao from the marketing department came out. You were too focused and did not hear. Lin Xiao pouted and nodded. Okay. Then, she asked curiously, Ruofei Ge, what are you doing here? Could it be that you, the big boss, have found your conscience and are going to give benefits to us poor art designers? The girls in the art design team couldn't help but laugh. They looked at Lin Xiao with some envy. Although Lin Xiao was also their colleague, they knew that Lin Xiao was different from them. Not only was she the sister of the company's boss, but she was also a top student who had just been admitted to Egret Island University. Her future was limitless. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, what are you thinking? I'm here to assign tasks, of course. Then, Xiao Ruofei said to Zhong Lingling, there's a packaging design job. I'll have to trouble you guys. Zhong Lingling quickly said, Boss Xia, you don't have to be so polite. This is our job. Lin Xiao was also very interested. She quickly said, packaging design? Ruofei Ge, let me do it. Xiao Ruofei said, isn't school going to start soon? What's more, you still have work to do. Lin Xiao said indifferently, there are still a few days before school starts. As for the work on hand, which one of us in the art design team doesn't have a few jobs? There are only a few of us now, and there are so many things to do. We're used to it. What we did in our previous life, we'll do it in this life. Isn't that right, master? Lin Xiao smiled and turned her gaze to Zhong Lingling. Zhong Lingling smiled awkwardly. This was something that the art designers always said when they were joking. That was because the work of art designers was time-consuming, and design required creativity. Once a task was handed to them, the process from creativity to planning to specific design was very complicated. If the leader wasn't satisfied, they would have to redo it. Redoing the design was a common occurrence. Sometimes, it was normal to do 7 or 8 drafts of the same task. However, they could joke about it in private. In front of their boss, Xiao Ruofei, and as his sister, Lin Xiao, they could also joke about it. However, ordinary employees like them couldn't say anything. Xiao Ruofei looked at Lin Xiao helplessly and said, Lingling, I'll give you the task as the team leader. You can decide how to distribute it. After that, Xiao Ruofei told her some of the requirements for the sealed packaging design of the dried abalones, such as the size, style, elements that needed to be included, as well as the empty middle part to show the true details of the dried abalones, and so on. Zhong Lingling took out a small notebook that she carried with her and quickly recorded it down. She nodded as she wrote. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Ruofei's task wasn't too complicated. If she were to do the design herself, she could finish it in one night. Even if it was a newbie, it would take at most 1 or 2 days to finish it. After Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, Zhong Lingling immediately asked, Boss Xia, when do you want this design? Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, I'll give you 3 days. Can you finish it? Zhong Lingling smiled and said, no problem. We can come up with the first draft the day after tomorrow. Xiao Ruofei gave a thumbs up and said, okay, thank you for your hard work. Lin Xiao cried out from the side, Master, leave this job to me. I can definitely do it well. Zhong Lingling looked at Xiao Ruofei hesitantly. Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said with a smile, I said, you can decide for yourself. I'll go first. You guys work hard. After that, Xiao Ruofei walked out of the office. Lin Xiao held Zhong Lingling's hand and looked at her expectantly. In fact, Lin Xiao was already able to complete some design work on his own. However, this task was personally given by Xiao Ruofei. Zhong Lingling was worried that Lin Xiao wasn't very familiar with the work and that the final product wouldn't satisfy Xiao Ruofei. Not only would it have to be redone, but it might also delay Xiao Ruofei's time. Zhong Lingling thought for a while and said, "How about this? This task was personally given by Boss Xia. We have to make at least 3 designs for Boss Xia to choose from. I'm one, Qiaoer is one, and Li Hua's subpage design is finished, right? Then she's one too. We'll each make a set." "Roger that," Lin Xiao said happily. Then, he couldn't wait to take the small notebook that Zhong Lingling had taken notes in. He took a few photos with his phone and immediately saved the poster that he had just made. He created a new PSD file and skillfully drew the reference line and started to design the outer packaging. Xiao Ruofei left the marketing department's big office. He wanted to stroll back to the villa and wait for lunch, but he bumped into Feng Jing after a few steps. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Let's go. Let's talk in my office." The two returned to Xiao Ruofei's office together. Xiao Ruofei opened the ice bar and took out the tea leaves to make tea. He smiled and asked, "Manager Feng, why are you looking for me in such a hurry?" Feng Jing glanced at Xiao Ruofei coquettishly and said, "Chairman, regarding the relocation of the company's headquarters to the city, I have been paying attention to the location. Now that I have found a few places, I would like to report to you. Moving the company's headquarters to the city was inevitable. After all, the location of Taoyuan Farm was too remote, and it did not match the image of a big company. Not to mention other things, just the first impression of the Taoyuan company's headquarters when they were discussing cooperation or visiting the company would be greatly discounted when they saw that the headquarters was in a fishing village by the sea." Feng Jing had mentioned this to Xiao Ruofei several times, but Feng Jing also knew that Xiao Ruofei was a little lazy. It was not realistic to expect Xiao Ruofei to make the decision quickly, so she still took the initiative to follow up on this matter. Xiao Ruofei also scratched his head awkwardly and said with a smile, "I have been too busy recently, so I didn't have time to take care of this matter. Manager Feng, tell me about the situation of your inspection." Feng Jing cleared her throat and said, "Chairman, after this period of inspection and selection, I have picked out 2 places." Then Feng Jing introduced the 2 places she had chosen to Xiao Ruofei. One of the 3 places was located in the city center. The advantage was that the location was good, and the supporting facilities were complete. It was in the CBD area of Sanshan City, but the disadvantages were obvious. The price was high, the space was a little small, and the company only sold and did not rent. The second place was also in the Second Ring Road, and the location was quite good. It was a commercial office project developed by a well-known real estate company in China, Hengli Times Square. The price was also quite reasonable. Although the property prices in Sanshan City were increasing day by day, generally speaking, the price of about 20,000 per square meter was reasonable. The key was that this company also had self-owned assets. If they chose this place, they could also rent it, which was equivalent to a one-time buyout. If they rented it, the one-time investment would be much lower. After Xiao Ruofei listened carefully, he was not in a hurry to express his opinion. Instead, he smiled and asked, "Manager Feng, what do you think? Which place do you prefer?" Feng Jing had obviously thought about it. She said directly, "From a long-term point of view, the office building in Hengli is of course more suitable. It would be best if we could directly buy out 2 to 3 floors." Speaking of this, Feng Jing was a little unconfident. After all, this was an astronomical figure. According to Feng Jing's understanding of the company's financial situation, the company did not have so much liquid capital in the company's account. Xiao Ruofei just smiled and said, "Go on." Feng Jing nodded and said, "If it is difficult to buy it out directly, we might as well rent it first. Of course, the first place is closer to the downtown area, and it will be more helpful for the company's brand. The problem is that it also needs a lot of money." Xiao Ruofei nodded and asked, "How much money will be needed for each plan? Have you calculated it?" Feng Jing immediately said, "I did a rough calculation. The single-story office building in the downtown area is 2,000 square meters. The unit price is 30,000 yuan per square meter. Just buying 2 floors will cost 120 million yuan. This does not include the investment for the later renovation. I estimate that the total investment will be more than 200 million yuan. Xiao Ruofei smiled without changing his expression and asked, what about the office building in Hengli? Feng Jing said, because of the location in Hengli, the price is 20,000 yuan per square meter. The single-story area is about 1,500 square meters. If it is here, I suggest buying it all at once or renting 3 floors. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, if it is a buyout, it will cost about 90 million yuan. This is not including the renovation cost. Feng Jing added. Then Feng Jing hesitated and said, Chairman, how about, we can rent the office building first. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, if we are going to do it, we will do it in one step. I will solve the problem of the funds. That would be the best. Feng Jing blurted out. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Director Feng, I can't make a decision right now. How about this, you organize the specific information of the 2 locations and give it to me. Also, we will find time to do a site inspection. No problem. I have already organized the information. I will ask Lu Qian to send it to you later. Feng Jing said. She had always been in a hurry when doing work. Since she had already reported to Xiao Ruofei, then naturally, she had already done the preliminary preparations. Xiao Ruofei also knew Feng Jing's style. He smiled and said, okay. Then Xiao Ruofei said, our vision should not be limited to these 2 locations. Why don't we look further? Chairman, I don't quite understand. Feng Jing said, puzzled. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, I am saying that you should not only consider buying the office building of the developer. I think you can also pay attention to whether there is any land in the city to be sold recently. We can totally build our own headquarters. Build our own headquarters? Feng Jing couldn't help but be shocked when she heard this. Buying 1, 2, or 3-story office buildings and buying land from the government to build their own buildings were 2 completely different concepts. Not to mention other things, just the investment of funds was incomparable. Especially in the current situation where land was so hot. Moreover, with the current scale of the Taoyuan company, if the headquarters building was too big, it would definitely not be used up. Then, it would involve the problem of renting or selling to other companies. The Taoyuan company had never had experience in real estate development. As the saying goes, do what you know and don't do what you don't know. The water here was very deep. And if they wanted to use it completely independently, like the Lingji Catering headquarters building, they would have to consider the problem of funds and utilization. If the building was too tall and the area was too big, the Taoyuan company would not be able to use it up. There would definitely be a lot of empty space. If they invested a lot of money in the early stage, it would be a waste in the end. Feng Jing immediately expressed her concerns. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Manager Feng, that's why I said we have to look further. It is enough now, but it doesn't mean it will be enough in the future. Our Taoyuan company is destined to become a great company that attracts the attention of the world. And in the short term, our company will be setting up an overseas division soon. As the company expands step by step, if we only buy or rent 2 or 3-story office buildings now, we will definitely face the problem of not having enough space in the future. As Xiao Ruofei said this, he handed the brewed tea to Feng Jing and continued, also, don't you think that only by monopolizing the whole building will it be in line with our company's high-end positioning? Feng Jing couldn't help but laugh and said, that's great. But the funds will be a big problem. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, at the moment, the funds are indeed not enough. But whether it's the land or the building, the funds will not be invested at once. The construction of this building may last for a few months or even a year or 2. With such a long buffer, the funds will definitely not be a problem. Xiao Ruofei saw that Feng Jing was still in a daze, so he said with a smile, don't forget that our paradise farm in Australia will soon start large-scale planting. I have estimated that the output of Paradise Farm at full capacity should be able to bring the company at least tens of millions of US dollars a month. Feng Jing couldn't help but take a deep breath, and her beautiful eyes revealed a strange light. Chairman, I really don't know much about the situation at Paradise Farm in Australia. I know that the profits should be very good, but I didn't expect. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, that's the money for the future. For the time being, we don't have that kind of financial strength. So I said that we don't need to be anxious about this matter. We can slowly investigate. If there is a suitable land or a whole building for sale, we can go and understand it in detail. If we want to do it, we will do it in one step and do the best. When Xiao Ruofei said these words, he was in high spirits, and it was as if he was giving advice. Feng Jing said excitedly, understood. Chairman, I will pay attention to the information in this area. Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile, Manager Feng, now you won't blame me for not paying attention to this matter, right? Feng Jing smiled a little embarrassedly and said, since the chairman has already made plans, then I am relieved. Come, have some tea. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, since we have time today, I will also inform you of some recent matters. Okay. Feng Jing immediately took out the notebook she always carried with her. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, first of all, about the matter of Wonderland Farm. I have already said last time that the demand for seeds needs to be made as soon as possible. During this time, you should communicate more with Manager Liang in Australia. Liang Qichao's identity was a little special. Although he was the person in charge of Wonderland Farm, he was not an employee of the Taoyuan Company. Strictly speaking, he was the representative sent by Xiao Ruofei's partner, Tang He. However, Xiao Ruofei also trusted him very much, so he was fully responsible for the work of the entire Wonderland Farm. Feng Jing nodded and said, okay, I have already assigned someone to be in charge of this matter. Once there is the latest news, I will immediately report to you. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, in addition, the Maya Group in Australia will invest $10 million to establish the Taoyuan Charity Fund. This charity fund will be jointly managed by the Taoyuan Company and the Maya Group in Australia. The foundation will be under the name of the Taoyuan Company. Feng Jing was shocked again when she heard this. As a former senior manager of the world's top 500 companies, Feng Jing naturally knew about the famous Maya Group. She did not expect Xiao Ruofei to be so capable that he could actually trick $10 million from the Maya Group to establish a charity fund. Although this charity fund was jointly run by two companies, it was named under the name of the Taoyuan Company and was also under the name of the Taoyuan Company. It was basically a free gift. Chairman, you are too awesome. Feng Jing murmured. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, this matter is more complicated. Anyway, you only need to know that the establishment of the charity fund was jointly decided by me and Mr. Tang Etian, the founder of the Maya Group. This matter is already set in stone. When the time comes, the Maya Group will send people over to complete the preliminary application for the establishment of the foundation and other preparatory work with us. Then, the $10 million they promised will be transferred to the foundation's account as soon as possible. Xiao Ruofei paused and continued, so, our company may need to recruit again in the near future. We mainly need talents in two aspects. One is to establish an overseas business department, and some foreign trade talents who are proficient in foreign languages and foreign laws and policies are needed. The other is the staff of the charity fund. In addition, we can also add some management personnel to the pharmaceutical factory. After all, after the clinical trial is over, the pharmaceutical factory will officially start production. I am worried that Shui Jinshan will not have enough manpower. Feng Jing immediately said, okay. Chairman, I will immediately organize a meeting with my colleagues in the personnel department. First, we will come up with a plan and try to recruit people as soon as possible. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. You can decide on the specifics. I am assured that you can do it. Haha. Feng Jing couldn't help but secretly roll her eyes. This guy always makes slacking sound so fresh, refined, and righteous. However, Feng Jing was also used to Xiao Ruofei's working style. As a strong woman, Feng Jing actually didn't like the boss's excessive command. So far, her work in the Taoyuan Company was very pleasant. This was also inseparable from Xiao Ruofei's habit of being a hands-off boss. Understood. Chairman, don't worry. I will implement this matter as soon as possible. Feng Jing said. Then, Feng Jing asked curiously, Chairman, I just saw you come out of the marketing department. Why did you come over today? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be speechless. This question made it seem like I was always slacking off at home and never went to work. But then he thought about it, it seemed that he was really like that. I was just about to talk to you about this. Xiao Ruofei said, today, I was looking for my colleagues in the art design team to help me design an outer package. Outer package? Feng Jing's eyes immediately lit up when she heard this. She asked, Chairman, is the company going to have a new product again? Could it be that the Yuji ointment can be mass-produced? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. Even a strong woman couldn't resist the temptation of the Yuji ointment. Feng Jing had mentioned the mass production of the Yuji ointment in front of him more than once. It was as if it was a crime not to mass-produce such a good cosmetic product to benefit the masses of women. As long as they talked about work and new products, Feng Jing seemed to be full of energy. After she heard Xiao Ruofei's words, she immediately looked at Xiao Ruofei eagerly and said, Chairman, don't keep me in suspense. Tell me what new product it is. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Manager Feng, this time I am going to introduce high-end seafood products. Seafood products? Feng Jing was confused. When Peach Blossom Farm expanded for the second time, the land they rented from the village had been expanded to the seaside. In theory, the coastal area also belonged to Peach Blossom Farm. However, Taoyuan Farm had not developed this area for the time being. There were no aquaculture activities in Taoyuan Farm, and there were no plans for similar projects. Where did this seafood come from? Xiao Ruofei smiled and explained, in the future, I'm going to introduce high-quality abalones to simulate the natural marine environment. I've already commissioned a friend to conduct relevant experiments elsewhere. This time, I'm launching the experimental products. Feng Jing immediately understood Xiao Ruofei's explanation. In fact, the development of the Taoyuan company relied on Xiao Ruofei's own strength to a large extent, because the core vegetable seeds, Dendrobium ironhide strips, and anchovy seedlings were all handled by Xiao Ruofei. Feng Jing was already used to Xiao Ruofei's means. It was as if whatever he took out must be the best. This included the fruits planted in the mountains behind the farm. Feng Jing had told the local workers that the villagers had contracted to plant fruit trees in the mountains behind the farm. However, due to the soil and water, the fruits were bitter and astringent, and could not be eaten at all. However, after the high-tech fruit seedlings provided by Xiao Ruofei were planted, the Taoyuan fruits harvested last time not only looked good, but also tasted better than ordinary fruits of the same type. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, this time, we are going to cooperate with Hong Kong's Hengfeng Group, and Hengfeng Auction House will be the organizer. We will hold an auction in Hong Kong, and the auction item will be the best dried abalones produced by our Taoyuan company. Dried abalones. Auction? Feng Jing felt that her brain was not enough for a moment. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, I will provide the best quality abalones, and most of them are above the standard of one-headed abalone. Of course, such good things must be auctioned to maximize the profits. He paused and took a sip of tea. He did not notice that Feng Jing was dumbfounded, and continued, also, through the auction can also greatly increase the brand awareness of our Taoyuan company. You must know that people in Hong Kong are scrambling for the best quality abalones. I don't believe that those big rich people big and small will not be unmoved. Hee, when the news reports again, the whole of Hong Kong will know about our Taoyuan company. After Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, he saw that Feng Jing was still in a daze. He could not help but call out, Manager Feng. Manager Feng. Ah? Feng Jing regained her senses. Xiao Ruofei found it funny and said, Manager Feng, could it be that you did not sleep well last night? Why did you get distracted while chatting? Feng Jing was a little embarrassed and blushed. Then, she said with a hint of coquettishness, isn't it all because of you? Xiao Ruofei could not help but be stunned when he heard that. He showed a strange expression. And Feng Jing also quickly realized that there seemed to be a big ambiguity in this sentence. Xiao Ruofei previously teased her if she did not sleep well last night, and then she said coquettishly, isn't it all because of you? She said it as if Xiao Ruofei did something to her last night and caused her to not sleep well. Feng Jing suddenly felt her face was boiling, and she could not help but show a trace of embarrassment. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Fortunately, Feng Jing immediately said with a hint of coquettishness, Chairman, it's all because of you. You suddenly released such shocking news, and you even said that I don't have a heart disease. Otherwise, if something bad happened, it would be a death in the line of duty. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Manager Feng, you were a senior executive in the Fortune 500 companies in the world. How would I know that your psychological endurance is so weak? Then it's my fault? Feng Jing pouted slightly and glanced at Xiao Ruofei. It's my fault, it's my fault. Xiao Ruofei quickly said with a smile. Feng Jing's tone sounded like she was acting coquettishly. It was completely different from her usual style. She also felt that it seemed to be a little too ambiguous. She quickly cleared her throat and asked, Chairman, can you tell me in detail about this one-headed abalone? As the general manager of the company, Feng Jing had been keenly aware that this was a very good opportunity for the company. If she grasped it well, it was very possible for the Taoyuan company to become famous overnight. At present, the Taoyuan company was already a little famous in Sanshan City and even in the southeast province. But in the country, whether it was brand awareness or size, it was still a little lacking, let alone in Hong Kong. If the Hong Kong media reported it, and the mainland took the opportunity to hype it up, it would be very obvious for the company's brand awareness to expand. Especially this time, it was a rare item like one-headed abalone. If there was a jaw-dropping price at the auction, then the Taoyuan company would immediately be equated with high-end, noble, and other adjectives. The phrase Taoyuan products must be the best would unknowingly be deeply rooted in people's hearts. Xiao Ruofei nodded and poured another cup of tea for Feng Jing. He smiled and said, Come, come, come. Sit down and talk. When Feng Jing heard the news, she couldn't help but stand up. After the two of them sat down, Xiao Ruofei told Feng Jing about the one-headed abalone auction and some of the previous preparations in detail. Originally, Feng Jing had some doubts in her heart. But when she heard that Hengfeng Group had sent professionals to appraise the abalones and that the employees of the auction house had come over to collect materials in preparation for the early stages of publicity, her heart immediately calmed down. Especially when Xiao Ruofei said that Tang He from the United States Xingbang Group and Ma Xiong from Hengfeng Group had used the back door to pre-order 2 high-quality one-headed abalones, Feng Jing was completely relieved after hearing that. Feng Jing thought for a moment and immediately said, Chairman, this auction is very important to our company. I'll immediately ask the marketing department to transfer the best people. We'll focus our efforts on the packaging design that you've requested to be done to perfection. As Feng Jing spoke, she stood up. Xiao Ruofei quickly gestured with his hands and said, Sit down, sit down. Then Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Manager Feng, don't be impatient. I have already arranged this work. It's only the packaging design. There's no need to mobilize so many people. Feng Jing said, Chairman, I'm afraid that the people below won't pay enough attention to this. Moreover, the marketing department will lead a team to do this. The final product quality can also be guaranteed. After all, we are tight on time. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, You have to believe in our colleagues in the art design team. Manager Feng, Zhong Lingling and the rest are all professionals. I have already made my requirements clear to them. I believe that they will definitely do a good job. Feng Jing could only nod and said with some embarrassment, Chairman, I seem to be a little too nervous. It's mainly because this matter is too important to our company, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, I can understand. But the quality of our products is very good. The packaging is just the icing on the cake. So, don't be too nervous. Okay. Feng Jing nodded and said. Then Feng Jing lowered her head and pondered for a moment. She raised her head and said seriously, Chairman, this auction is very important. I applied to go to Hong Kong to coordinate the auction matters. Xiao Ruofei asked with some surprise, Is this necessary? Feng Jing said seriously, I think it's necessary. After all, this is the first time our company is participating in an auction, and the partner is a giant company like Hengfeng. I think it's better to go there in advance to coordinate, especially the layout of the auction venue, the relevant procedures, and the media communication. Xiao Ruofei knew that Feng Jing was worried that Hengfeng auction house would bully the customers. After all, according to Feng Jing's idea, the auction must highlight the publicity of the Taoyuan company. If Hengfeng did not arrange it carefully or deliberately weakened the presence of the Taoyuan company, then this good opportunity would be wasted. Although the profits would not be less, it would not achieve the purpose of publicity. In fact, based on the personal relationship between Xiao Ruofei and Ma Xiong, Hengfeng Auction House would definitely not do that. As long as Xiao Ruofei said a word, even if the whole venue was hung with the logo of the Taoyuan company, the other party would not say anything. But there were some things that were not good to be too clear with Feng Jing. So, Xiao Ruofei said tactfully, "Manager Feng, why don't the company send someone else over? After all, there are a lot of things to do at home. After you leave." "Chairman, the company is completely on track. It's not a big problem for me to leave for a few days." Feng Jing looked at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Besides, if there are any important things, I can handle it remotely through email. It won't delay work." Xiao Ruofei saw that Feng Jing was eager to fight, and felt that it was not too good to discourage her enthusiasm, so he nodded and said after thinking for a while, "Okay. With you personally in charge, I can be more assured. How about this? I'll contact Hengfeng. You don't have to go too early. There must be some publicity activities in the early stages. You can go a few days before the auction starts. At that time, you can bring a few assistants with you, so that you don't have to do everything yourself." Feng Jing said happily, "Okay, thank you, Chairman." Then Feng Jing said, "Chairman, why don't you give me the contact information of the specific person in charge of this at Hengfeng? It's best for us to follow up on the publicity activities in the early stages." Xiao Ruofei said straightforwardly, "Okay. I'll contact them first and tell you later. In the next few days, you can deal with the work at hand and tell them what needs to be done. So that when you leave, it won't affect the operation of the company." "Understood." Feng Jing said happily. Then she stood up and said, "Chairman, then I'll go back to the office first. You should go home for dinner." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Okay, right. Remember to ask Lu Qian to bring me the specific situation of the two office buildings." Feng Jing said with a smile, "I know, but the relocation of the company's headquarters is not urgent. The auction is the most important thing now." After that, Feng Jing got up and walked out. When she reached the door, she stopped and turned back and said, "Chairman, about the mass production of the Yuji cream, I'll have to trouble you. The pharmaceutical factory is already planning to expand the factory and introduce a production line. My idea is that after the Yangxin soup is officially mass-produced and becomes famous, we can take the opportunity to launch a pure natural cosmetic Yuji cream. This way, we can maintain the popularity of the topic and it will be very helpful for the product promotion." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. The attraction of the Yuji cream to women really couldn't be underestimated. The relocation of the company's headquarters was something that Feng Jing had talked about many times, but she still couldn't forget about the Yuji cream. Even an important event like the auction couldn't make her forget about the Yuji cream. I will. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, "I'll let you know when there's progress." Feng Jing smiled and said, "Then I'll thank you on behalf of all the women." After that, Feng Jing waved at Xiao Ruofei and left the office with a smile. Xiao Ruofei heard the sound of high heels getting farther and farther away in the corridor. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief. Every time Feng Jing met, she would ask about the Yuji cream. Xiao Ruofei was a little overwhelmed. He decided to work harder these few days to study the mass production of the Yuji cream. Xiao Ruofei looked at his watch. It was almost time to get off work, so he packed up the tea tray and desk, grabbed his handbag, and left the office to return to the small villa. Huzi's mother had already prepared lunch. When Xiao Ruofei came back, Huzi's mother called him to eat. Lin Xiao had already called to say that they would eat lunch in the company cafeteria. After receiving the packaging design task, Lin Xiao was full of enthusiasm. She would definitely work overtime at noon. Xiao Ruofei chatted with Huzi's mother while eating. After lunch, Xiao Ruofei helped Huzi's mother clean up the dishes, and then accompanied her to make tea. They chatted for a while. Xiao Ruofei knew that what the old woman needed most was companionship. Financially, she was completely free now. However, it was far from enough to live a carefree life. Recently, Lin Xiao often worked overtime in the company, and Huzi's mother was lonely at home alone. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei intentionally increased the amount of companionship. After chatting for a while, Huzi's mother went back to her room to take a nap. Xiao Ruofei packed up the tea tray and went upstairs to his room. After the call was connected, Xiao Ruofei didn't beat around the bush. He went straight to the point and told Ma Xiong about the matter. If it were other people, they would inevitably worry about whether the other party would be unhappy because it would seem that they didn't trust them. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't have such scruples with Ma Xiong. Of course, Xiao Ruofei still explained a little. Ma Xiong couldn't help but laugh after listening. He couldn't help but tease Xiao Ruofei with a few words. The general manager of the Taoyuan company was a beauty. Ma Xiong also knew that. Xiao Ruofei could only smile bitterly, but he finally got the contact information of the person in charge of this matter at Hengfeng. Ma Xiong still attached great importance to Xiao Ruofei's matter. He directly assigned the general manager of Hengfeng auction house to be personally responsible, and the relevant arrangements, plans, designs, and so on had to be reported to him personally. The manager of Hengfeng auction house was surnamed Dong, and his name was Dong Jejun. He was 45 years old this year. He was an old minister who had followed Ma Xiong for many years. Manager Dong was fully responsible for the business of Hengfeng auction house. Ma Xiong gave Dong Jejun's contact information to Xiao Ruofei and said that he would immediately greet Dong Jejun. Feng Jing could contact him at any time. After Xiao Ruofei expressed his gratitude, the two sides chatted about the auction for a while before hanging up. Xiao Ruofei saved Dong Jejun's mobile phone number, email, and other information. He didn't rush to give it to Feng Jing, he knew Feng Jing's style. If he got the contact information now, this beautiful boss would definitely get in touch with Dong Jejun immediately and communicate about the relevant matters. It wasn't good to disturb other people's rest at noon. So after Xiao Ruofei saved the relevant information, he directly put the mobile phone on the bedside. Then, he took out the spiritual map scroll from his palm and entered the space. Naturally, the space was filled with a flourishing scene. Ever since Xia Qing's help, everything in the space was organized by him. Furthermore, Xia Qing didn't need to rest or eat. In addition, time flowed 30 times faster in the Archean realm. Some of the more time-consuming tasks could be completed in the Archean realm, so the efficiency was especially high. Whether it was the Archean realm's golden cedar, Dahongpao tea tree, wild ginseng, top-grade red arowana, etc., or the mountain's medicine garden, tea, dendrobium, caterpillar, sucker seedlings, hornets, and even the seas. The seas, this, and even the seas. Everything in the space was growing and expanding according to Xiao Ruofei's plan. Xiao Ruofei stood in front of the mountain sea realm's herb garden and looked at everything in front of him. The rich spiritual energy made him feel relaxed and happy. There was also a faint smell of the sea in the air. It came from the distant sea in the space. He couldn't help but feel an endless sense of accomplishment. With the Ring 2 space in hand, Xiao Ruofei felt very confident. This was his foundation. Even if the Taoyuan company in the outside world was gone, even if he became penniless again, he could still live a very comfortable life with the Ring 2 space. Xia Qing was busy cutting the succulent plants. Xiao Ruofei had instructed him to speed up the work in the near future. The company's Tmall flagship store was about to open soon. When the time came, the Taoyuan succulent seedlings would be sold again. The demand for them would be very high. When he saw Xiao Ruofei enter the space, Xia Qing immediately stopped what he was doing and ran over to greet Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. After giving him a few words of encouragement, he said, "Xia Qing, put down your work for now. I have something else for you to do." "Master, please instruct me." Xia Qing hurriedly said. "Let's go to the Archean realm," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. The two of them disappeared from the mountain sea realm in a flash and arrived in the Archean realm, where the flow of time was 30 times faster. Xiao Ruofei told Xia Qing about the purpose of his visit. Xiao Ruofei had previously asked Xia Qing to think about the production process when he had time. However, he hadn't been too concerned about it. Now that Feng Jing had mentioned this matter several times, Xiao Ruofei felt that it was better to focus on the production process first. He didn't want to feel guilty every time he saw Feng Jing. Xia Qing had always carried out Xiao Ruofei's orders to the letter. However, the most important point was that Xia Qing was only a sole puppet. The knowledge he had was fixed. Although he had a certain learning ability, his knowledge was limited. In particular, Xiaoqing had never heard of modern assembly lines. Asking him to do the so-called mass production work was undoubtedly a bit too much for him to handle. Therefore, when Xiaoqing lowered his head and told Xiao Ruofei that he hadn't made any progress, Xiao Ruofei only smiled and patted him on the shoulder to express his understanding. Xiao Ruofei said, "It's fine. Let's study it together today. You are more familiar with the process of brewing the jade mussel ointment, so you will do most of the work. I will be in charge of testing and recording." "Yes, master," Xiaoqing immediately said. Without further ado, the master and servant arrived in front of the large wooden shelf in the Archean realm. Xiao Ruofei had stored a lot of herbs there. They were mainly used to refine the spirit pregnancy soup, body tempering soup, and jade mussel ointment. Xiaoqing skillfully began to pick the herbs, while Xiao Ruofei took out a laptop and opened a document. He first entered the required quantities, ratios, and pre-processing steps into the document. While Xiaoqing was processing the herbs, Xiao Ruofei found a stopwatch, a thermometer, and other necessary equipment. Xiaoqing cast an inquiring gaze at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Let's begin." Xiaoqing immediately placed the herbs needed for the first step into the clay pot and poured in the spatial spirit pool water. The spatial spirit pool water used to brew the ointment was stored in a measuring cylinder. All the operations were done by Xiaoqing, while Xiao Ruofei meticulously recorded the data. 60 grams of honeysuckle, 30 grams of pearl powder, 40 grams of white poria, add 1 liter of water. Xiao Ruofei paid close attention to Xiaoqing's process of brewing the ointment, while his fingers flew across the keyboard of the laptop, recording every step. In order to achieve mass production, the first step was to record the entire process of brewing the ointment. Every step, every dose, and every other detail had to be recorded. Then, they had to break it down and analyze how to automate the production through a computer-controlled production line. Xiao Ruofei was doing this kind of work. The jade skin ointment didn't use many types of herbs, but the brewing process was very particular. This included the order of putting the herbs in, the timing, and so on. If there was a mistake in any of these steps, there would be no way to brew the real jade skin ointment. Therefore, when Xiaoqing was brewing the ointment, Xiao Ruofei was also very busy. When Xiaoqing didn't put in a single herb, Xiao Ruofei would record the time and use a thermometer to measure the temperature. Because a computer couldn't control the temperature like a human, it could only control the temperature through some fixed parameters. The brewing of the jade skin ointment was roughly divided into 3 steps. The first step was to mix a portion of the herbs with the spiritual pond water and gradually add in a few other herbs. At the same time, after the spiritual pond water gradually evaporated, water would be added. This process required about 3 times of adding water. The second step was to take out the decoction, throw away the dregs, pour the decoction back into the casserole, and continue to heat it up. During this process, the last 2 herbs that had already been ground into powder had to be added. As they were added, they had to be stirred at the same time, causing the decoction to become more and more viscous. The third step was to simmer slowly and continuously stir at the same time. As the water continued to evaporate, the final jade skin ointment was a brown paste with a unique fragrance. If these 3 steps were done by a human, as long as one didn't get distracted and had a good grasp of the temperature, it wouldn't be difficult to brew one portion of the ointment. But if it was done by a computer, it would be a lot more complicated. It was like a simple table on a web page. If it was drawn by hand, it might only take 1 or 2 minutes. But if it was implemented with code, it would take dozens of lines, and the structure would be very complicated. Drawing a table might be faster by hand, but drawing 10 or 100 tables would definitely be faster by a computer. This was because the same code could be copied and pasted, and it was completely a batch operation. This was also the reason for the assembly line mass production. If it was done slowly by a human, it might take far less time to brew 1 or 2 portions of the ointment than to research and develop mass production. But if it was to produce hundreds or thousands of portions, even if a human was tired to death, it would still be impossible to be faster than a machine. As long as the program was debugged, other than a few steps that required manual intervention, the rest would be done by the computer in an orderly manner by pressing a button. There would definitely be no mistakes, and there would definitely be no distractions. If the 3 steps of brewing the jade skin ointment were to be broken down, there would be 20 to 30 steps, including every addition of ingredients, water, and stirring. Every step required time, temperature, and other parameters to control the heat. Naturally, it was quite complicated. As time passed by, Xiaoqing was very focused on controlling the heat. Slowly, a fragrance began to fill the air. Xiaoqing stared at the ointment at the bottom of the casserole. Finally, he put on the insulating gloves that Xiao Ruofei had provided and removed the casserole from the charcoal stove. Xiaoqing said respectfully, "Master, the first batch of jade skin ointment has been brewed." Xiao Ruofei nodded and recorded the temperature that he had measured with the thermometer into the computer. Then, he said, "Check the quality." "Yes, master." Xiaoqing immediately replied. Xiaoqing checked the quality of the jade skin ointment very seriously. After that, he raised his head and said, "Master, this batch of jade skin ointment should be of high quality, or at least medium to high quality." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Very good, continue to brew the next batch." Since he was recording data, he definitely couldn't just do it once. He needed to compare different data to minimize the probability of errors. Xiaoqing was only a sole puppet, so he didn't feel tired. As for Xiao Ruofei, he was as strong as an ox. All he did was record the data by the side, so he naturally didn't feel tired. Therefore, the master and servant began the second experiment without stopping. Of course, the jade skin ointment that Xiaoqing had brewed couldn't be wasted. Xiao Ruofei got Xiaoqing to scrape off all the ointment and store it in a small, clean porcelain bottle. After washing the casserole, Xiaoqing immediately followed Xiao Ruofei's instructions and repeated the process of brewing the jade skin ointment. As for Xiao Ruofei, he naturally recorded all the data. The Archean realm had a time difference of 30 times compared to the outside world. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei had enough time to do this. He and Xiaoqing did a total of 10 sets of experiments. The data of each set was recorded in detail. Xiaoqing was even more proficient at brewing the jade skin ointment than Xiao Ruofei. Therefore, he naturally succeeded in all 10 attempts. 3 of them produced supreme-grade ointment, while the other 7 produced superior-grade ointment. Xiao Ruofei noted the quality of the final product behind each set of data. After completing the 10 sets of experiments, Xiao Ruofei closed his laptop and patted Xiaoqing on the shoulder with a smile. "That's all for today. Thank you for your hard work." Xiaoqing bowed slightly and said, "Master, you're too polite, continue with your work." Xiao Ruofei said, "I'll follow up on the production of the jade skin ointment. You don't have to worry about it." "Yes, master," Xiaoqing said. Xiaoqing returned to the mountain sea realm and continued cutting the succulent plants. As for Xiao Ruofei, he returned to his room in the outside world with his laptop. He walked to the computer desk and plugged in the laptop. After working in the Archean realm for so long, the laptop's battery was almost depleted. Xiao Ruofei also noticed a detail. The laptop operated according to the time in the Archean realm. Therefore, more than half a day had passed in the system, but only a few minutes had passed in the outside world. Of course, after the laptop was connected to the Wi-Fi in the room, it quickly checked the time. Xiao Ruofei sat down, turned on the computer, and lit a cigarette. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Ruofei blew out a smoke ring and began analyzing the data he had recorded today. It was naturally impossible for the parameters of the 10 sets of experiments to be exactly the same. After all, the control of the fire was more of a feeling. Furthermore, the firepower of the furnace could not be completely balanced. There were also differences in heating speed. Xiao Ruofei created a new table and entered the 10 sets of data for comparison. With the data of the 3 sets of experiments that produced the supreme-grade jade skin ointment as the benchmark, and with the data of the other sets of experiments, he analyzed a set of parameters that he believed to be the most reasonable. Following that, Xiao Ruofei's mind raced. In his mind, he continuously split and combined the steps of refining the jade skin ointment. He analyzed the steps that should be followed to optimize the process for mass production. As he pondered, he quickly typed on the laptop's keyboard. Time passed unknowingly. When Xiao Ruofei heard Huzi's mother calling him downstairs for dinner, he realized that he had already constructed more than half of the entire mass production process. Xiao Ruofei replied loudly, "Got it, godmother. I'll be right down." Then, he rubbed his aching temples and revealed a satisfied smile. He muttered to himself, "It looks like I'll work overtime tonight. At least the theoretical preparations are more or less done. As for whether it will succeed, I'll have to go to the pharmaceutical factory to test it." When they reached the dining room downstairs, Xiao Ruofei found out that Lin Xiao still hadn't come back for dinner. He heard from Huzi's mother that the girl had to work overtime tonight, so she had to eat in the company's cafeteria. Huzi's mother brought out the dishes and nagged, "This child. She's going to school soon. Why is she still thinking about work all day long?" Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel guilty. He knew that Lin Xiao must have worked overtime on the design of the dried abalone vacuum packaging. Speaking of which, it was because of him. Xiao Ruofei laughed dryly. "Godmother, I'll talk to her later. Also, I'll tell her team leader not to give her too much work. It's best to hand it over slowly. She should start preparing for university." Huzi's mother agreed and said, "Yes, she'll listen to what you say. Unlike me, she always thinks I'm nagging. Ruofei. When Shower comes back, you have to talk to her properly." "Okay. Okay," Xiao Ruofei said. After the two of them finished eating, Xiao Ruofei helped his godmother clean up the dishes as usual. Then, after she went for a walk on the farm as usual, Xiao Ruofei returned to his room upstairs and continued to immerse himself in large amounts of data. Due to the confidentiality of the research process of the heart-nourishing soup's mass production, the core parts were debugged by Xiao Ruofei himself on the computer. Therefore, he was quite familiar with the production line. He knew that the production line could automatically perform functions such as soup residue separation, constant temperature control, automatic mixing, and so on. Therefore, when designing the steps, there were basically no detours. The reason why he spent so much time was more to consider automating as much as possible and reduce the number of manual steps. Another reason was to optimize the steps as much as possible. After all, the more steps there were, the higher the possibility of mistakes. Moreover, there would be losses in the transmission process. Regardless of cost or efficiency, it was naturally better to simplify the steps as much as possible. Xiao Ruofei had been busy in front of the computer. There were more and more pieces of paper in the waste paper basket. Those were the steps he had drawn. Finally, it was 11 o'clock in the evening. Xiao Ruofei let out a long sigh and leaned back in his chair. He took out a cigarette and lit it. His tired face couldn't hide his excitement. Finally, it was done. After a whole night of hard work, Xiao Ruofei had deduced all the steps and parameters of mass production on a theoretical level. Although it was not necessarily perfect, it had reached the limit of his ability. Xiao Ruofei looked at the step diagram he had just drawn on the computer screen and went through it twice in his mind. After confirming that he could no longer optimize it, he clicked the print button and printed the step diagram, as well as the key data and parameters recorded in the document. Then, Xiao Ruofei deleted all the contents of the document and replaced it with a large amount of meaningless gibberish. After saving it, he closed it. This way, the content he had written before was all covered up. Then, Xiao Ruofei changed the file extension to DLL and changed the file name to something similar to the system's batch file name. Then, he used the file shredding tool to completely delete the file. The step diagram was also processed in the same way. After all, this computer was connected to the internet. There might not be a problem now, but it was hard to guarantee that the jade skin cream would be targeted by people with ulterior motives. The habit of being cautious was cultivated by Xiao Ruofei when he was in the military. Especially after he obtained the spiritual map scroll, he paid even more attention. After doing this, even if the computer was hacked, even if the other party could recover the shredded files on the hard drive, it would be difficult to find the document. Even if the document was found, because Xiao Ruofei had covered it with gibberish, in theory, there was no way to recover the previous data. This minimized the possibility of a leak. Of course, there were endless ways to steal secrets now, including many imported printers and paper shredders that were secretly installed with scanning and transmitting components. There were also many eavesdropping and surveillance devices that were getting smaller and smaller. However, Xiao Ruofei felt that the Taoyuan company should not be able to enjoy such treatment at the moment. Moreover, the printers he bought had been thoroughly checked by himself, so the possibility of it being tampered with was very low. Xiao Ruofei put the printed document into Ring 2 space, then went to take a shower and went to bed. The next morning, after Xiao Ruofei had breakfast, he first sent the contact information of Hengfeng Auction House's Dong Jiejun to Feng Jing. Then, he called Feng Jing and briefly explained Dong Jiejun's situation. He told her that Hengfeng Group had already coordinated and that she could contact manager Dong directly. Then, Xiao Ruofei found the number of the pharmaceutical factory's director, Shui Jinshan, and dialed it. "Hello, Boss Xia." Shui Jinshan greeted respectfully. Xiao Ruofei laughed and asked, "Jinshan, you must be exhausted during this period, right?" Shui Jinshan laughed and said, "It's fine, it's fine. Boss Xia, I'm full of energy doing this kind of work. Full of sense of accomplishment. So what if it's a little tiring?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Not bad, not bad. I've already told manager Feng that the company will be hiring a new batch of people soon. The pharmaceutical factory is expected to officially start production soon. I'll ask her to increase the manpower for you. If you urgently need people on your side, quickly make a plan and report it to the company." "Great." Shui Jinshan was very excited when he heard that. "Thank you for your concern. We're really short of people here. Everything will be fine. It's still the startup stage now. You're all the first-generation entrepreneurs of the pharmaceutical factory." Xiao Ruofei said, "But, you also have to pay attention to the cultivation of talents, especially those who have a bright future. You have to help them mature as soon as possible. After hiring new people, I hope that the old employees can have a few more backbone who can take charge of things on their own." Shui Jinshan said seriously, "Understood. Boss Xia." Then, Xiao Ruofei asked, "Jinshan, how's the production at the pharmaceutical factory? Is it difficult to supply the clinical trials to the various hospitals?" Shui Jinshan laughed and said, "Boss Xia, currently, the 2 production lines are not operating at full capacity. Other than supplying the clinical trials to the designated hospitals, we can still leave some stock every day." "Not bad, not bad." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said with satisfaction. Shui Jinshan changed the topic and said, "But, if we're going to officially start production, 2 production lines are definitely not enough. I've already reported to the company that I hope to bring in 2 more production lines. Of course, even if we bring in the production lines, we don't have enough skilled workers. The production capacity will definitely need a period of gradual improvement." Xiao Ruofei said, "I've seen the report on the production lines. The company should approve it soon. Let's build the hardware first and train the workers step by step. I believe that even if we officially start production, the market demand will also need a period of gradual improvement. It's impossible for there to be explosive growth." Shui Jinshan laughed and said, "Boss Xia, that's not necessarily true. Heart-nourishing soup is different from other medicines. Its effect is really remarkable. Moreover, it's currently the only medicine in the world that can effectively treat autism. Plus, it's included in the medicine under the guidance of the Health and Family Planning Commission. I don't think the market will leave us much time. It might be normal for demand to exceed supply." Shui Jinshan paused and said, "Although Europe and America don't recognize the efficacy of Chinese patent medicine at all, after it becomes famous, I believe that even if they can't buy it locally, those families with children in Europe and America will all come to Huaxia to buy it." Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, "If that's the case, then we might as well bring in a few more production lines. I think the area of the factory is big enough." Shui Jinshan said happily, "Of course. I can't wait to get it done." Xiao Ruofei said, "Then you can do some more research and see how many production lines are suitable to bring in. In addition, you can start to recruit workers on your own. It's appropriate to recruit more. While it's still a trial production, hurry up and train the workers. Let the old lead the new. This way, when the production lines are in place, there won't be a shortage of workers." "Understood." Shui Jinshan replied. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Jinshan, there's another thing I want to talk to you about today." Shui Jinshan hurriedly said, "Boss Xia, what's the task?" Xiao Ruofei didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, "If one of our production lines is stopped, at least for 1 or 2 days, and at most for 5 or 6 days, will it affect the supply of drugs for clinical trials?" Shui Jinshan was stunned for a moment. Then, he quickly estimated and said, it shouldn't be a big problem. After all, the production isn't running at full capacity now. If one production line is stopped, the other production line will run at full capacity. Moreover, we still have a lot of drugs in stock. It's guaranteed that the drugs for clinical trials won't be a problem. Xiao Ruofei immediately said, very good. Jinshan, stop one production line immediately in the morning. Then, organize people to clean the entire production line. Shui Jinshan immediately realized what was going on. He hurriedly asked excitedly, Boss Xia, could it be that there's a new product? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, it's not a new product yet. We still have to see if the trials are successful. Jinshan, this matter must be kept a secret for now. Don't even tell Mr. Feng, understand? Shui Jinshan instantly felt his blood boiling. He had witnessed the miracle of the heart-nourishing soup with his own eyes. In his heart, he already had a kind of blind trust in Xiao Ruofei. Now that Xiao Ruofei wanted to conduct a mass production trial of a new product, his heart was filled with anticipation. Understood. Boss Xia, I'll get a few trustworthy employees to clean the production line. I guarantee that they won't spread the news. Shui Jinshan said. Okay. Also, go and purchase a batch of herbs immediately. I'll send you the specific list and quantity later, Xiao Ruofei said. The raw materials needed to produce the heart-nourishing soup were mainly purchased at this stage. Therefore, Shui Jinshan was more familiar with the suppliers of the herbs. Xiao Ruofei simply handed this task to him. Although there were herbs in the Ring 2 space, the consumption of herbs for a mass production trial was tens to hundreds of times more than the manual decoction. Naturally, they would need to purchase them separately. Of course, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't directly leak the prescription. He would definitely add a batch of unrelated herbs to the list of herbs. Shui Jinshan said without hesitation, okay, Boss Xia. Xiao Ruofei then asked, shut down, clean the production line, and purchase the herbs. How long will it take to complete these tasks? Shui Jinshan said without hesitation, Boss Xia, give me half a day. I'll be able to complete all of these. Very good. Then I'll come to the factory in the afternoon. Xiao Ruofei said. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei sent Shui Jinshan a list of herbs. Almost half of the herbs on the list were used to decoct the jade skin ointment. Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't randomly choose the other herbs. Basically, they were used to make the spirit-nourishing soup and body-quenching soup. This way, they wouldn't be wasted. Shui Jinshan was very efficient. At around 10 in the morning, he called Xiao Ruofei and told him that everything was ready. Xiao Ruofei finished his lunch early. After informing Huzi's mother, he drove out of the farm and went straight to the pharmaceutical factory. When Xiao Ruofei arrived at the workshop for the heart-nourishing soup, Shui Jinshan was already waiting at the door. Before Xiao Ruofei got out of the car, Shui Jinshan quickly walked up to him and opened the door for Xiao Ruofei. He said, Boss Xia, the production line and herbs are ready. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, thank you, Jinshan. Let's talk inside. Xiao Ruofei and Shui Jinshan went into the workshop together. The two production lines were located in two separate sterile workshops. One of the workshops was still busy, while the other was quiet. Xiao Ruofei came to the control room. The veteran in charge of guarding today was called Lu Lin. When he saw Xiao Ruofei, he quickly stood up and said, Brother Xia, you're here. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, Lu Lin, take the brothers outside to relax. I'll watch over here. Lu Lin immediately said, yes. He knew that Xiao Ruofei must be doing something to the control computer. For these veterans who had the confidentiality rules engraved in their bones, they naturally knew what it meant to not see what they shouldn't see, so he immediately left the control room with the other two veterans. Shui Jinshan saw this and was about to leave the control room. Xiao Ruofei stopped him and said, Jinshan, take a few staff members to process a few herbs first. Xiao Ruofei told him the names of a few herbs and told him the pre-processing method. Then Shui Jinshan left the control room with the others. Xiao Ruofei went over to lock the door of the control room, then blocked the surveillance camera. The surveillance camera was aimed at the control computer. Usually, there were veterans monitoring 24 hours a day. Now that Xiao Ruofei wanted to design and build the production line program, he naturally had to block the camera. After doing all this, Xiao Ruofei then took out the flowchart and data that he had worked overtime to create last night. He then created a new control flow on the control computer and started operating it. The whole production process had been simulated in Xiao Ruofei's mind countless times, so he was very familiar with setting it up. Of course, the process of refining the Yuji ointment after the optimization was very complicated. It involved time, temperature, and other parameters. Every step and every parameter had to be manually entered and checked repeatedly. So even though Xiao Ruofei was very familiar with it, it still took a lot of time. The control room was very quiet. Only the clicking of the mouse and the tapping of the keyboard could be heard from time to time. Time passed quietly. It wasn't until 4 o'clock in the afternoon that Xiao Ruofei rubbed his sore wrist and let out a long breath. After half an afternoon of hard work, he finally converted all the theoretical steps he had built into lines of code on the control computer. Of course, the code was all modular, so Xiao Ruofei didn't have to type it out one by one. Xiao Ruofei looked at the flow chart he had drawn and checked the parameters from beginning to end. After confirming that there were no errors, he sealed it and saved it. Xianxia had already processed several types of herbs according to Xiao Ruofei's request. He was chatting and waiting outside the door with a few veterans who were in charge of the security of the control room. In fact, Xianxia didn't dare to go far for the whole afternoon. He was supposed to patrol the workshop where the heart-nourishing soup was being produced a few times, but today, he left that to the deputy director. As soon as he heard Xiao Ruofei's voice, he immediately responded loudly and quickly walked over. Xiao Ruofei waved at Lu Lin and the other two veterans and said, "Lu Lin, you guys continue to be on duty." After that, he said to Xianxia, "Let's go. Take me to the herb pretreatment workshop." Xianxia quickly led the way and led Xiao Ruofei to the herb pretreatment workshop. He specifically found a separate room to store the herbs that Xiao Ruofei had asked him to buy today. The processing of several types of herbs just now was also done by him and a few of his most trusted employees. "Boss Xia, these are the herbs you wanted. Please take a look and see if the quantity and type are correct," Xianxia said respectfully. These herbs were placed there according to their categories. The few herbs that Xianxia had brought people to grind were placed on the side by themselves with their corresponding labels. Xiao Ruofei glanced at them and knew in his heart. He nodded and said, "Not bad, not bad. Jinshan, I might have to work overtime today. Bring a few trustworthy and skilled workers with you and stay here." Jinshan knew that Xiao Ruofei was going to process these herbs, so he quickly said, "Okay, Boss Xia. We'll wait for you outside." Xiao Ruofei nodded. Jinshan immediately left the room and closed the door. After Jinshan left, Xiao Ruofei didn't process the herbs immediately. He had already developed a habit of being cautious, so he carefully checked the room first to make sure there were no monitoring devices. Although Jinshan was a trustworthy employee, Xiao Ruofei didn't let his guard down because of this. Xiao Ruofei was already very experienced in anti-reconnaissance. Now that he had a strong mental power, if there were any spy devices in the room, there would be no way to hide. He quickly checked the room to make sure it was safe. Then, Xiao Ruofei walked to the herbs. According to the minimum standards of the production line, these medicinal herbs could be produced 3 times. Of course, about half of the medicinal herbs could not be used to decoct the jade mussel ointment, but many of them could be used to refine the spirit pregnancy soup and body-quenching soup. Therefore, the first thing Xiao Ruofei did was to pick out the irrelevant herbs. Among them, the herbs related to the spirit soup and quenching soup were naturally stored to be stored to the space. Xiao Ruofei threw the rest of the useless herbs into the grinder and threw them aside. Then, Xiao Ruofei began to process the herbs for the Yuji ointment. In addition to the herbs that Jinshan had brought people to grind, the rest of the herbs had to be added in 3 batches according to Xiao Ruofei's design. Xiao Ruofei mixed the herbs of the same batches together and crushed them. Then, he divided them into 3 batches and labeled them separately. These herbs were mostly roots, leaves, and the like. After a certain degree of crushing, they were mixed together. Unless there was a dedicated person who used specialized equipment to analyze them, it was basically impossible to restore their composition. After the herbs were processed, the sky outside gradually darkened. However, the workshop next door that produced the heart-nourishing soup was still working. It was just that the workers were taking shifts to rest. Xiao Ruofei opened the door and called Xue Jinshan and a few other skilled workers in. He carefully explained the trial production process to them. Of course, it mainly involved a few processes that required manual intervention. As for the other processes such as heating, adding water, stirring, and separation, they were all highly confidential. Moreover, the production line was controlled by the central control computer. Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't need to explain too much. There weren't many parts that involved manual labor, and it wasn't complicated. Xue Jinshan and the others recorded it down very seriously. Then, they nodded to show that they remembered it. Thus, Xiao Ruofei said, "Okay, Jinshan will divide the work for everyone. Then, each of you will receive a batch of ingredients. Everyone, take your places." "Okay, boss Xia." Xue Jinshan's voice was a little excited. Although he didn't know what Xiao Ruofei's new product was, with the heart-nourishing soup as a precedent, Xue Jinshan was already full of anticipation for this new product that was about to be released. He was no longer that inexperienced college student. After this period of experience, his working ability had been greatly improved. Moreover, his prestige in the pharmaceutical factory was also very high. Xue Jinshan quickly distributed the tasks. Every worker had a corresponding job, and he was responsible for overall coordination and inspection, as well as dealing with emergencies. The workers each brought the ingredients to their assigned positions, and Xiao Ruofei brought Xue Jinshan back to the control room. "Everyone, report your preparations." Xue Jinshan picked up the control room's intercom and said calmly. "Workstation 1 is ready. Workstation 2 is ready." Xue Jinshan looked at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and said, "Let's begin." After that, Xiao Ruofei opened the sealed production program on the computer. After double-clicking to run it, he pressed the green button on the interface. Each workstation had a corresponding indicator light. After the workers saw the indicator light up, they poured the ingredients they wanted into the feeding port. The entire production line began to operate under the control of the computer. Amidst the roar of the machine, the ingredients were sent through the conveyor belt to the high-pressure stainless steel tank. Then, distilled water began to slowly pour in. The amount of water that was poured in each time was set by Xiao Ruofei according to the ratio. The ingredients were slowly heated and stirred in the high-pressure tank. The first test production of Yuji ointment had officially begun. Xiao Ruofei stared at the control room, and Xue Jinshan began to inspect each workstation on the production line. As the indicator light continued to light up, the workers at each workstation also carried out the corresponding operations. Finally, the few medicinal herbs that had been ground into powder were slowly added through the last feeding port. The ingredients were constantly stirred in the high-pressure tank, and the water began to slowly evaporate. The green indicator light on the control computer flashed a few times and then lit up. Xiao Ruofei stood up with a trace of excitement. He was accompanied by Xue Jinshan to the feeding port. He saw a steaming brown paste in a stainless steel container. He could smell a familiar fragrance from afar. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but quicken his pace and walked closer to take a look. He reached out and dipped his finger in the ointment produced on the assembly line. He carefully observed its quality, deeply sniffed the smell, and finally even stuck out his tongue to lick and taste it. Although the Yuji ointment was a cosmetic, it was made with pure Chinese medicine ingredients. It could be said to be food grade. Even if it was taken directly, there wouldn't be any problems. Xiao Ruofei's eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Although the appearance of the Yuji ointment was similar to his handmade products, and the smell was similar, Xiao Ruofei could clearly feel that there were some granular substances inside. Moreover, there was a certain difference between the finished product and the finished product. Obviously, the product produced this time didn't meet Xiao Ruofei's expectations. However, Xiao Ruofei was already mentally prepared for this. The brewing process of the Yuji ointment was quite complicated. There were many steps involved in the process. He spent almost an entire night to complete the theoretical construction of the production process. If the first trial production was successful, then he would definitely hit the jackpot. In fact, in order to achieve mass production, It would definitely need to go through many trials and constantly fine-tune the parameters to find the best effect. Xue Jinshan saw Xia Ruofei's eyebrows wrinkle. His heart sank slightly. He asked nervously, "Boss Xia, the product doesn't meet the requirements?" Xia Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "It doesn't reach the best state. But it's okay, it's an experiment. It's impossible to not make any mistakes. I'll go and fine-tune the parameters again." Then, Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "Take a sample of the finished product from the first trial and label it." "Oh right, prepare a sample for me too." "Okay, Boss Xia." Xue Jinshan quickly said, then signaled to a worker. That worker immediately began to sample the product. Xia Ruofei turned around and walked back to the control room. He used the USB drive to copy the program that he had just backed up into the control computer. The program in the computer had been sealed and solidified, so it couldn't be modified anymore. This USB drive was specially prepared by Xia Ruofei to handle some confidential work. It was never connected to the internet. Even computers that had been connected to the internet before wouldn't connect to it even if the cable was unplugged. This was all for the sake of confidentiality. Xia Ruofei deleted the solidified program, then opened the program that he had copied from the USB drive. He looked at the complicated parameters and links and fell into deep thought. After a while, Xia Ruofei heard a knock on the door. He minimized the program's editing interface, then got up and opened the door to the control room. Xue Jinshan stood at the door with a wide-mouthed glass bottle and said, "Boss Xia, this is the sample you wanted." Xue Jinshan knew that Xia Ruofei wanted to modify the production program, so he didn't follow Xia Ruofei back to the control room. Now that Xia Ruofei had opened the door, Xue Jinshan's eyes were lowered. He didn't even glance at the control computer in the room. As the director of the pharmaceutical factory, Xue Jinshan's position was still very proper. He was working for Xia Ruofei. He would never try to get in touch with such core secrets. He wouldn't even have the thought of doing so. Xia Ruofei smiled and took the glass bottle. He said, "Okay, thank you, Jinshan." After that, Xia Ruofei casually put the glass bottle into his pocket. Xue Jinshan said, "Boss Xia, you're welcome. I'll go to the workshop and wait for orders." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Okay. Oh right. I think it'll take a long time to adjust the program. Get someone to prepare some supper. It'll be hard for the workers to work overtime." "Okay, Boss Xia." Xue Jinshan replied, then turned and left the door of the control room. Xia Ruofei closed the door and sat back in front of the control panel. First, he sent the sample bottle into the Ring 2 space. Then, he communicated with Xia Qing with his telepathic thoughts and asked him to check the quality of the jade muscle ointment produced by the assembly line. The result was as he expected. After Xia Qing's inspection, the sample could only be said to be a success, but the quality was very average. It was considered a low-grade product. Although it was a success and the product would still have medicinal effects, Xia Ruofei wanted to go the high-end route. Naturally, he couldn't allow a shoddy product to appear. Therefore, after he took out the glass bottle containing the sample from the space, he began to analyze the program. He mainly adjusted the time, temperature, amount of water, and other parameters according to the situation of the jade muscle ointment produced this time. This kind of adjustment couldn't be done casually by luck. It was based on knowing the entire program and parameters like the back of one's hand. After analyzing the product, it was possible to find the parameter modification plan that would affect the quality of the product. Therefore, Xia Ruofei thought for a long time before he began to adjust 5 of the parameters in one go. Then, Xia Ruofei backed up the second version of the program into a USB flash drive and sealed the program on the computer. Then, he picked up the walkie-talkie and communicated with Xue Jinshan in the workshop. The second production test began quickly. After waiting for more than an hour, a batch of finished products were produced. This time, the product still had many flaws. Xia Ruofei found that the parameters he adjusted didn't seem to have any obvious effect. Therefore, he quickly began to analyze and adjust again. Although the results weren't ideal twice in a row, Xia Ruofei wasn't discouraged at all. It was normal for this kind of experiment to fail 8 to 10 times. Xia Ruofei had enough patience to slowly grind it out. The third production test officially began after more than an hour. When the production line finished all the procedures, it was already 11 o'clock at night. This time, the effect seemed to be good. The particles in the ointment were significantly reduced. It was already very late, and the herbs prepared for the day were all used up. Therefore, after Xia Ruofei asked for a sample, he let Xianxia and the others go back to rest. He also told Lu Lin and the other veterans to pay attention to the security in the control room. Then, he drove away from the pharmaceutical factory. On the way, Xia Ruofei sent the third batch of samples into the Ring 2 space for Xiaqing to examine. In line with Xia Ruofei's judgment, the muscle jade ointment barely reached the intermediate level. Although it still didn't reach the effect that Xia Ruofei expected, at least it was developing in a good direction. Xia Ruofei wasn't discouraged by the results of the 3 experiments. On the contrary, he was full of confidence because he knew that he had found the crux of the problem. All he needed was more time and more experiments to adjust and improve the parameters step by step. He already told Xianxia to prepare 10 more sets of herbs according to today's list. For the next week, Xia Ruofei stayed in the pharmaceutical factory. He had to bring Xianxia and the others to do at least 3 to 5 test productions every day. He spent most of his time in the control room, analyzing the data according to the effect of the samples and making adjustments. Sometimes, it was just a small adjustment to 2 decimal places, and Xia Ruofei would reorganize the test production. It could be said that he was extremely careful with the details. Of course, even so, Xia Ruofei only spent 4 days to adjust the data parameters to a relatively satisfactory level. In the remaining 3 days, 1 day was used to verify the stability of the program. A total of 10 sets of production tests were carried out. The samples produced each time were at least at the medium-high level. Even if there was a slight deviation, it would never drop to the medium-high level. At this stage of the test production, Xia Ruofei was already relieved because it was basically a success. In the other 2 days, Xia Ruofei did a very simple thing, which was to dilute the Yuji ointment. It sounded a bit ridiculous, but it was a necessary research. First of all, the efficacy of this complete version of the jade muscle ointment was extremely heaven-defying. It had even reached a shocking level. It was fine to give a small portion to relatives and friends, but if it was to be sold globally, it was better to keep a low profile. Of course, the more important reason was that the mass-produced version of the Yuji ointment was essentially a commodity. The ultimate attribute of a commodity was to make a profit. If they wanted to make a profit, they had to ensure that the effect was far better than other similar products. They had to try their best not to make the effect too obvious. This was the only way to make a profit. Of course, at the same time, they had to ensure that the product was diverse and differentiated between different grades and types. Therefore, it was necessary to dilute the Yuji ointment and develop a variety of products. In this regard, Xia Ruofei mainly relied on Xiaqing. After all, Xiaqing's understanding of the Yuji ointment's medicinal properties was far better than Xia Ruofei's. Therefore, when they first started the mass production test, Xia Ruofei had the foresight to ask Xiaqing to start thinking about adding some ingredients that would not conflict with the medicinal properties of the Yuji ointment. Xiaqing also lived up to Xia Ruofei's expectations. In the past few days, Xiaqing had quickly come up with several plans. These plans were based on the premise that the jade muscle ointment had already been produced. They mixed some other ingredients in it so that when the jade muscle ointment was diluted, it would not affect the medicinal properties. These redundant ingredients included honey, milk, egg white, mung bean powder, pearl powder, and so on. At the same time, according to Xia Ruofei's request, Xiaqing also added rose, jasmine, lilac, and other ingredients, so that the Yuji ointment would have a variety of colors, smells, and other aspects without affecting the efficacy of the ointment. After 2 days of continuous experimental production, a conservative estimate was that 6 to 7 different types of Yuji ointment could be developed. Each type could be divided into different grades according to the concentration of the active ingredients to facilitate the differentiation of consumer groups and the adoption of different pricing strategies. Of course, this was just Xia Ruofei's initial experiment to verify its feasibility. Before the jade muscle ointment was ready to be released to the market, the marketing department would also participate in the analysis to finalize the final product, confirm the launch wave, and determine the pricing strategy, etc. At that time, the marketing department would organize a special team to advertise and package each series of jade mussel ointment. Many cosmetics and skincare products on the market were actually like this. The functions were similar, but they were exaggerated to the sky. All kinds of pure natural without additives, all kinds of plant essences. Anyway, they were as high-end as possible, and the consumers just had to fall for it. The efficacy of the jade mussel ointment was naturally very good. The appropriate advertising and packaging was just icing on the cake. It was not to deceive the consumers. Of course, the automated production line produced the pure jade mussel ointment. Some of the other ingredients were processed later. It was basically a semi-automated production. It was not completely manual. In the past week, Xiao Ruofei had finally solved the problem of the mass production of the jade mussel ointment. Just the ingredients used for the experiment alone cost more than 100,000 yuan. Of course, Xiao Ruofei did not feel bad about spending this money. Instead, he felt that it was more than worth it. After that, there would be a period of trial production. After the production line was stable, a set of quality indicators had to be established. After that, there would be a series of work such as the application for approval. Of course, Xiao Ruofei did not need to do all this himself. Although the approval for skincare products was also under the jurisdiction of the Drug Administration, it was much simpler than the drug. There was also no complicated clinical trial process. After all, the drug was used to treat diseases. It had to be ingested in the stomach. No matter how careful one was, it could not be overdone. As for the issue of the confidentiality of the prescription, Xiao Ruofei had already considered it. There was no way to completely keep the ingredients used for the jade mussel ointment a secret. After all, to carry out mass production, a large amount of ingredients would need to be purchased. The best thing would be to cooperate with the surrounding villagers and invite them to plant the ingredients. The Taoyuan company would be responsible for buying back the ingredients. Under such circumstances, it was almost impossible to completely keep it a secret. What Xiao Ruofei could do was to arrange for a few trustworthy veterans to be in charge of purchasing the ingredients with Xianxia. In addition, when they cooperated to plant the ointment, they would try to find more villagers. It would be best if they were not in the same place. Then, they would let them plant different types of ingredients. Also, among all the ingredients, there was a medicinal ingredient called green maple vine that was used very little. However, it was equivalent to the role of a catalyst. It played a very important role in the entire brewing process. The most important thing was that the green maple vine was ground together with the ingredients that Xue Jinshan had brought people to help Xiao Ruofei in the first production experiment. It was ground into powder and added in the final stage. Because the amount used was very little, Xiao Ruofei had already considered the need to keep it a secret at that time. He did not let Xue Jinshan and the others know about this medicinal ingredient. Later, when he was processing the ingredients alone, he ground it and added it. Green maple vine was not a very common medicinal ingredient, but it was not difficult to obtain. When brewing the Yuji ointment, the amount needed was also very little. Almost every time it was produced at full capacity, it only needed about 100 grams. Therefore, this medicinal ingredient was almost naturally produced for Xiao Ruofei's exclusive control of the prescription. The planting of green maple vine was very easy, and the yield was very high. Xiao Ruofei had already decided to open up a separate large area in the Ring 2 space to plant the green maple vine. Every month, he would provide the ground green maple vine to the medicinal plant. Then, he would clarify the addition ratio with Xue Jinshan. Then, he would appoint an absolutely trustworthy veteran in the pharmaceutical factory to be directly managed by this veteran. Basically, the possibility of a leak would not exist. Taking a step back, even if there was a very low probability of a leak at this stage, the entire production process was completely sealed and solidified in the control computer. Unless the entire computer's hard drive was stolen and then cracked by an expert hacker, there was still a possibility of bypassing the software's self-destruct program and cracking the production process. However, the probability of such a thing happening was almost negligible. After completing the first stage of the experimental production, Xiao Ruofei also specially booked a table at Ling's restaurant. He treated Xue Jinshan and a few workers, who had worked hard with him for a week, to a good meal. Then, he personally gave each of them a red packet of 2,000 yuan. During this week, Feng Jing had also been in frequent contact with Dong Jiejun at Hengfeng Auction House in Hong Kong. The auction was tentatively set for 5 days later. There were a lot of things to do in the company every day. Naturally, Feng Jing could not go to Hong Kong so early. However, she almost participated in the warm-up and planning of the auction and put forward a lot of constructive suggestions. With the cooperation of Feng Jing and Dong Jiejun, there was already a wave of excitement in Hong Kong. 4 days ago, Hengfeng Auction House put up a notice of the auction on the most eye-catching banner on the official website. On the banner, which occupied almost 2/3 of the website's front page, was a poster carefully designed by the auction house's team. The content of the poster was obvious at a glance. It was a person holding a huge dried abalone. The person used as a reference was Guosong, who had appraised the one-headed abalone at Xia Ruofei's house that day. This industry expert, who had been in the seafood industry for more than 20 years, was shocked and in disbelief when he saw the top-quality one-headed abalone. That day, Luo Jiahao, the employee in charge of publicity at the auction house, took a lot of photos and videos of the one-headed abalone. In the end, when the publicity team had a video conference with Feng Jing to discuss the plan, under Feng Jing's suggestion, everyone finally chose the photo that Luo Jiahao had subconsciously captured. Of course, the background of Xia Ruofei's house in the photo had been photoshopped out. There was only Guosong and the big abalone in his hand. Behind the photo, there was an elegant Huaxia-style background image, which made the one-headed abalone stand out even more. About 2/3 of the ink-style poster was filled with this photo, which was very prominent. In the empty space, there were a few large calligraphy words: unparalleled delicacy, top-quality one-headed abalone. The small text below the words stated the auction's time and location, as well as other things to take note of. At the top right of the poster, the logos of the Taoyuan Company and Hengfeng Group were placed side by side, which was very eye-catching. If one clicked on the poster, they would be taken to a special page specially created for the auction. The page had a lot of information. There was information about the auction items, an introduction to the auction, an introduction to the Taoyuan Company, the registration method for the auction, the entry threshold, and so on. Of course, this special page could not do without a lot of photos and edited publicity videos from that time. The layer upon layer of top-quality one-headed abalones presented on the page was quite visually impactful. The less than 3 minutes long publicity video was carefully edited by the experts of Hengfeng Group's advertising department. It showed the perfect posture of the top-quality one-headed abalone from all angles. It was said that the magnetic Cantonese baritone was Lu Wendong, the most famous male anchor in Hong Kong. Hengfeng Group had specially invited him to dub for the video. When the publicity video was posted on the website, it also began to be broadcast in primetime on Hong Kong's major TV stations. Of course, the TV stations broadcast a 15-second edited version. If they broadcast the full version, the advertising fees would be very high. At the same time, advertisements for the auction appeared in Hong Kong's bus stations, public squares, shopping malls, building elevators, and other places with a lot of people. Several major newspapers in Hong Kong also published full-page advertisements at the same time. Almost overnight, the news of this auction, which might be the first mass auction of top-quality one-headed abalone in Hong Kong's history, swept across Hong Kong. The publicity for the auction, from outdoor billboards to TV stations, from print media to internet media, covered almost all age groups who were used to getting information through various means. There was a saying that it was hard to buy a two-headed abalone with 1,000 gold taels. The people of Hong Kong were also very interested in high-quality abalones. Therefore, this auction immediately became the hottest topic of conversation among the people of Hong Kong. In actual fact, Feng Jing was the one that suggested the idea of a carpet campaign. At first, Hengfeng Auction House thought that a high-end item like one-headed abalone didn't need to be advertised so widely. After all, most ordinary people couldn't afford such expensive abalones. Therefore, the publicity team at the auction house's earliest idea was to prepare a cocktail party and invite the upper class of Hong Kong to attend. Then, they would announce the auction at the cocktail party. As for the advertisements in newspapers and TV, they would definitely not be as comprehensive as now. However, Feng Jing was very clear about what the Taoyuan Company needed. Under her insistence, the manager of Hingfeng auction house, Dong Jiejun, received instructions from Ma Xiong to try his best to satisfy the Taoyuan company's requirements. Therefore, the publicity plan was finally changed to what it was now. Although the publicity was for the public, the upper class of Hong Kong were naturally not isolated from the world. They quickly learned the news through various channels. These gentlemen of the peace, super-rich, important government officials, and socialites were even more shocked. Some rich and famous people who were on the same level as Ma Xiong called Ma Xiong to verify. Ma Xiong patted his chest and guaranteed that their publicity was not false at all. He also personally invited these celebrities to attend the auction. Some people whose social status was slightly lower than Ma Xiong's also inquired about this matter through their own channels. For a time, the hottest topic in Hong Kong was one-headed abalone. Similarly, the Taoyuan company, which provided the best one-headed abalone, went from being a small company with no reputation in Hong Kong to being widely known overnight. Of course, in addition to those celebrities who could directly verify with Ma Xiong or had other sources of information, more ordinary people were actually skeptical. After all, two-headed abalone was very rare these days, let alone one-headed abalone that only existed in legends. Many people thought that this mainland company was creating hype, and there were also many voices of doubt on the internet. However, this was all within Feng Jing's expectations. If there were doubts, there would be topics of discussion, and it would continue to be popular. Therefore, she couldn't wait for the voices of doubt to be louder. This was the same as some celebrities creating scandals. Sometimes, negative news was not necessarily a bad thing. More than half of Hong Kong had become noisy because of the news of the auction of the best one-headed abalone. Feng Jing was finally ready to go to Hong Kong in person. The next step of publicity, the layout of the auction, the process, and so on, she had to personally check and coordinate. That morning, Feng Jing did not go to the office. She booked a direct flight to Hong Kong in the afternoon. The company's affairs were basically arranged, so she slept in the morning, which was rare for her. She was going to pack her luggage in the morning. Feng Jing rubbed her sleepy eyes and answered the phone. Chairman, Xiao Ruofei could hear a trace of laziness and exhaustion in Feng Jing's voice, so she quickly asked, Director Feng, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Feng Jing felt Xiao Ruofei's concern and felt warm in her heart. She yawned and said, I'm fine. I've been working overtime for the past 2 days. I'm just a little tired. Don't work too hard. Xiao Ruofei frowned and said, This is your body. You must know how to take care of it. Feng Jing smiled and said, I know. Chairman, why are you calling me so early in the morning? Do you have any instructions? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, I have something to tell you, but you should rest first. I'll talk to you later. Feng Jing sat up from the bed and said, Don't. I'm already awake. I can't sleep even if I lie down. Furthermore, I'm going to Hong Kong in the afternoon. If you have something to tell me, you should tell me now. Xiao Ruofei did not expect that Feng Jing, who had always worked overtime and never left early, would give him half a day off today. And he had to call her at this time to wake her up, so he couldn't help but feel a little awkward. He laughed and said, Manager Feng, since you're already awake, accompany me to the pharmaceutical factory in the morning. Pharmaceutical factory? Feng Jing was a little puzzled. Chairman, is there a problem with the pharmaceutical factory? When Xiao Ruofei was researching the mass production of the Yuji ointment, he had specifically instructed Xue Jinshan and the rest not to reveal it to Feng Jing in advance. He wanted to give Feng Jing a surprise. Usually, the pharmaceutical factory's work was done step by step, and Xue Jinshan also managed it well. So, Feng Jing rarely asked about it and only looked at the daily reports. Therefore, Feng Jing did not know that Xiao Ruofei and Xue Jinshan had already solved the problem of mass-producing the Yuji ointment. Although Xiao Ruofei left early and returned late this week and almost never went to the office, Xiao Ruofei was used to being lazy. Feng Jing didn't feel anything wrong at all. If Xiao Ruofei went to the office every day, she would feel a little strange. Xiao Ruofei said mysteriously, You'll know when you get there. Manager Feng, I will wait for you downstairs in 1 hour. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and hung up the phone. He mainly considered that Feng Jing was a girl. Getting up, washing up, dressing up, and so on would take more time than a man. In addition, there was only one trial in the morning. More than an hour was enough, so there was no need to be particularly anxious. When Feng Jing heard the busy tone from the phone, she couldn't help but show a coquettish expression. She muttered to herself, still keeping me in suspense. However, she still got up quickly and went to the bathroom in her loose pajamas to wash up. After Xiao Ruofei hung up the phone, he turned on the computer in his room and surfed the internet for a while. He was very pleased to find that the news about the auction of one-headed abalone in Hong Kong had been noticed by many Chinese media and reposted. Especially the media in Southeast Province. Because of the Taoyuan Company, they paid a lot of attention to this matter. Many of the local media in Shanshan Province even took pictures of the Hong Kong media's report and did some extended reading content, mainly introducing the Taoyuan Company's situation and the recently popular Taoyuan vegetables, Taoyuan fruits, iron maple bucket, and so on. Xiao Ruofei was suddenly interested and couldn't help but open some local forums to browse. Sure enough, there were more discussion posts about the Taoyuan Company than usual. Obviously, the auction hadn't started yet, but the effect that Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing wanted to see had already begun to appear. Xiao Ruofei was browsing the internet with a smile on his face when the phone on the computer table suddenly vibrated. "Chairman, I can leave now." After Xiao Ruofei picked up the phone, Feng Jing's voice came from the phone. Xiao Ruofei subconsciously raised his hand to look at his watch. It had only been less than half an hour, and he couldn't help but feel surprised. He smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to be so fast." "Okay. Wait for me downstairs, I'll drive over." After that, Xiao Ruofei turned off the computer and got up to change his clothes. Then, he picked up his phone and dialed Xue Jinshan's number as he went downstairs. After the call was connected, Xiao Ruofei said, "We're leaving soon. Is everything ready on your side?" Xue Jinshan's voice came from the phone. "Boss Xia, don't worry. Everything is ready." "Okay. See you in a while," Xiao Ruofei said. He drove the Night 15 off-road vehicle to the complex building. After picking up Feng Jing, the car drove out of the farm. On the way to the pharmaceutical factory, Feng Jing couldn't hold back her curiosity and couldn't help but ask Xiao Ruofei why he was going over today. However, Xiao Ruofei kept smiling and didn't answer. Feng Jing was so angry that she couldn't help but roll her eyes at Xiao Ruofei. However, she was getting more and more excited. After arriving at the pharmaceutical factory, Xiao Ruofei drove straight to the production workshop. Xue Jinshan and a few experienced workers were already waiting outside the workshop. As for the few veterans, they were all at their posts. The central control room was the most important. Xiao Ruofei had specifically instructed them to be there 24/7. "Boss Xia, Manager Feng." Xue Jinshan smiled and said, "Welcome to the pharmaceutical factory to guide us." Feng Jing couldn't help but glance at Xue Jinshan and asked, "Jinshan, what are you and the chairman up to? Why did you bring me here for no reason?" Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Manager Feng, don't be impatient. You will know in a while." After that, Xiao Ruofei greeted everyone and they walked into the workshop together. The production line for the Yuji ointment was ready. The herbs were prepared in advance, and the workers were all at their posts. Xue Jinshan looked at Xiao Ruofei to ask for permission. Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly, and Xue Jinshan said loudly, "Start." A worker in the central control room pressed a button. Immediately, the workers on the production line put the first batch of herbs into the feeding port. The entire production line began to operate. Feng Jing was puzzled. She couldn't help but ask, "Chairman, you asked me to come over just to see them produce the heart-nourishing soup?" Actually, the production process for the heart-nourishing soup and the Yuji ointment were different. It was just that Feng Jing didn't know much about the pharmaceutical factory's production process. After all, she wasn't in the technical field. Also, until now, she didn't even think about the Yuji ointment. She thought that they were producing the heart-nourishing soup because these two production lines were producing the heart-nourishing soup every day. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Manager Feng, don't be impatient. Since you are already here, why don't you take a look at the workers' operation and check the workshop's environment? You are the company's general manager. You should come over to inspect more often." Feng Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She still had to pack her luggage in the morning. Also, she still had a lot of ideas for the auction. She wanted to organize them into a document before she left. This way, when she arrived in Hong Kong, she could immediately contact Dong Jiejun. How would she have the time to inspect the pharmaceutical factory now? What's wrong with the chairman today? Feng Jing couldn't help but mutter in her heart. But Xiao Ruofei was her superior, and what Xiao Ruofei said was right. The pharmaceutical factory was a factory under the company. As the general manager, she had to pay attention to it. Since she was already here, she couldn't show any impatience. Otherwise, Xue Jinshan and the rest would think that she didn't care about the pharmaceutical factory's work. This would hurt the morale of the workers, so, Feng Jing could only look at Xiao Ruofei helplessly and nodded. I understand, Chairman. Xiao Ruofei was laughing in his heart, but he didn't point it out. He just stood in the workshop and watched. Sometimes, Xiao Ruofei would even pretend to be serious and walk beside the workers to look at the meters and displays on the panel. It was really like a leader inspecting the factory. He obviously couldn't understand it, but he pretended to be interested. And Feng Jing could only follow behind Xiao Ruofei in confusion. The production line was running in an orderly manner. This production process had been repeated dozens of times in the past 7 days. The workers had long been familiar with this process. The stability of the production line had been adjusted to a relatively high level, so everyone didn't have any psychological pressure. In the dull roar, time passed by minute by minute. The workers there were fully focused on their duties. All kinds of indicator lights lit up from time to time. Some links that needed manual operation were also accurately completed by the workers under the indication of the indicator lights. About an hour or so, the last big bag of raw materials that had been ground into powder was put into another feeding port. The production of Yuji ointment entered the final stage. This big bag of powdered medicinal materials was a mixture of several kinds of medicinal materials, including the green maple vine. In the future, when it was officially put into production, Xiao Ruofei would give the powder of the green maple vine to the pharmaceutical factory. Then, the pharmaceutical factory would mix it in according to the proportion. After a while, the indicator light of the production line's feeding port turned green. After another 2 minutes, a stainless steel container was sent out by the conveyor belt. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said to Feng Jing, "Manager Feng, let's go. Let's go and take a look." Feng Jing followed Xiao Ruofei to the stainless steel container. When they were 5 or 6 meters away, Feng Jing suddenly stopped and sniffed hard. A pair of beautiful eyes gradually opened wider and wider. Because she had already smelled a familiar fragrance. Xiao Ruofei saw Feng Jing stop and couldn't help but stop. He turned around and said with a smile, "Manager Feng, come over." Feng Jing's face gradually became excited. She muttered, "Yuji ointment. Yuji ointment. It must be Yuji ointment." After saying that, she directly rushed past Xiao Ruofei and pounced on the stainless steel container. Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment, and then a smile slowly appeared on his face. He then quickened his pace and walked over. Feng Jing came in front of the stainless steel container. The special fragrance of the Yuji ointment was even stronger. She saw the brown ointment inside and became even more excited. She didn't even care that the Yuji ointment was still a little hot. She directly reached out and dipped her hand in a little. She put it in front of her nose and took a few deep breaths. Then, she carefully applied it on the back of her hand. The Yuji ointment was evenly applied. A familiar cool feeling came from the back of her hand. Soon, this small amount of Yuji ointment was absorbed into her skin. Feng Jing took out a tissue and wiped off the layer of Yuji ointment on the back of her hand. Then, she stretched out her fingers and gently touched the back of her hand. That smooth feeling was very familiar. Every time she used the Yuji ointment, her skin would have this feeling on her face. Feng Jing suddenly turned around and looked at Xiao Ruofei. She asked, "Chairman, has the Yuji ointment been mass-produced?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. "How is the quality of the product? Is there any difference between it and the artificially brewed Yuji ointment?" Feng Jing immediately asked. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "After about a week of testing, the quality of the product is now stable. It can basically reach above average quality. There is no problem in mass-producing it." The biggest difference between manually brewed and mass-produced ointment was stability. Through manually brewed UG ointment, perhaps the control of the heat was slightly more accurate, or the condition of the brewing process was better. Then, the final UG ointment would be of high quality. Otherwise, it would be slightly worse. But using a production line, as long as the parameters were in place, the quality of every batch of product would be stable. Feng Jing was stunned for a moment. Then, she let out a scream of surprise. She couldn't help but rush forward a few steps and hug Xiao Ruofei. She excitedly said to Xiao Ruofei, "Chairman, you are too awesome. You are too awesome." Xiao Ruofei was shocked by Feng Jing's reaction. He didn't expect Feng Jing to be so excited. He didn't know what to do with his hands. Shui Jinshan and the others couldn't help but open their eyes wide. Then, a meaningful smile appeared on their faces. Xiao Ruofei quickly whispered, "Manager Feng, calm down, calm down. Jinshan and the others are beside us." Feng Jing realized that she had lost her composure. She hurriedly let go of Xiao Ruofei, and her face couldn't help but blush. Feng Jing was a little embarrassed as she stared at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Chairman, why did you deliberately hide the mass production test from me?" Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, "I just wanted to give you a surprise." Surprise? It's more like a shock. Feng Jing couldn't help but say coquettishly, "The most important product in the company's product line is the research and development of a phenomenal product. As the general manager, I didn't know anything about it. Chairman, you are too much." Xiao Ruofei laughed dryly and said, "Hee hee. Aren't you busy with the auction these few days? Besides, I didn't expect the mass production test to be so successful. I estimated that it would take at least 10 days to half a month." Although Feng Jing was a little embarrassed, her strong career woman attribute made her quickly immerse herself in excitement. She couldn't wait and said, "Chairman, as long as the UG ointment is launched, it will definitely dominate the skincare industry. I suggest that we immediately gather the company's core leaders for a meeting and fully deploy the production, sales, and promotion of this heavyweight product." Feng Jing recovered from her excitement. Shui Jinshan quickly went forward and said, "Boss Xia, Manager Feng, the meeting room is ready." "Then let's go," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. The three of them went to the administrative building, which was not far from the production workshop. The meeting room on the second floor was ready. The air conditioner was turned on in advance. There were seasonal fruits, tea, drinks, and so on the side table. There were also a few female employees at the venue. After Xiao Ruofei sat down, he smiled and said to Shui Jinshan, "Jinshan, let these employees go back. We don't need to be so formal with our own people." Shui Jinshan nodded and motioned for the female employees to leave. After watching the employees close the door of the meeting room from the outside, Xiao Ruofei told Feng Jing about the trial production this week. Feng Jing got more excited as she listened. She originally thought that Xiao Ruofei had only overcome some bottlenecks in the production process and could achieve the initial stage of automatic production. In fact, to be able to achieve this in such a short period of time was already very impressive. What Feng Jing didn't expect was that Xiao Ruofei had done far more than she expected. Not only did he achieve stable mass production, but he also developed a variety of products and a variety of grades. It could be said that Xiao Ruofei had completed all the research and development work alone. The UG ointment product line was already very complete. Next, it was the marketing department's job. The marketing department needed to design the wave and frequency of these products, research the pricing strategy and sales model of different grades of products, and tailor different advertisements for each category. After listening to Xiao Ruofei's introduction, Feng Jing was a little stunned. After a while, she said, "Chairman, how did you do it? You developed a complete product line in 7 days? Oh my God. According to the normal pattern, even an experienced research team would need a few months or even a few years to develop a mature product." Even if Xiao Ruofei was the master of the secret formula of the UG ointment, to develop such a complete product line was definitely not something that could be done overnight. What's more, it had already been mass-produced. Xiao Ruofei laughed. "Manager Feng, how many times have you instructed me? How could I dare to slack off? He must be working overtime. I used too much force all of a sudden." Shui Jinshan couldn't help but laugh. However, he was also quite impressed with Xiao Ruofei because he had accompanied Xiao Ruofei for the past 7 days. He knew very well how great of a job Xiao Ruofei had accomplished in these 7 days. Xiao Ruofei was so engrossed in his work that he almost forgot himself. Shui Jinshan was secretly speechless. Adjusting and analyzing parameters, data, and experimenting again and again was very boring. Shui Jinshan was very clear that after 7 days of continuous work, an ordinary person would have been unable to bear it. However, Xiao Ruofei acted as if nothing had happened. Success was not a fluke. Shui Jinshan couldn't help but think to himself. Feng Jing couldn't help but look at Xiao Ruofei coquettishly and said, "How would I dare to instruct you, the chairman? You should be the one instructing me." Shui Jinshan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Ever since he joined the company, the impression Feng Jing gave him was that she was a capable career woman. Even when she was assigning tasks, she spoke quickly and was almost serious. Who would have thought that he would see her act like a little girl in front of Xiao Ruofei twice in a row today? Shui Jinshan couldn't help but look at Xiao Ruofei meaningfully. Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing didn't notice anything wrong. As the two became more familiar with each other, Feng Jing became more real in front of Xiao Ruofei. Occasionally, she would speak in a coquettish tone. Xiao Ruofei was already used to it. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "If it weren't for Manager Feng frequently asking about the Yuji ointment, I wouldn't have the determination to tackle the technical problems." Feng Jing couldn't help but roll her eyes at Xiao Ruofei and said, "You're still talking about it. This company is yours, okay? You're the boss, but you're not as concerned about the company as I am." "Really? Hey. You're the general manager of the company. You'll get a bonus at the end of the year." Xiao Ruofei said, "Shouldn't I have more sense of ownership?" "But you're the boss of the company." Feng Jing immediately said. Shui Jinshan noticed that the two of them were flirting and couldn't help but feel uneasy. He cleared his throat and laughed dryly. "Boss Xia, Manager Feng, why don't I leave for a while?" Feng Jing realized that something was wrong. She glared at Shui Jinshan and said, "Leave for what? There's nothing shameful between the chairman and me." Shui Jinshan couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Ruofei coughed dryly and changed the topic. "Jinshan, you'll have to work harder these days. You can't relax on the coordination of the clinical trial. The daily production tasks in the factory also have to be tightened. At the same time, you have to prepare the materials and get the approval for the production of the Yuji ointment as soon as possible." Shui Jinshan immediately said with a straight face, "Yes. Boss Xia, I'll organize the necessary materials immediately. Also, I'll go to the drug administration to understand the situation in advance. The approval of the cosmetics should be relatively simple." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "You'll be fully in charge of this. If you have any difficulties, just look for Manager Feng." Feng Jing couldn't help but say, "Chairman, are you going to be a hands-off boss again?" Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "With all of you capable subordinates, I'm very assured. Besides, I've already completed the core work. There's no need for me to do the rest personally, right?" Feng Jing said helplessly, "Okay. Anyway, we're already used to it." Then, Feng Jing couldn't help but complain, "Chairman, are you doing this on purpose? I'm about to go to Hong Kong, but you just have to make such a big move." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "You can just go on a business trip as usual. Anyway, from the approval to the production of the Yuji ointment, it's not something that can be done in a day or two." "How can that be?" Feng Jing said, "There are a lot of things to do in the early stages of marketing. Before the troops and horses move, the provisions have to move first. In terms of advertising, we have to be one step ahead." Speaking of this, Feng Jing couldn't sit still anymore. She stood up and said, "Why don't I change the plane ticket? I'll postpone the trip to Hong Kong for 2 days and gather the colleagues in the marketing department to discuss the overall plan. Otherwise, I'll be worried." Xiao Ruofei quickly said, "No, no, no. Manager Feng, you've already booked a time with Hengfeng. It's not good to stand them up. You can leave the preliminary work of the Yuji ointment to Xiaochang first." Feng Jing frowned slightly and said, "But I've been using the Yuji ointment all this time. I have the most comprehensive and direct understanding of this product." Shui Jinshan's gaze suddenly changed. Before this product was released, Manager Feng had been using it for a long time. Needless to say, Boss Xia must have given it to her. The relationship between the two of them was indeed not ordinary. Xia Ruofei also noticed Xue Jinshan's gaze and couldn't help but say, "Jinshan, what's with your expression?" Manager Feng will experience the product's development personally. How noble and fearless is this? Feng Yu asked. Xue Jinshan held back his laughter and said, "Yes, yes, yes." Both leaders, please continue. Feng Jing's pretty face turned slightly red and said, "I feel that I should have the most say in this product. I'm a little worried about leaving it to the marketing department." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Manager Feng, you're going to Hong Kong, not Mars. At most, we can let Director Xiao and the rest come up with the overall plan first and then send it to you for a look. If there's no other way, we can hold a video conference and you can control it from Hong Kong." Feng Jing was also worried. She really valued the Yuji ointment too much. She nodded helplessly and said, "That's the only way." "Boss Xia, there's still some time now. Let's hurry back to the farm. I want to call Xiao Chang and the rest for a short meeting first." Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, "All right. Jinshan, I'll go back with Manager Feng first. Keep an eye on the factory. Oh right, clean that production line first and continue to produce the heart-nourishing soup." "Okay, Boss Xia." Xue Jinshan quickly replied. Feng Jing thought for a while and reminded, "Jinshan, the heart-nourishing soup will be approved soon. When the Yuji ointment is put into production, we will definitely be stretched by 2 lines. I saw the report you made last time. 2 lines are definitely not enough. Let's directly add 6 lines. When the time comes, 3 lines will produce the heart-nourishing soup and 5 lines will produce the Yuji ointment. It should be barely enough for the early stage." Obviously, Feng Jing was quite optimistic about the market prospects of the Yuji ointment. "Okay, I'll revise the report immediately and submit it again," Xue Jinshan said happily. The better the development of the pharmaceutical factory, the higher his position in the company as the factory director would naturally rise. Moreover, his income was also linked to the efficiency of the factory. Of course, he welcomed such a good thing with both hands. Feng Jing thought for a while and asked, "Oh right, Chairman, the raw materials for the Yuji ointment." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Other than the key medicine, I've already handed the other dozens of medicinal herbs and formulas to Jinshan. The last medicinal herb will be provided by me personally. In addition, the production process and parameters have been sealed and solidified in the program, so there's definitely no problem with the confidentiality of the prescription." Feng Jing also heaved a sigh of relief. Although the protection of intellectual property rights was much better than in previous years, when the profits were so huge that it could make people go crazy, the protection of the law was always a little weak. More often than not, they still had to rely on themselves. Feng Jing was still very confident in Xia Ruofei. Since Xia Ruofei said that there was no problem with confidentiality, then the probability of a leak would be very low. Therefore, she said to Xue Jinshan, "Jinshan, you need to start stockpiling the raw materials and medicinal herbs now. I estimate that the approval for the Yuji ointment will be passed very quickly. Once it's on the market, there will be a wave of crazy buying. You all must prepare for a rainy day." "Okay, Manager Feng," Xue Jinshan replied seriously. Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing exchanged a few more words before driving away from the pharmaceutical factory. On the way back to Taoyuan Farm, Feng Jing kept on writing in her notebook. Xia Ruofei guessed that she should be writing down some of the key points that she wanted to emphasize in the meeting later. Xia Ruofei could not help but be secretly speechless. Once the strong woman entered work mode, she was really crazy. Fortunately, she was going to Hong Kong in the afternoon. Otherwise, Xia Ruofei could imagine what kind of working state she would be in after this product that Feng Jing could not forget was released. He reckoned that the employees in the marketing department would have to work overtime day and night. After returning to the farm, Feng Jing knew that Xia Ruofei would definitely not attend their meeting, so she greeted Xia Ruofei and hurried upstairs. Xia Ruofei only found out when he met Xiao Chang, who had just finished eating in the cafeteria, when he was taking a walk in the evening. Feng Jing had brought them to the meeting until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Even lunch was packed by the employees of the administrative department. Feng Jing made full use of every minute to share her thoughts and assign tasks to her subordinates. After the meeting, Feng Jing went straight back to her room to take her simple luggage. She went downstairs to the car and went straight to the airport. As for Xiaochang and the others, they began to work according to Feng Jing's arrangements. Although Feng Jing had gone to Hong Kong, Xiaochang and the others' work would not be reduced at all. They would probably have to work overtime for the next few days. In Xiaochang's half-joking words, even the cafeteria was caught off guard. After all, there were not so many people eating dinner in the company in the past. Today, everyone in the marketing department stayed, and the food in the cafeteria was a little insufficient. In the end, Chao Tieshu's wife specially cooked a large pot of noodles to fill everyone's stomachs. Xiao Ruofei felt that it was funny and helpless. He could only encourage Xiaochang and tell him that the company valued the Yuji cream very much. The colleagues in the marketing department had worked hard. After the product was released, they would definitely give everyone a bonus. Time passed day by day. The employees of the company's marketing department were all working at full capacity, including the art team that Lin Xiao was in. They were also very busy. The outer packaging design of the dried abalone was quickly completed. Xiao Ruofei personally chose one of the 3 designs. According to Xiao Ruofei's request, the 3 design drafts that the art team reported to Xiao Ruofei were unsigned. Xiao Ruofei did not want to be affected by his own subjective factors. In the end, under such circumstances, the design that Xiao Ruofei chose the most satisfactory was actually designed by Lin Xiao. When the little girl found out, she was so happy that she almost jumped up. Of course, the reason why Xiao Ruofei chose this design was mainly because of creativity. In terms of the art foundation and the use of software, Lin Xiao was naturally not as good as Zhong Lingling and the others. Therefore, although Xiao Ruofei chose this design, in the end, it was still Zhong Lingling who made some beautification of Lin Xiao's design draft and then took it outside to produce it. Xiao Ruofei had bought a vacuum packaging machine before and placed it in the space. Therefore, after taking out the packaging, Xiao Ruofei quickly changed the packaging for his dried abalone. Lin Xiao's design was elegant and fresh. At the same time, it highlighted the brand characteristics and logo of the Taoyuan company. After the abalone was changed into new packaging, it really felt different. Xiao Ruofei was also very satisfied. Unknowingly, 5 days had passed. The auction of the top-grade one-headed abalone would be held tomorrow in the grand ballroom of the Hengfeng Jiehua Hotel in Hong Kong. At noon, Xiao Ruofei received a call. "Hello, Mr. Xia. I'm Shui Ming from the Hengfeng Group's Sanshan office. I'm already at the entrance of the farm," a voice said respectfully. "Okay, thank you for your hard work, Manager Shui," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Give the phone to the security guard at the entrance." Xiao Ruofei instructed the veterans on duty at the entrance to let Shui Ming through the phone and asked them to show him the way. When Xiao Ruofei came out of the courtyard with the large insulated box, a black Mercedes-Benz sedan arrived at the entrance of the villa. A middle-aged man in a navy blue suit and tie quickly got out of the car from the passenger seat and jogged to Xiao Ruofei. "Hello, Mr. Xia. I'm Shui Ming, who just contacted you," the middle-aged man said respectfully. "The private jet sent by Chairman Ma has landed at Sanshan International Airport. The flight crew sent a message saying that their application for a flight back to Hong Kong in an hour has been approved." Shui Ming was the newly appointed manager of Hengfeng Group's Sanshan office. Although the office was only a liaison agency responsible for coordination, security, and other work, he still had a lot of power as a manager and had some influence in the entire group. Sanshan was a special place. Shui Ming knew that General Manager Ma Jiming's father-in-law lived in Sanshan, and Chairman Ma's father-in-law's family was very influential in the mainland political circle. Chairman Ma's sister-in-law, Tian Huilan, had even reached a high position. In addition, Ma Xiong was getting older. Now that Ma Jiming was more and more in charge of the company's business, it was only a matter of time before he took over. Therefore, the manager of the Sanshan office must be someone very trusted by the Ma family. After the previous 2 office managers were transferred back to the company's headquarters, they were all put in important positions. Even so, Shui Ming still didn't dare to slight Mr. Xia in the slightest. This was because the previous office manager told him during the handover that working in Sanshan, in addition to handling the company's daily business, he had to pay attention to two people. One was naturally Chairman Ma's father-in-law, Professor Tian, and the other was the Taoyuan company's boss Xia. This time, Chairman Ma Xiong had sent a private jet to Sanshan to pick up Mr. Xia. This showed how deep the relationship between Mr. Xia and the Ma family was. In the face of such a person, how could Xue Ming dare to be disrespectful? After he finished speaking, he immediately reached out and took the large insulated box from Xia Ruofei's hands. His movements were very natural. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Thank you, Manager Xue." "I wouldn't dare," Xue Ming hurriedly said. Opening the trunk, the spacious trunk space had been modified in advance. Inside was a small refrigerator. Because the Mercedes-Benz onboard refrigerator was not big enough to hold more than 20 large abalones, Ma Xiong had personally asked the Sanshan office to modify the trunk overnight. This small refrigerator was not standard in the car, so it was specially installed with a transformer to supply electricity from the car. It was only about half an hour's drive from Taoyuan Farm to the airport, but it took so much effort. It showed how much importance Ma Xiong placed on these abalones. Xia Ruofei followed Xue Ming to the back of the car. He personally entered the password to open the incubator. Then, together with Xue Ming, he put the abalones into the refrigerator one by one. Xia Ruofei had put these abalones in the fridge for a while in the morning, so they were still a little cold when he held them in his hands. Soon after the abalones were packed, Xue Ming hurriedly opened the back door for Xia Ruofei and respectfully invited Xia Ruofei into the car before he sat in the front passenger seat. The Mercedes-Benz started steadily and left Taoyuan Farm. It drove toward the Sanshan airport, which was not far from the farm. There was a small building next to the airport terminal. It was a private jet and business jet special entrance and exit. After the Mercedes-Benz was parked, Xue Ming hurriedly took the abalones out of the refrigerator and carefully put them into the incubator. Then, he personally carried the incubator and walked into the small building with Xia Ruofei. One of the advantages of taking a private jet was that the security check was relatively lax. At the entrance of the passageway, a security officer checked Xia Ruofei's Hong Kong and Macau pass, as well as Xue Ming's temporary pass for entering and exiting the restricted area of the airport. After a simple inspection of the abalones in the incubator, he let them pass. Xue Ming carried the incubator and led Xia Ruofei through the passageway. Soon, they arrived at the tarmac. This place was a few hundred meters away from the airport terminal. It was specially used to park small jets and business jets. A Gulfstream 650 plane was already parked there. The captain, co-pilot, and two flight attendants were waiting beside the plane. Xia Ruofei had taken Ma Xiong's luxury business jet more than once. The first time was when Ma Xiong suddenly had a cerebral hemorrhage in Hong Kong. Xia Ruofei and Ma Jiming's family rushed to Hong Kong and successfully pulled Ma Xiong back from the brink of death. The second time was when he went to Shin City with Ma Xiong to participate in the truffle auction. Therefore, Xia Ruofei was even more familiar with the captain. He greeted the flight crew with a smile while Xue Ming handed the incubator to a pretty flight attendant with a graceful figure before politely saying goodbye to Xia Ruofei and leaving the tarmac. Xia Ruofei boarded the plane surrounded by everyone. The flight attendant had already received instructions and immediately put the precious abalones into the plane's refrigerator. The crew had already turned on the APU. Therefore, although the plane was parked on the ground, the power supply in the cabin was not affected. Xia Ruofei boarded the plane and the cabin door quickly closed. There were still about 20 minutes before the scheduled departure time. The captain and co-pilot went to the cockpit to prepare for the flight. Xia Ruofei leaned on the soft and wide leather seat and browsed the news on his iPad. He naturally paid attention to the news about the auction. After so many days of hype, the abalone auction in Hong Kong was known by everyone. Many media outlets had been reporting on it for many days. The press officer of Hengfeng Auction said that the auction had received more than 80 media applications. Among them, more than 50 were from mainland and overseas media. The reaction to the auction on the forum was mixed. Many people still refused to believe that someone could take out so many high-quality abalones at once. Moreover, almost all of them were one-headed abalones. Most of the people who were skeptical thought that it was a malicious publicity stunt. As for the promotional video and pictures, the editing software was so advanced now. Even Sister Ran could become Fan Bingbing. What was the big deal about editing the abalone pictures and videos? On the other hand, the supporters thought that Hengfeng auction would not ruin their own reputation. After all, it was an old and famous auction house. There were also a few netizens from Southeast Province who expressed their trust in the Taoyuan brand. After all, the Taoyuan brand had become synonymous with high-end in Southeast Province, especially in Sanshan City, the capital of Southeast Province. However, the influence of the Taoyuan company was not large enough. Therefore, there was not much content mentioning the Taoyuan company on the positive and negative sides. Some of them criticized the Taoyuan company for malicious publicity stunt. Xiao Ruofei laughed as he browsed through the various comments on the internet. He was in a good mood. After a while, a beautiful flight attendant walked to Xiao Ruofei's side. She squatted down to maintain the same height as Xiao Ruofei and said in a low voice, "Mr. Xia, the plane is about to take off. Please fasten your seatbelt." When Xiao Ruofei heard this, he put down the iPad and said with a smile, "Okay." While Xiao Ruofei fastened his seatbelt, the flight attendant also walked back to her seat in the front cabin gracefully and fastened her seatbelt. Not long after, the plane trembled slightly and began to push back. In the process of pushing back, the plane's engine began to turn. When it reached the taxiway, the cart was detached and the luxurious Gulfstream G650 business jet began to taxi steadily. The plane taxied all the way to the entrance of the runway and stopped steadily behind the yellow line, waiting for the takeoff command. Xiao Ruofei also looked out through the porthole. In the distance, an Airbus giant was slowly descending. After a while, the Airbus A380 passed in front of their Gulfstream and landed smoothly on the runway. The Gulfstream business jet was obviously waiting for the Airbus to land. After the A380 landed, the Gulfstream that Xiao Ruofei was in was immediately allowed to enter the runway. The plane taxied slowly again and made a big turn at the end of the runway, steadily aiming at the center line of the runway. At this time, the Airbus giant in the distance had already left the runway through the right taxiway. The Gulfstream business jet, which had been ready for a long time, received the takeoff command and immediately stepped on the throttle to achieve takeoff thrust. Xiao Ruofei felt the plane tremble slightly and then began to accelerate on the runway. He also felt the obvious pushback. This standard runway was too long for the Gulfstream G650. Whether it was takeoff or landing, it didn't need such a long distance. After taxiing at high speed for a few hundred meters, the plane had reached the speed of lifting wheels. The nose gently lifted up and the entire streamlined luxury business jet rose into the air lightly and went straight into the sky. The Gulfstream business jet flew at a higher altitude than ordinary passenger planes, so there were very few bumps during the entire flight. Moreover, the comfort was extremely high. It was a completely different feeling from taking a commercial passenger plane. The maximum cruising speed of the Gulfstream G650 reached Mach 0.925, which was close to the speed of sound and far exceeded ordinary commercial passenger planes. Therefore, the entire flight from Sanshan to Hong Kong only took a little more than an hour. And 2/3 of the time was still used for climbing and approaching. When this luxurious private jet landed smoothly at the Hong Kong airport, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little emotional. If I had the chance, I must buy a plane like this. This is the real high-end enjoyment. Xiao Ruofei secretly said in his heart. Every time Xiao Ruofei took a private jet, he couldn't help but feel a little envious. And now, he was not far from owning a private jet. Especially after the Taoyuan vegetables in Australia began to be produced in large quantities, the monthly profits would be tens of millions of dollars or even hundreds of millions of dollars. Buying a private jet was not a big deal. Of course, a high-end business jet like the Gulfstream G650 couldn't be owned immediately with money. Every Gulfstream series business jet was customized according to the customer's requirements. After the order was placed, the production line could be lined up. Yes, it was lined up. There were many rich people in the world. If someone else's order happened to be in front of you, then you may have to wait for a longer time. If you were unlucky, it was possible to wait for 2 or 3 years. The Hong Kong airport was very busy. The Gulfstream G650 was arranged to be parked at the far side. However, Hengfeng Group's Ma Jiming, Hengfeng Auction House's manager Dong Jejun, and Feng Jing had already arrived at this parking spot by car. As soon as Xiao Ruofei got off the plane, he saw these people who came to pick him up. A big man in a black suit took the insulated box from the flight attendant and immediately sent it to the car and stored it in the car's refrigerator. Xia Sheng, long time no see. You still look good. Ma Jiming smiled and greeted in Mandarin with a strong Cantonese accent. Haha. Mr. Ma, how are Aunt Huixin and Huanhuan? Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. Thanks to you, Huixin and Huanhuan are very good. Ma Jiming smiled and said, when Huanhuan heard that Xia Xing was coming, she even wanted to come to the airport to pick him up. However, she has a calligraphy class today, so I can only let Huixin coax her at home. Huanhuan suffered from severe autism before. At that time, Xiao Ruofei didn't have the prescription for the heart-nourishing soup. He used the solution of the spirit heart flowers petal to cure Huanhuan. After that, Xiao Ruofei happened to save Ma Xiong, who had a severe cerebral hemorrhage, from the brink of death. Therefore, the Ma family was really grateful to Xiao Ruofei from the bottom of their hearts. After Xiao Ruofei and Ma Jiming exchanged a few pleasantries, he turned to Feng Jing and said with a smile, Director Feng, thank you for your hard work these few days. He could see that there was a trace of fatigue on Feng Jing's face. He could imagine that Feng Jing's work in Hong Kong these few days must have been very intense. Feng Jing smiled and said, Chairman, it's not hard at all. When I think about this auction, I feel energized. Haha. It's also because you are in Hong Kong that I can rest assured. And only come over when the auction is about to start. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Director Feng, after the auction ends, I will give you a big red packet. Sure. I won't stand on ceremony with you. Feng Jing smiled and said, the property prices in Sanshan are getting more expensive. I still want to buy a big house soon. Then all the more you have to work hard. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, the better the company's performance, the more your year-end bonus will be. If we can rush into the world's top 500 overnight, buying 10 villas will be child's play for you. The group of people chatted and laughed as they walked to the car. Ma Jiming brought a Bentley with him. The dried abalones were already placed in the ice bar of the Bentley. Xiao Ruofei, Ma Jiming, and Feng Jing boarded the Bentley, while the bodyguards and staff boarded the other two cars. The group of people left the airport very quickly. Ma Xiong arranged for Xiao Ruofei to stay at the Hengfeng Jiehua Hotel in Hong Kong where the auction would be held tomorrow. This was also a high-end brand under Hengfeng Hotel Group. The last time Xiao Ruofei went to Shenzhen to participate in the truffle auction, it was also held at Hengfeng Jiehua Hotel. After the car left Hong Kong Airport, it passed by North Lantau Highway and Qingkui Highway, and finally arrived at Hengfeng Jiehua Hotel, which was located at the seaside overlooking Victoria Harbour. Xiao Ruofei did not expect Ma Xiong to personally come to the hotel to welcome him. This was out of his expectations. Ma Xiong had a high status in Hong Kong. Needless to say, he had tens of billions worth of assets and was one of the top 10 richest men in Hong Kong. He was also the director of Hong Kong's Jockey Club, Sir Ying Geely, and many other titles. There were probably less than 10 people in Hong Kong who had the same social status as him. Although Xiao Ruofei had saved Ma Xiong's life, it was inevitable that Xiao Ruofei was flattered by such a high level of treatment. Therefore, before the car stopped, Xiao Ruofei opened the door and stepped out of the car. He then quickly walked towards Ma Xiong. He said, Mr. Ma, how can I let you personally come to welcome me? I don't deserve this. Ma Xiong laughed heartily and said, Xia Xing is my Ma family's benefactor. Of course, of course. Some of the hotel's executives saw this scene and couldn't help but be speechless. When Ma Xiong personally came to the hotel to welcome the guest, they were already secretly guessing how distinguished the guest must be for Ma Xiong to treat him with such respect. And when they saw the ridiculously young Xiao Ruofei, these people's eyes almost popped out. They originally thought that the person who could make Ma Xiong so solemnly welcome would definitely be a super rich person or a business tycoon. They didn't expect it to be such an ordinary-looking young man. Xiao Ruofei and Ma Xiong spoke in Mandarin, so the Hengfeng Hotel's executives couldn't help but whisper in their hearts. Could this person be the son of a wealthy family in China? Even so, Chairman Ma shouldn't treat him with such respect. With Ma Xiong's identity and special status in Hong Kong, he could directly talk to the political tycoons in China. Even if this person was the son of a wealthy family, Ma Xiong shouldn't have to personally welcome him. The hotel's executives who participated in the reception were all guessing in their hearts. Ma Xiong had already exchanged a few words with Xia Ruofei, then he looked at Feng Jing. Ma Xiong smiled and said, "Xia Sheng, is this manager Feng from your company? He's so young and promising. I heard from Jiejun that they are working well with manager Feng." Feng Jing was also slightly nervous in front of this legendary tycoon. She hurriedly stepped forward and greeted, "Hello, Mr. Ma." "Good, good, good." Ma Xiong didn't put on any airs and asked with a smile, "Is the preparation for the auction going smoothly? If your company has any requests, just tell Jiejun directly. He will fully cooperate." "Okay, thank you, Mr. Ma," Feng Jing said. Feng Jing now knew that Xia Ruofei and Ma Xiong had such a deep personal relationship. She had been in Hong Kong for 4 or 5 days, and she felt a little strange. On the one hand, the reception was very warm, and on the other hand, there was almost no resistance in her work. Hengfeng Auction House did its best to satisfy some of her requests for improvement. If they couldn't do it, Dong Jiejun would personally come forward and explain to her patiently. It could be said that during the preparation for the auction, Feng Jing's ideas were basically all realized. It was so smooth that she couldn't believe it. Originally, Feng Jing was prepared for difficulties. After all, Hengfeng Group was a giant conglomerate, and Hengfeng Auction House was also a well-known auction house in the industry. The Taoyuan Company was only a small company with a little reputation. In such an unequal cooperation, the weaker party would definitely be at a disadvantage. Some reasonable requests might not be met. Moreover, Feng Jing wanted to use this auction as an opportunity to promote the Taoyuan Company as much as possible. So, she was prepared for a tug-of-war. However, almost all of her preparations were useless. Today, the general manager of Hengfeng Group, Ma Jiming, personally went to the airport to pick her up, and a legendary figure like Chairman Ma Xiong also personally went to the hotel to welcome her. Moreover, both parties were so familiar with each other. Feng Jing suddenly realized. She remembered that when she proposed to come to Hong Kong to coordinate the auction matters a few days ago, Xia Ruofei strongly dissuaded her. It wasn't until now that Feng Jing realized that Xia Ruofei didn't think there was a need to coordinate at all. It was just that he didn't want to dampen her enthusiasm for work, so he didn't say it out loud. Thinking of this, Feng Jing couldn't help but secretly glance at Xia Ruofei with some embarrassment. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei didn't pay attention to her. He was still smiling and talking to Ma Xiong. The group of people exchanged a few words at the entrance of the hotel and began to walk inside. The precious one-headed abalone had been put back into the incubator. A big man in black followed behind Xia Ruofei with the incubator in his hand. Ma Xiong said with a smile, "Xia Sheng, I'll arrange the presidential suite on the top floor for you this time. If you have any other needs during your stay, just tell you how." He's the general manager of this hotel. A middle-aged man in a suit next to Ma Xiong quickly bowed slightly to Xia Ruofei, presented a business card with both hands, and said respectfully, "Xia Sheng, please advise me." Xia Ruofei smiled as he took the business card and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you for these 2 days, President Yu." "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. You're too polite," Yu Hao said quickly. Ma Xiong and Ma Jiming personally accompanied Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing to take the presidential suite's elevator to the top floor. When the group of people arrived at the huge luxurious living room, Ma Xiong couldn't wait to ask to see the best one-headed abalones that were about to be auctioned. Xia Ruofei naturally wouldn't refuse such a small request, not to mention that these abalones would appear at the auction tomorrow. With a smile, he opened the incubator. Although they had already seen the photos and videos of the best one-headed abalones, when they saw 20 to 30 huge abalones stacked on the coffee table with their own eyes, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. It was also Feng Jing's first time seeing the best one-headed abalones. The shock in her eyes wasn't any less than Ma Xiong's and his son's. Ma Xiong's hands were even trembling slightly as he muttered, "One-headed abalones. The best. One-headed abalones. I never dreamed that I would see so many of them one day, as a native of Hong Kong, Ma Xiong's love for seafood was ingrained in his bones. Even though he was already a billionaire, he couldn't help but lose his composure when he saw so many of the best one-headed abalones that he couldn't buy with money in the past. Xiao Ruofei smiled slightly and accurately picked out a few abalones from the large pile. In fact, these abalones had numbers on their outer packaging, and at the same time, they were labeled with their precisely measured weights. With Xiao Ruofei's memory, he could naturally distinguish them at a glance. The abalones that Xiao Ruofei picked out were slightly lighter. Strictly speaking, they weren't even up to the standard of a one-headed abalone. The other 3 abalones were the heaviest, and they were going to be the finale of the auction. Putting these abalones aside, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Mr. Ma, according to our previous agreement, you can choose 2 one-headed abalones from here." In addition to the 3 heaviest abalones and the 2 that Tang he had bought in advance, there were a total of 20 of the best one-headed abalones. Ma Jiming didn't know that his father and Xiao Ruofei had such an agreement. When he heard this, he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Feng Jing's mouth moved slightly, and she felt somewhat distressed. However, Xiao Ruofei had already made a decision, and she still had a sense of propriety, so she didn't say anything. Ma Xiong nodded excitedly and said, "Okay, okay, okay." He came in front of the 20 best one-headed abalones, picked one up, looked at it for a long time, then put it down, and picked up another one. These abalones that grew in the Ring 2 space were of very high quality. Ma Xiong liked all of them. This super-rich man, who was decisive in his business dealings, began to hesitate when faced with 20 abalones. However, in the end, he still chose 2 abalones and held them in his hands. Then, he looked at the remaining 18 abalones with some reluctance and said, "Xia Sheng, I'll take these too." "No problem," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. He saw very clearly that Ma Xiong didn't pick the 2 heaviest abalones out of the 20. Instead, he picked the 2 that were of medium weight. The old man was quite generous. He didn't pick the heavier abalones just because Xiao Ruofei asked him to pick them himself. He also knew that these abalones were going to be auctioned the next day. Xiao Ruofei was kind enough to let him pick 2 abalones before the auction. Xiao Ruofei gathered the remaining abalones together, then put them in an insulated box. He walked to the huge double-door refrigerator and placed them one by one in the refrigerator. Ma Xiong held the 2 abalones lovingly and said with a smile, "Xia Sheng, I don't know what price we can get at the auction tomorrow. I think. Why don't I wait until the auction ends tomorrow, and then I'll pay you according to the auction price." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "No need, no need. Mr. Ma, you can pay as you see fit. With our friendship, how can I sell them to you according to the auction price?" Ma Xiong laughed and said, "How embarrassing is that? You've already given me a lot of face by letting me pick the abalones first. How can I let you lose money?" Ma Jiming also chimed in, "Yes, Xia Sheng. My dad is right. Let's just pay according to the auction price. We can't let you lose money." Xiao Ruofei pretended to be angry and said, "Are the 2 of you looking down on me? Mr. Ma, if I only wanted to make money, wouldn't it be better if I just put all the abalones up for auction? I think that with your wealth, it's impossible that you can't even get 2 abalones, right?" Ma Xiong was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, "Xia Sheng, we're treating you as an outsider." "Okay. We'll do as you say." Then he muttered to himself and said, "Then. I think 4 million yuan for 1 abalone is a more reasonable price." Hearing this price, Ma Jiming didn't even blink his eyes. This amount of money was indeed nothing to him. It was hard to buy what he liked with money. His father loved abalone so much. Spending 8 million yuan to buy 2 one-headed abalones was really worth it. After Feng Jing heard Ma Xiong's price, she took a deep breath. She felt that this money was really easy to earn. 4 million yuan for 1 abalone. In fact, even though one-headed abalones were rare, the rich were not spendthrifts. It was impossible for the auction price to break through the sky, so it could still be estimated. Even though Ma Xiong was indebted to Xiao Ruofei, the price he said was basically his prediction of the auction price. After all, he didn't want to treat his benefactor, Xiao Ruofei, unfairly in terms of money. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Mr. Ma, to tell you the truth, Mr. Ma. Tang He from Xingbang also bought 2 one-headed abalones from me. The weight was about the same as the 2 you chose, and I charged him 6 million yuan. So, at most, you can't exceed this standard. I can't be biased. After Ma Xiong heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He couldn't help but say, I didn't expect Xia Xing and brother Tang to have such a good relationship. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, we have some business dealings. Coincidentally, when your company's employees went to the farm to identify the abalones, Mr. Tang was also a guest at my place. After seeing these abalones, he liked them very much and bought 2 from me on the spot. After Ma Xiong heard this, he nodded slightly and said, okay. Xia Xing, since you've said this, then we'll do as you say. After that, Ma Xiong gave Ma Jiming a look. Ma Jiming immediately took out his checkbook, wrote numbers, and signed his name. Xia Ruofei took the check and put it in his pocket without looking at it. After Ma Xiong got the 2 abalones, he was eager to go home. After everyone chatted for a while, he stood up and said, Xia Xing, then I'll leave first. I've arranged a welcome dinner tonight. I hope you and Mr. Feng will honor me with your presence. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, thank you, Mr. Ma. After sending Ma Xiong and Ma Jiming out of the door, only Feng Jing and Xia Ruofei were left in the huge presidential suite. Being alone with Xia Ruofei in the hotel room, Feng Jing felt her heart beating faster. Luckily, the presidential suite was very big. It wasn't like a normal hotel room. Other than the bed, there were only a few chairs. Feng Jing glanced at Xia Ruofei and said, Chairman, I'll give you a report on the preparations for the auction over the past few days and tomorrow's schedule. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, I'll leave the details to you. I'm relieved, but tomorrow, tomorrow, you'll represent the company to take charge of everything. I won't be involved. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Ah? Feng Jing couldn't help but open her mouth wide. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, what are you off for? You're the general manager of the company. Can't you represent the company? Don't tell me you have stage fright? In fact, Xia Ruofei had made up his mind before he left. He would hide as much as he could on such an occasion. There would be so many media present tomorrow. If he appeared on the stage, he would be completely exposed to the spotlight. It wouldn't be easy for him to live a low-key life in the future. Feng Jing was the general manager of the company. As a woman, she had a natural advantage. What's more, Feng Jing had a beautiful image and a good temperament. She was the most suitable person for such an occasion. Feng Jing said without thinking, I won't have stage fright. Then it's settled. Xia Ruofei lay down on the soft leather sofa and said lazily, you were the one who volunteered to come to Hong Kong. Feng Jing couldn't help but stare at Xia Ruofei coquettishly and said softly, you only know how to be lazy. With Xia Ruofei's hearing, he naturally heard it clearly. However, he still pretended to be confused and asked, what did you say? Nothing. Feng Jing looked at Xia Ruofei snappily. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Manager Feng, so you can handle the details yourself. I have absolute trust in your ability. All right. Feng Jing said, Chairman, then I'll go back to my room. The auction will start tomorrow. I still have a lot of things to prepare. All right, thank you for your hard work, Manager Feng. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Then he asked, oh right, there are a lot of rooms in this presidential suite. The conditions should be better than the guest room you're staying in. Do you want to move in? When he asked this, Xia Ruofei regretted a little. Although the presidential suite was surprisingly large, there were 7 to 8 large and small bedrooms, and there was also a study, living room, small kitchen, etc. It was bigger than most people's homes. However, this was only a guest room in the hotel. How could he invite a girl to stay with him? Xia Ruofei looked embarrassed, but before he could explain, Feng Jing said with a red face, Chairman, I will go back to the room first, ah? Xia Ruofei was stunned, and then said quickly, oh, okay. Looking at the back of Feng Jing who quickly left, Xia Ruofei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He also warned himself in his heart, we are familiar with each other, but I can't be so careless in the future. Xia Ruofei handed over everything to Feng Jing, so he was also relaxed. After Feng Jing left, he began to stroll around this luxurious presidential suite with interest. This presidential suite was generally the same size as the presidential suite of the Hengfeng Hotel in Shen City. However, Hong Kong was the headquarters of the Hengfeng Group, so the Hengfeng Hotel here was more luxurious. This was reflected in the presidential suite, which was larger in area and more luxurious in facilities. The entire suite had a living room, a dining room, a bar, a study, a preparation room, and 8 large and small bedrooms. Among them, the master bedroom had an area of more than 100 square meters. The entire surface of the master bedroom was full of floor-to-ceiling glass. After the electric curtains were slowly opened, one could enjoy the beautiful scenery of Victoria Harbour without any blind spots. In the bathroom, there was a custom-made sauna room and a large jacuzzi tub. The faucets were made of pure gold, and the sink was inlaid with crystals. All the toiletries were from Hermes. There was also the Hengfeng Jiahua bed handmade by Talale Latex in the United States, as well as the unique pillowcases embroidered with the guest's name in advance, and so on. They were all the same specifications as the Hengfeng Jiahua Hotel in Shen City. In addition, the biggest difference was that the presidential suite of the Hengfeng Jiahua Hotel in Hong Kong also had a super large balcony. There was an edgeless spa on the balcony. It was called a spa, but it was actually a small swimming pool. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be slightly moved when he saw this large bathtub. He immediately went back to the bedroom and changed into the swimming trunks provided by the hotel. Then, he put on a bathrobe and went to the balcony. Xiao Ruofei spread the bathrobe on the long recliner beside the bathtub and then jumped into the large bathtub. The bathtub was equipped with a thermostatic heating system, and the water temperature was maintained at about 25 degrees. Moreover, this terrace extended from the hotel building, and there was almost no cover around it. Coupled with the borderless design of the bathtub, being in the bathtub gave people the feeling that the surface of the water and the Victoria Harbour below had merged into one. It was as if they were on the vast sea, and it was indeed relaxing and pleasant. Xiao Ruofei swam back and forth a dozen times in a carefree manner. Then, he lay on his back and floated in the water, looking at the blue sky. His body and mind were completely relaxed. Just as Xiao Ruofei was about to fall asleep, a melodious music came from an intelligent extension beside the bath. Then, an electronic voice prompted, "Visitor, visitor." Xiao Ruofei looked up and saw that the LCD screen had automatically shown the video taken by the camera at the door. It was Feng Jing standing at the door. Xiao Ruofei was a little curious why Feng Jing came back. But he quickly got out of the bathtub, hastily wiped the water off his body, put on a bathrobe and walked out. Opening the door, Xiao Ruofei saw Feng Jing dragging a small suitcase and a laptop bag standing at the door. He couldn't help but be stunned. His mouth was wide open for a while before he said, "Manager Feng, you are." Feng Jing glanced at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Didn't you invite me to stay here? I just went back to move my things." "Ah?" Xiao Ruofei was shocked. "Chairman, you don't welcome me?" Feng Jing looked at Xiao Ruofei with a smile that was not a smile. "No, no." Xiao Ruofei quickly said, "Please come in." After saying that, Xiao Ruofei stepped aside. Feng Jing looked at Xiao Ruofei, who was wearing a bathrobe with water droplets on his hair. Her face turned slightly red. But she pretended to be calm and said, "I'm saving the company's travel expenses. This Hengfeng Jiahua Hotel's room fees are not cheap." She didn't have the confidence to say this because this time she booked a hotel nearby. But Hengfeng Group's reception was very warm and directly arranged for her to stay at the Jiahua Hotel where the auction would be held. And they didn't charge a single cent. Feng Jing considered that the auction would be held here. For the convenience of work, after a few words of refusal, she agreed. Xiao Ruofei smiled, took Feng Jing's suitcase and said, "Manager Feng, there are 8 bedrooms here. You can choose whichever you want. You can even stay in the master bedroom." Feng Jing glanced at Xiao Ruofei and said half-jokingly, "I don't dare to. I'll choose a room further away from the master bedroom." Xiao Ruofei laughed and walked with Feng Jing to the room she chose. This room was relatively small. Generally speaking, the functions of a presidential suite were very complete. In most cases, the VIPs who stayed in the presidential suite would not be alone. They would have secretaries, bodyguards, and so on. Judging from the layout of this room, it was for secretaries or servants. The bodyguards' rooms were generally closer to the master bedroom. But although the room was small, it was well equipped. It also had a separate bathroom, bedding, toiletries, and so on. It was quite luxurious. Xiao Ruofei said, "Manager Feng, this room is a bit small. There are a few slightly bigger rooms over there. Do you want to? This place is quite good." Feng Jing sat comfortably on the bed and stretched out her hand to press on the soft latex mattress. She smiled and said, "I've stayed in many five-star hotels, but this is the first time I've experienced a presidential suite. It's all thanks to the chairman." After saying that, Feng Jing got up and opened her laptop bag. She placed the laptop on the desk and skillfully turned on the power. Xiao Ruofei saw this and said, "Okay, I won't disturb you from your work." Feng Jing looked up at Xiao Ruofei and smiled. "Thank you, Chairman." Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. When he left the room, he closed the door for Feng Jing. Originally, Xiao Ruofei had invited Feng Jing to stay with him as a joke. After saying that, he felt that it was a little inappropriate. He didn't expect Feng Jing to really move in. Although the presidential suite was very big, it was still considered a suite. A man and a woman living together. Xiao Ruofei still felt a little awkward. But since Feng Jing had already moved in, Xiao Ruofei couldn't go back on his words. If he did, Feng Jing might really fall out with him. So he could only smile bitterly, shake his head, and walk back to the master bedroom. In the afternoon, Feng Jing had been working in the room, and Xiao Ruofei had nothing to do. He went to the presidential suites movie theater and chose a movie that had just been released not long ago to watch. Although the movie hall was not big, the facilities were quite luxurious. It used the most advanced sound absorption materials and the best sound equipment. There was a huge screen facing the leather seats of the first-class cabin. The movie effect was much better than in the cinema. After watching the movie, it was almost dinner time. Xiao Ruofei went back to the bedroom, changed into a formal suit, and returned to the big living room. He looked at the closed door of Feng Jing's room and was thinking about whether to knock on the door to remind Feng Jing. He knew that once Feng Jing was working, she would be very focused and would probably forget the time. At the same time, Ma Xiong also invited Feng Jing to the banquet. Just as Xiao Ruofei was hesitating, the pleasant doorbell rang. So Xiao Ruofei dismissed the idea of reminding Feng Jing and got up to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Xiao Ruofei heard a happy voice. "Brother Ruofei." Then, a figure threw herself into his arms. Xiao Ruofei also showed a warm smile on his face. He squatted down and opened his arms, letting the angel-like little Huan jump into his arms. Xiao Ruofei picked Huan up and asked, "Huan, did you miss me?" Huan nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking rice and said, Of course. Then she pouted slightly and said, "Brother Ruofei is so bad. You didn't come to Hong Kong to see me." Xiao Ruofei said awkwardly, "I've been very busy with work recently. So I'm here today." Liar. Huan looked up and said, "Brother Ruofei is also here for work this time. I heard from Grandpa." Xiao Ruofei was even more embarrassed. Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin, who had brought Huan along, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Tian Huixin quickly said, Huan, how can you say that?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "It's okay. Mr. Ma, Aunt Huixin, take a seat inside." At this time, Feng Jing, who had been working in the room, heard the sound and opened the door and walked out. Seeing that Xiao Ruofei's beautiful subordinate was also in the presidential suite, Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin's expressions became a little strange. Of course, they wouldn't stupidly open their mouths to ask anything. They just smiled and nodded at Feng Jing. Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin were just curious, but Huan didn't care so much. After she saw Feng Jing, she immediately opened her eyes wide and asked, "Brother Ruofei, why is there a beautiful sister in your room? Is this your girlfriend?" Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing both blushed. Xiao Ruofei quickly said, Huan, this is my colleague." "Why are colleagues staying together?" Huan tilted her head and asked puzzledly. Xiao Ruofei suddenly felt very awkward, and Tian Huixin quickly said, Huan, why are you asking so much? Come down quickly. Your brother Ruofei's hands are sore." No. Huan shouted and then hugged Xiao Ruofei's neck tightly. It's okay, it's okay. Xiao Ruofei said, Huan isn't heavy. After being scared by Tian Huixin, Huan didn't ask why colleagues could stay together. Xiao Ruofei also let out a sigh of relief. Feng Jing, on the other hand, greeted Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin with a blushing face. Xiao Ruofei explained, Manager Feng needs to report to me about the auction, and there are a lot of empty rooms here, so I asked her to move here. It's more convenient for her to work. Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin looked at each other and nodded with a smile. Their gazes were a little ambiguous. Ma Jiming and his family came over to invite Xiao Ruofei for dinner, so after chatting for a while, they prepared to go to the restaurant downstairs. Feng Jing also went back to her room to change into a formal suit, and Xiao Ruofei put Huan down and went to the master bedroom to take out the gifts he prepared before leaving. When Xiao Ruofei returned to the living room, Huan immediately asked for a hug. After Huan recovered from her autism, she had been very close to Xiao Ruofei. This was a kind of intimacy that came from the heart, and even Tian Huixin was a little envious. Xiao Ruofei had to give the things in his hand to Feng Jing, and then carried Huan. The group left the presidential suite and took the private elevator downstairs. Ma Xiong invited Xiao Ruofei to dinner at the Jiehua restaurant on the third floor of the hotel. This was also a Michelin-starred restaurant, and it was a self-owned property of Hengfeng Jiehua Hotel. Ma Xiong did not invite anyone else to the dinner party. The guests were only Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing, and the Ma family only had Ma Xiong, Ma Jiming, and little Huan. Xiao Ruofei and his group walked in a small elegant private room in the Jiehua restaurant. Ma Xiong immediately stood up and greeted them with a hearty smile. Mr. Ma. Xiao Ruofei smiled and greeted. Xiao Sheng, Miss Feng, come and sit. Ma Xiong said with a smile. Xiao Ruofei said to Huan, can you go to your mother's place first? Brother has something to do. Although Huan was very attached to Xiao Ruofei, she still said very obediently, okay. After handing Huan to Tian Huixin, Xiao Ruofei took the things he had already prepared from Feng Jing's hands and said with a smile, Mr. Ma, I brought you some gifts. It's just a small token of my respect. He prepared a 250 kilograms top-grade de Hongpo tea for Ma Xiong, and Tian Huixin received the Yuji ointment that Xiao Ruofei had personally made. Although the mass production of the Yuji ointment had been put on the agenda, there was still a difference between the handmade ointment and the mass-produced ointment. The rarer something was, the more expensive it was. Ma Xiong was a person who knew the goods. He opened the tea leaves and took a look, then smelled the fragrance, and knew that it was extraordinary. Tian Huixin also received the Yuji ointment from Tian Huilan, so she knew the magic of this skincare product. Therefore, both of them liked the gifts very much and expressed their gratitude. Finally, Xiao Ruofei took out a small box and said with a smile, Huan, this is a gift from Brother Ruofei. Open it and see if you like it. When Huan saw that both her grandfather and mother had gifts, she was already itching for one. However, her good upbringing made her not dare to ask for it. Therefore, when she heard that the box contained a gift from Brother Ruofei, she immediately accepted it happily. Thank you, Brother Ruofei. Huan said with a sweet smile. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. Open it and see. Okay. Huan nodded heavily and opened the box. Inside the box was a lifelike jade leaf. Xiao Ruofei had specially bought a piece of good quality jade a few days ago and spent a whole day in the Ring 2 space to personally carve it. Although the quality of the jade was very high, it was only worth a few 100,000 yuan. It was not enough to make Ma Xiong and the others lose their composure. At Ma Xiong's level, or even Xiao Ruofei's net worth, a few 100,000 yuan was nothing. What really amazed Ma Xiong and the others was the carving skill of the jade leaf. The Ma family was a real rich family, and the Hengfeng group itself was engaged in the jewelry business. Therefore, whether it was Ma Xiong, Ma Jiming and his wife, their vision was naturally quite good. With a single glance, they could tell that this lifelike emerald green jade leaf was not ordinary. The entire leaf seemed to be formed by nature, and its entire body exuded a natural charm. There was not a trace of carving on it, as if it was born like this. Looking at it carefully, every curve of the leaf, every subtle vein, seemed to be fused with the truth of heaven and earth. Ma Xiong and the others could feel that if there was even a slight deviation, the jade leaf would completely lose its charm. This was clearly a superb carving skill. Even at the realm of the unity of heaven and man, the Hengfeng Group's main business in the early days was the jewelry industry. The company also supported many carving masters all year round, many of whom were very famous in the industry. But even if these jade carving masters were to work, none of them could carve the jade leaf to such a degree of naturalness. The value of the jade itself might only be a few 100,000 yuan. But after such a carving, the value would at least rise by dozens or even hundreds of times. The most important thing was that this jade leaf was similar to the best quality abalone. It might not be able to be bought even if you had money. After all, a carving master of this realm would not casually make a move. This kind of pinnacle work could not be completely measured by money. Therefore, Ma Xiong and the others immediately realized the preciousness of this jade leaf. Tian Huixin was the first to react. She quickly said, "Ruofei, your gift is too valuable. We can't accept it." Ma Jiming also came to his senses and immediately said, "Yes, yes, yes. Xiaxing, how can you give such a treasure to a child?" When Huan saw the jade leaf, her eyes immediately revealed an incomparable fondness. This was a gift from Big Brother Ruofei. Moreover, this jade leaf was incomparably pure, revealing a natural charm. Although the child did not understand, he subconsciously felt very close to it. When she heard that her parents had rejected Xiao Ruofei's gift, Huan's little mouth immediately pouted. However, she was still very sensible and didn't cry. She just held the box tightly with a strong reluctance. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Mr. Ma, Aunt Huixin, this is a gift from me to Huan, not to you. It's not good for you to reject it on behalf of your child, right? Look at how much Huan likes this gift." Ma Xiong cleared his throat and said, "Xiaxing, the child is still insensible. This jade leaf of yours can be called a peerless treasure. We really can't accept it." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Mr. Ma, this is a gift from me to Huan. Jade has a price, but feelings are priceless. Huan and I hit it off very well. Please don't reject it." This. Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin looked at each other. Xiao Ruofei continued, "Mr. Ma, I treat you as my own people. Huan is like my sister. It's just a small gift. You don't have to be so polite, right?" Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin were still hesitating. Ma Xiong was, after all, a formidable figure in the business world. His courage and decisiveness were very strong. Seeing that Xiao Ruofei had said so, he only pondered for a moment before saying, "Jiming, Huixin, since Xiaxing has said so, then let's accept it." Ma Jiming could only nod and say, "Thank you, Xiaxing." Ma Xiong looked deeply at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Xiaxing, I won't say anything more. You have done a great favor for our Ma family. We are all family. There's no need to be so polite." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. Tian Huixin quickly said, Huan, why don't you thank Brother Ruofei?" Huan saw that the adults had finally let her accept the gift. She was already overjoyed. Hearing this, she immediately said sweetly to Xiao Ruofei, "Thank you, Brother Ruofei." Then she leaned over and kissed Xiao Ruofei on the cheek with her sweet little mouth. Everyone couldn't help but laugh happily. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "You're welcome, Huan. Brother will help you put on this jade leaf, okay?" "Yes." Huan nodded heavily. A red string had been strung on the jade leaf in advance. Xiao Ruofei picked up the two ends of the string and said to the Ma family, "This jade leaf must be worn by Huan. Do not take it off under any circumstances." Although Ma Xiong and the others felt that it was not safe to hang such a precious jade leaf on a child, it was originally a gift from Xiao Ruofei. Moreover, the Ma family was also a rich and powerful family. They had bodyguards to escort them in and out. Their home was also heavily guarded. Even if Huan wore the jade leaf, it would not be a big problem. So when they saw Xiao Ruofei so solemnly instructing, they immediately nodded and agreed. Xiao Ruofei smiled and picked up the jade leaf. He wrapped it around Huan's neck and then carefully fastened the lock on the back. No one noticed that when the jade leaf touched Huan's skin, an undetectable red light burst out from Huan's body and quickly disappeared into the jade leaf. Huan was immersed in the joy of receiving a gift. She felt as if she had been stung by an ant and didn't care at all. Then she felt that she was even closer to the jade leaf, as if they were connected by flesh and blood. The child didn't understand so much. She felt that this was a gift from Brother Ruofei, so it was normal for her to like and be so close to the jade leaf. In fact, Xiao Ruofei had just used his mental strength to wrap a wisp of vital energy and lightly pricked Huan's body. Then, he brought out a drop of blood and threw it into the jade leaf. With Xiao Ruofei's cultivation, there was naturally no one present who could discover him. In fact, the Ma family didn't know that the most precious part of the jade leaf was not the carving skill. Although Xiao Ruofei had used his super strong mental strength and a cultivator's understanding of the Tao of heaven and earth, which far surpassed that of ordinary people, to carve the jade leaf, the most precious part of the jade leaf was that Xiao Ruofei had spent a lot of effort using his mental strength to carve the runes inside. With a high-quality jade material as a carrier and Huan's blood just now, it was no exaggeration to say that the jade leaf was equivalent to Huan's second life. Whether it was various accidents in life, such as unpredictable car accidents, falling from high places, premeditated injuries, or even gun attacks, the protective runes contained in the jade leaf could save Huan's life. If those super-rich people knew that there was such a magical protective talisman, they would definitely fight to buy it even if they had to spend hundreds of millions of yuan. The richer people were, the more they cherished their lives. If they worked hard for most of their lives to earn hundreds of millions, everything would be for naught once they died. Of course, Ma Xiong and the others naturally couldn't see the magic of the jade leaf, and Xiao Ruofei wouldn't deliberately say it. He just felt that he and Huan hit it off, and he didn't want to use such a valuable gift to win the favor of the Ma family. After hanging the beautiful jade leaf for Huan, Xiao Ruofei gently scratched Huan's nose and said, Huan, Big Brother Ruofei gave you a gift. No matter what, you can't take it off, and you can't lose it, okay? Huan nodded very seriously and said, yes. Big Brother Ruofei. I'll be very careful. Xiao Ruofei nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Ma Jiming and said with a smile, Mr. Ma, I prepared gifts for old Mr. Ma, Aunt Huixin, and little Huan, but I really can't think of what to give you. Ma Jiming quickly said, Xiaosheng, no need. You're already too polite, Xiao Ruofei was only explaining half-jokingly. But after he glanced at Ma Jiming, a trace of undetectable surprise flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but take another look. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Mr. Ma, I do have a gift for you, but not now. After saying that, Xiao Ruofei looked at Tian Huixin with a slightly strange expression, but he immediately withdrew his gaze. Ma Jiming said, there's really no need, Xiaosheng. Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand and said, you'll definitely like this gift. Mr. Ma, how about this? After the auction tomorrow, come to my room alone and find me. Ma Jiming still wanted to refuse, but Ma Xiong's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, Jiming, Xiaosheng's instructions must be reasonable. You must remember to visit Xiaosheng tomorrow. Ma Xiong was old and shrewd. He noticed a trace of strangeness from Xiao Ruofei's expression, and then associated it with Xiao Ruofei's magical medical skills. He immediately suspected that there was something wrong with his son's body that he didn't know, but had been diagnosed by Xiao Ruofei, so he didn't dare to neglect and quickly instructed Ma Jiming. In fact, Ma Xiong guessed more than half of it right, but not all of it. Although Ma Jiming's situation was a bit tricky, it wasn't a fatal problem. If it was Xiao Ruofei, who relied on the petals of the spirit heart flower to conquer the world, naturally, it would be impossible for him to find any clues, but ever since he absorbed the massive amount of information in the jade talisman, he would digest and absorb it as long as he had free time. The knowledge in the jade talisman had already been imprinted in his mind, so the learning efficiency was naturally extremely high. So now Xiao Ruofei's medical skills could be considered to have reached a higher level, and it wasn't inferior to an ordinary Chinese medicine master. If it was supplemented with the help of mental strength, it could be said to be superb in terms of diagnosis. He seemed to have glanced at Ma Jiming, but in fact, it was the look in Chinese medicine's look, listen, question, and feel. This word sounded simple, but in fact, it was broad and profound. A truly experienced Chinese medicine master could make a rough judgment of the patient's condition just by simply observing the patient's color, the condition of the tongue, and so on. When Xiao Ruofei looked at Ma Jiming for the second time, he secretly used his mental strength, so naturally, it was accurate. Of course, Ma Jiming's problem wasn't life-threatening, so Xiao Ruofei wasn't in a hurry. He simply decided to help him solve it after the auction. Ma Jiming was a well-known filial son, and he never dared to disobey his father's words, so he immediately said, "I understand, Daddy." While everyone was chatting, Jiahua Restaurant was also stepping up its preparation and soon began to serve the dishes. Ma Xiong naturally used a very high standard to entertain Xiao Ruofei. Many of the ingredients were expensive Taoyuan vegetables, and there were also many high-quality ingredients flown in from abroad. The craftsmanship of the Michelin-starred chef was impeccable, so Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing were full of praise for the taste of the dinner dishes. It was the first time that Xiao Ruofei tasted the Taoyuan vegetables cooked by the Michelin-starred chef. The feeling was indeed different. He should be the person who ate the Taoyuan vegetables the most, but he was still impressed by those dishes. The color, fragrance, and taste were impeccable, and the appearance of the Taoyuan vegetables was retained to the greatest extent. The freshest and most tender taste of the vegetables was also played to the fullest. The same ingredients were different when cooked by a brilliant chef. Ma Xiong, who was in a good mood to see an old friend, specially opened a bottle of red wine. This bottle of wine was produced in Bordeaux, France, and the brand was called Tumans. Unlike the Lafite red wine that was often taken out by the nouveau riche in China, Tumans red wine was really low-key luxury. A 700 milliliter bottle of red wine often sold for tens of thousands of dollars. Ma Xiong's bottle of wine was the best vintage in the history of Tumans, 1987, and the price was even more shocking. Of course, it was expensive for a reason. You get what you pay for. The taste of this bottle of red wine was very unique. Even Xiao Ruofei, who didn't know much about red wine, couldn't help but praise it. After the meal, the guests and the host were naturally happy. After the meal, Huan was still clinging to Xiao Ruofei. Tian Huixin tried her best to persuade Xiao Ruofei, and Xiao Ruofei promised to take her to Disneyland and SeaWorld after he was done with his work tomorrow. Only then did she say goodbye to Xiao Ruofei unhappily and leave the hotel with her parents and grandfather to go home. Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing naturally returned to the presidential suite. Feng Jing, who also drank a few glasses of red wine at the banquet, blushed and looked even more delicate. As soon as the two entered the door, they felt an awkward and ambiguous atmosphere. Before Xiao Ruofei could speak, Feng Jing quickly said, "Chairman, I'll go back to my room first. Good night." Then she quickly walked back to her room as if she was escaping. Xiao Ruofei's heart was slightly relieved. He wasn't in the mood to enjoy the various luxurious facilities in the presidential suite and the spa on the huge balcony. He went directly to the master bedroom. After Xiao Ruofei returned to his room, he first went to the sauna for a while, then soaked in the huge jacuzzi for a long time. He felt comfortable all over, then got up and put on a bathrobe. "Xia Qing." Xiao Ruofei transmitted his thoughts through the spirit map scroll. Xia Qing immediately replied respectfully, "Master, your subordinate is here. Do you know the recipe for the elemental gathering pill?" "Master, your subordinate doesn't know the recipe." Xia Qing replied in shame. "It's okay, the recipe isn't complicated." Xiao Ruofei said lightly, "Remember, 1 liang of Angelica, 1 liang of Angelica, 1 liang of Angelica, 5 qian of Qianhu." Xiao Ruofei quickly told Xia Qing the ingredients and recipe for the elemental gathering pill. Although this recipe had been lost in Chinese medicine, it wasn't a complicated recipe, and the recipe was also quite simple. Just boil it normally and refine it into a pill. So after Xia Qing heard it, she immediately said, "Master, this subordinate will remember it." Xiao Ruofei said lightly, "These common ingredients are all in the space, immediately refine 50 pills, I need them tomorrow." "Yes, master." Xia Qing replied. After handing over the task of refining the elemental gathering pill to Xia Qing, Xiao Ruofei went online in his room to read news related to the auction, and then went to bed to rest. The next morning, Xiao Ruofei woke up on time, sat cross-legged on the balcony of his bedroom, and began to cultivate. The time between midnight and dawn was the most active time of the day. On Earth, where spiritual energy was scarce, it could barely meet the requirements of cultivation, so as long as there were no special circumstances, Xiao Ruofei insisted on cultivating every day. Now that Xiao Ruofei could feel the bottleneck of the fourth level of qi refining more and more clearly, he naturally cultivated every day, hoping to break through to the fifth level of qi refining as soon as possible. He still remembered that he had a potential enemy who was suspected to be a profound stage martial artist. Although the possibility of being exposed was very low, he never let his guard down. And since there were profound stage warriors, there might be higher-level warriors, or even cultivators. Xiao Ruofei guessed that these people were just concentrating on cultivation and rarely came out, but it was still very likely that they would cross paths with this mysterious group in the future. In the world of cultivators, strength was king. Now that Xiao Ruofei had this condition, he would naturally think of ways to improve his strength as much as possible. Only then would he be able to grasp the initiative. The heaven and earth spiritual qi trembled slightly and then gathered towards Xiao Ruofei. Unknowingly, his cultivation began to slowly increase. Although this was a rather slow process, as long as he made progress every day, it was only a matter of time before he broke through. The balcony of the master bedroom was facing Victoria Bay. As time passed, a red sun jumped out of the sea, and the sparkling sea was suddenly dyed with a layer of golden light. Xiao Ruofei was completely unaware of this magnificent scenery and was still wholeheartedly cultivating. It was not until 6 o'clock in the morning that Xiao Ruofei felt the heaven and earth spiritual qi suddenly become turbid and heterogeneous that he stopped cultivating and got up. When he was cultivating just now, Xiao Ruofei noticed that the door on the other side of the presidential suite had opened and Feng Jing had left the suite. However, Xiao Ruofei was cultivating and did not pay too much attention to it. Now that he was done cultivating, Xiao Ruofei went to take a shower first, then pushed open the door of the master bedroom and walked out. At this moment, Feng Jing also pushed open the door from outside and came in. After confirming that Feng Jing had moved in with them yesterday, Xiao Ruofei asked the exclusive butler of the presidential suite to bring a new room card to Feng Jing. Feng Jing was wearing a tight sports vest and compression pants, revealing a snow-white waist. Her body was covered with a layer of sparkling sweat, her hair was also wet, and there was a trace of redness on her pretty face. Obviously, she had just come back from exercising. "Good morning." Xiao Ruofei took the initiative to greet her. Feng Jing did not expect Xiao Ruofei to wake up so early. Usually, in front of Xiao Ruofei, she was dressed like a professional beauty. Today was the first time she was dressed so skimpily, and she could not help but feel a little uncomfortable. Good morning, Chairman," Feng Jing said with a slightly red face. Xiao Ruofei's gaze swept over Feng Jing's hot body and asked with a smile, "Did you exercise?" "Yes. I went to the hotel gym to exercise for a while," Feng Jing said. "Then hurry up and take a shower. Otherwise, it is easy to catch a cold." Xiao Ruofei said, "Right, I am going to order breakfast. What do you want to eat?" Feng Jing felt warm in her heart. She smiled at Xiao Ruofei and said, "I am fine with anything. I am not picky about food." "Chairman, you decide." "Okay," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Feng Jing greeted Xiao Ruofei and hurried back to her room. Wearing this skimpy outfit in front of Xiao Ruofei really made her feel a little unnatural. Xiao Ruofei used the hotel's internal phone to order 2 breakfasts. After a while, the doorbell rang, and 2 waiters pushed the dining cart up with breakfast. Although Xiao Ruofei only ordered 2 breakfasts, the variety of breakfasts was very rich and quite exquisite. It was estimated that it was enough for 4 people with normal appetites. After the waiters placed the breakfasts on the table one by one, they bowed and left. Soon, Feng Jing also came out of the room. She had obviously just taken a shower. Her hair was still wet. She had changed into a formal suit, and there was still a trace of redness on her pretty face. She looked delicate and charming. Xiao Ruofei smiled and called Feng Jing over to eat together. After enjoying the sumptuous breakfast, Feng Jing said, "Chairman, I will go down first. The auction will start at 9:30 in the morning. I will go to the venue to see if there are any problems." Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "Manager Feng, thank you for your hard work. I will be in the audience for today's auction." "Everything depends on you." Feng Jing nodded and said, "Everything is ready." There shouldn't be any problems. After that, Feng Jing got up and left the presidential suite. At around 8:30, Ma Jiming came to the presidential suite and invited Xiao Ruofei to the venue downstairs. Today, Huan still had summer school, so Tian Huixin took Huan to class. Ma Xiong and Ma Jiming would also be attending the auction. Xiao Ruofei and Ma Jiming took the private elevator to the banquet hall on the third floor of the hotel. Xiao Ruofei found that the entire banquet hall had been redecorated. The logos of Hengfeng Auction House and the Taoyuan Company could be seen everywhere. In addition to the promotional posters around the venue, there were also the number plates prepared for everyone, including the notes, paper cups, and other small items used in the venue. They were all printed with the logos of the Taoyuan Company and Hengfeng Auction House. At the back of the center stage, there was a huge spray-painted poster. The content on it was the same as the banner content on the front page of the auction house's website. The visual center was also a picture of a top-quality one-headed abalone. Of course, the company's logo was also printed on the eye-catching part of the poster. There were huge projection screens on both sides of the stage. On them, there was a carefully edited promotional video. This promotional video was also widely circulated on the internet recently. There were 2 signing booths at the entrance of the venue. One was for the media, and the other was for the guests. Xiao Ruofei noticed that some media reporters had already arrived at the venue. After signing in, they would receive a paper bag as a gift and a lottery ticket. After signing in, the guests would also receive a lottery ticket. Xiao Ruofei specially went to the media signing area to take a look. The gifts in the paper bag were quite thoughtful. They included a parasol, a pair of sunglasses, a box of Tiguanyin tea leaves, a signature pen, and a small backpack. All of these small gifts were printed with the logo of the Taoyuan Company. Many reporters could directly put the gifts into the small backpack after receiving them. These reporters walked around the venue, and the logo of the Taoyuan Company was printed on their backpacks. The appearance rate was quite high. Xiao Ruofei knew that most of these were ideas that Feng Jing came up with. He couldn't help but smile. The auction hadn't started yet, but these small details had already made Xiao Ruofei feel a lot more at ease. Feng Jing and the Hengfeng Auction House team had indeed put a lot of thought into it. Feng Jing was patrolling the venue. After seeing Xiao Ruofei and Ma Jiming, she immediately walked over. "Chairman, you're here." Feng Jing looked at the large insulated box in Xiao Ruofei's hand and said, "Leave it to me." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "How can I let a lady do such physical labor? Just tell me where to put it." Feng Jing pursed her lips and smiled. "Chairman, come with me." Feng Jing led Xiao Ruofei to the center of the stage. Xiao Ruofei noticed that there were 2 vertical freezers on the stage. They were a bit similar to the freezers that sold cold drinks in stores. They used transparent glass doors, but the interior had been modified to a certain extent. Feng Jing asked Xiao Ruofei to put the 21 abalones that met or exceeded the standard of one-headed abalone in the freezer from top to bottom according to their weight. The abalones that were slightly less heavy were placed in another freezer. Then, Feng Jing pressed a switch on the side of the freezer, and the spotlights that were installed in the freezer lit up. The light shone on each of the abalones, and the quality of the abalones instantly increased by a lot. 4 big men in black suits were responsible for guarding the 2 freezers. The waists of the 4 men were bulging, obviously carrying weapons. It was obvious that Hengfeng attached great importance to the safety of the auction items. After the abalones that were about to be auctioned were placed properly, Ma Jiming led Xiao Ruofei to the VIP area below the stage and sat down, while Feng Jing continued to make arrangements in the venue. There were still 40 to 50 minutes before the auction began. Ma Xiong also arrived at the auction venue. Naturally, everyone exchanged pleasantries. The seats in the VIP area were labeled with their corresponding names. Originally, Ma Xiong wanted to let Xiao Ruofei sit in the middle seat next to him. However, Xiao Ruofei came this time to keep a low profile, so naturally, he politely declined. Therefore, his seat was arranged to be next to Ma Jiming in the middle of the 3rd row. This not only highlighted Xiao Ruofei's identity, but at the same time, it wouldn't be too eye-catching. Otherwise, a young man in his 20s sitting on the same level as a billionaire like Ma Xiong would definitely cause all kinds of speculation. The media reporters present certainly wouldn't let go of such a news point. When the time came, it would be unrealistic for Xiaoruofei to keep a low profile. As the time of the auction approached, reporters from all walks of life began to enter the venue. Xiaoruofei noticed that there were quite a lot of media reporters present today. Several well-known newspapers, magazines, websites, and television stations in Hong Kong naturally sent their reporters. With Ma Xiong's reputation in Hong Kong, if he personally came out to greet them, very few media outlets would refuse. Moreover, the auction itself was full of gimmicks. In addition to the local media in Hong Kong, Xiaoruofei also discovered media reporters from Singapore, Malaysia, and other countries that were predominantly Chinese. Most of the people in these countries were Chinese. Some of the official languages were even Chinese. Everyone's living habits and so on were similar to the people in Huaxia. The news of the auction of the best quality one-headed abalone also received a lot of attention in these countries. In addition, there were also a lot of media outlets in the mainland. Several media outlets in Southeast Province, especially in Sanshan City, came. Media reporters from several coastal provinces also came specifically for interviews. Xiaoruofei even discovered the presence of a Central TV reporter. Of course, this was a reporter from the Central TV reporter's office in Hong Kong. They didn't come specifically from Beijing. Most of these reporters' work was to run to various venues. Today's auction naturally couldn't be broadcast on a comprehensive channel or a news channel. Even so, Xiaoruofei was very surprised. If news of the auction could be broadcast on Central TV, even if it was on the Agriculture channel, the audience would be completely incomparable to the provincial and municipal media. The guests also came to the venue one after another. Ma Xiong also started to get busy. He constantly greeted the guests present and introduced some of them to Xiaoruofei. Of course, most of the guests were not qualified to talk to Ma Xiong directly. Some people would exchange a few words with Ma Jiming. After all, there were only a few rich people in Hong Kong who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Ma Xiong. In addition to greeting the guests, Ma Jiming would also introduce the people present to Xiaoruofei from time to time. Xiaoruofei couldn't help but be secretly surprised. Superman Li's second son, Gambling King He's daughter, King Zheng's nephew. After a while, Xiaoruofei heard a lot of rich people's names that he had only seen on TV and newspapers before. Although not all of these top rich people were present, most of them at least sent their sons and nephews to attend. There were even a few business tycoons who flew to Hong Kong from overseas to attend. In just a short while, Xiaoruofei had a very direct understanding of Ma Xiong's influence in Hong Kong. At the same time, he became more and more confident about today's auction. Soon, it was 9:30 p.m., and the venue was almost full. Melodious music began to play. Feng Jing, wearing a professional suit, walked to the center stage with a microphone. She had light makeup on and a confident smile on her face, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Many media reporters immediately picked up their cameras and pointed at Feng Jing on the stage. Feng Jing was a very eye-catching beauty, and those who could come here were very interested in the best quality abalone, so everyone gave her face and applauded. The rich people sitting in the VIP area also smiled and applauded softly. Feng Jing had a charming smile on her face and continued to say, "Before the auction officially begins, we have arranged a small segment. I believe that everyone will like it." After speaking, Feng Jing gestured to the side with her head. Two tall beauties in cheongsams each held a transparent lottery box and walked onto the stage. They showed it to everyone and confirmed that the boxes were empty. Feng Jing continued to say, "All the VIPs and media friends have received a lottery ticket before entering the venue. Now, please tear off the secondary tickets, and our hostesses will come over to collect them." The reason why the transparent lottery box was used, and the secondary tickets were not directly collected during the check-in, and there was also no computerized random lottery was to show that there was no under-the-table manipulation in the whole process. After Feng Jing finished speaking, the two hostesses walked down the stage leisurely. One went to the media area, and the other went to the VIP area, and began to collect the secondary tickets one by one. Everyone did not know the purpose of the Taoyuan company holding a lottery before the auction, but no matter what, they would not lose anything and might even bring a surprise, so they were very cooperative. There were about 30 people in the VIP area in the first few rows. They did not receive a lottery ticket, so the hostesses naturally did not go to the VIP area to collect the secondary tickets. Soon, the two hostesses collected all the secondary tickets and placed them on the table in the middle of the stage. Feng Jing smiled and said, "In order to let all the guests and media friends have a more intuitive understanding of the best quality abalones provided by the Taoyuan company, in the next segment, we will draw 30 lucky people to taste our Taoyuan brand's best quality dried abalones together with the 30 VIPs in the VIP area. Next, we would like to invite Mr. Ma Xiong, the chairman of Hengfeng Group, to come on stage and draw the lucky guests." When the audience heard that the prize for the lottery was only to taste the abalones, they could not help but feel a little disappointed. Generally speaking, before the start of an auction, there would be a public display period. Under the circumstances of ensuring safety, those who wanted to participate in the auction and the media could get close to the auction items. They didn't expect that this unknown Taoyuan company would actually use such a normal segment as a reward. Could it be that those who didn't get picked didn't even have the chance to look at those abalones up close? He didn't even allow people to look at the auction, yet he wanted people to spend money to bid for it? How could there be such a good thing? Especially when they saw that Feng Jing was seriously asking the highly respected Ma Xiong to pick the lucky guest, they couldn't help but secretly curl their lips. Some of the rich people in Hong Kong and some of the media looked down on the mainland. Many of them were waiting to see what would happen to this small company. It was mostly because of Ma Xiong that so many people and media had come to this auction. Feng Jing had obviously talked to Ma Xiong about this in advance, so when Ma Xiong heard this, he immediately stood up with a smile, bowed slightly to the VIP area, and stepped onto the center stage. "Chairman Ma, please pick 15 lottery tickets from each of the 2 lottery boxes," Feng Jing said with a smile. "Okay," Ma Xiong said with a hearty smile. Then, he walked directly to one of the hostesses. The hostess was holding a lottery box, which was filled with the guests' lottery tickets. Ma Xiong put his hand into the lottery box, stirred it a little, and then picked the first lottery ticket. After he took a look, he handed it to Feng Jing. After Feng Jing saw it, she showed it to the camera. The camera immediately took a close-up of the lottery ticket's number. Everyone could see it clearly through the big screen. Feng Jing said with a smile, "Congratulations to the guest with lottery ticket number 0213. You are the first lucky person." The audience also applauded, but the applause wasn't very enthusiastic. Obviously, many people didn't care about the opportunity to taste the best abalones. However, Feng Jing didn't care. She still had a confident smile on her face as she presided over the entire warm-up event. Soon, Ma Xiong picked 30 lottery tickets, 15 for the guests, and 15 for the media reporters. The big screen on the side of the stage was connected to the computer. The 30 numbers were all on the screen. Everyone could see them at a glance. "Thank you, Chairman Ma. Please return to your seat and take a rest," Feng Jing said with a smile. Ma Xiong smiled and nodded. He stepped off the stage and returned to his seat. The 2 hostesses also walked off the stage from both sides. Feng Jing gestured to the people behind her, gesturing to them. A burst of melodious music sounded. Several people in white chef uniforms pushed a mobile stove onto the stage. On the mobile stove, there were 2 steaming stainless steel steamers. In the middle, a chef wearing a tall chef's hat was looking after the 2 steamers. This chef was the head chef of the Jiahua restaurant where Ma Xiong had invited Xiao Ruofei last night. He was the Michelin-starred chef, Lu Fuwang. His specialty was cooking seafood. While everyone was still confused, Xiao Ruofei moved. He immediately swept his gaze to the standing freezer in the eye-catching position on the stage. Sure enough, as he guessed, there were 2 abalones missing from one of the freezers. The abalones in this freezer were 10 to 20 grams short of the standard one-headed abalone. Although Xiao Ruofei didn't listen to any reports about the auction arrangements, he and Feng Jing had worked together for so long. The tacit understanding between them was still very high. Therefore, he almost immediately guessed Feng Jing's intention. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but secretly praise Feng Jing's idea. He cast an appreciative look at Feng Jing. At this time, Feng Jing also happened to look at Xiao Ruofei. Their eyes met in the air, and at the same time, they smiled knowingly. When the guests and reporters below the stage saw the mobile stove being pushed onto the stage, they couldn't help but talk about it. At this time, Feng Jing said with a smile, in order to let everyone have an intuitive understanding of the best abalones in today's auction, our Taoyuan company specially prepared 2 of the best abalones. We invited the Michelin-starred chef, Mr. Lu Fuwang, to personally cook them. In a while, everyone in the VIP area, as well as the 30 lucky guests, will personally taste the best abalones cooked by Chef Lu. With a boom, it was as if the audience had exploded. Everyone suddenly showed an amazed expression and then started to talk about it. Even the rich people in the VIP area had strange expressions on their faces. They felt that it was a little unbelievable. These guests and media reporters all received an introduction booklet. They were very clear that although there were a few abalones that hadn't reached the standard of a one-headed abalone, the difference was very small. They were definitely much larger than a typical 2-headed abalone. Even if the abalones that were taken out for everyone to taste were only 10 to 20 grams short of reaching the standard of a one-headed abalone, the value would still be quite high. As the saying goes, it's hard to buy a 2-headed abalone with 1,000 gold coins. Moreover, these abalones were basically one-headed abalones. This Taoyuan company really put in a lot of money. I didn't expect this mainland company to be so bold. Did any of you win a prize just now? My number was just 1 digit short. Everyone was talking about it, and the 30 people who had won the prize were happy. Just a moment ago, they still looked indifferent, but now they were surprised and happy. Especially the media reporters. Their entire net worth might not be enough to buy an abalone like today's auction, but because they won the prize, they actually had the opportunity to taste the legendary one-headed abalone. Moreover, with such a gimmick topic, it would be easy to write a draft when they went back. The 15 lucky reporters could write a very convincing article. After all, they had personally tasted this precious auction item. Some reporters couldn't help but stand up and ask, "Miss Feng, are you sure that the abalones cooked in the steamer are the same as the abalones that will be auctioned later?" Feng Jing said without hesitation, "Of course, I'm very sure. Each of our auction items today has a number and a weight record. We also took photos for archive. The outer packaging of the 2 abalones that have already been in the steamer is here. When it's out of the steamer in a while, everyone can send a representative to check with the photos in the brochure." Speaking of this, Feng Jing paused for a moment and continued, "Of course, the 2 abalones that we used are the 2 lightest abalones in today's auction. However, they are still more than 500 grams each, which is far more than the standard of a 2-headed abalone." After Feng Jing finished speaking, the reporter immediately asked, "Then, are the abalones that are slightly below the standard and the abalones that are above the standard of a one-headed abalone the same quality?" All of the abalones were raised in the same batch and were produced in the same place. Feng Jing said with a smile. "However, there are also high and low siblings. We can't guarantee that every abalone is exactly the same, right? However, I can responsibly tell everyone that their quality is definitely the same, and there won't be any big fluctuations." "Miss Feng, may I ask?" Another reporter stood up. "Sorry, we will arrange for a media Q&A session after the auction," Feng Jing said with a smile. "Now, I can't answer everyone's questions for the time being. I believe that after everyone has personally tasted the abalones, you will definitely have an intuitive understanding of our Taoyuan company's abalones. That's much better than what I've said." Feng Jing's words attracted the good-natured laughter of everyone below the stage. Xiaoruofei couldn't help but smile. It seemed that Feng Jing also knew that if she didn't stop the reporters who spontaneously asked questions, then questions would be thrown out one after another, and the order of the entire venue would be messed up. After all, Feng Jing had seen the world, and her ability to control the situation made Xiao Ruofei feel very assured. Soon, Chef Lu Fuwang nodded at Feng Jing, indicating that the abalones were cooked. Thus, Feng Jing followed her promise and randomly pointed to a few guests and reporters, asking them to come on stage to inspect the abalones. In fact, when everyone saw the huge size of the abalones that Lu Fuwang took out, they already believed it in their hearts. Besides, it was impossible for the Taoyuan company to falsify under such circumstances. Wouldn't that be smashing their own reputation? However, these representatives still carefully inspected the abalones and noted down the serial numbers on the outer packaging. They checked the photos through the brochure and finally confirmed that the abalones were indeed the 2 abalones that were going to be auctioned today. Many people below the stage couldn't sit still, and one by one, they excitedly stretched their necks. The 30 lucky people were even more excited. They sat in their seats full of anticipation and looked at the high-quality abalones on stage. Lu Fuwang began to process the steamed abalones. He wanted to make large abalones with chicken sauce. Naturally, this was a walk in the park for Lu Fuwang. Moreover, the seasonings were prepared in advance, and there were a few assistants beside him helping. Thus, the 2 abalones were cooked very quickly. The fragrance of the high-quality abalones began to drift in the venue. Everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath, and their hearts were filled with anticipation. Lu Fuwang began to pick up a table knife and cut the abalones. The assistants continuously passed him small plates. Lu Fuwang moved the knife very quickly, and soon, the huge abalones were cut into thin slices and placed on the plates. Then, he poured a spoonful of gravy over them. Plates were placed on the table next to him. Every time a portion was prepared, the assistants would place it neatly on the plates. Lu Fuwang's movements were very fast. In just a short while, the abalones were evenly divided into 60 portions. Each small plate had at least 7 or 8 slices of abalones. It could be seen how big the 2 abalones were. After all the abalones were divided, the hostesses began to file up. Each of them held a plate, walked down the stage, and went to the VIP area to distribute the abalones. There were 6 hostesses standing on both sides of the stage, and they were also holding plates in their hands. Feng Jing picked up the microphone and said with a smile, "Next, let's invite the guests and media friends who have just won the lottery to come up and receive the abalones with their lottery tickets." The winners, who had long been unable to hold back, immediately stood up from their seats. Under everyone's envious gaze, they walked up with their lottery tickets. On one side was the media's reception area, and on the other side was the guests' reception area. There were staff members on both sides who were responsible for verifying the lottery tickets and distributing the small plates with the high-quality abalones. In a short while, all 60 abalones were distributed. There was no need for Feng Jing to say anything. Whether it was the rich people in the VIP area, the ordinary guests, or the 15 reporters who had won the lottery, they couldn't wait to pick up their chopsticks and taste the precious high-quality abalones. As soon as they chewed, the chewy texture and fresh taste suddenly bloomed in their mouths. It was as if every taste bud cell was jumping with joy. "It's so delicious," an ordinary guest couldn't help but exclaim. "This is a real abalones. The taste is really special. I actually got to taste a high-quality one-headed abalone. This life is really worth it." One by one, the guests and reporters who had tasted the abalones couldn't help but praise them. One of the guests even said loudly, "I originally wanted to come and join in the fun. I didn't expect this abalone to be beyond my imagination. No matter what, I have to take one back today and let my wife and child have a taste." The 30 winners were scattered in every corner of the venue. The appetizing aroma of the abalones was also wafting through the venue. Those who didn't win the lottery were enviously looking at the winners next to them who were tasting the top-grade abalones. Each and every one of them felt itchy in their hearts. Even the rich people in the VIP area nodded their heads repeatedly after tasting the abalones. They even whispered a few words to the people sitting next to them from time to time. From their expressions, these billionaires were obviously very tempted by the top-grade abalones provided by the Taoyuan company. Not to mention that almost all of these abalones had reached the standard of the top-grade one-headed abalone. Just the quality of the abalones themselves made these rich people feel very surprised. It was completely beyond their imagination. The meat of the abalones was very tender, and at the same time, it had a trace of toughness and was very chewy. Its taste was also quite delicious. Under the cooking of a Michelin-starred chef, not only did it not have the slightest fishy smell, but it also had a special fragrance, which left a deep impression on everyone who tasted it today. In fact, it wasn't that Chef Lu's culinary skills were superb, but that these abalones grew in the Ring-2 space and absorbed the rich spiritual energy in the space all day long. Moreover, the seawater in the space was countless times purer than the ocean environment outside, so the meat itself was very pure. Even if an ordinary chef cooked it, there wouldn't be too much fishy smell. Of course, regardless of whether everyone thought that Chef Lu's culinary skills were good or that the quality of the abalones of the Taoyuan company was superb, in general, this warm-up event arranged by Feng Jing was a hit. The atmosphere of the venue suddenly became lively. The guests who had the intention to compete were all eager to give it a try. Many of the rich people in the VIP area also revealed expressions of interest. There weren't many abalones in each small plate. Feng Jing saw that everyone on the stage was almost done eating, so she said with a smile, "I believe that everyone already has a very direct understanding of the top-grade abalones that our Taoyuan company is auctioning today. Let's skip the small talk and directly enter the auction." Speaking of this, Feng Jing made an inviting gesture and said with a smile, "Next, I will hand the stage over to the chief auctioneer of Hengfeng Auction House, Mr. Lu Zhongguang. Everyone, please give him a round of applause." There was a burst of warm applause from the audience. Lu Zhongguang had a small reputation in Hong Kong, especially in the auction industry. He was the chief auctioneer of Hengfeng Auction House and also one of the executive directors of Hengfeng Auction House. Generally, he would only personally host important auctions. This detail also reflected the importance that Hengfeng Group attached to this auction. Lu Zhongguang was wearing a slim-fit black suit and a festive red tie. His hair was meticulously combed back, and he wore a pair of shiny black leather shoes. He walked briskly, almost jogging to the center of the stage. Lu Zhongguang first bowed slightly to Feng Jing, then picked up the microphone and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the abalone auction jointly organized by Hengfeng Group and Taoyuan Company. I am today's auctioneer, Lu Zhongguang. As the saying goes, it's hard to buy a two-headed abalone. As everyone knows, it's very difficult to raise an abalone to the standard of a two-headed abalone, and the risk is very high. Therefore, large abalones that reach this standard have always been very rare. It can be said that it's hard to find even with $1,000. Some people even treat two-headed abalones as family heirlooms." Lu Zhongguang used his very unique, magnetic voice to say, "Two-headed abalones are already so rare, let alone one-headed abalones. Most of the top-quality abalones that we are auctioning today have exceeded the standard of a one-headed abalone. In the history of Hong Kong, it can be said that this is the first time so many one-headed abalones have been auctioned at one time." Speaking of this, Lu Zhongguang's voice began to increase. His voice was full of charisma. "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Friends who are interested in this field must not miss such a rare opportunity. Perhaps if you hesitate today, you will constantly regret it in the future." Then, Lu Zhongguang picked up the auction mallet and knocked it. He smiled and said, "Just now, everyone has an in-depth and intuitive understanding of the top-quality abalones being auctioned today. Let's get straight to the point. There are a total of 3 abalones in the first batch to be auctioned." Lu Zhongguang held a prompt card in his hand and said, "These 3 abalones are the same as the 2 abalones that everyone shared a taste of just now. They are all less than 10 grams short of the standard of a one-headed abalone. If we were to measure them according to the standard of a two-headed abalone, they would far exceed the standard. The 3 abalones weigh 599 grams, 592 grams, and 589 grams, respectively." Lu Zhongguang glanced at the prompt card and said. After the guests and reporters below the stage heard this number, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Some people also expressed regret. The so-called standard of a one-headed abalone and a two-headed abalone was based on how many abalones were 1 sima catty. If an abalone weighed or exceeded 1 sima catty, then it was undoubtedly a one-headed abalone. Two-headed abalone meant that 2 abalones weighed or exceeded 1 sima catty. In other words, abalones that weighed more than half a sima catty and less than 1 sima catty were two-headed abalones. The measurement unit of a sima catty was heavier than the catty in our general sense. 1 catty was 500 grams, and 1 sima catty was about 604.79 grams. In other words, the standard of a two-headed abalone was that a single abalone weighed or exceeded 600 grams. The weight of these 3 abalones was incomparably close to 600 grams. The heaviest abalone was only 5 grams short, which was 1 sima catty. This was no different from a one-headed abalone. The difference between the other 2 abalones was also very small. However, because of this difference of a few grams and more than 10 grams, strictly speaking, it could only be considered a two-headed abalone, a super-large two-headed abalone. In terms of value, it was a lot worse. Lu Zhongguang smiled and announced, 3 abalones will be auctioned in a batch. The guests who bid in the top 3 will receive the auction items. The highest bidder will bid for the heaviest abalone, and so on. Of course, if you like these 3 abalones very much, you can bid multiple times. If your bid is ranked in the top 3, then congratulations, you will be the sole owner of these 3 abalones. I believe that everyone is very clear about the rules of this first batch of auction. Then, let's officially start the auction. Lu Zhongguang said, the starting price of the first batch of 3 abalones is 800,000 Hong Kong dollars. Each bid must not be less than 10,000 Hong Kong dollars. Next, please bid. Mr. Number 214 bid 820,000 Hong Kong dollars. Mr. Number 186 bid 830,000 Hong Kong dollars. Ms. Chen in the VIP area bid twice, 880,000 Hong Kong dollars and 900,000 Hong Kong dollars. It seems that Ms. Chen is also very interested in this batch of high-quality abalones. Are there any higher bids? Ms. Number 39 bid 910,000 Hong Kong dollars. Your eyesight is too good. Guests, this is a rare opportunity. Don't hesitate. As soon as the auction started, everyone was very enthusiastic about bidding. Lu Zhongguang also changed his gentle and elegant temperament. His tone and intonation became full of passion. His voice was also very high-pitched, and even a little hoarse. He was a very experienced auctioneer. He knew how to mobilize everyone's emotions and stimulate everyone's desire to bid. Of course, in fact, he didn't need to deliberately mobilize people's emotions. The guests were quite enthusiastic about bidding. This was because most of them were not considered rich. Many of them were from middle-class families or slightly wealthy families, as well as some owners of seafood restaurants and seafood stores. They had also heard the news and came over. These people had limited financial resources. They were very clear that the 3 abalones were being auctioned according to the market price of two-headed abalones. In fact, in terms of quality and weight, they were very close to one-headed abalones. The price-performance ratio was very high. In addition, there were more than a dozen super-rich people who came today. The poorest of the 30 people in the VIP area had a net worth of 1 or 2 billion. Once the rich people in the VIP area bid for the one-headed abalones, the people in the ordinary area would basically be unable to compete with them. As the auction went on, the price would definitely be higher and higher. Because the number of one-headed abalones was decreasing, and at the same time, the weight was increasing, the price would inevitably rise. Therefore, many of the guests in the ordinary area hoped to seize the opportunity in front of them. However, when most people had such thoughts, the price was destined to not be too low. Soon, the highest price exceeded 1 million Hong Kong dollars, and the third price reached 960,000 Hong Kong dollars. Everyone's enthusiasm was still very high, because even if it was 1 million Hong Kong dollars, it was still quite cost-effective. There was no need for Lu Zhongguang's encouragement. Soon, the prices of the top 3 abalones exceeded 1 million Hong Kong dollars, and the highest price reached 1.2 million Hong Kong dollars. At this time, the frequency of the bidding gradually slowed down, and Lu Zhongguang could take a breather. Just now, he had been speaking at a very high frequency. Sometimes, the bidding was so fast that he did not have time to report the price. Soon, a new price was refreshed. As a veteran auctioneer, he was a little overwhelmed. Lu Zhongguang was secretly amazed. This is crazy. Of course, Lu Zhongguang was also very clear that this madness was just an appetizer. The real feast was the auction of the one-headed abalones, especially the 3 heaviest one-headed abalones. They would probably be auctioned for a sky-high price. In the end, the 3 extra-large two-headed abalones were sold for 1.89 million Hong Kong dollars, 1.87 million Hong Kong dollars, and 1.86 million Hong Kong dollars, respectively. The 3 abalones were won by the boss of a powerful advertising company and the owners of 2 seafood restaurants. Buying an abalone at such a high price, the 3 people who won the bid were still very happy. The people next to them were also very envious. Some people secretly regretted that they did not clench their teeth and bid again. Madam Chen, who was in the VIP area, gave up at around 1.5 million Hong Kong dollars. She had participated in the auction with an attitude that it was dispensable, because the real goal of the rich people in the VIP area was the one-headed abalone at the back. Lu Zhongguang's back was soaked in sweat, and his shirt was a little sticky on his body. However, he was in a very high mood. "Congratulations to the three of you," Lu Zhongguang said. "Thank you for bringing a good start to this auction. Now, let's start the auction of the one-headed abalone." As Lu Zhongguang spoke, he glanced at the prompt card in his hand and said, "In this auction, there are a total of 21 high-quality one-headed abalones, ranging from 610 grams to 650 grams in weight. Now, let's auction the first one. The starting price is 1.5 million Hong Kong dollars. Each bid must be no less than 30,000 Hong Kong dollars. Everyone, please bid." Although this one-headed abalone was only a dozen grams heavier than the two-headed abalone, the starting price was almost double. No one thought that there was anything wrong with this. A dozen grams of weight was actually a dividing line. Two-headed abalones and one-headed abalones had completely different meanings, and their preciousness could not be mentioned in the same breath. 1.55 million Hong Kong dollars. 1.58 million Hong Kong dollars. 1.61 million Hong Kong dollars. As soon as Lu Zhongguang finished speaking, there were people bidding one after another. The auction of the oversized two-headed abalone had completely stirred up everyone's emotions. There were also many seafood store owners in the ordinary area. They had originally held a wait-and-see attitude, but now they were full of hope to bid for a one-headed abalone as the treasure of their store. There were also many well-off old foodies who looked at the one-headed abalone on the stage, drooling and bidding. The later abalones in the auction would get heavier and heavier, and the price would definitely get more expensive, so many people wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to fight for it. After all, at this time, the rich people in the VIP area had not participated in the large-scale bidding. When the 630-gram or even 650-gram abalones were auctioned, it was obvious that it would be a game of wealth for the rich people in the VIP area. It would have nothing to do with them anymore. Therefore, when the one-headed abalone was auctioned, everyone's enthusiasm for bidding did not decrease at all. The competition was even more intense than the auction of the oversized two-headed abalone. After a while, everyone's bids had exceeded 2 million Hong Kong dollars, and the price was still rising rapidly. 2.3 million Hong Kong dollars. 2.33 million. 2.4 million Hong Kong dollars. In the end, the one-headed abalone was sold at a high price of 2.83 million Hong Kong dollars. The successful bidder was still the owner of a seafood company in the ordinary area. When the hammer finally fell, the owner breathed a long sigh of relief. The rising price was somewhat unexpected to him. Fortunately, he had been gritting his teeth and competing, and he did not hesitate to raise the price, showing his competitors his determination to win. Of course, the key was that the rich people in the VIP area did not bid much. Even if they did bid, they did not fight to the death. Often, after 1 or 2 rounds, they would shrug their shoulders and smile and give up. Therefore, he was able to win a one-headed abalone without any mishaps. This time, he had the treasure of his store. The owner said happily in his heart, while he thanked the people who congratulated him next to him. The auction had just begun, and the Taoyuan company had already earned 8.45 million Hong Kong dollars. There were still 17 top-grade one-headed abalones waiting to be auctioned. It was conceivable that the subsequent prices would not be lower than the price of the first one-headed abalone. At this auction, this mainland company would earn tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of Hong Kong dollars. Many people did a little calculation in their hearts and could not help but exclaim. Many people looked enviously at Feng Jing, who was standing at the side of the stage. Many media reporters also pointed their cameras at the beautiful boss. The auction had just begun, but it had already set the tone for success. Feng Jing would definitely be the focus of all the major media reports in Hong Kong tomorrow. However, no one knew that the owner of the Taoyuan company, who had really made a lot of money, was sitting happily in the audience. Xiao Ruofei was also watching and calculating how much money he would make this time. The auction continued, and there was almost no break in the middle. The hostess brought the second top-grade one-headed abalone up on stage. After showing it around the stage, she placed it on the display table in the center of the stage. Ma Jiming, who was sitting next to Xiao Ruofei, couldn't help but turn his head and look at him enviously. Ma Jiming wasn't envious of the Taoyuan company's earnings. Tens of millions of dollars were nothing to a rich man like him. He was just envious of Xiao Ruofei's company, which had only been established for a little more than a year, and his team was so young, yet they could achieve such dazzling results. Ma Jiming had also inherited Ma Xiong's business acumen. His family's business empire had slowly begun to be controlled by him. A few years ago, Ma Jiming had used the funds given to him by Ma Xiong to start a company, and the results were very good. However, no matter what kind of results he achieved, it was inevitable that he would be labeled as Ma Xiong. Others were more envious of his good fortune, his excellent reincarnation skills, and his good father. They often ignored his own efforts. This situation was a bit similar to that of Master Wang in the mainland. Therefore, Ma Jiming was particularly envious of Xiao Ruofei, a young man who started from scratch and built his own business empire from scratch. Xiao Ruofei sat below the stage and looked at Feng Jing. She had a faint smile on her face, exuding strong confidence. Feng Jing also seemed to feel something and looked at Xiao Ruofei. The two of them smiled knowingly at the same time. At this time, the auction of the second best one-headed abalone had begun. This abalone weighed about 613 grams, and the bidding was also quite enthusiastic. In the end, this abalone was sold for 2.92 million Hong Kong dollars. It was also won by a successful bidder in the ordinary section, who was an old glutton from a well-off family. The auction went quite smoothly. Starting from the third one-headed abalone, the transaction price had exceeded 3 million Hong Kong dollars. Xiao Ruofei, who was below the stage, couldn't help but be stunned. He had a small agreement with Tang He that if the transaction price exceeded 3 million Huaxia dollars, the Taoyuan company's abalone sales in North America would be entrusted to Xingbang Group. Now, it seemed that he had lost this bet. 3 million Hong Kong dollars and 3 million Huaxia dollars were basically equivalent. There were still 15 abalones waiting to be auctioned, and the wait was gradually increasing. It was simply too easy to exceed 3 million Huaxia dollars. Of course, Xiao Ruofei would not be upset if he lost such a bet. With the strength of the Xingbang Group and the cooperation area being the headquarters of the Xingbang Group, the Taoyuan company would not be at a disadvantage no matter what. Xiao Ruofei's principle was that other than Wonderland Farm, the company's shares could not be diluted. Furthermore, he had no plans to go public in the future. He wanted to have the company 100% in his hands. As for the development of the company, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't reject cooperation with other companies. This auction was broadcasted live on the internet. Xiao Ruofei did not know if Tang He was watching it in front of the computer. If he was, this old man should be very proud right now, right? Xiao Ruofei thought to himself. The abalones were auctioned off one by one. Everyone's enthusiasm for the auction was always very high, and the transaction price rose all the way until it was about 3.9 million Hong Kong dollars, when it stabilized a little. The first 18 one-headed abalones were quickly auctioned off. In the end, the average transaction price of each abalone was about 3.6 million Hong Kong dollars. Together with the 3 large two-headed abalones that were used to warm up the auction, the total transaction price reached about 70 million Hong Kong dollars, which had greatly exceeded Xiao Ruofei's expectations. In fact, after the abalones were auctioned off at more than 620 grams, it was basically a competition between the rich people in the VIP area. The last 2 abalones that weighed 630 grams broke through 4 million Hong Kong dollars, so the average transaction price of the first 18 abalones was pulled up to about 3.6 million Hong Kong dollars. At this point in the auction, there were only 3 one-headed abalones left. These 3 abalones were the heaviest and of the highest quality in this batch of auction items. More than half of the rich people in the VIP area hadn't bid at all, and only a dozen people had bid for the abalones. These were all rich people with hundreds of millions of assets, so everyone's goal was actually focused on the final auction item. It could be imagined that the competition for these 3 abalones would be quite fierce, especially the last one, the Abalone King, which weighed 653 2 grams. It was estimated that it would set off a bloodbath. Everyone was full of anticipation, waiting for this exciting moment. Even many of the rich people in the VIP area showed eagerness in their eyes. Lu Zhongguang's voice was also a lot more excited. He said loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, the next item to be auctioned is our final auction item. The last 3 abalones all weigh more than 635 grams, which is far above the standard of a one-headed abalone. We can't miss out on such high-quality abalones. It will be difficult to buy them in the future." There were 3 trays on the display table in the center of the stage, and they were all covered with red silk cloth. Lu Zhongguang directly tore off the red silk cloth on the tray on the left, revealing a huge abalone. "Let's not talk too much. Let's start the auction of the first final abalone." Lu Zhongguang didn't need to look at the prompt card. He already knew the situation of these 3 abalones. The starting price of this abalone is 3 million Hong Kong dollars. Each increment must not be less than 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. As soon as Lu Zhongguang finished speaking, someone in the VIP area immediately raised their paddle. 5 million. A balding middle-aged man raised his paddle and shouted. Mr. Dong from Jialan Industries bids 5 million Hong Kong dollars. Lu Zhongguang immediately said. As soon as Lu Zhongguang finished speaking, a new bid was immediately refreshed. 6 million Hong Kong dollars. 8 million, 4 million HK dollars. After 3 consecutive bids, the price of this abalone had soared to 4 million Hong Kong dollars in a short period of time. This was actually very normal. Previously, there were 2 abalones that were more than 630 grams, and the final price was more than 4 million Hong Kong dollars. This abalone was close to 640 grams, and there were a lot of rich people in the audience who didn't lack money. These people were too lazy to raise the price by 100,000 Hong Kong dollars, because the final price would definitely not be lower than 4 million Hong Kong dollars. Everyone was very clear in their hearts. The 3 bids were only 1 or 2 seconds apart, so Lu Zhongguang only had time to announce the final bid. Mr. Li from Chung Kong Group bids 4 million Hong Kong dollars. Are there any higher bids? The guests in the audience couldn't help but look askance. Even Superman Li's son couldn't help but make a move. This abalone was really attractive, however, even Superman Li's son couldn't stop others from enthusiastically bidding. Which person in the VIP area didn't have a net worth of billions? Therefore, the bid was refreshed very quickly. Haha. I bid 1 million Hong Kong dollars. A man in his 30s with a rough appearance grinned and raised his paddle. Okay, Mr. Jing from Xianxia Group bids 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Lu Zhongguang said excitedly. This Mr. Zhang's name was Jing Ziluan, and he was the nephew of the founder of Xianxia Group, Jing Yutong. In terms of status, he was on par with Superman Li's son, Li Kai, and Ma Jiming. Whether it was financial resources or influence, he was one of the top second-generation rich people in Hong Kong. Then I'll join in the fun. A lazy voice sounded. 3 million Hong Kong dollars. This was a mature woman wearing an expensive evening gown. The corner of her mouth was slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. Lu Zhongguang saw this and was even more delighted. He quickly said, Ms. He from Xianxia Group bids 3 million Hong Kong dollars. The competition for this abalone is very fierce. Guests who are interested in bidding, please hurry up and bid. This Ms. He's full name was He Sini. Her father was the famous gambling king of Hong Kong. Among the guests who attended the auction tonight, Li Kai, Jing Ziluan, and He Sini were undoubtedly the 3 people with the highest net worth. Now that the 3 of them couldn't help but bid, it would be difficult to lower the price. When Jing Ziluan saw He Sini bid, he immediately shrugged and said, Lady, first. Since Ms. He likes it, then I'll give up. Anyway, there should be more opportunities later. He Sini immediately bowed slightly to Jing Ziluan and said, Thank you, young Master Jing. After that, He Sini looked at Li Kai, who was also sitting in the first row. Li Kai smiled and said, I admire Mr. Zhang's demeanor, but I think it's a bit of a misuse. Since everyone is here to bid, naturally, you shouldn't give in when you see something you like. If everyone was like Mr. Zheng, I think Hingfeng auction house would be very depressed. Suddenly, everyone let out a burst of good-natured laughter. What Li Kai said was true. The auction house naturally wanted everyone to compete as fiercely as possible. If everyone was like Xing Jiluan, how could they bid for a high price? Xing Jiluan was a bit embarrassed, but he still maintained a good demeanor. He just smiled, then spread his hands and didn't say anything to refute. Li Kai said faintly, 5 million Hong Kong dollars. Xini's eyes flashed with a trace of displeasure. She didn't expect Li Kai to not give her face at all. Moreover, he increased the price by 200,000 in one go. It was obvious that he was determined to win. The abalones that were auctioned earlier, if it were during normal times, would definitely be considered as high-quality goods. However, with the 3 finale items as a foil, they weren't in Xini's eyes. Therefore, Xini didn't bid until the 638-gram abalone started to be auctioned. She knew that the competition for the last 3 abalones would definitely become more and more intense. It was best to get one as soon as possible. Otherwise, she might really go home empty-handed today. Now, Li Kai obviously had the same idea. There was no way to cheat, so Xini was free and easy. She just pondered for a while, then raised her sign and said, 9 million Hong Kong dollars. Mr. Li, if you are willing to bid more than 5 million Hong Kong dollars, then I can only reluctantly part with it. The money of the rich and powerful didn't come from nowhere. On the contrary, the children of these business tycoons were all in the business world for many years. They were exposed to these things from a young age, so they always maintained a rational attitude towards money. No matter how good this abalone was, they couldn't crazily increase the price on a whim. Even if they increased the price by 10 million Hong Kong dollars, it wouldn't hurt them at all. However, they wouldn't do that. Xini increased the price by 400,000 Hong Kong dollars in one go. Her attitude was quite clear. This was her last bid, and also her highest price. If Li Kai continued to increase the price, then she would give up. Hearing this, Li Kai gracefully smiled at Xini and said, "Then I'll thank Miss He." After that, Li Kai raised his sign without hesitation and said loudly, 5 million Hong Kong dollars. This was the first time that the price had broken the 5 million mark in today's auction. The guests below the stage couldn't help but discuss excitedly. The reporters were even more excited. Some were busy taking photos, and some were directly typing away on their laptops. There were too many gimmicks in today's auction, and there was a lot to write about. It was estimated that after the auction ended, many reporters would have finished their special reports. Lu Zhongguang immediately said, "Okay. Mr. Li from the Chung Kong Group bid 5 million Hong Kong dollars. Is there anyone else who wants to bid higher?" When Lu Zhongguang spoke, his gaze directly looked at Xini. Because in the end, it was only Xini and Li Kai competing. Some of the others didn't have the financial resources, and some didn't want to offend these 2 famous rich second generations, so they withdrew from the competition early on. This gambling king's daughter was quite like her father. She shrugged her shoulders and said, "I give up. The current bid is 5 million Hong Kong dollars. Is there anyone else who wants to bid?" Lu Zhongguang asked, 5 million going once, 5 million going twice, 5 million going thrice. Sold. With a dong sound, the auction mallet fell. The first abalone was bought by Li Kai for 5 million Hong Kong dollars. When Lu Zhongguang was counting down, he didn't deliberately delay the time. The interval between the 3 countdowns wasn't very long, so he simply dropped the mallet. There was a warm applause in the hall. Li Kai also stood up and bowed slightly in several directions. There was a hint of joy on his face. This time, it wasn't a wasted trip. Xini also smiled at Li Kai, looking very elegant. Lu Zhongguang had a good grasp of the rhythm of the auction. He waited for the applause to gradually weaken, then immediately began the auction of the second final abalone. The weight of this abalone was a little heavier than the one that was sold for 5 million Hong Kong dollars. What price would this abalone be sold for? Everyone was also full of anticipation. The starting price was still 3 million Hong Kong dollars. When the auction started, the rich people in the VIP area bid one after another. This time, Xianxia still participated in the competition. After Li Kai got his wish of winning a top-grade one-headed abalone, he had no intention of bidding again. Just now, he did not give an inch. At least, he had bid before Xianxia. If he came out to compete again this time, it would be a little too disrespectful. Basically, it would be considered as having a falling out. These rich people's emotional intelligence wasn't low. Li Kai wouldn't do something like offending people for no reason. Xing Jiluan was a little embarrassed. He had already said that he would let Xianxia win. He didn't expect Xianxia to lose to Li Kai and immediately participate in the bidding in the second round. Since he had already said that, Xing Jiluan was embarrassed to compete with Xianxia again. So, he didn't even make a symbolic bid. He just sat in his seat with a depressed heart. Of course, without Li Kai and Xing Jiluan, the intensity of the competition wasn't low at all. Because there were still many rich people in the VIP area, most of these people hadn't bought the top-grade abalone yet. Seeing that there were only 2 abalones left, they also began to bid. So, the price of this abalone soared and soon reached 4.8 million Hong Kong dollars. After a few rounds of bidding, it broke through 5 million Hong Kong dollars without any difficulty. In the end, Xianxia won the abalone with a more auspicious number of 5.2 million. Although she said that her psychological price was 4.8 million in the previous round, this abalone was heavier than the previous one. It exceeded 640 grams, and the competition was a lot more intense. Therefore, Xianxia slightly raised the price she had in mind. In the end, she managed to get the abalone. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Ruofei earned 10.2 million Hong Kong dollars again. Today's total transaction price also exceeded 80 million Hong Kong dollars. At this time, there was only one last super-large abalone left on the stage. Its weight was much higher than the previous auction items. It could be said to be the abalone king. Lu Zhongguang's emotions were also stirred to a high point. He turned his gaze to Feng Jing, who was standing gracefully at the side of the stage. Feng Jing was naturally very excited. The success of the auction was beyond her expectations. She had expected the auction to be very smooth, but she hadn't expected such a dazzling result. She nodded slightly at Lu Zhongguang, then took a deep breath and stepped to the center of the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now auction the last top-grade one-headed abalone of the day. Feng Jing said with a smile. This abalone is also the most precious of all the items auctioned today. Its weight has greatly exceeded the standard of a one-headed abalone. It can even be said to be a priceless treasure. Everyone below the stage held their breaths when they heard that. Priceless treasure was naturally just a description. When items were auctioned, there would definitely be a final transaction price. However, no one felt that Feng Jing's words were exaggerated. A super-large abalone of 653 3G. Before today, abalones of more than 300 G could already be considered top-grade. Two-headed abalones were very rare. But today, the Taoyuan company had taken out more than 20 abalones in one go. Most of them were above 600 G, so everyone was more or less numb. Even so, the 653 2-gram super big abalone still made everyone feel like they were looking up to a tall mountain. Today, when two-headed abalones were so rare, wasn't such a super large abalone a priceless treasure? Feng Jing continued. Next, we will reveal the last super large abalone. After that, she walked to the table and gently pulled off the red silk. A photographer immediately went up to take a series of close-up shots, which were transmitted to the big screen in the venue in real time. Everyone's eyes were glued to the screen. The HD camera captured every detail of the abalone clearly. Looking at it from every angle, the abalone looked so perfect, making those who truly loved this dish yearn for it. With a confident smile on her face, Feng Jing said, I believe that everyone has already read the auction manual. Considering that some customers are unable to come to the auction site for various reasons, in addition to all the guests present, we will also accept remote bidding. Of course, there are certain requirements for remote auctions. 3 days ago, we started accepting applications and sent out some invitations according to the situation. After a qualification review, a total of 15 customers met the requirements for remote auctions. They are all online now. After Feng Jing finished speaking, an interface appeared on the big screen on the right. This was the special page for the auction of top-grade abalones on the official website of Hengfeng Auction House. There was a special subpage installed with a remote bidding system. Everyone could clearly see that all 15 virtual avatars had been lit up. Each ID only had a number, 01 to 15. Although they didn't know who the owners behind these 15 IDs were, everyone was very clear that their backgrounds weren't inferior to Li Kai, He Sini, and Jing Jiluan. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to pass Hengfeng Auction House's strict review. After listening to Feng Jing's introduction, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then, he secretly opened the auction manual in his hand and flipped through it. Sure enough, he found the content related to the remote bidding of the last abalone. He couldn't help but blush. As the chairman, he was a bit too incompetent. Even the ordinary guests knew the content, but he actually didn't know it at all. In fact, Feng Jing had taken the initiative to report the situation yesterday. However, Xiao Ruofei was afraid of trouble, so he simply pushed it to Feng Jing and became a shopkeeper. After arriving at the auction house, he only casually flipped through the auction manual. He didn't study it seriously like those who were interested in bidding. Xiao Ruofei glanced at the stage with a guilty conscience. He found that Feng Jing seemed to be glancing at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. He couldn't help but feel even more embarrassed. He forced a smile at Feng Jing and sat upright. Feng Jing indeed saw the scene of Xiao Ruofei secretly flipping through the auction manual. She knew that this boss Xia probably didn't even understand the auction process properly. She couldn't help but feel helpless in her heart. She really owed him in her previous life. Feng Jing sighed in her heart. Of course, she was also used to seeing big scenes, so although she was a little distracted, she still remained calm on the surface. After introducing the situation, Feng Jing smiled and said, "Next, I will return the stage to Hengfeng's chief auctioneer, Mr. Lu Zhongguang. Here, I wish everyone good luck." After saying that, Feng Jing bowed slightly and returned to the high stool at the side of the stage to sit down amidst everyone's applause. Lu Zhongguang walked up to the stage from the side. This small segment allowed Lu Zhongguang, who had been in a state of high excitement, to have a short break. In addition, the auction of the last extra-large abalone made him very excited, so when he returned to the stage, he looked refreshed again. Ladies and gentlemen, the most exciting moment has finally arrived. Lu Zhongguang said loudly in his unique magnetic voice, "I announce that the last item of this auction, the 653 2-gram extra-large abalone, will be auctioned. The starting price of this abalone is 0 yuan. Each bid must not be less than 200,000 Hong Kong dollars. Online and offline guests can make a bid." The starting price of the last abalone was 0 yuan. In fact, it didn't matter how high the starting price was. Although the starting price was 0 yuan, in such a fierce situation, it was impossible for anyone to buy it at a low price. Looking at the rich people in the VIP area below the stage, as well as the 15 mysterious buyers who were eyeing the abalone covetously, everyone knew that the final price of this abalone would definitely not be low. At least, it wouldn't be lower than the previous 2 abalones, which had an average price of 5 million Hong Kong dollars. Therefore, the starting price of 0 yuan was actually a gimmick, which was also a common gimmick used by auction houses. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Zhongguang finished speaking, someone immediately made a bid. 5 million Hong Kong dollars, and it wasn't any of the guests who made the bid, but a remote online buyer. After the online buyer made a bid, the screen on the other side would show a huge number, indicating the price and the buyer's serial number. When everyone saw that the price had risen to the second highest price of the night, they couldn't help but gasp slightly. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile. Feng Jing had indeed put a lot of thought into her arrangements, which could be seen from this small segment. The financial strength of these 15 online buyers was unquestionable. Since they were able to participate in the auction, their desire to buy the best quality abalones was definitely not a problem. However, they were only able to participate in the auction of the last extra-large one-headed abalone, which was a bit interesting. These people who participated in the online auction were definitely not people who had just come online. Today's auction was broadcasted live on Hengfeng Auction House's official website. In other words, in the past hour or so, these 15 buyers who had a strong desire to buy could only watch in front of the screen as the guests at the scene took away the abalones one by one. Their appetites had long been whetted. Finally, it was the last segment, and they could personally participate in the auction. After suppressing their desire to buy for so long, it naturally exploded all of a sudden. Lu Zhongguang's voice immediately rose by 2 to 3 degrees. Buyer number 06 bids 5 million Hong Kong dollars. It looked like this long-distance buyer was determined to get it. If our friends here want to get something, you can't hesitate anymore. 2 million. A voice sounded in the auction house. Everyone looked towards the voice and saw Jing Jiluan holding the auction sign high. He also looked determined to win. Jing Jiluan, like the 15 online buyers, couldn't hold it in any longer. He didn't like the lighter abalones at the front, so he didn't bid at all. Finally, it was the final 3 abalones. When the first abalone was auctioned, he acted like a gentleman. When he saw that the beautiful and sexy Xianxia was interested in buying it, he took the initiative to let her have it. He didn't expect that Xianxia couldn't win against Li Kai. When it came to the second abalone, she continued to bid. Jing Jiluan, who had already said his piece, could only pinch his nose and continue to act like a gentleman. Seeing that this was the last abalone, Jing Jiluan didn't hesitate to bid. Okay. Xianxia Group's young master Jing bids 2 million Hong Kong dollars. Lu Zhongguang immediately said. As soon as Lu Zhongguang's voice fell, a new bid appeared on the big screen, 5 million Hong Kong dollars. Each increment was no less than 200,000 Hong Kong dollars, but it wasn't limited to 200,000 every time. As long as one was willing, they could naturally add 300,000, 500,000, or even 1 million Hong Kong dollars. This time, the bidder was a remote buyer with ID number 13. When this bid came out, Li Kai, who was below the stage, also raised his sign and said, 500. When he saw the bid on the big screen, he was stunned for a moment, then said, 7 million Hong Kong dollars. Obviously, Li Kai didn't intend to bid that high in the beginning, but the remote buyer beat him to it, so he adjusted the bid at the last minute. Lu Zhongguang didn't even have time to bid 5 million before the bid was refreshed, so he directly said, Young Master Li of Chung Kong Group bids 7 million Hong Kong dollars. Jing Jiluan, who was also sitting in the first row, couldn't help but have a dark expression. Li Kai had already bought a one-headed abalone, but he still wanted to compete with him. Wasn't this a bit too extreme? When the second item was auctioned, Li Kai, who had just bought an abalone for 8 million, did indeed give up and didn't compete with Xianxia. However, he didn't get along with Jing Jiluan, and this was the king of abalones that weighed more than 650 grams. Naturally, he wouldn't show any mercy. Although Jing Jiluan was very unhappy, he couldn't say anything. Everyone was here to participate in the auction. You couldn't stop Li Kai from bidding just because he had already bought one, right? He had a lot of money, and if he wanted to buy a few more, who could stop him? Jing Jiluan snorted coldly, then immediately raised his sign and said loudly, 6 million Hong Kong dollars. After bidding, he couldn't help but glance at Li Kai. A few million or tens of thousands of dollars was nothing in the eyes of these two young masters. Jing Jiluan was a little angry, and he really wanted to fight for his dignity. Moreover, when he got the auction brochure, he had already locked onto this abalone. This was because his second uncle, the founder of Xianxia Group, Jing Yutong, would be celebrating his 70th birthday next month. He was prepared to use this high-quality abalone as a birthday gift. Li Kai turned a blind eye to Jing Jiluan's hostility. He always had a bright smile on his face, raised his sign in a gentle and elegant manner, and said lightly, 2 million Hong Kong dollars. These two young masters were going against each other. Everyone could see some signs of what was going on. Xianxia, who was wearing a low-cut evening gown, was dazzling. She looked at the two of them with interest, but she didn't bid any more. Xia Ruofei, who was sitting in the third row, was very excited. This was the scene that the seller wanted to see the most. If the two of them were fighting, then it was inevitable that they would raise the price. In any case, the seller would definitely benefit in the end. Xing Jiluan was so angry that his face was a little red. After taking a deep breath, he raised his sign and said, 4 million. Then, he looked at Li Kai and said with a fake smile, "Young Master Li, it's my uncle's birthday next month. I hope that I can give this abalone to him as a birthday gift. I hope that you can be magnanimous." Although Xing Jiluan's words were polite, there was a trace of resentment. Everyone could see that this young Master Xing was probably really angry. Li Kai naturally wasn't afraid of Xing Jiluan. He just smiled faintly and said, "Then I wish old Master Xing a long life in advance. However, such a precious abalone is also my pleasure. Let's compete based on our own abilities, okay? Won't this show that your birthday gift is more sincere?" Many people in the audience snickered secretly. Li Kai naturally had to respect Xing Yutong. This old man was a legend in the business world, and his status in Hong Kong was no worse than his father's. However, as for Xing Jiluan, he didn't need to give him any face. Xing Jiluan was so angry that he almost slammed the table and left. Spend more money to show sincerity? Only he could think of that. However, since the other party had clearly expressed that he wouldn't back down, Xing Jiluan naturally had no way out. He glanced at Li Kai, then snorted coldly and raised his sign. He said loudly, 6 million. Li Kai raised his sign again without hesitation. 6, 8 million, 7 million. 7, 2 million. 7, 4 million. The two of them almost didn't stop bidding. Lu Zhongguang didn't even have a chance to interrupt and announce the price. In just 1 or 2 minutes, the price of the abalone had risen to nearly 8 million Hong Kong dollars. The other guests completely became onlookers. Even the online buyers were silent. Although there was no accurate market price for the best quality abalone, everyone still felt that the price was a bit too high. 8 million Hong Kong dollars. Every inch of land in Hong Kong was worth an inch of gold. Just to buy an abalone? Wasn't this too crazy? Even if this abalone was a rare super one-headed abalone, it wasn't worth spending so much money, was it? The current price was 8 million Hong Kong dollars, which was offered by Li Kai. Xing Jiluan's lungs were about to explode. He took a few breaths, then raised his sign and said, 5 million. He had somewhat lost his mind by increasing the price by 500,000 in one go. At this time, Li Kai shrugged and said, "Actually, my base price is only about 7 million. Just now, I was forcing myself to try harder. Since young Master Xing is so determined, I can only reluctantly give up." After that, Li Kai directly put his sign aside. Obviously, he wasn't going to bid anymore. Li Kai had always given the outside world the impression that he was a gentle and elegant gentleman. However, there was a hint of unruliness and straightforwardness in his elegance. Of course, he had the capital to do so. What happened today was typical of Li Kai's style. It was an open secret that he didn't get along with Xing Jiluan. Almost everyone in the circle knew about it. In the bidding just now, Xing Jiluan was obviously tricked by Li Kai. Li Kai probably didn't want to buy the abalone at all, but deliberately raised the price with Xing Jiluan. He raised the price of the abalone king to a shocking price of 5 million Hong Kong dollars. Xini was stunned for a moment, then she immediately pursed her lips and laughed. In comparison, this Mr. Li was really merciful to her. Looking at Xing Jiluan's expression, which looked like he had eaten a fly, Xini couldn't help but want to laugh. Xing Jiluan was indeed going to go berserk. He could have gotten the abalone for 6 or 7 million, but Li Kai forced him to bid 5 million. Being tricked by Li Kai in front of so many people, Xing Jiluan really had no face left today. He took a few deep breaths, and his mood calmed down a little. No matter what, at least he got the abalone. Spending an extra 2 million was nothing. Xing Jiluan snorted and looked at Lu Zhongguang, who was a little distracted on the stage. He said with dissatisfaction, "Mr. Lu, shouldn't you start the countdown?" Lu Zhongguang came back to his senses and quickly showed an apologetic smile. For an ace auctioneer like him who had experienced hundreds of battles, being distracted during the auction was indeed a low-level mistake. However, the drama that Li Kai and Jing Jiluan put on together just now was too exciting and too intense. Even Lu Zhongguang couldn't help but get a little involved. He quickly said, "The current highest price is 8.5 million Hong Kong dollars from Sinew Group's Mr. Zheng. Are there any higher bids?" Everyone laughed. How could there be a higher price? Even Li Kai had stopped playing. As for the others, they had already withdrawn from the competition. Moreover, the price had been raised to such a sky-high price. Who would follow up? Everyone felt that the final owner of the abalone was set in stone, although Jing Jiluan didn't show his face when he won. Of course, Lu Zhongguang was just going through the motions. He quickly said, 8.5 million Hong Kong dollars going once. 8 Hong Kong dollars. 5 million going twice. 8.5 million Harbor. Lu Zhongguang's hand had already raised the auction mallet, ready to end this last somewhat thrilling auction. However, his hand that was holding the hammer stopped, and there was a look of disbelief in his eyes. He even stuttered a little, 8.7 million Hong Kong dollars. Although Jing Jiluan was a little unhappy in his heart, he also felt that the situation was set. Although it was a little expensive, he was still waiting to pay for the goods. He didn't expect that there would be a higher price. Jing Jiluan's first reaction was to turn around and glare at Li Kai. He didn't expect that Li Kai was also looking in the same direction in shock. Jing Jiluan followed Li Kai's gaze and found that the 8.7 million Hong Kong dollars bid was not from the people in the venue, but from the 15 remote online buyers with the ID number 06. This buyer was the one who raised the price to 5 million Hong Kong dollars as soon as the auction started. Later, when Li Kai and Jing Jiluan competed with each other and the two of them quickly increased the price, this buyer with the ID number 06 seemed to have withdrawn from the competition. Unexpectedly, when Jing Jiluan thought that the dust had settled, this person actually interfered. The other guests in the venue also felt their emotions rise and fall like a roller coaster. They thought that today's good show was over, but they didn't expect another wave of excitement to come so soon. The most excited people were the media present. These reporters were already excited from the beginning of the warm-up. This was the highest quality oversized two-headed abalone worth 1 or 2 million HKD. The Taoyuan company was really generous to cook 2 abalones on the spot. The following auctions came in waves, and there was almost no low point. The prices kept going up, and the media reporters who were onlookers were very satisfied. And the final wave of price competition made people's blood boil even more. When Jing Jiluan saw the 8.7 million Hong Kong dollars price on the big screen, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. Today was really unfavorable for him. Everyone's eyes were focused on Jing Jiluan. Jing Jiluan felt uneasy, and he felt like he was being roasted on a fire. It wasn't that he was short of money, but if his second uncle found out that he had spent so much money to buy an abalone, he would inevitably have a bad impression of him and think that he was a prodigal. However, if he backed down just like that, he, young Master Zheng, would lose all his face today. Previously, he had been tricked by Li Kai, and it was already embarrassing enough. Now, if he couldn't get this abalone in the end, it would be even more embarrassing. Therefore, Jing Jiluan was caught in a dilemma. Lu Zhongguang was inexplicably excited. He said passionately, "Today's Abalone King auction is really full of ups and downs. And the competition is fierce. Our mysterious buyer with the ID number 06 bid 8.7 million Hong Kong dollars. Are there any guests in the venue who would like to bid higher?" When Lu Zhongguang said that, his eyes were looking at Jing Jiluan. Everyone knew that other than Jing Jiluan, no one else would bid. Jing Jiluan secretly gritted his teeth, hesitated for a while, then raised his card and shouted, 9 million. 9 million Hong Kong dollars. Suddenly, there was another uproar. The price of an abalone actually exceeded 9 million Hong Kong dollars. This was really a miracle. As an auctioneer, Lu Zhongguang was naturally happy to see such a scene. The higher the transaction price, the higher his commission. Therefore, Lu Zhongguang raised his voice by 2 octaves and said loudly, 9 million. Young Master Zheng bid 9 million Hong Kong dollars. It's really an unbelievable price. It's hard to buy good things with money. If you miss this opportunity, you might not be able to buy such a high-quality abalone in the future. After bidding that price, Jing Jiluan stared at the big screen. Almost everyone in the venue looked at the big screen at the same time. They really wanted to know, at such a high price, would the buyer with the ID number 06 continue to bid? Everyone didn't have to wait for long. Almost a few seconds after Jing Jiluan bid, the big screen showed the new price of the buyer with the ID number 06. If the network delay was included, the other party almost didn't hesitate at all. However, when everyone saw the price, they couldn't help but reveal a puzzled expression. Jing Jiluan also shouted, "What is this? Did he bid wrongly? The price has already reached 9 million. How could this remote buyer bid such a price? Your Hengfeng auction house's remote auction system is too unreliable, right?" It turned out that the amount shown on the big screen was 1,500,000. That was 1.5 million Hong Kong dollars. Everyone suddenly started to talk about it. Lu Zhongguang couldn't help but be stunned when he saw such a price, but he quickly reacted. His mouth slowly opened wider and wider until it could even fit an egg. Many people still hadn't realized what was going on. The remote auction system could be preset. When the auction price reached a certain price, the remote bidding could only be higher than that price, and the increase couldn't be less than the preset minimum. It was already 9 million Hong Kong dollars here. Even if the backstage staff didn't have time to enter this limit price, the previous round of auction had already reached 8.7 million Hong Kong dollars. How could he bid 1.5 million HKD? At this time, Li Kai, who had been watching the show with a smile, said faintly, "Everyone, please look at the currency unit clearly, okay? This buyer's bid is not an HKD." At this time, everyone seemed to wake up from a dream. They all opened their eyes and looked carefully. Sure enough, the 1.5 million currency unit was actually US dollars, which was US dollars. Because the font size of the currency unit in the remote auction system was smaller and the color was slightly lighter, coupled with the fact that the previous auctions were all in Hong Kong dollars, everyone had a preconceived notion that the bid would be 1.5 million US dollars. They didn't realize that the number 06 buyer bid was 1.5 million US dollars. I was wondering. Hengfeng is such a big company. How could a remote auction system make such a low-level mistake? 1.5 million US dollars is almost 11 million Hong Kong dollars. This buyer is the real big spender. He increased the bid by more than 1 million HKD in one breath. How domineering. Everyone was excitedly discussing. The media reporters also raised their cameras and took pictures of the big screen. It was as if they had taken stimulants. There was an endless stream of news about today's auction. There were simply too many things to write about. Lu Zhongguang laughed and sighed in relief. For a moment, he really thought that the company's remote auction system had a bug. However, he should be the first to react. Buyer number 06 bid 1.5 million US dollars. Lu Zhongguang said excitedly. According to today's real-time exchange rate, it's equivalent to 11.72 million Hong Kong dollars. Is there a higher bid? Jing Jiluan's face turned red and white. He was too suppressed just now, so when he saw the bid, he couldn't help but question the auction house. In the blink of an eye, he was slapped in the face. Did he forget to check the almanac when he went out today? Why couldn't anything go smoothly? Jing Jiluan's heart was full of resentment. Facing Lu Zhongguang's fervent gaze, Jing Jiluan frowned and put down the auction sign. It was already 11.72 Hong Kong dollars. He wasn't a fool. How could he increase the bid, anyway? He had already lost face today. Even if he forced himself to compete with the other party, he wouldn't be in a good mood after buying the abalone. He might as well give up. As for his birthday gift for Jing Yutong, there was still time to think of another way. Lu Zhongguang could tell from Jing Jiluan's body language that this young master Jing had given up. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. 1.5 million US dollars going once. 1.5 million US dollars going twice. 1.5 million US dollars going thrice. Sold. The auction mallet fell heavily, which meant that today's wonderful auction had finally come to an end. There was a warm applause in the hall. Whether it was those who won the bid or those who missed it, or the media reporters present, they all felt that today's trip was really worth it. At this time, Feng Jing walked to the center of the stage. She held the microphone and said, "Thank you all for coming to participate in this auction, which is a collaboration between our Taoyuan company and Hengfeng Auction House. Today's auction was very successful. I think everyone should be very interested in this mysterious buyer, number 06, right?" Originally, the reporters were ready to pack up and leave, but when they heard Feng Jing's words, they couldn't help but sit back in their seats. Feng Jing said with a smile, "According to the auction rules, remote buyers can choose to buy anonymously. However, our staff communicated with this buyer, number 06, and he said that he is willing to disclose his identity. Next, let us welcome this mysterious buyer with a warm round of applause." As soon as Feng Jing's voice fell, there was a thunderous applause in the hall. Even Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but applaud while looking at the big screen. He was also very interested in this buyer, number 06. Who could spend $5 million just to buy an abalone? Amidst everyone's applause, a video window appeared on the big screen. When Xiao Ruofei saw the mysterious buyer finally appear, he couldn't help but exclaim, and the expression on his face was quite wonderful. The person who appeared on the big screen was Tang He, who was far away in the United States. The background of the video should be his study, which was decorated in Chinese style. The lights in the study were on. At this time, it should be 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening in the United States. Tang He was wearing a linen tang suit, sitting on a swivel chair with a smile and waving at the camera. Feng Jing smiled and introduced, "I believe that many people have already recognized him. This buyer who just spent $5 million to buy our company's best quality abalone is the founder of the United States Xingbang Group, the famous Chinese Mr. Tang He." The moment Xing Jiluan saw Tang He, his heart felt a little better. Tang He's net worth was much higher than his second uncle, Xing Yutong. It wasn't too shameful for him to lose to such a legendary rich man. "Hello, everyone," Tang He said with a gentle smile on his face. Xiao Ruofei felt that his brain couldn't process it. Didn't this old man already buy 2 abalones? Could it be that he wanted to taste it again, so he casually spent $1 or $2 million to buy another one to taste? "I really don't understand the world of the super rich," Feng Jing said with a smile. "I think the question that everyone is most interested in is why Mr. Tang is willing to spend so much money just to buy an abalone. I wonder if Mr. Tang is willing to share with everyone?" Tang He's evaluation of the Taoyuan company was beyond everyone's expectations, including Feng Jing's. No one had expected that the star of China, a super rich man, would actually hold Taoyuan, a small Chinese company that was still unknown in the world, in such high regard. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. Feng Jing was also surprised and happy. She calmed herself down and said with a smile, "Thank you, Mr. Tang, for your high evaluation of our Taoyuan company." There was a certain delay in the network. Tang He paused for 2 seconds, then continued to say with a smile, "In addition to my trust in the Taoyuan company's products, I also have an agreement with a young friend. If the average price of the abalone sold at this auction exceeds 3 million Huaxia dollars, our Xingbang Group will be the sole distributor of the Taoyuan company's abalone products in North America." I watched the entire live broadcast of the auction just now, and I'm very happy to see that we achieved our goal early. So, I have to get this last abalone no matter what. Otherwise, it won't be enough to express my excitement. Haha. The tycoons, bosses, and media reporters who came to participate in the auction were all stunned. To be able to cooperate with a super tycoon like the Xingbang Group was a great thing that couldn't be asked for. Why did it sound like the Taoyuan company was a little unhappy with Old Man Tang's tone, and even set a threshold? After reaching this threshold, Old Man Tang was still so happy, as if he had picked up 10,000 yuan. Everyone felt that their brains were a little short. Feng Jing naturally thought that Tang He's young friend was most likely Xiao Ruofei. She glanced at Xiao Ruofei with a faint smile, only to see Xiao Ruofei touch his nose awkwardly, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Ruofei saw it very clearly. When Tang He said those words, his eyes were staring at the camera. It was as if he was looking at himself when he said those words. The old man was so bored that he watched the entire live broadcast. In the end, he couldn't help but spend $5 million to buy the biggest abalone. He even praised the Taoyuan company in front of so many guests and reporters. This was more effective than any advertisement. It could be imagined that the major media would spend a lot of time reporting this detail tomorrow. After all, Tang He's wealth and influence were too great. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. This old master Tang was truly a wonderful person. Feng Jing naturally thought of this, and she was also overjoyed. She forced herself to maintain a calm expression and said with a smile, "Thank you, Mr. Tang, for your praise of our Taoyuan company. Congratulations on successfully winning the auction." The whole auction ended with Feng Jing's simple interview with Tang He. Feng Jing and Hengfeng Auction House's Dong Jiejun moved to the press conference room next door and held a press conference to answer the questions of the media reporters. As for the delivery of these abalones, naturally, the staff of the auction house would be responsible for it. Including Tang He's abalone, the auction house would take good care of it until Tang He sent someone to hand it over. The total transaction value of this auction reached 81.5 million Hong Kong dollars and $1.5 million, which was equivalent to about 93.2 million Hong Kong dollars. If all of it were converted into Huaxia dollars, the total transaction value would be about 78 million Huaxia dollars. The commission of the auction house, according to the industry standard, was about 15% to 30%. The ratio paid by the buyer and the seller were different. Under normal circumstances, the buyer paid more. In this auction, according to Ma Xiong's intention, he didn't take a single cent and helped purely out of friendship. However, Xiao Ruofei still rejected Ma Xiong's good intentions. It was better for brothers to settle accounts clearly when doing business. Ma Xiong had already used his own resources to help Xiao Ruofei. If Xiao Ruofei didn't spend a single cent, Xiao Ruofei felt that he wouldn't be able to get over it. In the end, Ma Xiong couldn't resist Xiao Ruofei's insistence. He could only give a discount on the standard fee and charge a 12% commission. The Taoyuan company would pay 5% of the total transaction value, and the buyer would pay 7%. For example, for an abalone bought for 5 million Hong Kong dollars, the buyer would pay 5.35 million Hong Kong dollars. The Taoyuan company would pay a commission of 250,000 Hong Kong dollars to the auction house from this 5 million Hong Kong dollars. The actual income would be 4.75 million Hong Kong dollars. This commission ratio was quite low for both the buyer and the seller. So in the end, Xiao Ruofei's Taoyuan company actually earned 88.65 million Hong Kong dollars from this auction, which was equivalent to 74.23 million Huaxia dollars. Just the 20 to 30 abalones that were experimentally bred in the Ring 2 space brought more than 70 million to his company. Xiao Ruofei was naturally very satisfied. Of course, it was also because of Mr. Tang He's almost unreasonable price increase in the last round of the auction, which raised the total transaction value. If it had been a normal auction, it wouldn't have reached such a price. Feng Jing went to deal with the reporters, and Xiao Ruofei sat in the venue accompanied by Ma Zhiming, watching Ma Xiong personally send off the rich people one by one. If it weren't for Xiao Ruofei's reluctance to show his face in public, Ma Xiong would have been very willing to introduce Xiao Ruofei to those rich people, whose combined wealth was more than half of Hong Kong's total wealth. However, Xiao Ruofei wanted to keep a low profile, so he just acted as a spectator during the entire auction. After sending off the people, Ma Xiong walked over with a smile and said, "Xia Sheng, congratulations. Today's auction was an unprecedented success. Your Taoyuan company really gained both fame and fortune this time." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Congratulations to you too. Mr. Ma, Hengfeng Auction House also shown in front of the Hong Kong media." "Haha. That's all thanks to Xia Sheng," Ma Xiong said with a carefree smile. He looked at the young man in his 20s in front of him, and his heart was filled with emotion and admiration. He remembered that when he was this age, he was still running a small business, while Xiao Ruofei already had his own company. Just one auction alone had earned tens of millions. Ma Xiong had to admit that the abalones that Xiao Ruofei took out to auction this time were really attractive. If he hadn't bought 2 abalones in advance, and if the auction wasn't organized by his Hengfeng group, he definitely wouldn't have been able to resist participating in the auction today. Ma Xiong asked thoughtfully, Xiaosheng, have you reached an agency agreement with Mr. Tang He? Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile, it was a joke a few days ago. Mr. Tang also bought 2 one-headed abalones from me. The price of 3 million each was set by him at that time, and he also told me that if it was auctioned, the price would definitely be higher. So, speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei shrugged. Ma Xiong asked, if I didn't hear wrong, you are betting on the agency rights in North America, right? Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, yes. Ma Xiong heard this and immediately asked, then Hong Kong. Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile, Mr. Ma, our business in the abalone area hasn't been fully developed yet. It's just an idea. And even if we start to cultivate abalones in the future, it's definitely impossible for all of them to be one-headed abalones or two-headed abalones. Of course, I know this. Ma Xiong said with a smile. Things were precious when they were rare. If one-headed abalones and two-headed abalones were so easy to cultivate, would the rich people at today's auction be fighting over them? Ma Xiong continued, but I'm still very interested in your company's abalones. Xiaosheng, if your Taoyuan company starts to cultivate abalones, can you hand over the sales in Hong Kong to our Hengfeng Group? Our business in the sales of seafood is quite big, and we have a lot of channels. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel flattered when he heard this. His own project hadn't even started yet. Super rich people like Ma Xiong and Tang He were rushing to talk about cooperation. For this auction, under Ma Xiong's personal instructions, Hengfeng Group naturally put in a lot of effort, so Xiao Ruofei really couldn't refuse Ma Xiong's request. Moreover, it was only in Hong Kong. Although there were more people in Hong Kong who liked seafood and the market was big, it was still a small place. He thought for a while and said, since Mr. Ma is so kind, then we'll do as you say. Once we start to mass cultivate abalones, I'll let my people contact you in advance. Ma Xiong heard this and said happily, that's great. Xiaosheng, you don't know. Just now, the bosses in the seafood industry all came to me to ask for cooperation. Many of my old friends who couldn't attend the auction got the news from somewhere and kept calling me. The demand for seafood in Hong Kong is still very high. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, then I'll have to ask Mr. Ma to take care of me in the future. You're welcome. This is your business. Ma Xiong said with a laugh. Right. Xiao Ruofei said, Mr. Ma, our company's abalones production may still take time, but in the high-end market, we should still have room for cooperation. Xiaosheng, what do you mean? Ma Xiong's eyes showed a hint of interest. The one-headed abalones and two-headed abalones that are being auctioned today. Xiao Ruofei said, I think if we hold 1 or 2 auctions a year, or even become a tradition, we should be able to create a huge brand effect. Ma Xiong showed a shocked expression and asked, Xiaosheng, are you saying that you can provide more one-headed abalones and two-headed abalones? Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, if there aren't many, there shouldn't be a problem. Of course, this will also take time. Yes, yes. Ma Xiong said excitedly. One-headed abalones and two-headed abalones are rare products. If there are too many, it will cause the price to drop. In addition, time is not a problem. Even if we only auction them once a year, as long as it becomes a regular practice, we can even monopolize the high-end abalones market. One-headed abalones didn't appear on the market for many years, and two-headed abalones were also quite rare. If Hengfeng Auction House could auction high-quality one-headed abalones and two-headed abalones every year, it could definitely be said to be a monopoly. Because there was only one auction house, there was no other. As long as this continued for 1 or 2 years, as long as people talked about high-end high-quality abalones, they would inevitably think of the Taoyuan Company and Hengfeng Auction House. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, then it's settled. When the next batch of high-quality abalones comes out, I'll contact you in advance. After witnessing the huge success of the auction, he felt that it was too easy to earn money from high-end quality abalones. Today, he had only experimentally bred 20 to 30 abalones, and he had already earned nearly 100 million Hong Kong dollars. It wasn't difficult for Xiao Ruofei to obtain one-headed abalones or two-headed abalones, especially when there weren't many of them. He could completely replicate the previous experimental breeding model and use the time flow of the Archean realm to mass-produce them. It was just that the matter of changing the water was more troublesome. However, with Xiaoqing taking care of all this in the space, if there weren't many abalones, Xiaoqing would only need to work hard for a few days a year. It wasn't a problem at all. Xiao Ruofei and Ma Xiong hit it off and decided to prepare for such an auction on the eve of the Chinese New Year. There was still about half a year before the Chinese New Year, and that was also the time when people were most enthusiastic about spending money. At the same time, the Chinese New Year was so festive, so those rich people definitely wouldn't mind spending a few million to buy high-quality abalones to add color to their reunion dinner. While Ma Xiong and Xiao Ruofei were chatting happily, the press conference next door finally ended. The media reporters left one after another, rushing back to rush their articles and snatching the headlines. Xiao Ruofei was very assured about the press conference. The experienced Feng Jing would definitely be able to deal with all kinds of tricky questions from the reporters. Furthermore, she would be able to promote the Taoyuan company in a timely manner. When he saw a trace of a happy smile on Feng Jing's tired face, he knew that the press conference would be very successful. He couldn't help but look forward to the reports from the major media outlets the next day. In fact, with such advanced information technology, there were already online media outlets reporting on the auction site. However, large-scale reports, including some mainstream newspapers, radio stations, and TV stations, would definitely be published tomorrow. Ma Xiong, who was in a good mood, held a celebratory banquet at Hengfeng Jiehua Hotel to reward the staff of Hengfeng Auction House who had participated in the preparation of this auction. Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing naturally attended the banquet. Xiao Huanhuan, who had finished her morning classes, also followed Tian Huixin to the banquet. Tian Huixin heard from Ma Jiming about the auction in the morning and immediately congratulated Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing. Xiao Huanhuan was definitely not concerned about the auction. She only knew that brother Ruofei had finished his work and had time to play with her, so she was very happy. During the banquet, the staff of Hengfeng Auction House naturally frequently toasted Ma Xiong. Xiao Ruofei also walked to Feng Jing with a glass of wine and said with a smile, "Manager Feng, you have worked hard these days. Let me give you a toast." Feng Jing said with a faint smile, "I don't dare to accept a toast from the chairman. I should be the one toasting you." Needless to say, Xiao Ruofei's suggestion made Feng Jing's heart skip a beat. This strong woman, who was tough on the outside but soft on the inside, knew very well that in the softest part of her heart, there was already a person's shadow. That trace of feelings had already been born unknowingly. But Feng Jing was ultimately a strong woman, and the voice of reason still prevailed. She was a few years older than Xiao Ruofei, and both of them were boss and employee. Most importantly, Xiao Ruofei already had a girlfriend, and both of them were very loving. They were so loving that they even did it in the office. Feng Jing couldn't help but think of the time when she accidentally eavesdropped on them, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush. Xiao Ruofei saw Feng Jing blushing for no reason, and he was also confused. He didn't know what he said wrong. It was just a simple chat, right? Xiao Ruofei muttered in his heart. Feng Jing's expression quickly returned to normal. She smiled and said, "No, I have a lot of things to do in the company. I am preparing to rush back to Sanshan in the afternoon." Xiao Ruofei said, "You don't have to be in such a hurry. You have been working overtime for the past few days, and now that you have finally finished your work, it's fine to rest for a day or two. I am not the kind of boss who squeezes his employees dry. Manager Feng, just stay for a day or two. The company will cover all your expenses while you are in Hong Kong. Just treat it as employee benefits." Feng Jing stretched out her hand to tidy up her hair, smiled and said, "Chairman, it has nothing to do with you. It's just that I really can't relax. The income this time is more than 70 million, and I still want to settle the pharmaceutical factory's new production line as soon as possible. The earlier the Yuji ointment enters the market, the earlier there will be profits. Also, I have been thinking about the location of the headquarters. Even if I stay in Hong Kong, I don't think I will be in the mood to have fun." Xiao Ruofei didn't have any doubts after hearing what Feng Jing said. He knew this female general under his command very well. She could really work to the point of forgetting to eat and sleep. Moreover, Feng Jing's obsession with the Yuji ointment was almost to the point of obsession. Now that the technical problems of the mass production of the Yuji ointment had been solved, and the company's funds were abundant, it was normal for her to rush back to promote the project. Xiao Ruofei could only nod helplessly and say, "All right." When Feng Jing saw Xiao Ruofei's disappointed expression, her heart warmed slightly. She took the initiative to clink glasses with Xiao Ruofei and smiled sweetly. "Chairman, thank you for your concern." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand with a smile and said, "We're on the same side. There's no need to be so formal." The two of them took a sip of red wine at the same time. Xiao Ruofei said, "You haven't booked the plane tickets yet, right? I'll call Peng Hao and ask him to order it for you immediately." Feng Jing quickly said, "This is a small matter. I can handle it myself." Xiao Ruofei took out his phone and said, "I'm not a competent chairman. There are a lot of things that need to be handled by you alone. Let me do something for you. Otherwise, I'll feel bad." After that, Xiao Ruofei directly found Peng Hao's number and dialed it. Soon, the call was connected. Xiao Ruofei said directly, "Xiao Peng, immediately check the flights from Hong Kong back to Sanshan this afternoon. Help manager Feng book a ticket. Remember, it has to be first class." After the call, Xiao Ruofei put the phone back in his pocket and smiled at Feng Jing. Xiao Ruofei's teeth were white and neat, and his smile was very clean. It seemed to have a natural affinity, which made Feng Jing feel warm in her heart. Feng Jing said softly, "Chairman, in fact, you are the real core of the company. The important juncture of the company's development depends on you. At most, I'm just doing some administrative work." Feng Jing had been in the Taoyuan company for so long. She was very clear about the significance of Xiao Ruofei to the Taoyuan company. Taoyuan vegetables, Taoyuan fruits, the best quality abalone, iron maple bucket, wild Yangtze River shad, Yuji ointment. Any of these products were phenomenal products that could shake the market. In addition, Xiao Ruofei's strong connections formed the most important conditions for the company's development. It could be said that with these conditions, if someone else was the general manager, as long as their ability was not too bad, they would also be successful. Therefore, although Feng Jing was conscientious in her work, and it could even be said that she neglected sleep and food, she never dared to claim credit. On the contrary, she felt that she was very lucky to be able to get this job at the Taoyuan company's startup stage, which was enough to change her life. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand dismissively and said, "Without your efforts, the company will always be small. You are the mainstay of our Taoyuan company." After saying this, Xiao Ruofei's expression became a little strange. He said with a wry smile, "Manager Feng, I think, what? Don't you think it's very shameless of us to flatter each other like this?" Feng Jing couldn't help but burst into laughter as the strange atmosphere between the two of them disappeared in an instant. After the celebration party, Feng Jing quickly returned to Xiao Ruofei's presidential suite to pack her luggage. Ma Jiming personally arranged a car to send her to the airport. Xiao Ruofei, on the other hand, stayed in Hong Kong and accompanied Huan Huan for a few days. He took Huan Huan to Ocean Park, Disneyland, Victoria Harbor, and other places. Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin naturally trusted Xiao Ruofei very much. They arranged a driver for him, and then they enjoyed a rare time together. Although Huan Huan had been to these places more than once, she was still very happy when Xiao Ruofei took her to play. The joy from the bottom of her heart made Xiao Ruofei feel that he was several years younger. At night, Xiao Ruofei still stayed in Hengfeng Jiehua's presidential suite. Originally, Xiao Ruofei felt that there was no need to be so extravagant and wanted to change to an ordinary suite, but Ma Xiong and his father firmly disagreed. They said that this was their business, and Xiao Ruofei was their family's distinguished guest. They must treat him well. Xiao Ruofei couldn't persuade the enthusiastic father and son of the Ma family, so he could only reluctantly agree. Huan Huan couldn't wait to spend the night with Xiao Ruofei. Ma Jiming and his wife persuaded her to agree to go home and sleep. The next day, they asked the driver to send her to the hotel early. Originally, Huan Huan had arranged for summer classes, but Tian Huixin made an exception and pushed back these classes. Xiao Ruofei accompanied Huan Huan to play around during the day. After returning to the hotel at night, he was also very concerned about the public's reaction to the auction. It could be said that the auction of the Taoyuan Company and Hengfeng Auction House was quite satisfactory in terms of economic benefits and brand promotion. The mainstream newspapers of Hong Kong used a large page to report on it. Everyone's focus was different, but most of the reports were positive. The auction of the best one-headed abalone is a great success, and the mainland's Taoyuan company is a hit. Super one-headed abalone auctioned in Hong Kong, and Xingbang's Tang Xinghao wins it with $1.5 million. Li Kai and Jing Jiluan go toe-to-toe against each other at Hengfeng Auction House. Taoyuan abalone sold at a sky-high price, and mainland's company sounds the horn to enter the high-end seafood field. Free abalone tasting at sky-high price, and the Taoyuan company's auction is surprising. A single abalone sold for $1.5 million, and Hengfeng breaks industry record again. Every report used a lot of space to introduce the background of the Taoyuan company and the grand occasion of the auction. Among them, the tasting during the warm-up stage, the feud between Li Kai and Jing Jiluan, and Tang He's record-setting bid of $1.5 million for the finale abalone were the most reported details. Naturally, the name of Hengfeng Auction House was mentioned repeatedly. It could be said that the Taoyuan company and Hengfeng Group had become famous because of this auction. The one who benefited the most was the Taoyuan company. After all, Hengfeng Group was already very famous in Hong Kong, and the Taoyuan company directly jumped from a small company that could only be regarded as a small local company to a well-known company in Hong Kong. Such an overwhelming report would naturally become a topic of conversation for the people of Hong Kong. When Xiao Ruofei and Huan Huan were eating near Ocean Park, they accidentally heard the people at the next table talking about the Taoyuan company. Cantonese was a bit difficult for Xiao Ruofei, but Huan Huan could understand it. The little girl heard the people next to her talking about the Taoyuan company of Ruofei's brother, and she immediately translated for him excitedly. In addition to the print media, radio, television, and online media also made a lot of reports about this auction. Xiao Ruofei was watching TV in the hotel and found that a well-known TV station in Hong Kong had made a special interview program to invite guests to discuss the one-headed abalone auction. As for all kinds of news reports, there were even more. Especially on the internet, the content of this auction was overwhelming. Xiao Ruofei searched the keyword Taoyuan company on Baidu and found that there were more than 80 million results, and there were only 1 million results before. Moreover, almost all of the contents on the first page were related to the auction. The traffic that the abalone auction brought to the Taoyuan company was clear at a glance. In addition to portals and news websites, there were more and more discussions about the Taoyuan company's abalone auction on major forums. After the Hong Kong media reported about it, many people moved to forums and Tieba. The Taoyuan company is awesome. So many rich people are fighting to buy their abalone. TSK. It's just hype. It's just a small unknown company. Why would people believe you? Since ancient times, the second post has always produced idiots. The ancients didn't lie. My uncle's second post. The original poster even posted so many screenshots of the Hong Kong media in his post. Are they selectively ignoring it? Ignore the haters. The Taoyuan company is very famous in Sanshan. Although their vegetables and fruits are expensive, the quality is really super high. Haha. I heard that the Taoyuan company also invested in the new Zhuai Ba Xian wine that was very popular a while ago. No wonder it's like a rebirth. Second post, brains are a good thing. Too bad you don't have it. The Taoyuan company is awesome. The people of Sanshan send their congratulations. The people of Heron Island send their congratulations. The people of Zhejiang send their congratulations. Recently, there is a brand of iron maple bucket in Qiantang City that is very popular. It is also called Taoyuan Company. I took a look at the company logo just now. It's actually the Taoyuan company that auctioned the top-quality abalone. This company is going to defy the heavens. I watched the video of the auction. It's definitely high-end. I have also watched the video of the auction. Am I the only one who noticed the beautiful boss of the Taoyuan company? You all deserve to be a loser for the rest of your lives. I agree. I am already a loyal fan of the goddess manager Feng. Xiao Ruofei was also overjoyed when he saw all kinds of comments online. He was especially surprised to find out that Feng Jing had also become popular online after the auction. Many netizens were impressed by the professional and intellectual image of a strong career woman. There were even a group of netizens who claimed to be Feng Jing's fans. Soon, even Feng Jing's Tieba appeared. The power of netizens was immense. They even found some of Feng Jing's old photos online. There were photos of her when she graduated from university. There were also photos of her when she was working in a Fortune 500 company. Some of these photos were from Feng Jing's university classmates' QQ space. Some were even from the news reports on the company's official website. Perhaps even Feng Jing herself had forgotten that she had taken such photos. Naturally, there was no secret about Feng Jing's past. A strong career woman with good looks, high education, and a very glamorous resume actually took the initiative to work in a small company. This was originally a very interesting thing. Naturally, it also caused a lot of heated discussions on Tieba. Some said that Feng Jing had a unique vision and recognized the development potential of the Taoyuan company. Others said that Feng Jing randomly chose a small company after her resignation and hit the jackpot. In short, there were all kinds of speculations and discussions. Xiao Ruofei was a little surprised. He could not help but secretly feel lucky that he had made a wise decision to push Feng Jing to the front. If he was the one on stage that day, it would be difficult for him to keep a low profile in the future. Of course, a beautiful woman had a natural bonus. Xiao Ruofei might not have such an effect if he was the one on stage. At least, he would not be called a goddess by those loser otakus. But he would definitely be famous. The discussion about the Taoyuan company and the beautiful boss still maintained a high level of popularity in the past few days. Because of Feng Jing's unexpected popularity, the Taoyuan company also increased a lot of popularity. At least, it had a certain level of popularity on a national scale. It was no longer limited to a corner of the Three Mountains like before. While Xiao Ruofei was in Hong Kong, he also called Feng Jing. Feng Jing was also quite helpless about her unexpected popularity. On the phone, she was a little angry and blamed Xiao Ruofei for making her appear in the public, which led to the current situation and brought her a lot of trouble. Because the company had received a lot of calls in the past few days. Some of them were companies in related industries looking for cooperation, and some were news media. They wanted to interview Feng Jing, the new little internet celebrity. Xiao Ruofei could not help but laugh after hearing it. End of chapter 675. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.